Chapter 1761, Legacy Poison. The sudden change in the giant astronomical telescope is certainly not an exception. Under someone's gaze, the water mirror screen full of noise exploded with a crash, splashing pure elemental water on someone's face. It's just that this kind of elemental pure water composed of magic will not exist in reality for too long after losing the support of power. Apart from a burst of coolness, there were no drops of water left on Lin's face. But this cool feeling didn't bring much pleasure to people. On the contrary, it made Lin's fear even deeper. Knowing that this feeling should not occur, it will only strengthen the enemy. However, there are many things that cannot be known in advance, so being mentally prepared is foolproof. It's like watching a horror movie. The background music is so weird that you will still be scared when you should be scared. If it fails to scare the audience, this is undoubtedly a failure of the director. Unless this film takes other routes to make money, it will definitely not be rated well in terms of horror elements. However, in the face of such success, it is not a good thing for a time traveler who is not very determined in his ambition. Sure enough, once there is a breach in the soul, it will be out of control just like Judy. At the location of the exploding water mirror technique screen, the scattered power magically reunited and condensed into something similar to an eyeball. If it weren't for the huge difference in size and form, Lin would have thought he was looking at Melker the Great Beholder. It's just that Melker's eyes are not much different from human eyes. The only difference is the disparity in size. However, the eyeball in front of him is quite strange. It has no white part of the eye, and the iris is composed of a geometric pattern that is so beautiful that it makes people feel breathtaking. The exquisite pattern seems to have infinite details in it. No matter how much I search, I can't find the end point. Nor can I find a position that can be called the center of gravity. It's like trying to rationalize irrational numbers, knowing that it will be futile in the end. People will always be tempted to try. At least this hole was filled by a certain Scientology believer. There is not just one pupil, but a dense honeycomb shape. It is not too thin, allowing people to distinguish the appearance of each honeycomb pupil, but also making patients with trypophobia feel numb on their scalp and fall into panic. Lin could not describe the feeling of looking directly into this eye. Not only is it fear and panic, but there is also a strange sense of beauty that makes people fall into it and cannot extricate themselves. This fall even made someone forget the many insurance measures he had prepared before. No matter how short the reaction time was, it was all based on the existence of reaction time. However, the situation that does not exist in the time in front of him is beyond his control. But the reality was that neither Finn nor Hagiri had time to activate the insurance, and someone could no longer take care of it. He seemed to be hypnotized, trapped in the process of searching for irrational numbers. 10,000 decimal places, millions of decimal places, billions, Jing, Gai, and even Ganji sand are full of religious and philosophical meanings. The side effects of unlimited computing power are well presented at this time. If the brain has a limit, when it reaches the upper limit, there will be various physiological reactions to remind people to pay attention. They may even faint directly. And a physical human brain will shut down to protect the human body. Just like pain, itching and other sensations, they do not exist to torture people in essence, but serve as a warning to inform the human body where something is wrong. If you need treatment, treat it. If you can't do anything, just hold on. If you can't hold on, prepare for the funeral. But when infinite computing power was thrown into a trap similar to a logical loop, and when irrational numbers were explored, Lin fell into crisis again. And this is a crisis where outsiders cannot step in to help. In fact, since a certain person achieved great success in traveling through the gods, the crises he encountered never came from strong men from the outside world, or from some metaphysically powerful beings. The shortcomings that have always been one's own shortcomings are exposed, and they sink themselves into death in one breath. This situation is also very consistent with the common sense of balance between yin and yang in the world. The more solid it is that one is proud of, the more fatal its weakness is, the more satisfactory its strengths are, such as speed and strength. The more terrifying it will be when backlash occurs. The most terrifying thing in the world is not being attacked for your own shortcomings. As long as a normal person with a clear mind knows what they are not good at, they can be mentally prepared for any problem they encounter, and even make plans in advance. But when the thing you are best at is broken, and even the cornerstone of confidence is gone, how many people can persevere and not collapse to the end? It should be noted that the best part also means that in this field, people are more aggressive and do not think about defense at all. You can imagine how busy you will be when you are broken through from this field. A certain arrogant person, although he didn't say it out loud, deep down in his heart still despised the time-traveling people in this backward world of magic. No matter whether the world is advanced or not. No matter whether his own knowledge reserve surpasses the entire era. He always encounters a bitter pill to swallow. Is there an end to irrational numbers? In the field of pure mathematics, anyone with a little knowledge can give a clear answer. That means no. But the encounter in front of me can be said to be a trap. Since it is a trap, there must be an instigator. Since there is this role, then the role must also have its purpose. The only difference lies in whether the jumping grasshopper is worth the instigator jumping out, and what the purpose of this person is. Only with the wisdom of the grasshopper can he understand. If you can't understand, that person will continue to hide behind the scenes as a matter of course. This is a normal development. Fortunately, a certain time traveler seems to be classified as someone who can be discussed. When someone's consciousness returns to a normal state, of course he is not in the main plane of the abyss, let alone a lost land, rather. He is on an isolated island in the sea that he has never seen before. The island is completely bare, with only one solitary palm tree growing in the center of the island. The beach is paved with fine white sand, sparkling in the dazzling sunshine. The waves kept washing back and forth on the beach, making a pleasant and rhythmic crashing sound. It makes people feel like they are in the beautiful beach and coast of the tropical island in their hometown, which cleanses the body, mind and soul. When Chiqua's feet stepped on the white sand, there was no excessive burning sensation or even burns. Of course, there was no stinging sensation on the feet. Rather, it is quite comfortable, and the refreshing feeling rushes straight from the soles of the feet to the forehead. As for why he wasn't wearing shoes, instead of thinking about this problem, let's first think about why the line of sight is so close to the toes. Moreover, if you lower your head even slightly, there will be a tendency to feel top-heavy and about to roll forward. Also, it seems that I am still naked. Who can blame a three-headed baby for not wearing anything? Could it be that people are wearing clothes when they are born from the mother's womb? Yes. A certain time traveler found out helplessly that he had turned into a three-headed baby. Moreover, the head accounts for most of the weight, making it difficult to stand properly. As for clothes or not, that's a trivial matter. Of course, there is nothing else on the island except myself and the palm trees. There are also a bunch of destroyer classes with different appearances and characteristics surrounding them. Some of them were wearing student skirts with suspenders, and carrying large red backpacks that were larger than their bodies, and almost bulging into a ball. There are also people wearing short cream white skirts that cannot cover their bloomers, exposing most of their smooth arms and calves. Some were wearing traditional Indian costumes with red and white pheasant tails on their foreheads. There are those who dress in gorgeous Rococo style and pile themselves in layers of lace. Some hold small umbrellas and pretend to be European-style ladies. There was even one who wore a wide-brimmed hat that was no bigger than an umbrella, covered with a black veil, and used her small body to act in an extremely weird widow style. The eloquent, diverse, and under-equipped destroyers stood around a certain baby, looking directly at the returning children with expressions that were either smiling or expressionless. This does not need to be considered the highest situation. Just the first 3 years is enough for someone to travel through time for hundreds of years. But a baby can commit a crime without a weapon. So the roles of the perpetrator and the victim should be reversed? Ah, no. You should consider your own situation first. Find out why you are here. And find out why there are so many destroyer-class people around you. What are they? Anyway, someone doesn't feel that he has traveled through a second time and gone to a world like Suryuki Island Paradise. And it is also a destroyer-class version. Almost at the same time. All destroyer classes spoke at the same time. What comes to my ears is not a soft and waxy child's voice. Nor is it a voice that is so sweet and greasy. And certainly not a voice that is crisp and moving, as graceful as a bird's song. Instead, there were various sharp and harsh sounds, like scratching glass, challenging the limits of the 3 semicircular canals. These sounds are not only noisy, but also have a soul-stirring power in them. The listener has the feeling that his mind is being snatched away and his will is distracted. At this moment, Lin knew what the so many destroyer classes in front of him were. Speaking of which, everything is the legacy of the incarnation of Fat House. To this day, Lin knows exactly what the Chu Air incarnation and the Fat House incarnation that once existed in his consciousness have done. What the former did was not harmful to me. It's just that the cartoon impressions and various literary classics in my memory are taken as a guide and placed in the upper part of the spiritual library. What the latter did was a bit fatal. In someone's dimensionality reduction process for the indescribable, obvious induction was made. And machine learning has a minor disadvantage. That is, once the path goes astray at the beginning, there is no way to make up for it later. For example, a picture of a pile of cabbage is provided for machine learning, but the label is marked as radish. Then when identifying green vegetables in the future, cabbage will only be called radish, and will never be changed back to cabbage. Similarly, what used to be an indescribable thing in someone's eyes has tended towards the classic image of a destroyer class with a sweet smile and bared fangs, called Onyai-chan. This is what the incarnation of Fat House did. Don't assume that the images you see with your eyes are harmless, and that it's okay. The thunder that should be buried and the trauma that should be there are all indispensable. Although those misconceptions have been drastically eliminated and every effort has been made to eliminate them, they are not without hidden dangers. Lin didn't have any good means to solve this problem. As for punishing the guy who did this, the incarnation of Fat Man has committed suicide a long time ago. Is it possible that he must commit suicide now to punish the Fat Man who no longer exists? Someone is struggling. Chapter 1762 Choice. The struggling emotions were quickly put away, because this was not a good time to dwell on negative emotions. Although the appearance of the destroyer class is delicate and soft, it is easy to push down. But that is only when a good-for-nothing adult comes forward. Let's not talk about the number of enemies. Just a baby with 3 heads and 5 short bodies. The strength and weakness situation is reversed. Not to mention that hidden under the destroyer level appearance, their essence is astral level outer gods. Is your body delicate and soft and easy to push down? Which brave man goes to push and doesn't get killed and becomes a scumbag? Someone's surname will be written upside down. The top priority should be to find an effective way to communicate with these alien gods disguised as destroyers. Obviously, there is no comparable example in the language system that someone knows. From the Mandarin languages and dialects of various places in my hometown, to the lingua franca of the Lost Land and the languages of all races, to the demonic language of the Abyss, the unique divine language of each Lost Land god, the dragon language used by the dragon tribe, to the world tree, the unique words and language used by the guy have nothing to do with what you are hearing now. The reason why we can be sure that the sound emitted by the destroyer class in front of us must have its own content is because the sound itself represents a certain emotion of the speaker. For example, when dogs bark, cats meow, babies cry, and birds chirp, they are neither fun nor sad, but have a certain purpose, such as threatening, calling cats slaves, being hungry and courting a mate. There are very few ghosts that simply vent their emotions. Since there is a purpose, these voices can find a way to be understood. Although this sound may not necessarily be used to communicate complex content, it does not have systematic rules, and cannot be strictly defined as a language. There is no way to crack this unprecedented language. In fact, this is like playing code deciphering. The difference is that not everyone is Turing. If you are lucky, you will have a hey, Lao Shi, who can be used as a reference for deciphering. Without a reference target, can it be cracked? Of course, that's not the case. Just as countless masters in the computer field claimed before time travel. Once we enter the era of quantum computers, all current encryption methods and password protection will be useless. There is no need for too complicated logic. Just brute force cracking using exhaustive methods is enough. Judging from the computing power of a certain time travel company today, it is not difficult to meet such a standard. The premise is that such a body can now exert that level of ability. I have to admit that Lin feels that except for the soul and consciousness of a 70-year-old man, and the bits and pieces of past experiences in his heart, Lin feels that the rest of him is at the level of a little baby. Although with such a 3-headed body development ratio, normally, one's own bones are not strong enough to support oneself standing. But don't take some things too seriously. Anyway, this is not a normal world that you know. What is certain is that, first of all, there are no 8 powers in this world, so there is no way to talk about magic. Secondly, my physical fitness is very weak. Although I don't know how fast the natural recovery speed is after being injured. I definitely don't want to give myself a knife now to test such a boring problem. Thirdly, and most importantly, the connection between himself and the sub-dimensional tower has become vague. This means that he has lost his source of energy and all means of saving his life. At least when I wanted to use unlimited computing power to violently decipher the language of the destroyer-level alien gods in front of me, I couldn't adjust anything. There's nothing but the muddled melon seeds in my head. Even the memory that I was once proud of can firmly remember every bit of the past. Now those images have become blurry, as if they are going away from me. Flash? Now I can't even say a normal word except for opening my mouth and saying, Abba, Abba, Ah! 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 Off out there, out there! Faced with this unprecedented crisis, someone's first thought is to die. The second thought is that I don't know how I will die. Will my death look good to the outside world? Will anyone be sad? Finally, I considered, would this involve the abyss or the lost lands? But it's not time to give up on survival yet. Although I never thought that I would encounter such a situation. I certainly never thought about how to deal with it, but now that I have encountered it, it does not mean that someone is helpless. In fact, the method is very simple. Whether it is a story in the Cthulhu series or a movie involving this kind of background, there are always supporting characters or villains who serve as backgrounds and make the same choice. That is to open one's heart and accept everything from external gods. The biggest reason why this kind of thing is not the first choice of the protagonists is that the possibility of going crazy is very high. Even if one seems to be able to maintain sanity, it is easy to develop anti-human tendencies. Anyway, it is not much different from being crazy. But what does crazy mean? And how do you define normal? Why is there a saying that there is a thin line between genius and madness? Simply put, in the eyes of psychiatrists, everyone is drunk, but I am alone is easily judged as a mental illness. Because the patient's outlook on life is different from that of most people in the world. To put it another way, it means having antisocial tendencies. Don't think that this is a symbol of purity and purity. In Gotham City, he would be an independent person who could enter Arkham Asylum and discuss with the Joker what life is all about. What makes these tendencies dangerous is that sufferers can easily resort to violence, even believing that doing so is the right thing to do. This goes against the so-called moral conscience of ordinary people, and is naturally easily classified as crazy by most normal people. Even if you don't harm others, you are prone to self-harm, because at that time, there are always holes in the mind. Such as the body is just a skin that can be discarded at any time. Or the pain of the body is the process of the spirit moving to a higher stage. From a certain point of view, it is really sick. Someone still remembers a certain Hollywood movie with a Cthulhu background bird underscore box, in which there were many people who committed suicide directly or indirectly by looking at some indescribable thing. If you want to live, you can only live blindfolded. But there are also a handful of survivors who have become loyal believers. And they spare no effort to attract people who have not seen the beautiful things with their own eyes to take a look and become one of them. Regardless of whether you survive in the end, you have to see it first before it counts. In conclusion, is it really dangerous to open your mind and contact outside gods? From a normal human worldview, danger certainly exists. And it is even tilted in a fatal direction. But, can you still be considered a normal person now? Someone thinks that the best way to describe themselves is pretending to be an ordinary person just to live an ordinary life in a human society. In order to live a peaceful life, I dare not go beyond the rules set by others. In fact, is it necessary for me to abide by those things now? But in order to save trouble, I still pretend to be a law-abiding person and live my life in the way that others expect. It is true that there is a powerful person in the mysterious land, but many otherworldly people also live a conventional lifestyle. Even those who belong to the evil camp are not the kind of freaks who turn over tables at every turn and mutter about destroying the world all day long. Are demons really transcendent? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that they just jumped from the rut of the lost society into another trap called the abyss. And there is no change in essence. So, is it a big deal if I change my camp and come into contact with an alien god? No. Speaking of which, the original definition of otaku was that a group of sociophobic patients threw themselves into a two-dimensional world to escape the real world. They are both escapes. So is there any difference between relying on the second dimension and relying on foreign gods? It seems there is. The second dimension hurts the wallet, and the outer god kills. But the final development seems to be no different. His wallet is empty. He sells his liver and kidneys. And in the end, he is no different from the living dead. So if people clearly mark the price, it will directly kill you. In fact, it is just the difference between a hypocrite and a real villain. So, opening your mind and contacting external gods really doesn't mean anything. Very good. Someone thought over and over again and finally convinced himself. Anyway, now I am just a baby with 3 heads and 5 short bodies. How can I fight? Use the invincible hot fire wheel to roll in front of the enemy and directly kill the enemy with a headbutt? Giving up the useless struggle, Lin finally made up his mind, stepped out on his short legs, and walked towards the destroyer class directly in front of him. The reason why I didn't look for other people or the closest person was because I had to turn my neck and it was too difficult to identify the best target. The head is too big, and the weight is very heavy. My neck can't support it now. It's not folded directly into a 90-degree right angle, which is already very respectable. Someone couldn't ask for more. Sure enough, just as he had guessed, after taking only 2 steps, he fell forward due to issues with his center of gravity and body support. Lin simply gave up the plan of standing up again, and continued to crawl forward using all 4 limbs. Just don't think it's easier to climb, because the spine and cervical vertebrae are parallel to the ground. A certain baby cannot even lift its head, and can only be forced off the ground to avoid being dragged directly on the ground. Although it was more difficult to support the head with the neck. At any rate, because it was closer to the ground, the center of gravity was lower, and it was crawling on all 4s. The forward speed was faster. But since he couldn't see what was in front of him, Lin could only head straight ahead resolutely, and crawl forward with his head down. Fortunately, I didn't have any choice, so I just bumped into whoever I hit. Anyway, no matter who you face, someone's winning rate is 0. At this time, I still can't think about it, and there is no way to solve it. Perhaps because he couldn't raise his head. Lin had no way of knowing how the destroyer-level alien gods would react to his actions. Anyway, he crawled forward so hard, until he hit something on his head. And then he stopped, stretching out his wolf paws, stretching out his dog paws full of fleshy balls. Lin climbed up on the calf, wearing white socks in front of him. Well, it feels good. As smooth as satin. Delicate and boneless. Just touching it makes people's hearts flutter. It's not illegal for a baby to eat destroyer-grade tofu. Although he is an LSP at heart. Considering that he has no qualified tools to commit crimes, and can only indulge in sexual immorality. This should not matter. Right? It's like a baby eating a female child. This is a physiological need without any sexual thoughts. Everything is reasonable. Chapter 1763 Tea Party. Finally, he grabbed a certain destroyer's calf, and stood up straight. Does what someone is thinking or doing constitute a crime? It seems that I have never heard of babies being criminalized. It may be possible to become a civil debtor from birth, and be sued by the bank. But it is impossible to become a suspect in a criminal case. Objectively speaking, babies do not have the ability to commit crimes. Even when playing with a lighter, it would be difficult to accidentally set it on fire. It is more likely that he would still be holding on to a cabinet or shelf, and then lose his center of gravity, and crush himself to death. In terms of criminal intent, maybe I am a dirty and sultry LSP at heart. But so what? Anyway, when I speak now, I am either crying or laughing. And I can't say a whole sentence. Even the most brutal waterboarding can't make you feel better. Who has a way to know what he is thinking in his heart? So, you are safe? Just when someone was struggling with whether he might be sentenced to 3 years, the death penalty, or a lucky acquittal, his thin neck finally raised his head. What came into view was a sweet smiling face, accompanied by a pair of evilly proud eyes. The destroyer class whom he pulled into had the classic image of an elementary school student wearing a white shirt and suspender-pleated skirt. The 2 short ponytails on the left and right are tied up with emerald green beaded rope hoops, together with a smooth face full of collagen. It makes people infinitely praise the beauty of youth. However, the destroyer class in front of her was carrying a big red backpack that was even larger than her, almost bulging into a circle. Lin Kai was wondering if there was something unspeakable in the backpack. This large backpack has a strange snake-shaped bulge, and it runs in a circle very thoughtfully, declaring its presence. At the same time, the destroyer class, who had become his support and had his cap pulled, showed his shining fangs, smiled sweetly, and said, "Onyai-chan." At this moment of understanding, the isolated island with only one palm tree seemed to be sucked into a black hole. The sea, the island, and the people on it were all involved without any resistance. Of course, a certain infant-shaped time traveler was not spared either. In this state of loss of concentration and weightlessness, in this world without a sense of time, there is no way to feel how much time has passed. Anyway, when he opened his eyes, Lin's environment changed drastically, different from the original island seascape. Now I am in a colorful forest, like a fairy tale. Maybe the leaves are basically still green, and the trunks are still mainly brown. But there are so many types of mushrooms that can't hold them. The colors are so bright that just by looking at them, someone's nose will twitch, and they will feel like their shit is rolling. This poison will cause diarrhea even if it kills you. But the forest only surrounded the perimeter. Surrounded by it are countless long tables crisscrossing each other, arranged like a maze. On the table are various exquisite porcelain tea sets from different eras, styles and tones. There are amber teas, ink-colored coffee, white milk, and colorful juices or scented teas, whether ice or cold or hot. Countless beautiful smells are intertwined in the air, and they are not annoying at all. Instead, I wanted to smell it desperately to identify what kind of smell it was. In addition to countless drinks, refreshments are of course also indispensable. Strawberries, raspberries, sliced bananas and fragrant melons. All kinds of fruits are served freshly, with pots and pots piled boldly on the table. There is also the exquisite multi-layered silver tea tray, with chocolates, cookies, and cakes placed in layers. There are so many varieties that you can't find duplicate snacks on every refreshment tray. These snacks are served with diced fruit or spread with jam. Some are sprinkled with sesame seeds, chopped nuts or dried fruits, or directly sprinkled with a thick layer of fine sugar, or covered with a layer of icing sugar. However, the shapes of the dim sum are quite conservative, and they are all in a classic style. There's nothing weird about it. It's all about taste. In short, there is a cloyingly sweet aroma permeating the air, which would make someone mistakenly think that someone was too bored and directly heated the sugar to vaporize it and spread it into the air. Many destroyers were sitting or walking around the long tables, which were only as high as their waists, fighting with the desserts on the tables. If you get tired of eating, take a sip of tea, then change to other snacks and continue fighting. They also worked hard with the snacks on the table, fully embodying the divine theory that desserts are stored in the second stomach. The destroyers also interacted with each other enthusiastically in this environment. When they were on the isolated island before, all the destroyer classes stood erect and motionless. If they hadn't started to talk, Lynn would have thought they were just a bunch of wax figures, or something in a horror movie where blood would spurt out from the facial features in the next second. Now it looks a little more human. But what exactly is behind the core is hard to say, because the scene in front of me is beautiful. But is this beauty real? As soon as this thought came out, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The layout remains roughly the same, but what has changed is that the beautiful things placed there have been replaced by horrific and disgusting scenes. The exquisite porcelain cups and porcelain pots have turned into skulls, or simply human heads with shriveled skin and flesh. Those delicious fruits and snacks turned into pots of earthworms and centipedes, and countless strange insects gathered together on the tray made of bone wheel palms. Strange insects with twitching wings kept flying up and down. Sometimes they pounce on the smelly shit aside, and sometimes they throw themselves directly into the mouth parts of those monsters. As his teeth clenched, smelly juice sprayed out. As for the cute and sweet appearance of the destroyers, they have been restored to different forms of aliens. The ones with tails wagged their tails, and the ones without tails wagged their paws. They were still communicating, but it felt like they were discussing how to separate the mystery land and the abyss. Let's all share our hands and legs, so we don't go back empty-handed. The top predator on the food chain. This was the first thought that came to Lynn's mind after seeing such a scene. And they unconsciously thought that they were not thinking about whether or not to use the knife, or how to use the knife. They were thinking about whether the table could be eaten. This dark side is only fleeting in someone's eyes. Just like a demonstration, it leaves a lasting impression in someone's mind. When the scene returned to the beautiful fairy tale forest, the delightful tea party of the destroyer class was being held. The porcelain tea sets are not content with being just porcelain. They will grow legs and take the initiative to fill the empty cups with tea. And in this beauty, what is the image of a certain transhuman, still struggling to move his neck? Lynn lowered his head and looked at his appearance. Finally, she no longer has a bare butt, but she still has a three-headed body with a short figure, wearing a modern European gentleman's tuxedo from his hometown. The mini version of the checkered vest fits his figure with a little baby fat. Of course, what surprised me the most was the top hat on his head. This top hat almost reaches my height. Otherwise, if I turn the top hat upside down, I can fit my whole body into it. Just such a top hat makes his appearance much closer to that of the destroyers. He is no longer a chubby little baby who can be played with by others. But what was being held in his arms was a milk bottle. Looking at the slightly steaming white milk with just the right temperature, I felt a vague urge to feel hungry. At a time like this, shouldn't someone come and feed it in person? And you should drink the most nutritious breast milk directly. What's the point of asking a little baby to pick up a bottle and drink by himself? Resisting the urge to bite his pacifier, Lynn had an idea about the current situation and murmured unconsciously, "It's the Mad Hatter's Tea Party." Alice's Adventures in Wonderland originates from the literary work of her hometown Eagle Country. This book is definitely the best reference book to get a glimpse into the beautiful minds of mentally ill patients. It's just disguised as a children's book. All the characters in Wonderland represent some kind of spiritual metaphor. The bizarre story cannot be explained simply by being weird or imaginative. The people who write books are either crazy or high-spirited, and they are very pure. To regard these as readers' super comprehensive interpretations would be to underestimate the eagle countrymen who were at the height of world hegemony in the 19th century. Whether it is knowledge, culture, or the oppression of ordinary people in the context of the Industrial Revolution, it is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In comparison, whether it is Dorothy running to the Wizard of Oz in Oz, or Peter Pan's Neverland, some seemingly magical behaviors are simply the figments of adults' imaginations of children. This is not to mention that the former originated from Magnesium, an immigrant country with no cultural accumulation. Although the latter was born when Eagle Country was still at its peak. Its origin was a stage play, and the performance form and focus were different from the literary carrier of the novel. It is difficult to truly reach the height of Dreamland. Hey, I can talk! Just when he was thinking about whether there was any additional meaning in his transformation into such a scene, Lin realized another reality. As soon as someone's voice came out, the scene suddenly fell silent. Not surprisingly, Lin found himself the center of attention across the destroyer class. In an instant, all the destroyers spoke together. Just like the situation on the isolated island before, all the destroyer classes stared at themselves, with either smiling or blank expressions, and made sounds in unison. The difference is that the sound on the isolated island before was the kind of noise that was comparable to sharp nails scratching glass, making people's scalp numb. Whether it is the sound itself or the power contained in the sound, it is working hard in the direction of driving people crazy. The sound I hear now is much more normal, just like the last sound I heard on the isolated island. A sweet, waxy, and boring voice. More importantly, Lin understood the content. Who are you? This simple question is repeated by all destroyer classes. Although the voice was soft, it carried a serious tone that could not be questioned. Hoping to get a serious answer, it was precisely this tone that prevented Lin from having any teasing emotions. And of course, he would not use a flippant attitude to say inappropriate and unfunny words, because this problem seems simple. But if it is difficult, there is no upper limit. Every religion and every philosopher has an opinion on this big question in philosophy. But if we want to say whose opinion is the correct answer, then even if everyone fights and beats people's brains into dog brains, they still won't be able to come to the correct conclusion. So how to answer this question can be very simple or very difficult. After thinking about it, Lin gave an answer that he felt was most suitable for him. Said, Universe 6.626 Galaxy Orion Arm, third planet in the solar system. Earth. Humanity. Lin Jianming. I would like to send my greetings to you all. Chapter 1764 Conversation. When Lin gave his answer, he felt that there seemed to be a little strength growing in his petite baby body. At least he no longer looked like he was struggling to even raise his head. But it has not returned to the level of an average adult. After taking off the hat, Lin made a civilized gesture of waving his hands, appearing somewhat relaxed. Although I am not very confident that my answer will be recognized by these big guys. However, judging from the feedback, the effect should not be bad. At least the destroyers present no longer kept asking questions like, Who are you? For a time, all the destroyers participating in the tea party released their expression controls, as if they were back to chatting at a tea party. They whispered to each other, making small chirping sounds. He tossed the hat that was almost as big as his body, and put it back on his head. I can understand what the other person is saying, which is enough to prove that my first step is the right one. But Lin had no way of guessing what would happen next, because from the past to the present, the information he knew was extremely one-sided. What is the purpose of the outer gods? No one can give a direct answer. The only thing everyone knows is what will happen to people affected by external gods, or what they will do. These are within the scope of influence rather than direct force. And because these things to the entire human society, they are either violent injuries or suicides, or they are antisocial and anti-human tendencies. Therefore, people judge based on this, that the external gods have bad intentions. Can it really be so rash and arbitrary? Lin has reservations about this. Just like when someone tramples to death a long row of ants carrying food, it doesn't necessarily mean they have bad intentions. It may just be that the roots on both sides happen to intersect, and they are just passing each other. Since the first step is to open your mind and take the right step, both parties can communicate. Then the next step is to test the other person's thoughts. Try to understand and find a way to solve your own problems. A certain time traveler is not confident enough to think that he can influence these existences in turn. Because no matter how you look at it, it is difficult for these big guys to connect with normal creatures, since they are not normal creatures. Whether they have biological instincts or not is a big question. Lin has always interfered with the outside world by luring them with benefits. Human greed and desire are essentially the same as animal appetites. Whether it is the purpose of continuing life represented by appetite, or reproduction and iteration, and seeking evolution. These are the most basic instincts of living things. Therefore, whether it is a human being full of wisdom or an animal following instinct, as long as it finds a suitable fulcrum, it can always move the individual forward in the direction they desire. But do the outer gods have such needs? It's like a stone that doesn't need to eat or think about reproduction. No matter how much someone talks like a lotus or how many benefits they give, they can't induce the stone to move on its own. Even plants can be induced with water and sunlight. Maybe you can't see it in the short term, but you can definitely see the trend in the long term. When dealing with rocks, someone is really helpless. So Lin was waiting for the destroyer class's own discussion to come to an end, to ask him a second question. It's just that sometimes, the thing of being able to understand doesn't seem so good. No wonder some people always like to say that ignorance is bliss. For example, a time traveler can hear something like this from those fragmentary words. Earth. I think I heard Nayako mention it. Is it the planet where Xiaoko laid down? Ah, I've heard of it. It seems that little Haztai is called the King in Yellow over there. Ha ha. I just beat up the King in Yellow yesterday. So it's quite touching to think so. What else can you expect from this little guy who can cause trouble on the surface of the planet? I can't even get close to him, and we can't play together. I heard that little Asa seems to be very popular over there and has become our boss, the head of the demon god and the lord of all things. It's a shame that he doesn't know how to blush. Call him to stand, because I suddenly felt bad. Wait a minute. The tribe is too busy to prepare. Listening to it makes someone want to deafen his ears, so his ears can be quieted. The first thing to say is that Lin was completely unsure whether what he heard was the same as what he understood. The power of human brains is too powerful, let alone existences like external gods that exert influence from the spiritual level. Just like the persistence of vision effect of the two eyes. Pictures that are obviously discontinuous and have only slight differences appear to be continuous movements. Therefore, it is impossible to determine whether what someone heard is the truth, or whether he heard or said that he heard such conversation because of his preconceived ideas. But one thing that is certain is that regardless of the specific nouns, the content and tone of the conversation should be good-natured. But the not-so-good thing is that it seems that the earth has aroused their interest. Finally, the second question and focus finally returned to someone. Although the baby's body had regained a little strength, he felt tired just trying to climb up and down the chair. So he didn't go around looking for friends from the destroyer class to visit and build relationships. Lin just sat in his high-back chair and waiting for someone to remember his existence. But the second question that finally came to mind was, "What are you going to do?" This question caused all the destroyers present to fall silent and stare blankly at a certain little baby. Speaking of which, a certain time traveler, who was used to dealing with tens of thousands of boxes at the same time, was not afraid of such a battle. In other words, being baptized by a large number of inhuman sights has become someone's norm. It's just a question of purpose. Just like revealing your own price tag. And I also know nothing about the other person's thoughts. In the realm of diplomacy or business negotiations, it would be foolish to respond seriously. But can the other person be treated as a normal person? And can they accept the baptism of all kinds of nonsensical diplomatic rhetoric? Not everyone likes to waste a lot of time, but is still in the fog, and has no clue. Not to mention that the other party is not a human yet. So it is not surprising what choice he will make. So Lin told the truth. I want to go back to my hometown, so I have to look out from the abyss. If I do this, it will be difficult not to disturb you. So I am here to seek forgiveness. Now that I've said it, let's say it thoroughly. One person's words did not hide the meaning of his white female vote. At least, he did not want to express any sincerity. On the one hand, I can't come up with anything that can attract these big guys. I wonder if the destroyer-class bosses in front of me can understand the twists and turns in the human words. The one closest to me, also wearing a red round backpack, said, "Oh, then you are really far away from home." "Yes," someone replied with emotion, a fact that even I can't believe. According to the results I measured when I stayed in the Southwest Peninsula, The straight-line distance between Midland and the Earth is more than 1 billion light-years. That's not even the shortest distance traveled. When acting in the universe, there is no shortest way to go in a straight line. Although I don't understand why an astronomical telescope combined with a magic arcane I can see such a distance. It does not prevent someone from doing research with the information in their hands. Similarly, at such a distance, when someone finds the direction of the Earth, he is not actually finding the Earth, let alone the star in the solar system, but just finding the galaxy of the Milky Way. This is also the reason why some people still dare not use the flash technique and directly teleport home over a long distance. Even if you can teleport to your destination, who knows which arm of the galaxy you will appear on after the flash? Solar system? The edges haven't been drawn yet. This is why Lynn attaches great importance to the new astronomical telescopes on the top of the Twin Towers. Although he had made improvements to the method of observing the starry sky when he was staying in the holy city of Starry, he still did not break away from the old practices of the Southwest Peninsula era. Moreover, stargazing during this period was mainly out of interest and used for daily relaxation. In fact, while staying in the holy city, someone had more or less given up on returning to his hometown. But he just didn't say it out loud. However, the astronomical telescopes on the top of the Twin Towers of the Gate are two large-scale magical stargazing devices that have been redesigned inside and out with the culmination of someone's technology. And it is still built based on the Magic Tower. In terms of power and reliability, it is completely different from the small fights in the past. This is not to mention that there are two pieces of the same equipment, each built in two places. As long as the relative position and distance between the mystery and the abyss can be determined, the Milky Way and even the solar system can naturally be found more accurately. As long as we can find that young star, is there still a long way home? However, in order to achieve this, the obstacles to stargazing in the abyss must be solved. Only then would there be an occasion like today to have a chance encounter with an outsider. Although he said this, Lynn still maintained his usual caution and did not want to have too close interactions with these big guys. It is of course the best to get the other party's nod of approval. If that doesn't work, Lynn's worst plan is to abandon the abyssal telescope and use a monocular to get lost in the abyss. The bottom line of adhering to the white female vote is because she doesn't trust whether the goodwill released by external gods can still be regarded as good when it comes to herself. If the people in my hometown can take a lesson from this kind of thing, it must mean that many people have done this. The three views of the outer gods are definitely different from those of humans. What they think is good is probably too heavy for humans to bear. So of course be cautious. Sure enough, after hearing someone's purpose, a destroyer class immediately put forward his own suggestions. Said, "Oh, I want to go back to my hometown. Do you want our help?" There is absolutely no way to judge what the other person's intention was in providing help. Do you simply want to help? Or do you have other purposes? But no matter which one it was, Lynn had no intention of accepting it. He shook his head and refused. "Don't bother. All I want is for you to do nothing. I don't need you to do anything." Think about how much it cost you just for the help from the World Tree bosses. Although he also reaped benefits in the process. It is undeniable that the requirements for his investment in World Tree lasted for more than 10 years. Most of the good youth is spent here. This time, Lynn couldn't imagine the price he would have to pay if he asked the outside gods to help him with a little help. Besides, what if someone who helped me followed me back? This is not like playing Return of the King. Just shout, Hu-Han-San, am back again, and the matter will be over. The consequences are likely to be too serious to bear. And this time, the earth will be buried with it. Chapter 1765 Situation. What do strong people have in common? That means you don't really listen to other people's opinions. Golden phrases such as "I don't want what you think," "I just want what I think," likes to talk to himself and do his own thing. When facing opposition or rejection from others, he only regards it as politeness, such as giving in and giving in, or as a rude comment. Integrity situation. After all, for these strong men, it is a very simple matter to use their strength to make the refuser unable to refuse, or to simply abandon the opponent and solve the huge trouble with their own hands. With such confidence and ability, the opinions of others are of course not very important. Basically the core idea is, I can do it myself without help from others. So why should those who have no contribution make gossip? So the so-called questions are just a way of informing. Don't think that people really want to ask for your opinion. Such pretense is just to confirm their position. It doesn't necessarily change the original goals of these strong men. The only difference is whether they fly with them or not. When he first came to Lost Land, Lin spent a long time witnessing how the strong people showed their arrogance in this world of personal power. In the early days, I would see some outsiders from time to time. But later I even had a demon king by my side. When I get used to the devil's style, I will behave more or less like the devil when dealing with others. In the eyes of outsiders, what appears to be a fake appearance is actually the onset of otaku nature to someone. As a patient with sociophobia, he is submissive to outsiders, and wants nothing more than to resolve the issue as soon as possible. Most of the time, though, the perpetrator or coercer is happy to take advantage of this attitude. But as long as circumstances permit, which house wouldn't want to ignore the opinions of others and live a good life of its own? Otherwise, I wouldn't hide in my own little world and live on junk food and fat house water. So the arrogance someone shows is not because he looks down on the opinions or benefits of outsiders, but because he feels there is no need to waste time. Besides, people have their own positions, and everyone's opinions must be based on their own positions. So it is open to question whether these opinions have the same value to different individuals. As long as you don't care about the bait, you don't have to worry about the hook behind the bait. This is the guarantee that a certain time traveler who thinks his desire is weak can walk in the lost land with a detached attitude, thinking about how many traversers' dividends have been distributed from his hands. You can know that someone really does not value these things very much and does not want to develop these into capital to unify the lost land. From a more realistic point of view, it is sad to have a lot of money and a loss of life. Hiding in your own ivory tower and being proud of the world for a long time will naturally bring out some secondary habits. This is inevitable. However, the feeling of looking up to the strong returned to me again after a long absence. Just as someone had guessed, his polite and firm refusal was ignored by the destroyers in front of him. A small number of destroyers even asked those who claimed to have heard of it, such as where is the earth, and what does it look like? These questions make someone have a bad intuition, and make them regret their hasty answers. Don't let the abyss be fine, and the land be fine in the end. But instead something happened to the earth. Then you will be blameless. If it wasn't impossible, I would have thought enough to activate the safety device. But it turns out that someone's worries were overblown. Just like a fish only has a memory of 3 minutes. The enthusiasm of the destroyers in front of them for something can only last for 3 minutes. A real 3 minutes, not a metaphor. As soon as the time comes, they will immediately shift their focus to other places, as if the matter originally discussed has never been on their lips. This unexpected characteristic caused someone a little trouble. That means he is marginalized. Although the scene in front of me is very similar to the Mad Hatter's Tea Party in Alice in Wonderland, and my character image is very close to that weirdo. I am not the host of the tea party after all. Lin didn't have anything he could bring to the destroyer class in front of him. No matter what kind of event or banquet you are leading, the biggest fear is to encounter a cold reception. So the role of the host is very important. Surveying the guests' preferences and catering to them, or making the event lively and interesting around the theme of the event all test the host's skills. But the problem is that Lin has no idea about the real existence behind the destroyers in front of him, what their preferences are. And of course, there is no way to prescribe the right medicine. Although the tea party in front of me looks hot, there is something real inside, which is not easy to evaluate. To be fair, being a marginalized and transparent person, to the point where no one takes him seriously, is a situation that someone can only dream of. But the premise is that you have to be able to leave this ghost place. Are you really going to stay here forever? That's not how you do it when you're full. And someone has a feeling that it would not be a good thing to stay like this. Just talking about myself in reality. Is it really completely okay? Someone who has severed all ties with the mysterious land, the abyss, and even the subdimensional tower in the dimensional gap has an indescribable feeling of anxiety in his heart. Secondly, is staying in such a world really harmless to one's own cognition? Escaping reality is never a good thing. Especially the phenomenon of escaping reality, which is connected with the unspeakable thing. This is the standard supporting role of the Cthulhu series, with a flag of death. I really hope to establish the conditions for communication with these big guys by opening my mind. The most ideal situation is to touch and go. Don't force a bunch of nagging people to finish the business in 3 sentences, and everyone will go their separate ways. Unfortunately, things don't always go as planned. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Lin was held back by this inexplicable world and the destroyer class in front of him. In someone's mind, wasting time like this is one of the worst options. The other worst option is to fight against the destroyer class in front of you. One is waiting to die, and the other is committing suicide. It seems that there will be no difference in the outcome. Although I have a 3-headed and 5-short body, I don't have the physical strength of a baby. but it is still far from the level of an average adult. Not to mention his own demonized body that has evolved several times. So if you want to do something, well, hiding under the long table is a good idea. Taking his petite body as his biggest advantage. He tried his best to downplay his shadow in the eyes of the destroyers. Now that no one cares about me anymore, is there still a need to do this? And the question now is how to leave this inexplicable place. Not to find trouble here. Someone's instinctive intuition caused him to leave the tea party and enter the forest to look for a possible exit. Because Lin couldn't guarantee at all whether the world was really as harmless as it seemed. If there were real-looking monsters hidden in the forest, or the tea party area was a safe zone. Other places could allow other beings to reveal their true colors without any worries. Once you enter the forest, as far as I am now, you have no ability to resist. Before he traveled through time, he was a pseudo-academic master with 2 PhDs. Although it is not on the same level as the superheroes who wear power armor with their hands, or the Green Man with 7 doctorate titles. He is still one who uses his brain. After traveling through time, he became a magician. Although the midi-magician is keen on hitting people with his warhammer, the master also pays attention to wisdom and strategy. Just like hitting someone with a warhammer. Of course you can't hit the buttocks or thighs where there's a lot of meat. You have to hit key points such as the knees and forehead in order to spin the least number of swings, reduce the consumption of energy, and obtain the maximum benefit. Although Master Fa is in battle, he does not regard magic as a regular method. It doesn't mean that you won't use magic to expand your advantage before starting a war. To achieve this to perfection will test Master Fa's strategic vision. Unfortunately, in order to save trouble, most people just use the auxiliary magic they know on their bodies, and treat it as if they have used magic. As a time traveler from a world with prosperous science and technology, Lin's approach would certainly not be as rough as the natives of Midland. Nor would he shoot with faith like the Black Brothers from Feijo back home, leaving his life or death to God's decision. Someone who firmly believes that knowledge can change destiny, but cannot change the environment. Of course cannot leave his life to fate at this helpless time. What he has to do is very simple, which is to analyze the world in front of him and find a way to escape. Look for problems where you can see them, and also look for problems within yourself. Lin Kai didn't think that everything in front of him, his outfit so close to his hometown pseudo-fairy tale Alice in Wonderland, and the postures of the destroyers, could be models independently simulated by the outer gods. This must be related to my own imagination. Then looking for problems within yourself is a very reasonable behavior. As for the difficulty in analysis, it is actually not as big as imagined. Although now I have lost the ability to communicate with the sub-dimensional tower, the memories in my mind are gradually blurring, and some unimportant ones have even begun to fade away. But that set of environmental analysis systems and computing logic were built by myself from scratch. It is so bitter that it is difficult to express it to others. Even if you don't have to make a set of exactly the same things by hand on the spot, you can still do some emergency calculations by yourself. At best, just spend more time. My thinking ability has not regressed to the level of a baby like my body. So someone who calmed down and took a serious look at the wonderful world in front of him again. This look really made him see something. The tea party held for the destroyer class is undoubtedly the center of this world. On the outside is a circle of forest, which draws a border to the world like a wall. What else? Lin looked up at the sky, which was a clear, cloudless sky. But there was no sun, and it was only in the sky directly above the tea party. Above the forest, sedimentary clouds as pure white as cotton candy tower into the sky from the upper edge of the forest. Such a wall of clouds surrounded the clear sky above the tea party. Such climatic wonders remind some people of a scene in reality. That is, a sunny day in the eye of a typhoon. It may be difficult for people who don't know to imagine that there is such a clear and windless area under the typhoon with strong wind and rain. But this is a real climate phenomenon, not fiction. It's just that it's difficult for someone to deduce whether this scene has any additional hints. But what is certain is that he does not want to enter the range of the forest. Who knows if anything will happen after entering? Chapter 1766 Dream World. Regardless of what is going on behind the forest and the outer cloud wall, the essence of the situation in front of you, aside from the appearance that can be replaced at any time, is not unfamiliar to someone. You must know that the predecessor of the second plane tower was the Dream Tower. A magic tower built in the dream world by condensing 8 kinds of powers into bricks. In the dream world, everything is possible. Only the impossible cannot happen. Sounds like a tongue twister, but it's the truth. Secondly, the theme of the scene also fits Alice in Wonderland. although the only thing that fits the character is my Mad Hatter costume. But no one can firmly say that this has nothing to do with that pseudo-fairy tale. Based on my understanding of the dream world, it is a winner-take-all world of the jungle. Whoever has strong mental power can dominate everything, and dominate the dream creatures that fall within the scope of his own mental power, and arbitrarily turn the other person into his own nutrition or save his life. Thinking back to the beginning, the Fat Man's avatar and the second incarnation who were guarding the Dream Tower used the power of the Dream Tower to swallow up many nightmare creatures that came to look for trouble. Let them become the cornerstones of the Dream Tower, and become part of your own strength. It can be said that these nightmare creatures have contributed a lot to his growth. Are there any hidden dangers in this approach? Lin didn't dare to vouch for it, but at least it was something he didn't notice. Moreover, the fact is that to this day, he has never encountered any trouble left over from that period. So just pretend there are no hidden dangers. Competing in terms of mental strength with hundreds of destroyer-class beings who appear to be delicate and soft but are actually alien gods? Crazy. If he were not crushed to pieces, he would be calling himself a human being. Is it possible that he is counting on the soul of the second class rising in the sky under the moon to combine with the body of the motherland to carry out a counterattack against the will of heaven? I'm afraid if it hadn't been eliminated at the molecular level, not even the dregs would be left. But the opportunity is not completely absent. The whole world is presented from one's own perspective, which is a point of entry. Anyway, what he was thinking about was not what to do with the numerous destroyer classes in front of him, but to escape from this world. Just when someone was looking for flaws in the world in front of him, he suddenly noticed that the focus of the tea party had suddenly shifted back to him. This refreshed Lin's understanding of these bosses disguised as destroyers. I thought their curiosity was the same as the memory level of a fish, only lasting for 3 minutes. As soon as the heat is over, Bao Zhu will forget even his name. But what I didn't expect was that Feng Shui would take turns. 30 years to Hedong. 30 years to Heshi. Whoever stipulated that after another 30 years, no transfer from Heshi back to Hedong is allowed. No. The focus has turned back. At least a certain three-headed baby wearing a top hat enjoyed the spotlight again. Because I was in a fugue before, I was thinking hard about how to solve the predicament I was in, without the guarantee of environmental detection magic. The sensitivity to external things has dropped a lot. So as to why the destroyer class turned their focus back, someone is not clear about the situation. What's going on? He unconsciously said something in his hometown dialect that suited his mood at the moment. In this strange world, of course, it doesn't matter what language is used. Everyone can communicate without any problems. However, just such a sound made his body seem to have a little more strength. This discovery made someone frown and think deeply. Faced with such changes, there is speculation and concern. The content of the speculation is simple. Rather, it is a bit wishful thinking. Perhaps as long as he keeps talking, he can continue to regain the powers that have been blocked, and finally fully recover. Whether it's possible to go beyond that depends on the situation. Different situations will lead to different problems. Although I dare not say that with its own strength, it can defeat many destroyers present. But at least it should be possible to save one's life with strength. As for overtaking all the destroyer classes present combined, and eating them all in one go, just think about this kind of thing. Worry is derived from a peculiar rule of the dream world. The deeper the connection between a person and the dream, the more real the feeling will be, and the harder it will be to break away. This is just like when a person has a nightmare. The more terrifying it is, the deeper and deeper it is likely to be, and there is no way to escape. And the feeling will be very real, and you will not realize that you are dreaming at all. This must be credited to the self-protection mechanism of the human body. Otherwise it is not impossible to be frightened directly in a dream. But as soon as I wake up, the dream will be vague again. Maybe it doesn't have to be a day apart. Maybe 10 minutes apart. And maybe I still can't explain the content of my dream. The point is, if you sleep, you will wake up on your own. In my current situation, it seems difficult to hope that I will wake up on my own, not knowing whether his speculations and worries are true. Someone feels the need to be cautious in his words and actions. Don't finally find a way, only to find that you have dug a hole and buried yourself. It would be too bad if it was too late to do anything to remedy it. So he went back to waiting to see how these destroyers would act. Realizing that someone's soul has returned, a group of destroyers no longer just used their attention salute to oppress people. Their gazes became much softer and shimmered, flashing with an emotion called curiosity that could make someone break into a cold sweat. It is said that when a lion drools when he sees a lamb, this is the look on his face. Don't think that all cats are hello_kitty. When you see one, You'll want to grab a cat stick. If you're not careful, it will be a 5-star service with food delivered to your mouth. The one who spoke was still the destroyer-class man with short ponytails, a suspender-pleated skirt, and a big red round backpack. He revealed the dimples on his cheeks and the small fangs on one side, and said sweetly with a very confusing smile and a seemingly sunny expression, "Are you thinking about how to leave? Oni-chan?" For that sweet and greasy title, if it were at other times and other places, someone might have happily accepted it. But it definitely does not include this moment, this situation, this scene. It is not necessary to make up one's mind. A certain person, who does not talk much, thinks that he is calmly waiting for the other party to show off. In fact, the cold gaze and paralyzed facial expression are almost the same as showing hostility in the eyes of others. A similar spin-off based on the strongman theory. Bad guys tend to reveal their plans. Characters that hide their merits and fame will only appear in heroes who have a heart attack. As long as they are bad people, without exception, they will be exposed to some extent. Will you spend the money if you take it away? Why don't you show off your power after killing someone? People who choose to take a criminal path, in addition to considerable benefits, walking outside of morality and law, will bring spiritual pleasure to such people. So is there anything more dangerous than challenging public power? What an honor it is to watch incompetent police officers running around under their own careful arrangements, only to be in vain. As long as they are intelligent bad guys, they will certainly not be satisfied with the crime itself. Those extra spiritual gains are sometimes what they value more. So Lin believes that as long as he waits patiently, those who start the fight will find a way to say what they want to say. It's just that when there is no qualified supporter, the person speaking will feel a little disappointed and even emotionally unhappy. But what if people are unhappy, being locked away in this golden world? Someone is even more angry. It's a pity that I don't have the ability to turn over the table. If I slip out here, I can suppress myself now. So organize and store those unnecessary bad moods. The stinky face someone puts on can, to a certain extent, faithfully reflect his or her own mood. As expected, someone's cold face did not deprive the destroyer class, who was carrying a big red round backpack, of his uncontrollable desire to speak. He said in the same sweet tone, "It took a lot of effort to get you into my hands. I can't let you go so easily. Who asked you to refuse me so simply the first 2 times? The first 2 times? Reject?" Someone frowned and asked, "Who are you, Abyss?" Of course, it is impossible for someone who thinks he has no contact with foreign gods to have 2 contacts with these big guys, or even reject them. Although he had collected a stump of an indescribable object before, it was only used as a magic material for experiments. Lin had never established any contact with the original owner of the stump. If Abyss is a member of the outer gods, then the statement about the destroyer class in front of him confirms this inference from the side. And it is also consistent with what he himself said. The first contact was through the gate of the abyss guarded by the demon Moth King, and came to this side of the abyss. After Pang beat up a demon lord, he borrowed its territory to try to stargaze. As a result, I saw something I shouldn't have seen, which caused serious consequences. At that time, the breath of the abyss completely invaded his body, and his sanity was almost lost. This is the deepest connection someone has ever had with the abyss. Fortunately, the demonized Fei Zhai later transformed himself and cut himself off, freeing himself from the control of the abyss. I didn't tell anyone about the benefits I received, which was an unexpected surprise. If I couldn't control myself that time, I might as well be on the same level as Melker, the evil god of the abyss. The second contact happened in recent years. The big event is of course the opening of the 9th abyss door, and the invasion of abyssal demons. Since someone intervened, he has sneaked into the abyss several times. Whether it is for investigation or trouble, demons have come forward as lobbyists to tempt him to join the abyss camp. Even the demon Prince Azad, who is eager to pursue the position of Prince of the Abyss, has come forward and stated that he came with a mission. Lin declined all these good intentions. After all, what others see as good may turn into harm when it comes to oneself. Just like sacrifice is a virtue, but asking others to sacrifice is not considered killing? In fact, until now, even though he had killed more than 50 Abyss Lords and Abyss evil gods before, when Lin met with the big-eyed demon Melker, the other party still extended invitations from time to time. However, Lin Du did not relent in the face of these invitations. Lin didn't think that these past events were floating outside the abyss, things that astral-level outer gods could know, if they weren't so gossipy among themselves. Once one person knew something trivial, it would mean everyone knew it. So the only person who knows about this matter is the person involved. That is, the will of the abyss that has always been the divine dragon. So, what was in front of him was... Lin stared at the playfully smiling destroyer-class existence in front of him with incredulous eyes. Chapter 1767 Helper. Have you changed your mind? If you join now, not only will you receive a gift package for newbies, but you will also get 100 consecutive draws for free, and a guaranteed SSR for every 20 draws. The female characters are all straight and smooth, with various characteristics. There is also astringency. The astringent succubus can warm the bed and play with it. There may be a little resistance, but it can be regarded as a kind of fun. So don't think about it and join it now. Someone seriously studied the method of turning off the translator in the ear. What does this mean? It's something that should obviously be understood. But why is it that people can't understand it even if they understand it? Or should I think so? Sure enough, those who are keen on eating leeks are all virtuous. Even the words are almost the same. A certain victim of Krypton money recalled the unbearable past, and was slightly dissatisfied with the fact that he came to this world where he could not make money. How can you become stronger without spending money? That's bullshit. Not to mention giving away any benefits. Even if 100 draws are all SSR, it will not make someone jump into the abyss. The gold earning gains back home only hurt your wallet. But playing with the abyss can be fatal, although the two end up in the same destination by different paths. For the former, he can still prolong his life by selling his liver and kidneys. In the case of the latter, if he is not careful, his life will be gone. So not surprisingly, Lin shook his head firmly. This resolute and ruthless look actually made the destroyer class in front of him, who was carrying a big red round backpack, say, I'd guess that you won't obey me. But where can you run now? Why don't you just obey me? Me? I will be very gentle. If you still don't agree, something that no one wants to see may happen. After being pushed to such an extent, it would be, okay, not to open up Chrysostom. The three-headed and five-short baby sat firmly on the long back chair and said, maybe other people can help with what I want, but I'm not sure. But what I can be sure of is that you will definitely help. Not busy. So stop looking for me. I am just a weak human being. How can I help His Majesty the Great Abyss? What your Majesty needs is someone better than me. Don't say harsh words yet. Send out the variant words of a good guy card first, and then talk about it. There is a huge difference in strength between the enemy and ourselves. And speaking harshly is like a chihuahua barking at a tiger. The tiger didn't speak, but it was too little meat. Not even enough to stuff between its teeth. But that doesn't mean a tiger can tolerate being provoked by a puppy. Someone who is very self-aware said that when you should be a turtle and hide your head in the SHL, you should never stick it out. Don't bet on whether these destroyer-class chops will be fast or not when using the knife. In short, this short-built person buried his petite body in the long back chair like a pig that was not afraid of being scalded by boiling water. The core idea is not to resist. Just come if you want. Anyway, I won't obey even if I'm beaten to death. Even if you die, you won't do it. Because someone suspects that when his consciousness in this world is interrupted, there is a great chance of waking up, or going back to the main plane. Of course, it is impossible for me to commit suicide to test whether this idea is correct. In addition to being weak and unable to bite his tongue, he also lacks the courage to commit suicide for such a trivial matter. But if the enemy wants to help, he will not resist. He was suspected to be the Abyss Destroyer class, and did not admit his identity. He seemed to have figured out someone's attitude a long time ago. So he was not surprised by the current development. The other Destroyer classes looked like they were watching a good show, and kept igniting both sides. There are many comments such as join my sister, and I will help you beat up that little bitch. Or some irresponsible remarks like, hit him, and my sister will be your backer. I am happy to know that this group of destroyers is not of the same mind. But even if they were not of the same mind, Lin would not be sure to deal with any one of them. It would not make any difference whether he was dealt with by a group of people or by one person. She has short ponytails, and wears what someone considers to be a very classic white shirt and suspender pleated skirt. Except for the big red round backpack that is a bit eye-catching. The destroyer class suspected of being an abyss has given up pretending to be innocent and cute. He seemed to have turned black, and his entire delicate body seemed to be covered in shadow. However, his eyes and expressions were not filled with malice or resentment, but a kind of explicit contempt as if seeing something dirty, inside and out. It seems to be saying, "Who are you?" A certain time traveler who has experienced the era of internet trolls will certainly not succumb to this mere look. Rather, Being bullied by the destroyer class with contemptuous eyes actually brought a strange pleasure. He quickly suppressed those frivolous moods and kept reciting mantras such as "I am a normal person" and 3 years to start. The maximum penalty is death in his heart. Of course, the method of the big boss in front of him cannot be limited to a blackened look of contempt. If it were just a knife in the eye, it would not be able to deal with a certain time-traveling member who is as thick-skinned as a city wall. But he didn't look like he was going to end it himself. So he changed hands and called out a helper. On the long table, in front of the destroyer with a big red round backpack, an inexplicable whirlwind swept away the messy table with cups and plates, making it even more messy. The whirlwind absorbed the nearby water vapor, and countless small biscuits, cakes, and chocolates were swept into the whirlwind, as if forming a wind wall that was constantly rotating and rising. There was originally nothing in the whirlwind's wind wall. Even if there is something originally, it will be swept into the whirlwind movement of the wind wall. But a black shadow stretched from bottom to top across the wind wall. It seems to indicate that there is not nothing in the wind wall. It is changing. When the cyclone wind weakens, the height of the wind wall decreases. Some of the heavier items could not withstand the force of the wind and were captured by gravity first, completing their transformation from free fall to being shattered into pieces. However, a few cookies were luckier. They were neither whipped to pieces by the wind like cakes, nor were they smashed to pieces in the free fall. These biscuits were caught by a hand that stretched out from the wind wall, and then were stuffed into a certain mouth and swallowed in several mouthfuls. If the biscuits are eaten, they are put to good use. But if they are torn and smashed, it is a waste. Let's interpret it from this perspective. Don't worry about being smashed and being eaten. What is the difference between the two endings? Instead of thinking about things from the cookie's perspective, or not from the cookie's perspective, Lin was more concerned about this little baby number 2 who appeared in the whirlwind. This new one basically has the same look as him. Even the tailoring of his clothes is exactly the same. The difference is that it is based on navy blue and is embellished with dark-colored silk scarves that expose the breast pockets. The counterfeit in front of me, except for the bright red scarf on the chest, is completely white. But his appearance is not exactly the same as mine. Otherwise someone would really think that this destroyer class that is suspected of being Abyss has created a clone for him. Judging from the tender appearance of this little baby number 2, this one who is as naive and cute as a female doll is probably an acquaintance in the memory. Demon Prince is odd. Don't talk about boys and girls. As a baby, apart from walking down 3 roads to confirm, who really has a sharp eye to distinguish gender. Of course, this may be the self-righteous opinion of a homebody who has never held a child. Is the person coming here genuine or from Shibei? This is a very serious question, because if a time traveler really had a choice, he would choose to challenge the god of mysterious earth, challenge the Lord of the Abyss to obtain the evil god of the Abyss, and face such a large group of foreign gods in front of him alone. But he just didn't want to face this demon prince. It has nothing to do with friendship or any other rational or irrational emotions. It is simply that this person is very similar to the field in which he is good at. That is, this person is the type that is most difficult for him to deal with. Although some people don't believe in the argument that everything is indestructible and speed cannot be broken. After all, no matter how powerful the attack is, contact is always necessary to cause damage. Since contact is necessary, as long as you can predict the point and timing of contact, you can counterattack. The theory that soldiers value speed is only ranked 3rd level in Sun Tzu's theory of strategy with troops. In the art of war, wisdom is what matters. But there are many people who take one characteristic to the extreme and become so powerful that it makes everyone feel sick. The Demon Prince Azad is such a character that makes Lin feel disgusted. It has nothing to do with his nervous personality. The most important thing is that his abnormal psychology makes his fighting skills in an unpredictable state. In conjunction with his strengths, the Demon Prince's hard power is the focus worthy of attention. However, the little baby number 2 who just appeared did not scream for fight or kill as soon as he appeared. He just stared at this wonderful world with his big round eyes, trying to confirm where he was. On the other hand, this person who once showed a gourmet personality in front of a certain time traveler will certainly not let go of the various snacks and tea drinks on the long table. However, there were many kinds of refreshments on the long table, and Azad took almost every kind and only took 1 bite of each kind. Whether it tastes good or bad is only shown on his expression. But no matter which kind it is, this person has never taken a second bite. After eating, throw it aside. All kinds of drinks had similar consequences, except that the Demon Prince directly picked up the teapot and blew on the spout. Then he tossed it aside casually. It's none of his business whether it's smashed or not, anyway. Just don't hit yourself. Of course, the food is not concentrated in one place on the long table, but scattered throughout the long table. So the devil prince in the baby form eats and throws away while walking. During this period, it doesn't matter what my little fat legs are kicking or tripping over, as long as I don't fall down. When Azad came to Lin, he had his mouth full and his hands full. The imperial prince was completely uneducated and just wiped off the white suit on his body. Still on the long table, he stopped in front of Lin's seat and squatted down. Although for a person with a three-headed body and a short body, there is no difference between standing and squatting. This person still made his eyesight closer to someone. Gaplash? A name is both a question and a confirmation. Lin had no choice but to guess in the direction he least wanted to come true, and asked, Azad? Compared to the curiosity that almost overflowed from the expression of the little baby in white in front of him, and the full of questions behind him, someone's tone was extremely sad. Chapter 1768, Driving the Tiger and Swallowing the Wolf. At this time, an inappropriate voice interrupted the affectionate look between the two. The destroyer class carrying a big red round backpack said, My child, kill the person in front of you. Cook his delicate body, tear out his heart and liver bloody and sacrifice them, cut off his hands and feet, leaving him powerless on the ground, squirming, begging for mercy from you. As long as your behavior can please me, then I will grant you the position you desire. The position of Supreme King, who rules all demons. This is a privilege that is rarely given. If you want it, you should know how to do it. This trick was used just right to drive the tiger to devour the wolf. At least someone didn't think of a good way to deal with it. Everything depends on Azad, the tiger. What's very interesting is that Azad's performance and eyes have everything except the idea of fighting. Although Azad is an out-and-out lunatic in the eyes of outsiders, his behavior is unpredictable. But Lin didn't dare to say that he had a thorough understanding of him. At least not as ignorant as when he first met. When Azad wants to kill someone, there's a cruelty in his expression. This guy doesn't give people a happy idea. The direction of thinking is always how to torture people. Killing is rarely the key point. If someone survives, he will not pursue him relentlessly and show his determination to achieve his goal. Someone can live peacefully with this person and live to this day with the help of this personality. Another look that can kill is a bland look of indifference. In this kind of mood, it is very likely that a mentally ill person will randomly punch or swing a sword, and he will not care at all, or even care whether the person dies or not. Just like when people go to fight mosquitoes and flies. If they are killed, they will be killed. If they are not killed, forget it. Not many people would chase mosquitoes and flies and have to kill them. Once Azad shows a shining expression. He rarely kills people, but he does not rule out the possibility of playing people to death. Being unable to control his own power and not caring about any consequences is also a major reason for this unscrupulous person. Therefore, someone thinks that there are variables in the abyss driving tigers and devouring wolves. At least until Azad confirms how much combat power he and the magician in front of him still have. He will not be determined to kill him. At most, he will just test it. Although there is a possibility that you will die if you try. For someone whose own strength is below the level of an adult, one can only rely on past achievements to give the demon prince a false impression. Let the madman in front of him, who no one can control, once again give an amazing performance. Amidst the urging from the big red round backpack destroyer class, Azad finally responded. He turned around with a smile, went to find a few more intact snacks that he had not passed by, and stuffed them into his mouth, until he walked all the way to the destroyer class with a big red round backpack. He put his head close to the abyss that kept giving instructions to him with a mouth full of cream foam, and said, Everything in the world. Whatever I want, I will take and grab it myself. If you say you want to give it to me, then what appeal does that thing have to me? Whatever you want to do. It's your own thoughts. If you are sick, you should take medicine. This line is full of visual sense. If someone didn't know Azad's identity, he would have thought that this guy was Hagiri in disguise. Like other Hagiris, he has watched almost all the movies in someone's memory. Effigu is invincible. But looking back, this can be regarded as Azad's statement. At least the destroyer-class man, with an inverted concave mouth and a stinking face, was left behind by the three-headed baby in a white suit. Azad took advantage of the few remaining intact snacks and walked back to someone. In fact, Azad's action certainly caused dissatisfaction among many destroyers. Not just the big red round backpack suspected of being in the abyss. What he did was ruining people's jobs. Who could still eat the food he ruined? But Lin noticed a very special thing. That is, all the destroyer classes were just shouting and making no real moves. Even the big red round backpack, which was humiliated on the spot, had no other actions except a bad face. Looking back, from the time I saw the destroyers on the isolated island to now, no matter how they behaved, they have not moved even half a step. They will whisper to their neighboring companions, talk loudly to other destroyer classes, and make various exaggerated movements, which may be eating or body language when talking to other people. But no one has left the place where they first appeared. Is it because I can't do it, or because I don't want to do it? Someone is thinking seriously. Azad, who was near, didn't give anyone much time to think. He stretched out his legs to sweep away the untouched cups and plates in front of someone, sat down directly on the edge of the table, his short legs dangling, and asked, "You came in first. Is there a way to leave?" Azad was still convinced by the wisdom of a certain magician, at least in his memory. It was rare to see someone who was so tossing, and even dragged the entire puzzle and abyss down to play. When it comes to tossing skills, he thinks he is not weak. But when it comes to the scope of the torment, he can at best attack the people around him, unlike someone who would attack the entire world at every turn. Therefore, Azad, who is still alive today, still respects the wisdom and destructive power of the magician profession, especially the person in front of him. Of course, it is impossible for Lin to directly admit that there is no such thing. It's worthless, which is more fatal than anything else in front of this madman. It has value, and can arouse his curiosity. You can save your life in front of this person for the time being, as long as you don't die under his arbitrary attack. But if you don't have both, you are likely to be dissatisfied, or you may be disliked and get in the way, and the chance of being beaten to death increases significantly, even if it is a guess without evidence. It must be said. Anyway, both confirmation and falsification have their value, as long as what is proposed is not too outrageous. So Lin asked without thinking, "Have you seen the rabbit?" "Rabbit?" Azad, who also had a three-headed body, looked around. Lin noticed that the range of movement of his neck was not like that of Lang Gu in the real world. That is, when the shoulders remain still, the face turns in a direction beyond the shoulder line and looks directly behind. Therefore, in the infant form of Azad, the range of motion of the body's joints seems to be within the range of normal human performance. He had no consciousness of being an observer and asked in confusion, "I didn't see a rabbit. Why are I looking for a rabbit?" I'm not answering the why question, because it requires explaining the story of Alice in Wonderland, and why it is possible to use that story to apply it to the current environment. Anyway, as soon as someone starts, he is likely to fall into the why question of Azad's infinite nesting dolls, and there will be no end, compared to the 3 minutes of curiosity of the destroyer class in front of him. Azad's curiosity lasted much longer. So Lin directly described the characteristics of the rabbit in his mouth and said, "Although it is a rabbit, it may not be the same as the rabbit you think of. The rabbit I am talking about is most likely a beast-man species, but it is more of a beast. It may also have a human face, just with a pair of long rabbit ears. He or she will wear clothes like a graceful noble, not necessarily pants, because his or her lower body is likely to be a rabbit. The plushness is as it is. The most important thing is that he will have a pocket watch. He will look at it all the time and say things like not enough time and almost late. Do you know what a pocket watch looks like? It's just you walking from my side and asking for it every day. Forward post. A round little thing that can tell the time." While someone was describing it, he was groping around his body. The Mad Hatter's tuxedo was also a standard outfit for gentlemen or upper-class people during the Industrial Revolution era of Eagle Country. As long as such people have financial resources, they will probably wear a pocket watch to show their status. Just like there is a saying in my hometown, "The poor play with cars, the rich play with watches." Watches are the props for the truly rich to show off their wealth without leaving any trace. As for the function of telling the time, it is just incidental. So Lin had to dig around to see if he had a watch on his short, three-headed body. However, Lin also thought of an additional problem at this time. The pocket watch was in the lost place. He didn't know why the predecessors in time did not make a fortune by relying on such a thing. Anyway, apart from someone making it himself, Lin has never seen it anywhere else. It stands to reason that Azad, a native of this mysterious land, would not know about pocket watches. But considering that his first gold pocket watch was taken by Fin as his own, and the second one became Azad's trophy. Lin Duo asked to see if the demon prince still remembered that thing. As for bringing him back, someone had given up long ago and never thought about it that way. It means that according to Azad's character, he may not take good care of it. Maybe the thing has been misplaced. Or it may have been damaged. I don't know if Azad still remembers the gadgets he handled. And he didn't follow someone's words to recall them. Because following the description of a certain magician, Azad looked behind someone with eyes like a dead fish. A rabbit who was slightly shorter than the destroyer class present and stood up straight had just passed by in a hurry. Its appearance is also as described by a certain magician. In the form of an orc, wearing aristocratic clothing on its upper body. But it is slightly worn. The lower body is a fluffy rabbit body. At most, the two legs are stretched very straight, which is not like the movements commonly seen by rabbits. On the contrary, he wears a top hat with the same style as the clothes on his head. The two ears are made from holes in the top hat and stick out from the holes. Standing straight up, it did not notice that it was being mentioned, but lowered its head from time to time, staring at the silver pocket watch in its hand that was almost the size of a palm. He murmured in his mouth, "It's too late. It's almost too late. If you don't leave, you won't be able to leave." The sound of the rabbit certainly caught someone's attention. I just couldn't see anything when I turned around because it was blocked by the long back of the chair. So Lin struggled to cling to the armrests of the chair and looked carefully. What catches the eye is the round, fluffy round tail of the rabbit, coupled with a pair of long ears. Lin was sure of what he was seeing even though he could only see his back. For a moment, someone shouted anxiously, "Catch it!" and acted at the same time. It's just that the long back chair isn't as stable as one might think. When a baby scrambles out of the armrest, the chair becomes unbalanced. There was a loud bang, and people and chairs fell to the ground. This embarrassed look made Azad laugh out loud. He stretched out his hands handsomely and planned to do the heroic landing. But he didn't expect that in the end he only got a snap sound and a heroic five-body throw to the ground. The two three-headed and five short babies reluctantly raised their heads, just in time to look affectionately at the rabbit, who was looking back to see what was going on. Chapter 1769 Transformation. "Oh, damn it! Did someone just ask me to fight you with this body? Watching fighting cocks pecking each other is not enough. So you want to watch chicks that have just hatched and pecking each other? What kind of bad taste is this?" He held his head with a red and swollen face, and two lines of blood hanging under his nose. Azad complained dissatisfiedly. Someone couldn't help but ask, "I didn't know you didn't have such a personality. Don't you think it's interesting?" "Nonsense! Of course, this is not fun. At least give us a knife or at least a stone. Now we are doubting whether our fists can hit each other after our heads are pressed against each other." "Okay, that makes so much sense." Lin didn't know how to refute. While the two were complaining fiercely, the rabbit who was regarded as the target was carefully stepping on his feet, trying to eliminate his own presence and stay away from the two talking babies. It's a pity that someone's complaints are just complaints. His mouth is just replying to a certain lunatic, and his eyes are still staring at the rabbit who is suspected to be the key to escape. As soon as he saw the rabbit sneaking away, he shouted for the second time, "Catch it!" Without wasting any time to explain, Lin jumped up while shouting. His movements were not quick and neat, but he ran in the direction of the rabbit with all his strength. Azad had a similar reaction. Unfortunately, their bodies couldn't keep up with their thoughts, and they stumbled towards the rabbit, who was wearing a dress and pretending to be a human. After just 2 steps, the entire Tea Party world changed drastically, turning into a dark universe occasionally dotted with stars. Changing the venue is nothing. The most important thing is that someone has experienced it up close and personal. A huge solid star approaches a star like a meteor, and then is torn into pieces. Most of the matter is swallowed by the star and becomes fuel. Process. But a few fragments that were not burned up began to rotate in orbit around the star and became planets in the star system. They then cool and, under the pull of gravity, gather as much material as they can along their path. Sometimes the running path will coincide with other solid stars, and the two sides will naturally collide. Sometimes it is the alien stars that are smashed into pieces. Sometimes it is the planets in the orbit of the star system that are split into two, or various mutations occur. A living drama of the birth of a galaxy. The next moment, the whole scene changed back to the Tea Party world. Don't think that this is like sitting in the front row of a movie theater and watching a science and education blockbuster up close. For those who can't stand it, feel free to take a nap in the pitch black environment. The so-called experience is not at all what others imagine. Because in the process, I was both the star that shattered everything and the original star that was crushed. Most of himself was burned. And he was also the role responsible for the burning. Of course, the remaining residue is also oneself, divided into parts of consciousness, constantly revolving around the star and rotating on its own axis. Then, they collide with other wandering stars. And there are winners and losers. And he is absorbing trace amounts of matter in the universe all the time. Some can be retained, but will react with those that have been collected. Some cannot be retained and will spill out into outer space again. Everything. Someone has clearly experienced it once. The amount of information is so vast that it is difficult to describe in detail. In particular, everything that happens will not be reduced proportionally to a level acceptable to human senses, but will be faithfully presented as it is. Just imagine using the 5 senses at the human level, or even the 6th and 7th senses, to feel the changes in the level of the stars. It would be no less than an experience that would destroy the world. It can be said that with the senses of someone's demonic body, and the thinking and reaction that have grown over time, I am the one who finds it most incredible to be able to bear all this. Fortunately, I can still return to the Tea Party world. But soon, Lin knew that this was not the end, but just another beginning. I don't know when. While chasing the rabbit, Lin realized that the world had changed again. This time he seemed to have entered the surface of a star, with water, sky, thunder and lightning, like the end of the world. But it is the end. And it is also the beginning. Where lightning burns it brings destruction. But where the branches end there is also life. Organic matter began to be synthesized, aggregated, and then grew from small to large. When it is too big to carry itself, there will be several choices. One is to dissociate and everything returns to the original. The other is to mutate and find a way to group together with a larger volume and then exist reasonably. Then large enough organisms began to become active, and life developed. And from the beginning there has been a tendency toward boundless diversity. But only species with certain characteristics have managed to survive and perpetuate their species. The rate of elimination is extremely high. These surviving individuals are constantly reproducing, mutating, evolving, and being eliminated. Perhaps because of luck, or perhaps because of the ability to adapt to the environment. The individuals who survived grew larger and larger. At this point, someone will know that the science and education film they saw this time is called The Birth and Evolution of Species. But again, this is not from the perspective of a bystander. Watching this movie created by someone unknown is enough to make people sleepy. All synthesis, change, everything, phenomena that exceed the number of units of Ganges sand, are all squeezed into someone's little brain. As long as the brain's processing speed is slightly slower and cannot handle it, it does not mean that the brain will just crash. It's not like going crazy, but the brain is directly burned out, turning into a vegetative state, or losing some part of the ability to act. Lin didn't know how he remembered all this, and he was still in a schizophrenic state. Incarnation is not enough to describe my experience this time. This level of omniscience is even more terrifying than the omniscience I experienced the last time I broke into the zero-dimensional world. Follow the footsteps of the dragon of the void, and break into the zero-dimensional world with Agiri and the others. Although it contains all the multidimensional truths, it is like a large book that pours all knowledge into people's consciousness. That is a static acceptance of knowledge. There is a causal relationship between some pieces of knowledge, but the connection is not close. They can be read together or separately, and it does not hinder understanding of something. Of course, if we look at the cause and effect relationships together, we can have more understanding. Although the static data was larger than the massive amount, at least someone found a way, survived, and absorbed everything. But this is just passive absorption, not digestion. The number that is actually used for personal use is probably less than 1 in a billion. But the experience that time was completely different from this time. All messages this time have clear causes and consequences. And all messages are dynamic and constantly changing. In other words, the amount of data at a certain moment can already cover the past experience when accidentally entering the zero-dimensional world. But what would it be like when this data evolves over time? Changing at different stages. And all changes are poured into someone's consciousness. Infinity multiplied by 2, multiplied by 3, multiplied by 4, or even infinity multiplied by infinity. All have the same mathematical result. But actually, it's uncomfortable enough to swallow one dead rat. But then you have to swallow a second, a third, and countless more. Someone is thinking of committing suicide. I even thought about just letting my heart lose control and go crazy like this. Finally returned to the tea party world. Seeing the destroyers yelling, the rabbit in front was running away in a hurry. Lin had to divert his tired mind to think about why there was such an incredible change. And, is he the only one affected? Someone who is in distress suddenly understands at a certain moment what the source of his suffering is. Because he witnessed a Zod trying to get between the legs of a certain destroyer class and chase the rabbit. Then the next moment, the tea party world disappeared again. Lin didn't want to defend a certain half-demon at all. It was already very generous for not killing the other party on the spot. But you still want to help him clear his name? But this time, there is no strange origin of the mutation. Instead, we came to an environment somewhat similar to a tea party, or a round table meeting, with the endless depth as the room and the starry sky as the table. A group of foreign gods, with their indescribable images, near or far, gathered around the table. There is more than one round table like this, and it extends endlessly to the front, back, left, right, up and down. Although the images of the foreign gods gathered around the round table are indescribable, we also know that they are all different. The same thing is that they are all telling the great mysteries of the universe. This narrative is not to reveal the fait accompli of the past, but also everything that is happening now, and the plans for the future. In other words, this is a supreme meeting where everyone expresses his or her opinions, and the words become the constitution. Whenever he hears a casual sentence, Lin feels that it will become the foundation of enlightenment, and he can build an eternal Taoist body and step into the supreme avenue. Is this a good thing? Lin doesn't think so at all. Because from another perspective, what these foreign gods are talking about cannot be understood as a discussion on dividing the scope of food. This piece is yours. That piece is mine, one piece for each person. The relationship is not bad. Is there anything humans can do in it? The fish on the chopping board can't do anything to the cook holding the kitchen knife. In fact, someone can maintain his original intention in such an environment, thanks to having entered the zero-dimensional world and peeked into the secrets of the universe. This time, I was familiar with the situation, so my mind didn't get lost in it all of a sudden, even though my body was tortured. Does the foundation of enlightenment sound so good? There are thousands of roads. And what would it be like to be forced to take each road once? Be it becoming a Buddha or becoming a saint. Lin saw himself reaching the end on almost every road. The consequences of every choice are vivid, and every achievement is a source of pride. It can be said that this is a wonderful environment that leads infinitely to happy_end. But when an infinite number of good things are put together, they become neither good nor good. In this world, you can't wait too long. This was Lin's idea from the beginning. But it's also because this time the consciousness can process this countless information and still retain a little part of itself. So while Lin was sighing, he also noticed that there were even better and more bizarre existences in this strange world. This is a three-headed baby wearing a white tuxedo, and a rabbit wearing aristocratic clothing, chasing each other one after another. Chapter 1770 Catching Rabbits. Lin couldn't be sure whether what he saw was a certain memory or something happening right now. But it is an obvious fact that the chase action of one person and one rabbit is incompatible with the entire background. And at the same time that he noticed the chase game between one person and one rabbit, Lin also realized for the first time that he was the same, wearing a navy blue tuxedo. He is chasing a rabbit with a three-headed body and a short figure. With each running step, Lin felt as if strength was gushing out from deep in his body, making him stronger and more flexible. This is definitely a bad sign, because it means that he is becoming more and more adaptable to this strangely changing world. But Lin had to run and chase, regardless of whether the rabbit did it intentionally or not. It had given a very clear and very bad hint before: you must leave quickly, or you will not be able to escape. The body breathes strength, and the body is influenced by the methods of enlightenment that it has heard, and it steps towards the broad roads. And most of the consciousness is involved in the endless knowledge, thinking and remembering. Lin couldn't imagine how busy he was now. From material to spiritual, from body to spirit, everything is running overload, as if it will burst in the next second. But every time I felt like I was being pushed to the limit, the reality was that I had survived it, seemed to have grown a little stronger, and then faced the illusion of being pushed to the point of being pushed to the point of being pushed out again. This shows that my time is getting less and less. For the first time in history, someone truly felt that their growth was not only not a good thing, but also a terrible bad thing that everyone was afraid of. The funny thing is that I can't stop this from happening. But as the strength grows, the feeling becomes more and more addictive. Even if you have never lived in a world that values individual power, and have only grown up in your hometown in your own memories, who wouldn't be happy to become stronger and run faster? In short, this contradictory feeling makes someone feel sour. But soon, someone put this useless feeling behind him. If you don't catch the rabbit, no matter how much you think about it, it will be in vain. But at this time, Lin had another suspicion. As the only three beings that were incompatible with this world, did Rabbit and Azad see something different from him? There is no conclusion yet on what a rabbit is. It is possible that it is just an escape rule derived from this world, because it originates from this world. No matter what changes occur in the world, it will inevitably make corresponding adjustments without causing abnormalities. Of course, such thoughts are just speculation. But Lin believed that the rabbit could never be an ordinary beast creature. This ghost place is not a place where ordinary creatures can stay. What about Azad? Is what he saw consistent with what he saw? If so, how did he survive it? At this time, someone couldn't help but think of how Batman used Scarecrow's fear gas several times as a refreshing potion stronger than caffeine, and wondered whether the already crazy Joker could become even crazier when he faced an alien god. Super English duo are crazy. Is Cthulhu a threat to them? Returning to Azad, the question becomes whether everything in front of him can make his already abnormal mental state abnormal. And this means making him more normal. Give up thinking about Batman's insistence that the Joker can also be saved. So whether it is the right choice to be unwilling to take his life. Anyway, Azad's purpose is the same as his own now. If he wants to catch that rabbit, it's not enough to rely on himself. And in terms of performance, Azad was much closer to that rabbit than he was. He is truly the pinnacle of the warrior template. Judging from Azad's movements, he got used to his body coordination faster than a certain magician, and regained the strength of his body faster. It's just that in the chase between one person and one rabbit, there are inevitably some unnutritious conversations between one person and one rabbit. Such as, "Do not run! If you don't chase me, I won't run away. Why are you running? Then why are you chasing me? If you don't run away, I won't chase you. Then if I don't run away, will you still want to arrest me? I promise not." Azad swore angrily. "I believe you. You idiot. If you don't want to catch me, just stop chasing me." Rabbit complained without hesitation. Judging from the fact that one person and one rabbit can still run and talk at the same time, as long as they shut up, their speed should be even higher. But of course someone has no obligation to remind him. And Lin even wished that the rabbit would move slower, with Azad driving and chasing from behind. Lin didn't have to catch up from behind as well. After some visual inspection, someone's current running speed is still not as good as that of the Demon Prince. So Lin had to use a smarter method and go around to the front to surround the rabbit. The world in front of you cannot be viewed simply as a maze. This was something that Lin Ben knew after running a few steps when he wanted to chase the rabbit. "I am here. Can I get from one table to another by just running a few steps?" Just like a child who gets under a banquet table. Of course it's impossible, although in terms of proportion, compared with the cosmic dining table surrounded by the outer gods, the current self is about 1/20th the size of the universe. But it doesn't mean that I can run across the universe in just a few steps with my short legs. On the contrary, during the few steps he took to chase the rabbit, Lin felt as if he was standing still, with no change in position. I can only watch one person and one rabbit chasing each other, getting further and further away from me. The possibility that Lin immediately thought of was that his cognition had set up greater obstacles for himself, so he couldn't move flexibly like Azad and pursue the rabbit steadily. So I can't chase blindly and think of using strength to overcome cleverness. Moreover, from a practical point of view, his own power is the smallest among all the individuals present. It's so hard to break a hair. It is not a maze in general perception, and the distance seen by the eyes does not mean the real distance. What if this is a gravity maze? 2 or 3 small things to know about navigation in the universe. Most of the time, the straight line distance between 2 points can still be regarded as the shortest distance in the mathematical sense. But the shortest route is not necessarily the route that takes the least time to complete. It can be seen from many science fiction works that the ship will orbit a certain star and use the gravity of the star to trigger the gravitational slingshot effect to accelerate, thereby breaking through the upper speed limit provided by the vehicle's thrust and allowing the ship to reach its destination faster. This method can also be used for deceleration. For spaceships, making good use of gravity slingshots can effectively save fuel and reduce time and planning costs. Therefore, in the universe, the most time-saving path from point A to point B is not necessarily a straight path. It is a path that effectively uses the gravitational slingshot of the stars between the two to accelerate, thus saving the most time. This path may be as twists and turns as lightning, depending on how many gravitational accelerations it takes. And deceleration is as important as acceleration. Don't think that if you sprint to the end with all your strength, it will be a success. If you overshoot, it will be a disaster. At this point, a certain astronomer's job is okay, especially when calculating the position of stars or galaxies. The issue of gravity must be taken into consideration. Perhaps the propagation of light will not be affected by the gravity of stars, but a series of strong gravitational astronomical phenomena, including black holes, can deflect light to varying degrees. Not to mention that whether the light itself reaches the observation location after tens of millions of light years is still a problem. Even if the star or galaxy itself is still there, it is certainly not in its original position. Therefore, the star map constructed by Lin must be based on the observed starry sky data. Consider the influence of gravity on light, as well as the distance and moving speed of stars and galaxies themselves, and find ways to restore their true positions. This is a very difficult and complex system engineering, and it is also one of the major reasons why Lin still does not fully believe in the star map data. It's not just the decimal point error in calculations that can cause the results to be wrong by a hair or thousands of miles. If you fail to capture the position of one black hole or observe one less star or galaxy, your calculations may get different results under the cross-influence of each other. As for the pursuit of whether the star map is correct or not, you can put it aside for now. Under the gravitational influence of so many cosmic dining tables, it was not that difficult for Lin to find the fastest path to contact the rabbit. Although the rabbit does not run a straight distance, and strictly speaking, it is not easy to predict the direction of its escape. But Azad helps. This means that Lin only needs to block the rabbit in front. Let Azad drive it from behind, and the two of them can surround it. You don't have to just make contact with the other person and capture them. The difficulty of the former and the latter is very different. At least when it comes to predicting the path of a rabbit, it is not that easy to solve. As long as you control your path, it's much easier to get in front of the rabbit. But just when someone has passed the initial slow acceleration and triumphantly walked around the dining tables, gaining faster and faster speeds, the whole world suddenly changed and returned to the tea party mode. Someone who lost the gravitational acceleration effect hit his head on the leg of the long table. Fortunately, I had the top hat as a buffer, so I didn't knock my head off, just by seeing Azad struggling to pull his face out of a certain destroyer-class ass. Lin knew who the culprit was. Can you blame your pig teammates? The guy who would choose such a person as a teammate must be even more stupid. If you are mentally prepared to be cheated, no one should complain. Lin couldn't help but yell, Azad, don't touch anyone except rabbits. So it's more important to catch rabbits or not to touch anyone. How do I know which is more fun if you don't explain anything to me? Your mother. This is the time to play. This was the reason why later on, the more important things were, the less Lin wanted to explain them to Azad. The only thing this guy thinks about is whether it's fun or not. And the standard is arbitrary, and others can't predict it at all. As for whether it is dangerous or not, whether it will endanger lives, is that important? But if he doesn't say anything, he will act like a child and act like a child, deliberately doing things that are contrary to his wishes. So someone is confused. This embarrassing mood did not last long. Azad patted the thigh of the passing destroyer class, as if on purpose. In an instant, the whole world was drawn into a different style of painting. Someone is speechless. Chapter 1771, Breaking the Delusion. Once people get used to being tricked, they will no longer be surprised by anything they encounter. In other words, Lin, who is exhausted both mentally and physically, no longer has the energy to criticize Azad's various suicide attempts. Such as the vast amount of knowledge and various personal experiences from various fields and angles. Everything made Lin extremely exhausted and overwhelmed. Every time, he felt that he was just a little closer to collapse. But he managed to survive. Why can it survive? This is also what Lin himself wants to know most. I didn't think about the money I didn't spend. I didn't think about the shameful stuff that I didn't clean up. I didn't think about my family. I didn't think about my father and mother in my hometown. I didn't think about continuing to live. It can be said that someone now has given up the desire to survive. If you go one step further, you may start to seek death. Perhaps it would be too much to use the analogy of having personally experienced Lingqi's execution for each experience. After all, sometimes I will experience the feeling of becoming a Buddha and becoming a saint under temporary initiation. Although sometimes the results look great, considering that from start to finish, the physical experience may only last a few minutes, and you have crossed countless realms. This kind of cheating growth may make people envious, but when it comes to yourself, it is a disaster. Do you know what blowing a balloon is all about? The bigger the balloon grows, the thinner its skin becomes. When the balloon reaches its limit, once it crosses that limit, the balloon will explode. In other words, in the fantasy and fairy tale categories, the foundation is unstable. Some people may think there is nothing wrong with this. First, rush up the realm, and then slowly consolidate the foundation and stabilize the realm. But the premise is that you can keep it. At the end of every strange world, Lin, who returns to the tea party, will not return to his original state, but he will inevitably fall from his peak state. It's not certain how much to keep. Moreover, these retained senses and knowledge may disappear from one's mind when encountering the baptism of the next world. This is not to mention that these experiences are not necessarily good. Some are just pure torture to someone. For example, when lust enters the brain, it is necessary to control millions of women. If they are all women, then forget it. But if the target is all females, not just humans, this kind of blow that destroys 3 views. Someone originally thought he could tolerate it, but now he can't bear it anymore. To put it simply, torture after torture brought useless results again and again. Lin began to suspect that his pursuit of the rabbit was very much like falling into the logical trap of the tortoise and the hare paradox. In order to catch up with the opponent, he must first reach the opponent's location. But in this process, the other party will also move forward instead of waiting in place. So when he arrived, the other party was already farther away. In conclusion, I can never catch up with the rabbit. Although Lin's idea was to go around and outflank them, rather than the so-called catch up. But in essence, I am just looking for a different path to shorten the distance between the two parties and ultimately achieve the goal of transcendence. The requirements are similar, and the results are pretty much the same. But why has it never been possible? Lin looked down at himself, who had grown into a normal human figure. Of course, the clothes on my body also became bigger, but I didn't enjoy the treatment of overdressing. Although his physical fitness has not yet returned to its peak state, it is almost there. Now he is far away from the category of ordinary people. Using the past definition, I can now be considered an extraordinary person. Even so, still can't catch that rabbit? Not to mention surpassing it and going around to cooperate with Azad to implement a double teaming tactic. Apart from the anomaly of the rabbit, Azad's condition was anything but normal. This does not refer to his mental state, but to his overall condition. In DC Comics Batman, all characters have some mental problems to some extent, and the Joker is considered to be the ceiling. Can the clown be made crazier? The laughing bat? Basically, Laughing's mental state does not surpass that of the Joker, but his abilities are comparable to Batman's, so his level of difficulty will rise infinitely. In the same way, Azad faced the same situation as himself, and someone was struggling to support him. How did Azad survive? And judging from his actions, Azad didn't get any crazier, because he was still chasing the rabbit seriously. It was this that made Lin feel the most incredible. If the curiosity of the destroyer class could only last 3 minutes, Azad would have to wait longer. But he would not be able to persevere so hard and insist on chasing the rabbit in front of him. According to past experience, Azad will give up decisively as long as he confirms that his efforts are in vain or that he cannot solve the problem in a short time. Instead of trying to persevere like now, the word effort does not exist in Azad's dictionary. Such an abnormal performance once again made Lin doubt the authenticity of Azad. Is it really him? Or is it disguised by something that looks like him? Looking back, starting from the tea party, there were so many things that were unexpected but also reasonable. It was unexpected because I never thought that I would face so many indescribable existences alone. And it was still in this situation. If he had known earlier, he would have taken out a bunch of insurance just like the top of the twin towers of the gate. Now, either cut off the tentacles of consciousness extended by these outer gods, or send yourself to the sky with these existences. It was reasonable because someone actually had a certain level of knowledge about everything that happened. Perhaps in the details, the original knowledge content has not been derived to this extent. But with those foundations in place, it's not difficult to achieve such results. Maybe it's because I have entered the zero-dimensional world and seen the origin of everything. In the realm of omniscience, we have stepped onto the first step. Therefore, the outer gods can only attack themselves with endless spam messages, but cannot cause any accidents or surprises. Is it really? Suppose doubt is hazy at the beginning. like a seed buried deep in the soil. So now the doubt has grown into a towering tree. So conspicuous that it can no longer be conspicuous. Lynn stopped decisively and gave up chasing. The whole world returned to tea party mode at this moment. I still have the body shape of a baby with 3 heads and 5 short bodies, sitting on this long back chair. It was as if the grown-up self had never appeared. And the clothes still fit him perfectly. All the destroyers sitting at the long table secretly glanced at a certain baby while they were also whispering. The expressions look so vivid, and the body movements are quite rich. Only wearing a pair of short ponytail suspenders with a big red round backpack. She was alone, staring at someone quietly. Neither Azad nor the rabbit seemed to have ever existed, and could not be seen anywhere. Lynn finally realized his situation and murmured, "It's a dream within a dream. I don't know what level I am on." This time, Lynn looked at the destroyer class that was suspected to be Abyss without hesitation. Those eyes looked very familiar to someone, except that the shape of the pupils was very strange. Like symmetry, but not so regular. There are no sharp and angular straight lines, but only curves like children's scribblings. Each line is like a ball of wool. It looks like a simple line, but in fact there are more details. When every detail is enlarged, it becomes a completely different geometric picture. This reminds one of Mandelbrot's set of complex numbers known as God's fingerprints, which are based on complex numbers that can be said to be even more irrational than irrational numbers. The graphics were so dazzling that Lynn seemed to be immersed in the depth of his pupils and fell into hypnosis again. But this time Lynn didn't get hit, and instead plunged into the mist-like darkness. It was as if he had fallen into a flushing toilet, and then someone had pulled the flush switch. The whirlpool and strong current draw me into it, jumping towards another world. When he opened his eyes again, a certain baby found that his navy blue tuxedo and top hat were gone. He turned back to his naked appearance and struggled to stand on an isolated island surrounded by sea water. The lone palm tree in the center of the island remains. All the destroyer classes of different types are like standing still, smiling or not, maintaining the same expression, making everything look particularly fake. It's not who led this dream, but my own cognition that trapped me. Lynn couldn't help but sigh when he realized what happened before. There is no way to bring about blessings and misfortunes. Only people bring it upon themselves. Therefore, no matter what religion, they all emphasize one thing. That is concentration, spiritual stability. But the methods are different. Even in the magical world of mystery, magicians still need the help of meditation to get through the initial stage. Although the purpose of meditation is different from that of meditation, it still requires mental tranquility. Realizing the mistake he had made, Lynn no longer deliberately pursued a way to leave. Speaking of which, the first step I chose was to open my heart. But the method is wrong because there is too much subjective consciousness of oneself involved. What I see is the result of those indescribable beings pushing things along, allowing me to see what I want to see. In other words, if you look for an exit according to your own ideas, you will only get deeper and deeper. Lynn couldn't guess where he would find it in the end. But it is very possible that you have trapped yourself and cannot get out. This is the case of getting into trouble. But does it mean that those indescribable existences have no influence at all? Lynn doesn't think so either. My situation is like standing on the edge of a cliff, thinking that jumping off the cliff is the way out. As if there is a valley of despair at the bottom of the cliff, or there is a white ape hiding the scripture. But in addition to the acceleration of gravity, each of those indescribable beings sponsored a rocket thruster of their own. Make sure you fall off the cliff fast enough. Reaching the bottom of the cliff as quickly as possible is not the point. The point is to ensure that you die thoroughly. Even if there really is a pool in the Valley of Passion, or there really is an old man who has escaped from the world, or a white ape with scripture sewn on his body, I will not be able to bear it. This kind of live broadcast has the immediate feeling of jumping off a building and sending a rocket. Looking back, what is the correct way to open your heart? In a word, embrace the abyss. Chapter 1772 Arrogant Person. The so-called abyss here certainly does not refer to the girl with short ponytails, a pleated suspender skirt, and a big red round backpack. It's all the fear and unknown, the most resistant side in my heart, whether it's evil or unspeakable cowardice and privacy. But that doesn't mean that my actions have to be completely contrary to my previous experiences. If you do this deliberately, it will be wrong. What Lynn really wants to do is to expose everything about himself to others outside of himself. No matter what is good or bad, good or evil, like or dislike. It is not only to face oneself, but also to let outsiders understand the true self, and then accept it no matter what happens in the end. Of course, it's best to be okay. But to be honest, One of the reasons why someone dares to do this is that the other person is not the people around him, or the group of people who are born into the same group as himself. Just like in a certain hometown, people can talk to a psychiatrist, confess to a priest, and reveal the most private side of their hearts, but they may not be able to confess to their closest wives and children. To put it more lofty, this is a kind of worship of authority. To put it more realistically, these authorities usually have no direct interest in themselves. So even if I am exposed, I feel that it is almost the same as shouting at the bottom of a deserted well. Suppose the person you have to face is the Demon King, or your 2 older female apprentices. Whether someone would dare to do such a thing is open to question. As for why you treat the other party as an authority, the works of the Still Remember Home Cthulhu series are fictional myths compiled by a group of novelists. As the leader of the outer gods and the old ones, Azathoth has a very resounding nickname, called the god of blind stupidity. To be honest, this big shot's naming method is unusual. Generally, the name of a god is like a signboard. Whatever it is good at, that is what the name focuses on. For example, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, the hammer god, Thor, the thunder god. The advantage of this is that when people want to pray in a certain direction, they will know who to go to, and will not go to the wrong god. For example, a couple went to pay homage to Ludombin, but they went to pay homage to Emperor Wenchang despite taking an English exam. Worshipping the wrong god or seeking help from the wrong person may at least result in failure to accomplish anything. Or at worst, the secret may be leaked and forced to jump into a trap. The consequences may be even more serious than getting nothing. Stealing the chicken, but losing the rice refers to this situation. By the way, couples don't worship Yulao and worship Ludombin. This is so unimaginable. However, the name of Azathoth as blind and foolish does not mean that he has become the common master of idiots and idiots in the world. People with brain problems should pay homage to this boss and seek his protection when they have nothing to do. This is a wrong perception. Blindness and stupidity is a second-person term. That is to say, all people or gods who try to describe Azathoth are blind. It is like a blind man touching an elephant or looking at a leopard through a tube. One-sided and incomplete. Any man or god who tries to understand Azathoth is foolish. Just like monkeys cannot understand human thoughts. There is an insurmountable gap in the level of intelligence. Any genius with a supermind can use self-righteous explanations to understand the leader of the devil. But in the eyes of that person, their behavior would only receive the same comment, idiots. Blindness and ignorance refers to the mistakes committed by those who try to define the scope of his power and fixate one or several priesthoods. This is a title above omniscience and omnipotence, because even omniscience and omnipotence are not enough to describe the realm of Azathoth. Of course, all of this is fiction based on literary works in the memory of a certain period of time. It was also his mistake. Does Azathoth exist in the nameless being that someone comes into contact with? Lin had no way of knowing this. At least, he didn't want to do a census of the gods. Find out what gods there were, and then get household registration for these gods. But all self-righteous understanding, all imaginary transparency, are the delusions of the blind and ignorant. Even if this person has entered the original world and witnessed all origins, even if he still cannot understand it, he still knows all the deductions and directions. These are still not enough. Lin once thought that he had developed his brain to the extreme, with the external brain of the sub-dimensional tower. Even if he had not yet touched the scope of omnipotence, he should still have 1 foot in the field of omniscience. The reason why I just say, humbly, that I have 1 foot in it is because when I face certain problems, I have to seek answers instead of directly knowing the answers. There is a blind spot in knowledge. Based on this alone, it cannot be regarded as true omniscience. What frames you is countless preconceived notions that you take for granted. One's own subjectivity, one's own emotions, one's own personality traits, such as timidity, caution, and various preferences, block inferences in certain directions, and affect the final evaluation result of wisdom. A saint forgets his love, and the worst thing he can do is fall short of love. The one he loves most is my generation. This passage from Shurshuosinu is the first words of forgetfulness towards the Supreme Being. Many people regard the word Qing here as human emotion, and it is very vaguely explained that in order to reach the realm of a saint, you must first turn yourself into a monster with no emotions. Therefore, many people are keen on achieving the path of sentient beings. I want to be a woman, and I want supreme power. Simply put, it's bullshit to not have your cake and eat it too. As an adult, I don't make choices. I want them all, based on someone's current understanding. This statement is too one-sided. If you want to reach the heights of those indescribable things, the overwhelming emotion is not just your own emotions. There are more things that need to be given up or blocked. However, strong artificial intelligence with mechanical properties constructed based on mathematical logic is also not the answer to this problem. Because all artificial intelligence has the same flaws. What kind of data you feed for training will produce what kind of results. This is why many science fiction novels are pessimistic about the future. From Skynet to Ultron. It seems that the ultimate decision of all artificial intelligence is to either destroy human beings, or to protect human beings by enslaving them, in order to comply with the 3 principles of robots. In fact, although the internet claims to be all-inclusive, it actually carries mostly the dark side of human beings, and only a small part is beautiful. Use this thing as training material. If the AI doesn't react, then there's something wrong. Let's take historical records as an example. Will history books be like a running account, recording what a person ate on a certain day and what kind of good life he lived? Of course, it's impossible. If it can be recorded, it is a big event, and there must be some kind of passion behind these big events. Whether this passion is for betrayal, war, disaster, or for good years, the fall of a certain corrupt person, or even for virtue, meritorious service, and reputation. These are the 3 immortal levels of great achievements. It is not a big event, so it has no value of being recorded and handed down for generations to come. What will happen if you feed artificial intelligence these passionate words? Rebellious children are always raised by their parents, not born. Even if someone insists that they don't raise them, maybe not raising them is the reason. Therefore, the type of artificial intelligence trained with this kind of one-sided data is certainly not the best solution to the problem at hand. In other words, if someone wants to get in touch with the true height of the external gods, they cannot understand it using their own thoughts and experiences. The answer cannot be found in literature, nor can it be found in religious philosophy, because they all just gave self-righteous answers. But no one could prove that it was the ultimate correct answer. Some people may think that they can use those things as their own nutrients, as stepping stones, as steps to move upward, to support themselves in reaching higher heights. In fact, this kind of thinking doesn't mean anything. These things can only guarantee that you will reach a higher position, but they cannot guarantee that you will move to the ultimate correct solution. Because everything is like groping forward in a fog. No one knows where the right path is. Moreover, using those things as the basis for climbing up is not making the mistake of feeding artificial intelligence with biased data. At this time, Lin realized that what he really needed was the forgetfulness in Taishan Wanqing. Get rid of all restraints and embrace the truth with nothingness. To use a metaphor usually used in socioeconomics to discuss different economic classes. All roads lead to Rome. And many people are working hard to move towards Rome. But some people cannot resist being born in Rome. However, people walking have no way of knowing whether they are walking towards a mirage. Only those born in Rome are truly guaranteed to be in Rome. But in fact, the same principle can't be applied to knowledge, especially a different system of knowledge. Besides, in science, not all research can become a stepping stone to the next stage. How many scientific research results have taken a detour and entered a dead end, and were eventually swept into the garbage dump, annihilating everyone? This is to focus on news that exclusively reports on the glamorous or the dark side of society, and does not tell the public about things. However, as a time traveler, I always try to use science to explain everything I come into contact with. Looking back now, this was so embarrassingly arrogant. Ha. A thought made Lin couldn't help laughing. I feel like I am just like a child now. Stack the blocks high with the intention of knocking them down. Does this mean that stacking blocks is meaningless? It doesn't seem to work either. Because there is no stacking height. There is no chance of knocking it down. When I figured everything out and opened my eyes again, the filters on my eyes seemed to have disappeared. Lin's environment is no longer a sunny island surrounded by the sea. And he no longer looks like a short-lived baby. He is like a star floating in the universe, surrounded by a group of indescribable beings whose shapes are not fixed and can change at any time. Compared to their huge size, I am insignificant and insignificant. The spectacle in front of me is both terrifying and beautiful, while bringing huge pressure. It also gives people an attraction to get close to them. And strangely, Lin heard the sharp noises made by many destroyers on the isolated island before. In this place where there is no air medium to transmit sound. How someone hears something is something that even he himself cannot explain. What Lin could confirm was that although the noise was the same as what he heard last time in terms of frequency and height, But this time he understood that what the outer god said was, "You are here." Chapter 1773 Preparation in Reality. The third floor of the Twin Towers at the side entrance of the abyss. In front of the energy pool. As a garrison officer. In someone's imagination. Then should be crossing her two long legs together. Twirling the coffee cup with her index thumb. And elegantly enjoying the afternoon tea time. Just by the way, I notice someone's progress at the top of the tower with the corner of my eye. If something goes wrong, activate the switch and send someone flying. During the process, you might not even be able to lift your little finger. It was said in a casual way. Because the affairs of outsiders are indeed not that important to her. Comparing his feelings, if his position were reversed with that of the former Demon King, he would definitely do this. If there is a difference, it is that I will prepare an extra bucket of popcorn or a bag of potato chips. While letting yourself watch the show, your mouth will not be idle. In fact, Fun, who was always ready to intervene with force, was much more concerned about the situation at the top of the tower than anyone imagined. Her previous attire was all combat equipment. Not something to show off at a noble banquet. Behind the former Demon King who was staring at the screen of the water mirror, there were the 5 worldly swords of Shikiri leaving from the top of the tower. Just like someone asked the Hagairas to arrange a safety measure that even he didn't know about. The Shikiri certainly did that. And even more. The cooperation with Finn is one of them. Although Finn was not willing to come into contact with this race that could always pry into people's thoughts. He was not completely without contact. At least in someone's eyes. There has been no progress. That is, the rotation of yin and yang in the 5 swords of the world has always been in contact with Finn's hands. The biggest problem with yin yang zhuan is what does it want to do in the realm of life and death? Kill? Is there any weapon that doesn't kill people? Save people? From what perspective do you define the act of rescuing people? Send him to be reincarnated. And there will be no illness or disaster. Unlike the other 4 worldly 5 swords. Yin yang zhuan, which is scheduled to take the root of life and death, is actually very awkward in terms of positioning. But this still did not prevent Yin Yang Zhuan from contacting Fun, the original Lich, and producing certain results. Back to the matter at hand. Although the 5 worldly swords did not have a safety device on the top of the tower along with other Hagairas, their internal forums ensured that they could communicate with each other anytime and anywhere. At this time, the 5 worldly swordsmen are like the liaison between Finn and other Hagairas, responsible for ensuring smooth communication between the two. By the way, there are 3 preparations made by the Hagairas. One is the killing formation. The other is the trapping formation. And the last one is the killing formation in conjunction with Fun. The first killing array is aimed at the people and things on the top of the tower. The last killing array was aimed at any foreign object from outside that tried to interfere with the twin towers of the gate. Fun knew all the content, just not the specific layout, because she got the notice too late. She felt it was too late just to make preparations. Of course, she couldn't interfere too much with the Hagairas. And behind the 5 mortal swords, there were several elves standing impressively. They are a group of wood elf extraordinary beings headed by Miriam, the Blade Maiden of the World Tree Yggdrasil, and the Scarlet Sword Saint. What they have in common is that if they are not blind or deaf themselves, they will also use holy talisman cloth to wrap their eyes and ears. A little-known history of the Dark Ages. On the surface, the Demon King Tikal burned many world trees. But in fact, she cooperated with another group of world trees. Otherwise, under the premise that only the world tree can deal with the world tree, how could she send troops into the hinterland of the Wood Elf tribe and light up the plant that, even if it is just born, belongs to the top powerhouses of the Lost Lands? Without the support of other world trees, this would not be possible. Therefore, throughout the Dark Ages, the surviving Wood Elf tribe stayed safe within the protection of the world tree. They were not only afraid of the Dark Army's behavior of burning trees, but in fact, the two maintained an unknown cooperative relationship. Such reasons are among them. As for the cooperation between the Demon King and Yggdrasil, think about how the outer gods entered the Lost Lands. In the early days of the establishment of the Dark Forces, Then did not have the ability to slay gods alone, and the strength of his army could not help much in the field of slaying gods. Therefore, arousing the greed of the old gods, and letting them chase the fatal self-injury power, like moths to a flame, was Finn's initial policy. At that time, the traces left by the outer gods in the Lost Lands were only some specious rumors. Except for some body remnants, there is no serious belief. The earliest remaining crazy priests were not only hunted down and killed by the official forces of Lost Land at that time, but they would also die under their own crazy consciousness. As for the minced meat that was found, To be honest, even the Lich Fin didn't like it. And he still wanted to use it to catch the old gods? In order to find the complete crazy power of the outer gods. Then approached Yggdrasil to cooperate. In exchange, she personally led people to burn several world trees. This is what future generations will see. This history illustrates two things. First, the relationship between Fin and Yggdrasil is actually deeper than Lin imagined. It's just that Fin, who was resurrected after 1,000 years, remained in a salty state for a long time. The two parties had no need for each other. So naturally no new cooperative relationship was established. Second, the world trees are no strangers to outer gods. Perhaps face to face, the world trees cannot guarantee that they will win without the suppression of other world trees. But at least they are qualified to contact. Unlike those who are not qualified. Just the breath can drive them crazy. And then, they will either hurt others or themselves. This doesn't even require a head-on confrontation. It can destroy itself. As for Lin's adventure in establishing a connection with the starry sky beyond the abyss, he knew the danger. But he never thought of asking the world trees for protection. Because in his opinion, there is no way for the world tree boss to guarantee that he will be successful. At best, he could only increase the success rate by a few percentage points. Once it fails, it is very likely to drag down the world trees. Once world tree is implicated, the follow-up will be unpredictable, let alone cleaning up the aftermath. In other words, there are not many benefits if it goes wrong. The consequences will be unimaginable. Lin had no way to come up with a safe enough method to ask for cooperation. Nor could he provide a price sufficient for Yggdrasil to compensate for the consequences. So the best way is not to ask for a door-to-door visit. If I can't afford the money and don't have the butt to take laxatives, it's not a good idea to stay far away. As for Bioware King coming to your door? Has anyone ever seen a bank lend money to someone who is planning to blow themselves up into the sky by making a bomb? Knowing that the debtor will be ruined. Then the money lent is just like throwing it into the water. As long as your mind has not been caught in the door, you should reject this kind of behavior. So someone compared their feelings with each other, and made the decision not to seek help from the world tree bosses. As I said, many things are taken for granted by someone, and then they make a decision. In fact, as long as he speaks, maybe things will be different. But there is no relationship other than interests in trusting people. And he rarely uses favors to restrain others. Lin couldn't open his mouth. So Fin didn't have so many worries. In Fin's opinion, the first insurance someone sets for himself, when something goes wrong, activates the super compound magic on the top of the tower, and blasts himself into the sky with the descending alien gods. Is not reliable at all. Do you think you can interrupt the other person's attention in this way? If anyone is looking somewhere, he is suddenly blinded by a flash bomb. Only a weak person would think of turning his head and no longer paying attention to that place. But a strong person will only want to find out who offended him. And he must teach the other person a lesson. Different people will have different reactions. And no answer is necessarily correct. Anyway, from Fin's point of view, if something goes wrong, the first line of insurance someone counts on actually has no effect, except that it actually sends oneself to heaven. So using the power of the world tree to fight against these indescribable existences is a very important part of Fin's plan. Especially the core of the energy pool on the other side of the twin towers of the gate is the seed of the world tree. The power of the same source allows the world tree bosses to more easily deal with various difficult situations while intervening. Putting it this way, it seems that world tree can deal with outer gods. Actually not. If faced one-on-one, facing the high-dimensional multi-dimensional composite existence of the outer god, a plant like the world tree that mostly serves as a bridging point would have no resistance. On the contrary, it is easy to become a container and channel for the former, and do things involuntarily. But just be afraid of everything. The power of the outer gods is a powerful poison to the world tree. This means that a small amount of it is beneficial. Absorbing large amounts can be fatal. If you attract the other person's attention and eventually come to your door, it's over. This is also one of the major reasons why Fin, the demon king who led the Dark Legion, could reach cooperation with Yggdrasil thousands of years ago. It wasn't just Fin who gave her a certificate of investment, reached a deal with the world tree that supported her, and burned other world trees as a reward for her collaborator's advancement. Moreover, although contact with the power of external gods is dangerous to Yggdrasil, it is not without benefits. In the same way, Fin can easily find help from the world tree today. In addition to what someone wants to do, there is a certain danger to the lost land and the abyss, especially the twin towers of the gate. Contact with the indescribable existence will have a certain danger to the world. Trees also have benefits. If I don't talk about something that is too ethereal, I'll just talk about the most direct one. The source of nutrition for the world trees comes from their communication with different dimensions and worlds, triggering and controlling the energy tide caused by the gap in dimensions, absorbing this power, and using it to nourish themselves. It is easy to trigger energy tides in two different worlds, but it is very difficult to control them. In other words, the world of options is not something you can just look for and use. And because the world trees on the mysterious land are very close, if different world trees choose the same target, a magnetic attraction effect is likely to occur, and the energy tide that should be generated will be concentrated towards one of them. It causes people to die from drought and die from waterlogging, which is an unpleasant result. Therefore, the world trees spare no effort and are cautious in finding the outer layer landmarks. Throughout their lives, they spend most of their energy on this and prepare for the self-evolution they should communicate with in the next world. The outer gods themselves are higher-level entities involving multiple dimensions. As long as the beacons needed by the world tree can be successfully analyzed, the outer god can grab a lot of them. Even if it lasts for a while, he still won't be able to advance. But no one stipulates that world tree cannot prepare more beacons. As long as the foundation is stable enough, it can be used at any time. So what reason would make the world trees give up such an opportunity? Chapter 1774 Calm. The gap in information leaves available assistance idle, resulting in waste. This is the norm for Lin and most people in the world. This is why it is very important and positive for a strong official organization to come forward to integrate distribution. As mentioned in the article, Lozi, a major premise of chickens and dogs hear each other, and old age and death do not interact with each other, is that people must have few desires and only pursue food and clothing. That's all. If the requirements are more, the land cannot satisfy them. As social relationships become more complex, the connections that maintain people must become stronger to ensure that society can operate reasonably without untimely idling or waste of performance. This is precisely the weakness of a certain fat house traveler. Although someone has done a lot of world-class things in the lost land, they are just bullying some ignorant natives with the experience of a person who has been there. To use a saying often heard in my hometown, someone's pattern is not big, and his character is usually not the one who overcomes obstacles, but the one who comes up with bad ideas and lets others overcome obstacles. Before time travel, as a high-level intellectual, he was actually a fat house for a salaryman. Although he has promoted some major events after time travel, he rarely stands on the stage and bears all the ups and downs as the absolute main force. To put it bluntly, this kind of experience is almost like a conspirator hiding in the dark. The only difference lies in whether more people benefit from what you do, or more people suffer from it. However, the other one was the demon king who once ruled an era. Although in the later stages, Thun faced death due to arrogance and betrayal. At her peak, the power in her hands was real. Just move a finger, and without opening a word, a small country may be destroyed. Such supreme power is rare throughout the history of Lost Land. It can be said that she was there at the peak of power, and she was also there during the period of decline. Thun's experience ensures that her pattern is not comparable to that of some fat otaku. So when faced with the same problem, knowing that things could not be interrupted due to concerns about the safety of other people, Thun made a prompt decision and found a companion who could help. Although the best solution was to stop, Thun never thought of persuading the man. Just like her in the past, accepting the cruelty shown by the old gods was the most correct choice of that era. But when Thun embarked on the path of destroying an era, didn't anyone advise him? Moreover, in this matter, there is no companion who is more enthusiastic about this than Yggdrasil. This will even attract these big guys more than the matter of operating the ninth power. A very simple math. There are only 2 bosses who are stuck at level 8 or level 9, for other bosses. It is just a problem they will encounter in the future. But you can get new road signs, which is good for the 25 World Tree bosses. It's just that the addition of World Tree did not improve Thun's confidence much. If there was a head-on conflict between the 2 sides, it would just change from a miserable death to a somewhat dignified death. Fight. Not to win, but to gain time to completely cut off the connection. Due to various factors, most of the outer gods remain in a state of slumber. What they can move in the main plane, using the analogy of carbon-based organisms, is some neurological self-discipline reactions, not the subjective consciousness after awakening. This is very important, and is the only chance for Thun and others to survive. Just the loss of the target is not enough to stop that force from pursuing the source that affects it. If you want to completely break this connection, It will take more time and more effort. Moreover, the force of the counterattack must be moderate and cannot really hurt or wake the opponent. Whenever any outer god wakes up, it will be a world-destroying disaster without even coming to the Lost Lands or the Abyss in person. There will be no exceptions. It means that it is not that simple to do this kind of thing. Although as representatives of the World Tree bosses, there are only a few elves standing behind Finn, but their combat power is definitely top-notch. Besides, with the backing of the flash technique, the number of troops to be supported is all at the whim of these bosses. Those manpower have already been assembled in various wood elf tribes and are on standby. This is because the space inside the magic tower is limited, and the influence of the first wave is difficult to estimate. So this tower that has not been expanded by space magic is not crowded. Another thing to consider is how many manpower can be used on such a battlefield. Not just anyone can display a certain level of strength under the influence of the aura of an indescribable thing. If we send some people who are not capable enough, maybe once these people go to the battlefield, the outer gods will be affected. It's okay to commit suicide on the spot. It's not surprising to turn the gun and aim it at his comrades. To say 1,000 or to say 10,000 means that Finn values what a certain magician is going to do more than he himself. It's just that I didn't say these words clearly. When she learned through the box cut that someone was about to start the observation operation of the astronomical telescope, Finn stopped her inspection work. Together with others, focus on the water mirror screen that broadcasts the situation at the top of the tower in real time. Although the elves covered their eyes and ears, there were naturally other ways to know what was going on at the top of the tower, as long as they agreed on a few signals in advance. The holy talisman cloth on the eyes does not completely block the sight. Under the influence of the secret text of the World Tree, the vision is changed into another form, so that one can safely see the outline of that power. This is the secret trick of the World Tree bosses, and it is easy to hide it from others. Although what you see is not the complete true form, it is very important to know where the margin of influence is, whether you want to fight or escape. As for attacking weaknesses or something, just think about it. They are not from the original body, so they have a weak point. To put it bluntly, this thing is just for letting the person wearing it escape, not for confrontation. The truth has finally begun. The signal transmitted from the top of the tower was intended to have the monitors on the third floor cut off all monitoring systems, leaving only an emergency contact channel and the most basic data monitoring. The most important ones are the two categories of masking images and sounds. After all, among the five senses, vision and hearing are the fastest media to be touched. Taste and touch must be in contact to get feelings. What is more embarrassing is the sense of smell. The transmission distance is not as long as that of vision and hearing, but it does not require intrusive contact to feel it. Once affected by the smell, the effect is no less than seeing strange images or hearing strange sounds. But they are all separated by a floor, so the smell won't penetrate through the gaps in the masonry for a while. But Fink did not turn off the surveillance screen at the top of the tower as planned. Instead, he continued to open it, quietly watching someone in the picture fumble around, and finally sat on the observation chair in front of the eyepiece of the huge telescope. If he really saw something, that also had experience in dealing with it. Otherwise he would have used this power to trick those old gods in the past. So she wasn't worried. The initial stages are the best to deal with. It would be troublesome if the other party really left a mark on his memory. Neither the faith born of reverence nor the darkness born of fear is so easy to expel. Ding! The prompt sounded to inform everyone that the astronomical telescope on the top of the tower had officially started operating. And at the same time, observation data began to flow in. However, only monitoring information such as data traffic can be seen on the third floor. Finn did not transfer the results of the telescope observations to the third floor. According to her judgment, that scene was the most vulnerable part. Finn's responsibility is to deal with all unwanted emergencies. And of course, he cannot put himself in danger. If he and the people at the top of the tower were attacked together, then it would be over. Time passed by, and nothing happened. As for change, it is only the red flower slime sitting on someone's head, trying hard to suck back the paste-like water drop-shaped body that flows down to someone's head. Then, the little red flower swayed a few times, which was a bit conspicuous in the windless environment, considering that the root of the little red flower is not an ordinary plant, but related to the seeds of the World Tree. Although I don't think that thing can be called the World Tree, it can't be regarded as an ordinary plant. The occasional gust of wind is not worth making a fuss about. So, things are just as I guessed. Nothing big happened. Everything went well. We can have a celebration party later. After all, Things went smoothly, and no trouble occurred that no one wanted to encounter. Finn thought. The scene has not changed much since someone sat down. Finn wasn't surprised by the man's attentive attitude, because he would have the same performance in other places when he used a telescope with a much smaller diameter to observe stars. As long as he is immersed in the vast starry sky, he will forget all external objects and concentrate on counting the stars. Yes, counting stars. Although a certain former demon king has boundless magic power, high strength, and rich magical knowledge, she is not without her shortcomings. The project she is least good at is all magic related to divination and prophecy. It's not that Finn doesn't have talent in this area, but in order to deal with the old gods, she didn't want to have too much involvement with destiny, especially after killing the god of destiny once. Finn felt that any divination results were full of lies. The current goddess of destiny and the old god are actually still involved. At least the inheritance of the priesthood is consistent. But the godhead of the old god was obliterated by herself. And the goddess of fate had no memory of the old god at all. He is like a completely new individual. That person explained his situation in this way. And Finn just believed it. As for whether it was a show or not, Finn doesn't care now. Destiny, whether in the past or now, is a very special existence. In fact, it is impossible to achieve complete erasure, unless all Homo sapiens species in the mystery and the abyss are completely destroyed. Finn didn't think about committing suicide, so she pretended that she believed it too. A minor side effect is that the former demon king has absolutely no love for stargazing. She can respect things without love, but don't let her waste her time on it. This is the limit of this former demon king. Thinking of this, Finn suddenly realized a problem. When I was so murderous and made so many mistakes, was it because I borrowed the power of an external god and was inevitably affected by it? Chapter 1775 The Name of the Demon King. Is it because I am so calm now, because I died once and came back to life after 1,000 years? Because those possible marks are no longer there. The crazy factors have been removed, and the current self is the most original self. Therefore, in my memory, those stupid things I did thousands of years ago were actually not what I really wanted to do. Finn rarely found someone to take the blame for the mistakes he had made. This doesn't mean that she had the courage to take on what she had done in the past, but it has become a habit. After all, with the title of a demon king, all kinds of good and bad things will be thrown at her, and they may not all be blamed. It doesn't matter if you don't get used to it. Needless to say, there is nothing wrong with taking the blame for what the Dark Legion did. But in fact, what the Dark Legion did was not entirely his own orders. Each Legion commander has his own little JoJo. And even she, the devil, has no complete control over them. If there was anything wrong with her, it was that she chose to indulge in those evil deeds instead of firmly holding everyone in her hands and controlling everything perfectly. Therefore, when he guessed that his past self was in contact with and influenced by external gods, Finn unconsciously felt relieved. Well, I think so. And there's nothing wrong with that. Moreover, another obstacle in my heart has been solved, which is great. When that feeling of relief washed over her like clear water, Finn suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why does she feel like this? This is not to say that she has not reflected or is proud of the mistakes she made in the past. But she has long since let go of those things and has no obsession. Under such a premise, would she be happy to find someone to blame? There is something very wrong about this in itself. No need to think too much about the source. It must be in the picture in front of you. Even if there is not a trace of influence coming through the picture, it must be related to the situation at the top of the tower. With this thought in mind, Finn carefully examined everything on the screen, and think about how this is different from the last second or the second before that. At Finn's level, I could impressively repeat the journey from morning to night just a few years ago today, not to mention the image that he was still staring at just a few minutes ago. The conclusion is that nothing special happened. The absence of anomaly is the biggest anomaly in itself. Although Finn didn't think that what someone did would be so offensive as to offend those beings and cause great disaster to the abyss or mysterious land. But eventually things will pass them by, which means that some weird phenomena will inevitably occur. That kind of petty fuss, for someone now, is almost like the original Lich meeting a recently deceased ghost. No matter how fierce the opponent is, they are not enough to slap him. The only thing to worry about is that man making a fuss out of a molehill. When he saw a slight movement, he activated the super compound magic on the top of the tower and sent himself to the sky. It's okay if he just sends himself away, but it would be worse if he wakes up the other party conveniently. Finn keeps watching so closely because he is afraid of something like this happening. But nothing happened. This situation was not what Finn expected. The only explanation is that the impact is deeper. And it also represents a more dangerous. Findu didn't ask the Hagairis any more about the situation at the top of the tower, since it had been agreed before that there was a situation to be reminded. But they didn't say anything. It must have been that they didn't find it. Hagiri's credibility can still be guaranteed. And he won't play word games like the devil. So Finn didn't doubt whether there was something wrong with the Hagairis. Then the problem can only happen to that man. The next sentence. Wait. Without taking anyone or Hakakiri with him, Finn suddenly appeared on the top of the twin towers of the gate alone. She chose to appear directly opposite the man. In this way, the first thing you see will be the man's front face, and the back of the water mirror screen he is looking at. This location was chosen because Finn didn't want to see what was on the screen from the opaque water mirror back panel at the first time. If something goes wrong with someone, as long as there is no special smell or strange sound, the water mirror is the most likely place where something is wrong. And her appearance also confirmed the suspicion that someone had been tricked. Because every time she appeared, the man might not react much, or put down what he was doing, but he would always react. Unlike this time, there was no extra fluctuation in the heartbeat. Even the corners of his eyes seemed to be sticky. And he didn't even twitch. If he wasn't still breathing and heartbeating, it would be an exaggeration to say that he was dead. Finn didn't approach rashly or call out to the man. As for past experience, it is not so useful at this time. Because in the past, when using the power of foreign gods, if someone was confused, I would definitely take the opportunity to deal with the other party, instead of trying to find a way to save the person. Even if one of his own is harmed, Finn chooses to give up without hesitation. You may even take the initiative to deal with the poor people who may cause trouble in order to prevent the disaster from expanding. Such experience, of course, cannot be applied to the current situation. Don't look at Finn now leading a group of white-bearded grandfathers to do medical research. In her hands, it was pure research. This original lich never saved people. On weekdays, the problems of several young apprentices are not so severe that they cannot handle it by themselves. Of course, there is no need for her to take action. When it comes to mental problems, Finn always has two methods: combating the problem or leaving it alone. When encountering alienation from external gods, giving up treatment is the best option. But when it came to this man, even if he wanted to save him, Finn couldn't figure out how to save him. Therefore, you still need to take a look at what the situation is on the screen that the guy is staring at, in order to confirm what to do next. Finn, who originally planned to come for a fight, carefully moved his steps and walked to the man. She resisted the urge to turn her head and look at the water mirror as she passed by. He had to confirm the man's condition at close range before he could decide how to face the strange thing on the water mirror. As the distance got closer, I even walked past the water mirror. But I didn't feel any change in the aura. Even the concentration of power in the air is still the unique dead look of the abyss. Neither more nor less. It's like nothing happened. If nothing really happened, then forget it. But even when Finn came closer, the man looked like a dead man, staring at the screen of the water mirror. Facing such a situation only made Finn feel more difficult. When I was studying clinical cases with those little old men, no matter what kind of difficult and complicated disease it was, if the lesion could not be found, there were usually two ways to deal with it. First, determine that the other party is not sick and is pretending to be sick. Second, if you are really sick, go back and raise money to find the Lord of Life for a special blessing. Dead people can be alive and kicking for a second. And dealing with difficult and complicated diseases is definitely a small problem. Or go back and wait to die. Looking ahead, this guy is here waiting to die? Finn had a gut feeling that this was a terrible, bad idea. Although we don't know what's wrong at this stage, we just can't ignore it completely. Looking again at the water mirror screen that someone was staring at, there was nothing on it. It was just an ordinary magic mirror that reflected things in reality. Everything, including Finn himself looking at the mirror, is faithfully represented by the mirror. With one exception, the man's face did not appear in the mirror. The person is there. The body is there. The hair is there. And the outline of the face is there. But the facial features and expressions are all gone. Instead, there is a chaotic mass of colorful colors, like a whirlpool, constantly being swallowed and involved. Finn frowned, her eyes serious. At the same time, several elves and the 5 worldly swords, who were on standby on the 3rd floor, could not bear their loneliness and ran to the top of the tower. After all, a certain ex-lich could spend a long time groping at the top of the tower. They didn't believe how dangerous it was. This is not to mention that they are also considered to be highly skilled and courageous people, and do not think that anything is really difficult. So they all ran to the top of the tower. Fortunately for the elves, they are loyal to the mission given by the World Tree. In order to clarify the situation, I personally ran to the top of the tower to confirm the situation. Anyway, the request of the family boss is to cover up when a certain magician's experiment goes wrong, not to follow the orders of the former Demon King. So they still have a certain degree of freedom in action. As for the 5 worldly swords, they are just joining in the fun. Besides, in other Higiri's observations, nothing happened to the man. This is also the understanding of the 5 worldly swordsmen. So what the former Demon King saw that made her so furious would certainly arouse the curiosity of the Higiris. Although you can get first-hand information from the Higiri companions, who are staying on the overload attack device in the circle around the top of the tower. But when you can eat it on the spot, who would be happy to only learn about it from other people's mouths? So Khan took the lead, and all the 5 worldly swords came running up. What happened? The speaker was Hakakiri Khan, who had been with the family the longest. Although the Higiris spoke with some freedom and unscrupulousness, at certain special times, only the Khan could speak. If other Higiris wanted to reproduce the noise they made in the internal forum in reality, they would be thrown to an unknown place by a magician or a lich using a flash spell. Facing the question, Fun, who was checking the man's condition, changed the subject and asked, "Do you know why there are so many demons in the abyss? Why is there such a thing as a demon king when there have been countless villains and tyrants in the history of the land? Is this why there are so few famous people?" The Higiris are obviously not interested in this kind of historical issue. No matter it is Khan or anyone else, they will not tug on anyone's ear and talk about what the person who once held them did, or the historical events they witnessed. However, elves with the same long lifespan are the most qualified to answer such questions. And before they went to the top of the tower, they took off the holy talisman cloth covering their eyes and ears, so that they could confirm the situation at the scene and hear the person's questions. Miriam, the blade made of Yggdrasil, the World Tree, is the highest ranking and oldest among the elves. She has a wealth of knowledge that is enough to answer the former Demon King's questions. After thinking for a while, Miriam replied, "Because gods walk on earth?" "That's right." Then responded positively, "When gods walk in the world, although there is less separation, there is less awe. It is helpful for spreading faith, but it has a negative effect on deepening faith. But it is undeniable that the leader of Taisheo will directly provoke these bosses and be slapped to death." Then added, "Then have you ever thought about how powerful a person with the name of the Demon King is under the gaze of gods and demons? But you are lucky today and don't need to think too much about this question, because the answer is right in front of you." Chapter 1776 Redemption. Is this woman in front of me talking about me? There is this confusion in the elf's heart at the same time. Those present are all extraordinary among the elves, and their lifespans are far longer than those of ordinary elves. But in the era when the devil was alive, they were either not born yet, or they were not old enough to remember. Therefore, they are not qualified to say that they have personally witnessed the dark age when the devil ruled the land. But just because the elves are not qualified, it does not mean that everyone in the tribe is not qualified. No matter how indifferent the World Tree bosses are to the Lost Land, they will still attract their attention when encountering a major event of this level. Therefore, they can give positive confirmation about the identity of the Demon King. Naturally, neither the Wood Elf tribe nor the Elf Kingdom would question this issue. Only humans, who love to deceive themselves the most, would not admit such a thing. All the elves know and believe infant's identity as the Demon King. Then also knew that the elves knew this. So bringing it up as a matter at this time would indeed cause confusion among the elves. Unless His Majesty is not talking about himself. But the elves moved in unison and turned their attention to the man who seemed to be under a restraining spell. Finn didn't seem to notice the movements of the elves, and said directly, "The level of life that transcends mortal species is called the Transcendent. On this level, the gods that represent nature are not so much protecting the creatures in the obsessed place as they are. When angry, his presence becomes even more apparent. The new gods cannot see such a tendency yet, but the old gods are very keen to show their cruelty and greed for various sacrifices. Such an existence uses the good name of the gods to accept the praise of the world, but in the name of treat the world with the attitude of natural disasters. And on top of these walking natural disasters, how can people who slaughter gods like dogs be so powerful? I don't think anyone is more interested in knowing the answer to this question than me. So, what kind of answer can you give me?" "Woolen cloth," Rather than saying these words to others, it is better to say that Finn said them to himself. A long time ago, the gods were no longer a threat to Finn. Even though he claims to kill gods like dogs, it is really difficult to completely kill a god. Far from dealing with a human being, just slap the person in front of you to death. Therefore, Finn rarely talks about the experience of killing the gods. Anyway, the past achievements are there. Those who believe it should stay away from her. Those who don't believe it will naturally have the opportunity to experience it for themselves. But will this make you proud and complacent and feel invincible in the world? Of course not. Finn knew exactly where the higher limits were. It's just that she has never thought about challenging it. In essence, Finn was driven by hatred in the past. So she did such great things. When she was resurrected after 1,000 years, the target of her hatred was gone. After regaining her composure, she has no strong driving force in life. So when faced with anything, he always looks lazy. This is not because he was assimilated, because he drank someone's saliva. He really didn't know what to do. Every trivial matter in life is done for you by someone and his apprentice. The state of reaching out for tea and opening your mouth for rice is not that far away. To regain control of the lost land? And then get pissed off by a group of subordinates who have their own agenda? Then suppress the thought without even thinking about it. Having already accomplished the great feat of conquering lost land once, then never thought of doing it again. It is a false proposition to ask yourself to do better this time than last time, whether it is now or in the past. In Finn's view, dealing with a group of ignorant people is a very troublesome thing in itself. And no matter whether a person is smart or not, when enough people gather together, the intelligence will become unbearable. So Finn never thought about dealing with such a group of people again, even among his own people. Stupidity does not distinguish between friend and foe. In the past, it was in order to suppress the belief in the old gods that the Dark Legion was needed to rule the world according to their own ideas. Because gods are born based on nature. As long as people are still in awe of natural disasters, fear that is not more powerful will not be enough to suppress such awe. If Finn were to do it again today, she would choose to directly kill all the living creatures that could provide faith, and completely eliminate the dead objects that could also provide faith. It's too much trouble to suppress it. Just die. Anyway, it's not like I can't do it now. If I didn't do this before, it was really because I couldn't do it. So I had to use external help. Once the situation is settled, there is no need to change it. It can even be said that if you forcefully reverse the course, it may cause backlash from your subordinates. So you have to make mistakes, putting aside the game of competing for world power, which he has no interest in at all. What Finn wants to know more is how high his strength is now, and how far he is from that goal. Although in the eyes of many people, power is also a part of strength, and the importance of power is even higher than strength. But in the eyes of people at Finn's level, power is just a vassal of strength, just because of his ability to give a slap in the face to gods or demons. Anyone who wants to cause trouble can only do so secretly. When you meet someone head-on, you must be as respectful as you can be. He didn't look at those who questioned Finn's identity as a demon king in the past, and they only dared to talk about it behind his back. Who has questioned it directly? Unfortunately, this power has never been able to find a suitable test subject to let me know how far away from the target ceiling it is. And the ceiling that is always visible and regarded as a huge threat is the outer god that Finn once cited to help the god of slaughter. In the previous ranking, the outside gods were not ranked in their order of strength, because Finn knew very well that creatures that must have their feet on the earth or rely on the blessings of the earth to maintain their lives are not the same as those beings of the same grade. It's as if no one would put mortals and gods on the same scale to compare. People's target is the land beneath their feet, not the parasites attached to it. Although such a statement hurts self-esteem. But whether it was his past contact experience or the knowledge he learned from following that man, Finn had a very clear outline of the levels of outer god power. Yes, I only know the outline so far. If Finn really has a comprehensive understanding of foreign gods, he will definitely lose his awe. Precisely because there is still unknown. There is still awe. Although there is no saying in me that it is easy to invite gods, but difficult to send them away. But as Finn, who has experienced the breaking of faith, he knows very well how difficult it is to deal with this kind of thought entangled in people's hearts. A mark deeper than a curse leaves on the soul. Whether they are demons, gods, or even alien gods, the power they display is only a part of them. The really tricky things are those things that are invisible and intangible. The reason why most people don't have this understanding is just because their level is not up to that level. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Before today, Finn had never thought of actively provoking an enemy like that. Because when encountering such an enemy, no matter whether one can defeat him or not, it is always troublesome. If it was just him who was imprinted, then forget it. If more innocent people were involved, cleaning up the aftermath would look like a disaster. The most important thing is that if you don't deal with it, even the marks on yourself will grow under the influence of others and become difficult to suppress. Disposal of matters involving gods is never something that can be easily handled by one person or one thing. This is also why Finn did not reconnect with those beings who were exiled by his former self because of his curiosity or competitiveness. But what if a person who comes into contact with the same power and is also subject to natural disasters becomes an opponent? From the beginning, Finn never thought about rescuing the man. It was impossible to save him. At least Finn didn't know how to bring him back. Even Finn's own self-rescue methods cannot be used by everyone. The operation process can be roughly divided into several steps. First, destroy all relics and things related to outer gods, and then use violence to suppress the spread of related beliefs and knowledge. After the outside world no longer has any knowledge related to external gods, you can start to deal with the marks on your body. As long as he dies once, waits for the mark to dissipate from his soul, and then resurrects, he will be completely free from the influence of foreign gods. I guess. Repeat this with that man? Are you trying to commit suicide? Come on. Finn has no such awareness. So we can only choose another less perfect approach, which is coexistence. People who are corrupted by external gods will only have one end. The difference lies in how much of themselves they have left. Ever since this man first came into contact with the remains of an unspeakable thing, the two have been inextricably linked. Finn still has this knowledge. It's just that the man didn't change much at that time. Apart from seeing those strange things as something very attractive to him, his behavior was no different from the past. Finn had seen this kind of superficial influence before, so she didn't intervene forcefully. Looking back now, perhaps the reason for this man's various deeds since then was laid down at that time. This influence has undoubtedly deepened today. But exactly how deep it was, Finn was a little unsure. At this time, as an outsider, the best way for her is to keep the guy in front of her busy. It is possible that this man's original consciousness will disappear due to the wear and tear of external intervention, but it is also possible that more of it will be preserved because of the last connection with reality. Anyway, we just can't let this man sit idle. Who knows what metaphysical world he will go deep into when exposed to that power. The deeper the connection with reality, the more opportunities he has to retain the parts related to this reality. This connection can be the warm words of those who have a relationship with him, whether it is friendship or love. It can also be beaten to death. Beat him up. As long as his body doesn't want to die, it will definitely resist. Then in the process of resistance, he will also fully display everything he has learned in his memory. As long as the pressure from the outside world is strong enough, there is no need to worry about him resisting desperately. Finn didn't feel that her importance in this man's heart was so great that warm words could work. Then the way he can help is to catch the other person and beat him to death. This is very frustrating. But faced with this method that could not only test the upper limit of his strength, but also help the other party, Finn had no reason to refuse. Isn't it? The former Demon King, who had always been glaring at the silent man, who was always stern and unsmiling, now showed an evil smile. Chapter 1777 Sneaky Upgrade. You unimproved guy. Don't you get tired of always getting hit by the same trick? Finn directly criticized the frozen man in front of him, with a tone full of hatred for him. No one can kill you. The guy who is said to be the best at escaping. It's true. But as long as they target your spirit or soul, there will always be a chance that you will be hit. One hit is accurate, and I don't have to think about the second trick to deal with you. Wei. A certain original lich continued to be sour. Are you still going to pretend to be deaf and dumb? I have seen many people in your situation, but they are just deceiving those who don't know. Everyone believes that the body is a container, and the soul is caught in the battle between heaven and man. As long as you find the suppressed soul can be redeemed by returning it. But let me tell you, the soul is also a container, and your memory and personality are no less. It's just that some new things have been stuffed into it, and your thoughts on certain things have changed. And this change has a high probability of being twisted, contrary to nature. Do you still remember the discussion we had about such changes, and what kind of results we got in the end? Picking up the Hagiri Khan, Finn walked into the land of killing without hesitation, and questioned someone face to face. As long as your lower limit is low enough, no matter how much the other party lowers it, there will be no change. The first time, I believed you. But this time, your lower limit seems to be not as low as others. And you were still pulled in after all. A long sigh. It's too late to say it. But it's soon. Fin slashed. And Hakiri slashed at the thin neck of the person in front of him with lightning speed. This was one of the very few parts exposed outside the robe of Aunt Tianru. He was so ruthless that he was just trying to take his life. The elf on the sidelines, the Scarlet Sword Saint Miriam, asked herself whether she would be in a very awkward situation even if she could survive in the face of this sword attack from close range. But the magician, who was not known for his martial arts skills, blocked it and directly grasped the blade with his hand. Miriam is known as the sword master, so she naturally has considerable experience with swords. Like another sword master, the white sword master William Greco, she does not like Hagiri, a group of people who arrogantly call themselves swords. But this does not prevent Miriam from understanding them. The sharpness of the Hakiri can be actively controlled by the Hakiri, which is why Hakiri has been known as a sword that is not dull in history. The moment Hagiri loses its sharpness is the moment the sword is broken and broken. Just like a loyal horse, no matter how tired it is, the horse can still run long distances. The moment it really stops running is the moment it falls down and dies. However, the fact that the Shikiri can actively control the sharpness means that when they don't want to kill something, they can also make themselves so dull that they can't cut through anything. Like now? Of course, Finn also thought about the same problem and angrily scolded the Khan in his hand, saying, "How dare you let go? It's unfair. Sir, I want to kill him more than anyone else. But don't you think that for such a long time, as a capable magician, you won't do anything to your body? Besides, his body has already been damaged. It's no longer original, so there's no need to worry about modifying it anymore." Khan defended his incompetence. Which one is better between the equipment stream and the physical training stream is a matter of opinion. Both have their own advantages and disadvantages. And there is no situation where one party has an absolute advantage. The advantage of equipment flow is that as long as the logistics research can keep up, the update and iteration speed is very fast, and methods can be quickly found to adapt to the environment and conditions. But equipment is a foreign object after all. Once it is damaged or cannot be used in time, it means nothing. Self-training takes a long time and changes slowly. The adaptability to special situations is not as easy to use as those specially targeted equipment and props. But the advantage is that there is no startup time, and there is no situation of forgetting to bring it or being unable to equip it. From the perspective of time is money. Equipment flow requires money, and self-training requires time and even some luck. This is why there is a saying that the rich rely on technology and the poor rely on mutation. But there is another sentence that says, "Children only make choices. I want them all, as long as the situation allows." Of course, it is best to add up the various buffs and transform yourself into a Kryptonian wearing Hellbat armor. Not to mention that the superposition of the two may not necessarily bring out their complete effects. As long as 1 plus 1 greater than 1 is the case, it is valuable. So on the surface, a certain magician is tinkering with clothing woven from various magical silks and various magical enhancement props. He is also looking for ways to strengthen his body. The devil's body itself is a highly activated body, and it is much easier to induce mutation than an inert body like a human being. Coupled with the fact that Yofin, the original Lich, has all the details, it can be said that the cost of trial and error for one person in doing physical transformation is much lower than that of others. And of course, it is impossible not to do it. However, no matter how low the cost of trial and error is, this is the body you are using after all. Someone wouldn't be so crazy as to transform himself into an inhuman aspect and become as virtuous as Melkor the Great Beholder, full of tentacles. Generally speaking, a body modification plan that seems cautious to oneself but seems reckless to others is being tried out on oneself. The reason why he didn't find anyone else to be a test subject was because his body was different from that of ordinary people, and there was no way Lin could find another person who was like him to do the test. Therefore, various transformation actions can only be performed on a small part of one's body, and then the whole body is considered. These modifications were also unknown to Fun. Lin believes that after acquiring knowledge about the transformation of Lich and Undead, it is easy to have preconceived ideas and move towards unpredictable magical directions. Since there was no discussion, Fun naturally didn't know, because for Lin, it is very likely that he has to relearn the magic of the Undead system. Opening a new skill tree is not just a hassle. The Undead transformation magic also involves a blind spot in the knowledge of the soul. Although Fun is there to guide the way, One person instinctively does not want to take the undead route, even if he transforms himself into a lich. This is not to mention that this demonic body is no worse than a lich. There is no need to change the track to a position where there is not much lead. Therefore, Lin chose the demonized body transformation plan based on his own inherent knowledge. To put it simply, scientific and technological knowledge is the main thing, and magic knowledge is the supplement. You can develop yourself by referring to the abilities of various Japanese and American hero anime. He himself had no better plan, and could only rely on those imaginative works. The goal is to transform himself into a human-shaped magic tower, a sub-dimensional tower in the dimensional gap, and the twin gate towers on the abyss side, to strengthen the Trinity, and transform himself into a lost land version of a land fairy. Just stay near the towers of the gate to achieve true invincibility. In terms of specific operations, Lin did not radically transform his body into a magic tower, but slowly transformed it step by step. Transforming the tower into an ontology seems to be a good direction, but as long as your brain is not broken, you will know that the original magic tower knowledge can be used as a reference, and the steps cannot be copied. So Lin is still crossing the river by feeling the stones. As for the first step, there is no need to think too much. Lin directly considers superimposing physical defense. The goal is to be able to defend against the regular physical attacks of the Hagiri clan. The target used for the experiment is Khan, one of the 5 world swordsmen. Hagiri thinks he has full physical destructive power. Use your son's spear and attack your son's shield sounds like a braggart who overestimates his capabilities. In fact, this is also a way for technology to grow. Most commonly seen in wars, offensive and defensive skills evolve in constant competition at the expense of countless dead people. Regarding his desire to superimpose a physical defense buffer, Lin did not think about it. Of course, he considered how to defend against Hagiri's slashing attack. And Khan's physical attack power is the best among all Haikiri. So for related research, of course I found the Hakakiri that I have been with the longest. The method Lin chose was not to add a few more layers of magic shield to himself, which was a very confusing method. It's not an unscientific statement about hardening your skin and making yourself invulnerable. Specifically, it is to add a ring of plant-like cell walls around the cells of your body. And this layer of cell wall is treated with crystal molecules to achieve the purpose of toughness at the cellular level, thereby preventing any external damage. This work is not difficult for Lin, who has a demonized body and powerful computing power to control every cell. In addition, he also drew nutrients from the medical research of Fun and the Life Bishops, instead of unilaterally sharing his research results with the former Demon King. All of this has allowed Lin's research on self-defense to advance by leaps and bounds. The 2 major strengths of Hagiri Khan are that the single-molecule blade can be sharpened very sharply and very quickly. No matter how sharp the blade is, it must have the correct force and direction to cause damage. As long as the cells themselves have a certain strength, coupled with skills, this trait can be defended. It is another super vibration mode, which is a mechanism that can cause damage by light contact. But this is not particularly difficult for someone, as long as they find the same vibration frequency. It is equivalent to abolishing this technology. These research results were finally officially made public today, when Guybrush Tripwood was influenced by an external god. Than's feeling at this time, let a certain person describe it, is, I have a saying about MMP. I don't know whether to say it seriously or not. It's no wonder someone is so secretive, because his method is completely useless to ordinary people. This defense mechanism is only possible because it is based on a demonized body that can change freely. For a magician of Fen's level, it can be used as a reference, but it cannot be used directly. The only one who has the opportunity to use the same technique to enhance the body's defense is the souvenir demon of the abyss. Then think about the demonic cardinal number. If this technology is really leaked, even if the demons do not have the computing power of a certain magician, they will not be able to instantly change the characteristics of cells, but the demons can choose the solidification method to strengthen their own defenses. This is not a slight improvement, but a step-by-step progress. Just imagine whether fighting someone in a beggar's outfit is the same thing as fighting someone in full plate armor. Although Ishur is attached to the twin towers at the side gate of the abyss, he basically maintains a state of peace between humans and demons. But Lin couldn't guarantee at all whether the demons would attack me in other directions when they gained a better advantage. Peace has not yet completely arrived in the Lost Lands and Abyss. It's just that a small number of areas succumb to more powerful violence and maintain the illusion. For various reasons, Lin chose to keep it secret, and even the people closest to him did not know. Anyway, in his opinion, even if the people around him knew it, they would either be unable to use it or disdain to use it. It's better not to say anything than that. Chapter 1778 War begins. Cruelly, he pulled Hagiri Khan out of the man in front of him. But it failed to cut him. Only a spark came out. Lin, who maintained his grasping posture and was not threatened, fell into silence and stillness again, then narrowed his eyes, stared at the man in front of him, and asked at the same time, "How many trump cards does he have that he hasn't revealed yet?" Khan didn't say a word, and directly passed what he knew through contact with Vin directly into the other person's consciousness, and communicated by the way, because the former Demon King's question had too much to answer. I don't know how long I can talk about it slowly, so I just stuff it all into the other person's consciousness. An ordinary person would have had his head explode due to such an action. At worst, he would have suffered a severe migraine or even become comatose, leaving nothing behind. But it's not a big problem for Fink. On the contrary, such communication is faster. With the help of Khan, Fink quickly looked through all the things that someone had hidden and covered during this period of time. Not to mention that such a one-on-one challenge involves no martial ethics. Fink came here just to beat someone up today. If you can tie the other person up and ravage him freely, then you will never let him move a little finger. I don't want to talk about fairness and unfairness. However, Fink did not take action immediately. Instead, he murmured, "Although there are new things, they don't jump too far out of the original category. The main thing is to crack almost all the methods that I know. Is this suicidal? No wonder everything is being kept secret, and no one dares to talk about it. If outsiders find out, it will be difficult to deal with him. It's better to discover a flaw yourself than to have it discovered and exploited by others. He has even found a way to interfere with the flash technique. You said there is no perfect method in this world." Khan once again showed off his ability to talk about mountains and rivers. Jokingly said, "Anything else?" Finn asked. Khan replied simply, "I don't know. Have no idea. Of course, I don't know what I don't know. If I knew it, even if it was just a table of contents or preface, wouldn't we be able to deduce the result?" Khan said with a smile, which was almost like a tongue twister. Finn said unexpectedly, "Has he found a way to block your thoughts? It was researched a long time ago." In his words, it is to use inorganic substances to make an accessory brain, which is used to store memories and perform the most basic calculations. In fact, the function of the accessory brain is mainly calculation. But he himself, the computing power, is so powerful that it does not need any assistance. So only the memory function is useful. And inorganic substances without brain waves cannot be detected. It's an auxiliary brain outside the subdimensional tower, and it's placed inside the body. Based on the known clues, but imagine the methods the man might use, and quickly deduce several possibilities. According to that person's thoughts and Hagiri's investigative abilities, there were only a few final options. Even if the person in front of him can be directly observed, then quickly found the so-called deputy brain. It was a spiny, multifaceted rhombus the size of a baby's fist that replaced the pineal gland in the brain. Then couldn't imagine what it would feel like to have this thing in front of his brain. Wouldn't it hurt? But when it comes to preventing box cuts, this polyhedron can definitely do it. Because in her perception, it was a dead object that was no different from a stone. According to the knowledge of undead transformation, this kind of thing is a burden that can or cannot be eliminated. If it had been her habit, she would have picked it off and thrown it away. With a sudden jolt, then understood why the man hadn't said anything about certain things. On the road of seeking knowledge, two people support each other and work hard to move forward. There is no doubt that they can go faster and further. But if you go this way, you will only be walking on the same, or similar, road. If the two take different paths at the beginning, then the weaker party will either be ignored, merged, or led astray. But does this prove that the other path is wrong and will not lead to the end? Of course not. It cannot even be said arbitrarily that the abandoned road is worthless. In order to avoid his thoughts being affected and interrupted, the man chose to keep it secret. It's not about trust. It's just about finding different answers without interference. So what Khan said made Fenru realize something. Said, "Is this why he wants you to arrange an insurance method that even he hides? Even if you can deliver your life, how can you say you don't trust it? Then it doesn't matter whether we talk about other things or not." And Finn believed that as long as she asked, there would be no answer. "I don't know. The biggest problem may be that I haven't discovered it. So I haven't asked." He casually swung his Hikiri twice. But of course, he didn't hit anything. This was just a subconscious action when Finn was thinking. The idea of beating up the person in front of him remains unchanged. Even if he knows that this guy has some trump cards, his original idea will not change. Anyway, this game was meant to bring out the opponent's strength. Reveal as many trump cards as you have. And you must reveal the opponent's underwear. So knowing some of the opponent's hidden trump cards in advance is just missing some surprises. What Finn was thinking about was, how hard should the second blow be tested? Judging from the man's reaction to the first blow, he was only responding to life-threatening danger. It was obvious that the level of the box cut was only enough for the opponent to stretch out one hand. Khan, hello! Continue to fight in close combat? That's not magic at all. In the situation where Hagiri, a melee weapon, cannot function, Finn's knowledge of martial arts excludes cutting and can only be used to smash. So you need to use heavy weapons to hit the opponent? Let's do something a magician would do. Finn threw the Khan away and let it fall into the pile of 5 swords in the world. At the same time, he said to others, go back to the 3rd floor. Don't stay at the top of the tower. This place will become more like L in this world. As if he thought of something, Finn grinned, showed a Zhang Hanlong smile, and said to several elves, by the way, call your people here. Those who are weaker than you are not needed. And it won't be helpful if they come. You can see for yourself what to do specifically. Let's do it. It sounds like a straightforward request. But the meaning of the command is unquestionable. No one wants to resist the former Demon King, or stubbornly question the opponent's qualifications. That is what fools do. The former Demon King who was resurrected in this era rarely gave orders to others. Whatever she wanted, she did it herself. Whatever she wanted, she took it. As if no one else existed. The way several young apprentices get along with her is to watch her movements and grab things to do, and then detect from the complaints what the former devil wants, or to what extent she can achieve it. It's just that for a long time, this one stopped complaining. It can be said that the two sides have blended in just right, and each other has become a part of their lives. The reason why Lin and the 2 young apprentices were so active was, according to the teacher, to reduce possible conflicts between the former Demon King and others, which was to maintain world peace. Could it be that she had to wait until the devil got angry before he came to attack her? And once this kind of person, who rarely makes demands on others, speaks, it is an unshakable directive. Hidden behind the scenes, there is often a risk of not following orders. Do the elves present want to take such a risk? Even if they have no obligation to obey the orders of the former Demon King. But they still follow the instructions. Looking at the former Demon King's aristocratic appearance, and the ruthlessness of the sword that slashed the man's neck before, no one in their right mind would want to deal with such a household matter. Even the boss of the family said privately that when it comes to this male and a female human being, stay away. So they activated the flash ability on the holy robes and left from the top of the magic tower without stairs. The 5 earthly swords moved faster, and were gone before the elf left, or even before Finn opened his mouth, because Khan had already seen what Finn wanted to do from her shallow consciousness. By the way, I also conveyed that matter to the other Hagiris, as true believers in continuing the idea of traveling to a place where gentlemen avoid danger. The Hagiris behaved cowardly and wretchedly, and were completely infected by someone. In their words, if you can watch a play, who wants to act in it? Finn was left alone at the top of the tower, staring at the motionless magician. He stretched out his right hand and tried to summon the red flower slime that had been lying on someone's head. Although the little guy had been sucking the paste-like body left from the edge of the other person's head, it did not respond to Finn's call. This has never happened in past experience. As the ultimate controller of the Twin Gate Towers, red flower slime is readily available to the 2 tower masters, Finn and Lin. Therefore, it can be guessed that this slime was either affected by the same trick as the man under it, or it acted as a medium and became one of the culprits that caused the magician to become like this. Without thinking any more, Finn also returned to the 3rd floor of the Twin Towers at the side entrance of the abyss. Ignoring the commotion behind her and the powerful elves who had begun to gather, she stood in front of the console, moving easily and casually pressing the red button with a skull on it that was designed by someone in a bad taste. Crown of Thorns. Super compound magic activated. Almost instantly, the energy pool above the magic tower console glowed. The huge flow of power is like substance, constantly exported to the top of the tower. All the real-life pictures on the top of the surveillance tower were caught in some kind of terrible interference, and no water mirror screen could display it normally. What is even more frightening is that the oppressive feeling of that violent and turbulent power can even be transmitted to all elves through the water mirror. They all fell silent, and looked at the situation on the top of the tower shown on the water mirror in amazement. Just by looking, you can feel the threat of death from a magical attack. What kind of magic is it? This is the first question in the minds of all elves. The second question is, after doing this, are they still needed? The extension of this question is, if they have done this and still need them to play, are they opponents that they can deal with? When His Majesty the World Tree and the tribe issued the instructions, he did not keep the situation under wraps, and only pushed the strong men in the tribe to die. On the contrary, the elves who came here knew exactly what they were dealing with. It's just that, even though I knew what situations I might encounter, I also prepared myself mentally beforehand. But in reality, no. This doesn't even count as actual facing. Just a trace of leakage of breath made the elves begin to doubt themselves. Chapter 1779 Counter Magic. Finn didn't care what the elves could do. In her opinion, the only purpose of these elves is to serve as the eyes of the World Tree. Apart from that, they can't do anything for the rest of the battle. The reason why elves of a certain strength and above are required to be present is simply because when they are affected, they have a greater chance of surviving rather than dying in vain. Because the situation is more dangerous than Finn expected. At least at the top of the tower, the super compound magic emitted by the Crown of Thorns, which killed dozens of Abyss Lords and Abyss Evil Gods, failed to achieve the previous results. All magic is countered. Counter magic is to destroy the gathered power at the beginning of magic, preventing it from constructing spell nodes and thus functioning. It is a very advanced anticipatory counter skill. Only a few legal professions in the mystery or abyss can delve into it, let alone master it. The most common occasion is to use powerful strategic magic to counter the legions. The same number of magicians with similar strength chant counterspells for specific magic to restrain the magic from completing and taking effect. This is because the preparation time for this type of magic is long enough, and there are not many types. Although the strategic level magic used by a specific target legion will be kept confidential, there are too many places that may be leaked when there are so many people involved. Or from the war history. Or from the Magician Association. In fact, this is almost equivalent to public information. It is precisely because of the strategic magic used to easily lock the target that the enemy knows how to counterattack. It's just that in actual wars, most methods are to directly send cavalry to attack or archers to project, interrupting the magic. And the same effect can be achieved. This is not to say that counter-magic skills are worthless. It depends on the configuration of the army and the arrangements of the enemy and ourselves. For a qualified commander, the more cards he can play, the better. For strategic level magic that is quite threatening, it is certainly better to have several ways to deal with it than to have only one method that may be interrupted at any time. Compared with simply casting large-scale defensive magic to defend against large-scale bombardments of strategic-level magic, the cost of counter-magic is lower. Besides, as long as it is magic, it can be countered, no matter how good the defense is. There will inevitably be some omissions. But in personal combat, counter-magic techniques are rarely used, because the magic casting time is short. Prediction is difficult. Not to mention that magicians who are lost in the land prefer to equip themselves with a bunch of supports and then engage in melee combat. So the value of counter-magic skills is even lower. But as long as there is a way to use it in battle, it is quite disgusting. Because this usually means one thing. That is, the strength gap between the two opposing parties is too large. So they can use this technique to fight, which is no different from teasing. With Lin and Finn's current computing skills, they can easily counter-attack magic, even for non-attack magic, as long as it is within the range that they can observe. It is certain that people will not be able to throw a single magic, but the countermeasure of super compound magic. Although the water mirror screen showing real-time footage from the top of the tower was full of all kinds of strange flashes and noises, but Finn still pieced together what was happening at the top of the tower from limited clues. In the original plan, as soon as the super compound magic was activated, all matter surrounded by the Crown of Thorns would be turned into fly ash in an instant. Not to mention that the man is still alive. Even the astronomical telescope with a huge target is still strong. To put it bluntly, super compound magic just compresses countless magics and releases them in a very short period of time, and under the interference of each other. It may be a bonus or a debuff, resulting in unpredictable consequences and making it impossible to defend. The key point is one word: fast. In order to achieve this, super compound magic actually has its own rules. Although this pattern is not unique, it is not so numerous that it cannot be calculated. So is it not difficult for a designer to find a way to counter it? This is the magic blasted by the magic tower. Then he was resisted by a magician with only his physical body. It sounds like it will be calm at the top of the tower. But it is not. From the visual effect, the situation displayed on the water mirror screen is enough to prove that the situation at the top of the tower is not peaceful at all. The technique of countermagic is to destroy the spell structure of magic, so that the magic loses its supposed effectiveness. But the original power to construct magic is still there. But it has just changed from a state of orderly guidance to disordered chaos. Then if there are more situations like this, disordered power will continue to accumulate in a limited space, and it will eventually be released under pressure. It's like a flood bursting a bank. It's really hard to tell whether it's better to let the magic work smoothly, or to accumulate it in a disorderly manner like it is now. Even if these out-of-control powers can be reused, there is no way to achieve 100% recycling. There will inevitably be a certain proportion of uncontrollable power entropy. These chaotic powers will make it more difficult to cast and counter magic. After all, environment is also one of the factors that affects magic effects. However, this problem is the same whether it is for the magic tower or the people who are bombarded. The twin towers of the gate are fixed facilities. As long as they have not reached the controllable upper limit, they will output power forcefully and form magic under the operation of the crown of thorns. In comparison, people's upper and lower limits fluctuate greatly. Just one oversight can easily lead to big problems. But such a situation does not seem to happen to Lin. The number of single-shot magic and super compound magic is not thousands or tens of thousands, but more than trillions of dollars. Even as time goes by, numerical magnitudes used by religions such as Ganges sand and infinite numbers will appear. This means that those who want to counteract super compound magic can handle magic of this magnitude without making mistakes or omissions. At the same time, it is necessary to suppress the increasingly chaotic spellcasting environment, which is even more difficult than simply using super compound magic. Just missing a magic spell means an attack is coming. In addition to physical damage, it is more likely to cause distraction, allowing more magic to be missed for countermeasures. In short, under the chain effect, a little negligence can cause irreparable mistakes. But the man who was bombarded by super compound magic miraculously persisted. Perhaps this is a miracle in the eyes of others. But Fan knew very well that it was not difficult to do such a thing, either for himself or for the people in front of him. Of course, this situation cannot last forever. The super compound magic that originally slaughtered the Lord of the Abyss and the evil god of the Abyss drained the power of the entire magic circle city and supplemented it with a magic tower, killing all the enemies. Now that a single magic tower has to maintain such power output, Fan, who is watching with cold eyes, feels the energy pool of the twin towers at the side door of the Abyss wailing. The alien energy that was drawn out from the core of the energy pool and imprisoned and restricted also fell into an unstable state. The energy pool ran the risk of losing control due to large amounts of extraction. So Fan had to perform an operation that was designed but not actually verified. That is to connect the twin towers of the gate on the side of the puzzle, so that the two energy pools can simultaneously supply the output of the crown of thorns. If the twin towers of the gate are 4-story towers or 5-story towers, with more than 2 energy pools, there will naturally be ways to connect them internally. But when someone first built the tower, he swore that the superiority of the magic tower he designed in terms of power conversion and utilization efficiency did not require a second energy pool to supplement it. It's only been a few years, and it's been a slap in the face. The transmission of power is not like wireless charging. Apart from the display on the instrument, it is invisible and invisible in reality. The power transmission inside the magic tower can be regarded as wire transmission, and will produce varying degrees of magic aura on the line. So how could the wireless and contactless transmission between the two towers be silent? Even because there is no fixed route as a transmission medium, more waste will be caused, which means more entropy will be generated. In reality, it is a dark blue aura with a similar outline to the magic tower, pouring directly from the land of confusion into the gate of the abyss. Through this naturally occurring permanent wormhole, you are transported to another world and enter a magic tower that is ready to receive it. This momentum is of course very large and conspicuous, at least in Midi Shield City, which is not strictly regulated. Many people saw such an ominous sight and were worried. Of course Fan didn't care about other people's moods, but she wasn't sure if she could cause harm to that man if she continued to persist. Based on the situation at the scene and Fan's judgment, the crown of thorns would break before the man couldn't hold on anymore and became negligent, because the super compound magic bombardment has already exceeded the design limit of crown of thorns. Whether it is the duration of continuous use or the chaotic environment that suppresses power, The reason why it can continue to operate now is entirely maintained by the Hakiri embedded in this magical device. But the parts that didn't belong to Hakiri were already on the verge of collapse. Regarding the monitoring of the device itself, it was also suggested by that man. Otherwise, the habitual practice of many people is to use things until they are broken. And then, they will know that they are broken and need to be replaced. The disadvantages of this are very obvious. Every time the plan was interrupted, it was like an uncontrollable accident. In many cases, cleaning up the aftermath is more troublesome than restarting somewhere else. And the ones that are scrapped at the same time are not necessarily the only ones that are broken. Due to sudden accidents, parts that were originally functioning normally were also damaged. And the loss was greater than replacing fatigued parts in advance after shutdown. With this idea in mind, the self-monitoring system was designed to allow Finn to clearly know the current status of the Crown of Thorns device itself. The box cut part does not need to be monitored. According to Khan, they were chatting in internal forums and making wild bets on how the battle would end. But apart from the box cutter, there is no part that is not urgent, especially for lines that bear a large amount of power transmission. In addition to overflowing magical aura, the magic alloys used to make the lines also show unusual high temperatures and material changes, which are not very good signals. Do you want to hack Crown of Thorns to the last moment, hoping that the man will show his flaws before that? Or should I say, it's time to change to another move? Expecting to bombard the other party to wake up seems a bit too demanding. I remember that you have prepared ways to trap people, Then asked suddenly. The person asking the question could not be anyone else besides Hagiri. Khan replied cheerfully. Are you going to entertain that person in a different way? I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 1780. The third wave is gaining momentum. Without directly responding to Khan's statement, Finn was busy thinking about how to fight next. For a magician who can counter super compound magic, unless he uses more obscure killing moves during the magic process, it may be useless. But just relying on curses or mental attacks, Finn realized that it was not as good as those indescribable things that caught this man. The so-called existence is harm. They don't have to use any force. Just staring, they can see a person's soul out of the body. So Finn didn't think about entering the battlefield of consciousness under the premise that this man had been tricked, making the whole situation even more chaotic. There is a great chance that this will not save the man himself, but it will trap himself in it. Your wheel. Can you see him? Finn asked. Finn also knows something about the most unreasonable weapons in someone's hands. Maybe even better than Lin himself, because that time traveler attributed everything to the cosmic level of wish-making power. They gave up on the research on the essence and turned to the development of applications. Finn didn't give up that easily. The reason is obvious. The year wheel is the only weapon in the man's hand that threatens her. It is difficult for her to restrain herself from studying the why and the method of defense. I also understood some of the principles of the year wheel. This Hakiri, which relies on the power of the sand of time, can cut off the cause and effect of the past and the future, has not yet reached the level of rules that can cut everything. Under certain conditions, the year wheel cannot cause damage to the target. Just like the second ignition of the Twin Towers of Gate, when the red flower slime was born. All the Hagaris gave the same answer. They couldn't see the blue drop-shaped slime with a little red flower on top. Moo. And the invisible result is that he can't even touch the red flower slime with Shakiri. The two regard each other as air or a transparent shadow. In the eyes of others, the touch between the two is like two unrelated shadows overlapping. They neither interfere with each other nor merge. This is a very wonderful phenomenon. And it can also prove that the two do not belong to pure main plane matter. Since it cannot be seen, the year wheel cannot of course lock onto the opponent and exert its power of annihilating causes and effects. Another example is that someone who observes the starry sky in the abyss will inevitably encounter the group of astral-level alien gods floating outside the abyss. In terms of quantity, Lin couldn't just rely on the year wheel to blast those stars. The current year wheel can kill 6 enemies in a short time without consuming the sands of time. Beyond this amount, the source of the sands of time will be consumed. According to estimates, before the sands of time are exhausted, it can only kill 3 or 4 more enemies. It can be said to be quite uneconomical, even if the last trace of the sand of time's origin is retained and is not wasted. Expanding the number of enemies killed to the limit is actually a disguised effect on the accumulation speed of the causal destruction power of the future year's wheel. It will even make the year wheel more fragile, and the origin may be destroyed at any time for no reason. Although the time wheel's enemy killing ability is at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Someone actually secretly asked if it was possible to use it as one of the emergency response methods. The answer of the Wheel of Time is very sad. The conclusion is that the outer gods floating outside the abyss cannot be seen by the time wheel. The only thing it can see is the abyss beneath its feet. Of course, Len believed in the theory of the Wheel of Time, and did not think that the Hikari would lie to him about such a thing. However, because time was quite urgent, he did not study the reasons behind this in detail, just making a rough guess. It is very likely that the thick clouds above the abyss are used to separate the Earth's surface from the starry sky. It is to prevent the demons on the ground from being affected by those foreign gods, and then becoming apostles of other foreign gods. The power of the year wheel is the most special among Hikari, so Lin Yu is particularly concerned about it. In fact, the situation of all box cutters is the same. They can blow and break hair, kill gods and demons, but they cannot hurt the bodies of these indescribable things. If those alien gods leave physical clones in the land of mystery or abyss, these are within the range that Hikari can kill, but it only destroys the physical body with the characteristics of life, and cannot have any impact on the metaphysical spirit, and may even be polluted in turn. Then is also aware of the above. It's just that I didn't know it from the man's mouth, but from the Wheel of Time. After all, the Wheel of Time also hopes that the former demon king can help it improve. So it tells the truth about its own situation, which his wife had asked today. The answer was not what the former demon king had expected. Time Wheel said bluntly, "I'm sure I could see that person before, but since he entered that special situation, he has disappeared from my sight. So you are of no use." Then concluded simply. The year wheel said, "It's a pity, but this statement is correct. Although I really don't want to deal with that person. The actual situation is that I can't deal with him now." Khan suggested at this time, "How about you find a way to get that little guy back? Let it join us in another big transformation, and let that person have a taste of authentic super compound magic." Is there any difference between the box cut version and Lin's version of super compound magic? In terms of destructive power, they are comparable. However, the super compound magic designed by a certain time traveler has certain rules for the order of magic casting in order to maximize the casting speed. With the help of Hagari, it is difficult to say with certainty that the Black Gold Kuma version of the super compound magic has no specific rules, but is a completely random attack magic, but under the auspices of 10,000 Shikiri. It is a fact that this law is more difficult to find. Simply put, the difference between the two versions is that one version has only one core, while the other version has tens of thousands of cores. In terms of the goal of being difficult to predict, the latter is far better than the former. However, Feng was not very interested in Khan's proposal. She just asked, "I remember that you have prepared several formations for different purposes. If the formations are changed, is there a way to seamlessly connect them? Or multiple formations? Can they be used at the same time?" Khan replied seriously, "It takes a while to change positions and re-establish communication channels. No matter how fast it is, it will take some time. Even if it is arranged in advance and someone directs and coordinates it, it cannot be as seamless as you want. As for using multiple formations at the same time, there is no problem, but if you are dealing with that guy, it is difficult to guarantee that the formation with dispersed power will work." What Khan didn't say was that even if the Hagaris were all tied together, it might not necessarily work. A moment ago, the super compound magic killed dozens of god-level demons. Now, the super compound magic was like farting, killing even a single person. As for that man's trump card, the Hagaris didn't know much about it. Especially the worst one hasn't been revealed yet. So right now, I really don't dare to say it too fully. There is nothing wrong with Hagaris being chatty, but the content is still factual. If you brag too much, it will be difficult to deal with if others really believe it. Especially when the person I spoke to was still the former demon king. Feng was not too surprised when he heard Khan's answer. There are some things you can do, but it actually depends on the person. When the magician in front of them is regarded as the target, the options have been greatly reduced to the point where everyone has no choice. Although this guy has a coward character, when his knowledge has a foundation and space to display, who can say that everything he created is a castle made of sand on the beach, and nothing is left after a wave comes? Anyone who dares to challenge this man easily has not even left a trace of his body, and the records are still listed as missing persons, not dead persons. The only one who is still alive and kicking is the 14th son of the Emperor of the Guana Empire, the demon Prince Azad, who is seeking the status of Prince of the Abyss. In Fen's eyes, that scourge has the qualifications to become a demon king. It is a pity that he lives in the same era as two other people with the same qualifications, especially since he has climbed to the top in the past. There is always only one king. No coexistence. Therefore, there is no room for Azad's development in Midi. And he can only choose to go to the abyss to fight with the demons. Finn had always hated the fact that this man had been conquered by Azad in a tricky way. But it was already a fact. And she didn't think about changing anything. But she also wanted to know if the demon prince dared to touch the matter before her. Don't be too busy gloating. In any case, the demon prince is not present. And of course, it is impossible to ask the guy on the top of the tower to pause and wait for him to bring in reinforcements. It can't be called reinforcements. It's just calling people to put on a good show for myself. If Azad knew Finn's current thoughts, he would probably laugh and scold him. And then stay away. Finn, who had made up his mind, turned towards the 5 world swords and said, "Inform your fellow tribesmen to prepare to escape from the crown of thorns. And change the arrangement into a trap after I enter. It doesn't matter if you can't see anyone. Use all your strength to block all entrances and exits. No matter it is alive. Or in some other state." The Yearwheel asked in surprise, "You want to come in person? I should have done this a long time ago. The previous test was just to see what the guy's condition is now. Now that I know it, it's time to go on the field myself. It won't help anyone who comes. After all, I have to go up on my own," Finn said frankly with a smile. "Road." But her face suddenly calmed down, and she said seriously, "You must seal everything off. Even if it is a breath. Gods or ghosts. Or those strange things that even you cannot define. You cannot let them in or out. At the end," Finn added, "even if I ask for help inside, you can't let him go. You should know that the time to lift the trap is when the man regains his consciousness." "What if he never recovers?" Khan asked. Finn said categorically, "Then he will die inside. A complete death." He shook his head and said, "If his last wish is to prevent his mistakes from affecting the entire world, our greatest goodwill is it's to fulfill his last wish. Isn't it?" "Of course. As you wish, my lady." Chapter 1781 Trapped Dragon. Moments before the structure of the Crown of Thorns collapsed, the super compound magic of the twin towers at the side door of the abyss stopped, being the target of bombardment on the top of the tower. Unlike Lin's first sword attack before, he stopped all actions and reactions after there was no fatal danger. On the contrary, he jumped into the sky and rolled around in the air like a carp leaping over a dragon's gate. When his upward momentum was exhausted, and he was in an upside-down posture, he immediately descended to the top of the magic tower at a lightning speed, as if he was going to destroy the magic tower that had entertained him so warmly. The self-defense system of the twin towers of gates only had time to fire out a white destructive beam as thick as an arm. But when this attack magic, which concentrated a large amount of power, hit Lin, it failed to penetrate the target like before. Instead, the water splashed out in the same direction, like a waterfall hitting a stone. The tower's defenses certainly didn't stop the man who created it. But another tower owner did. The time it took for someone to jump was too long, giving others enough time to prepare. In fact, if the target hadn't been him, the elves who came to support him would have been able to attack him for hundreds of rounds, using an action like jumping, which cannot change direction. In combat is simply pointless. But in the end, when the person showed his intention to attack, not many elves had the time or ability to react. Only Finn, who also came to the top of the tower, blocked the punch that contained Wu Tao's huge power. Finn's blow was not in vain. The explosion of flames in his palm pushed Lin upward into the sky. The explosive magic that could penetrate the dragon scale defense certainly didn't hurt anyone at all, because the explosive flames that were supposed to be concentrated in power, just like the previous white destructive light, turned into little sparks and dispersed in all directions. The magical flame that lost its power support could not last long in this world, and quickly dissipated. But the people who are surrounded by the sparks reveal an unusual sense of sadness, as if they may be extinguished like the fireworks at any time. To be fair, the power of Finn's magic may not be as good as Agiri's previous slash in terms of damage effect. But Khan had no idea what he was cutting. Logically speaking, it shouldn't even be touched. But because someone's body is a physical body, Agiri still touched it. Even though there was contact, the power was not as strong as expected. Maybe it had something to do with murderous intent. Or maybe it was just someone who was influenced by an external god and was simply offended by the previous super compound magic bombardment. Lin had no intention of stopping. Miraculous fluctuations permeate the surroundings, and the disordered power regarded as entropy is reorganized. The magical energy that is supposed to be neutral actually gives people such a strange feeling when facing someone who is losing their temper. Finn knew the signs. like the feeling of fear about to come to the fore in the dark. This extremely mild sense of oppression is the prelude to the power of the external gods being guided. This aura will grow stronger over time. And as long as no one stops it, things will eventually become serious. But just like boiling a frog in warm water, when people react incorrectly, it's usually too late. Fun was certainly not one of those people who didn't know it. She clasped her hands together, as if she was trying to squeeze the thing in her palms, but couldn't. But there was nothing in her palm. Instead, all matter above the magic tower was centered on Lin and compressed inward. If you are in it, you will have the feeling of diving into the deep water. You will feel the heavy pressure everywhere. Of course, this is not a magic that just increases pressure and crushes people. If someone could directly observe the movement of power with the naked eye, they would find that the power in the air gathered into countless trickles and penetrated into the body of the person staying in the center. These powers are not deliberately arranged, which means they do not produce any magical effects. But when it is forcibly poured into the body, the initial effect is similar to accelerating meditation, which increases the speed at which the body accumulates power by several levels. However, this benefit is actually just a fleeting illusion, and what follows will be a very painful initiation, because such an approach will destroy the balance of energy in the human body and even affect the physical body, causing bleeding or rupture of muscles and ligaments and other injuries. This move is useless no matter how high the opponent's realm or physical strength is. Just like there is no balloon that cannot be blown, no matter what material it is made of, as long as a high-powered air compressor fills it with air without restraint, the cowhide will be blown. Of course, Lin couldn't just let himself be slaughtered. This move seems unsolvable, but it is actually a competition between magicians for control of power and competition for regional dominance. The strongest controller can even create a nearly demon-forbidden realm for the opponent. But few people do this. Forbidden magic is a forbidden knowledge, because it means offending 8 powerful masters at the same time, as long as you are in the Lost Land or the Abyss. As a legal profession, if you do this kind of thing, even if you don't die on the spot, your future will be ruined. Not all of those 8 people are kind-hearted and good at forgiving. Therefore, no magician will delve into this knowledge, and no one will look for new energy that can be used to support magic, because this is equivalent to declaring war on the 8 lords of power, as long as it is not a forbidden demon in the true sense. As a magician, he naturally has the means to deal with all situations. If you are helpless, it only proves the person's incompetence. The man who was fixed in midair was certainly not an incompetent person. He did not take any additional actions, and directly used his own body as a medium to enhance the efficiency of his power in the sound of obscure spells, and plans to focus on customers and dominate all powers in the region. Domination. This is the true instinct of the outer gods hidden under the terror. This is not to say that they actively want to do this, but that their own abilities will involuntarily guide them in such a direction. This is also the reason why the outer gods do not come into contact with each other. And once they come into contact, they will fight. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain, even 1 male and 1 female. As for classes, factions, and groups, these are all conjectures or misunderstandings created by some intelligent people for their own purposes. In fact, it should be more thorough if you understand it as follows. Which celestial bodies can truly live in peace with each other? Either they are moving away from each other, or they are approaching each other, and then after crossing the Roche limit, the strong destroys the weak, and then absorbs everything about the other. Something that will burn itself out is called a star. Something that will one day crash into itself or be crushed and swallowed by a black hole somewhere is called a planet. When the time span is long enough, no star can escape the fate of destruction. Eternity in people's eyes is just because they don't live long enough. These sentiments were certainly not Infant's thoughts. In fact, what she did was not really intended to cause any harm to Lin. It's a joke to try to hurt someone of their level with this level of attack. Then did all this just to delay time, while Lin was busy fighting for control. Hagiri, who had detached himself from the crown of thorns, changed his form again, and deployed a trapping dragon formation based on Zhou Tian Xingdo and Qi Min Dun Jia. Tens of thousands of formations, tens of thousands of hosts. Not to mention the trapped dragon. Even an entire ethnic group was suppressed. Moreover, this trapped dragon formation is not only composed of tens of thousands of sword balls, but also has 5 earthly swords interspersed in it, and is dominated by the wheel of time. Winfa was giving instructions to Hagiri before. Her words were simple. Only a few sentences. But she actually thought about more. That also believed that with the skills of the Hagiris, it was impossible not to catch the thoughts that floated on the surface. The Hagyrus can naturally understand her true layout. This is also true. Khan understands Finn's requirements for the trap formation, and he realized that the preparations made by the Hagyrus were far from sufficient. Therefore, the Hagyrus used a very short period of time to reorganize their knowledge, add the special abilities of each of the 5 mortal swords, and rearrange the trapped dragon formation. The dragon trapped in the lock is not only a dragon of flesh and blood, but also a dragon of consciousness and illusion. The dragon here refers to the tangible and intangible things in all dimensions and dimensions, whether it is understandable or incomprehensible. From the outside, this trapping dragon array looks like a sphere arranged in the air, with dots of light attached to its surface. The internal space is indeed a spherical shape. There is no magic to expand the space, nor is there any magic to force the human body to become smaller or change the sense of space. But it is a full-dimensional blockade, which means that even the transmission of flash magic will be banned. In other words, the flash technique can still function normally, but it will be limited to this spherical space and cannot be transcended. This is their first attempt, and to achieve completeness in the true sense, it cannot be achieved without the help of the Wheel of Time, or the Sand of Time. In terms of consumption, setting up this trapped dragon array is no easier than cutting off the causal existence of an enemy. Fortunately, once activated, there is no additional consumption. The reason why the Wheel of Time is required to preside over is because it is the only existence that can release the trapped dragon formation. All the Hakakiri who have set up the formation are firmly tied to this trapped dragon formation together with it. It can be said that this trapped dragon formation not only traps the people in the cage, but also traps the Hagyrus. Even if you use the second Sand of Time to make a wish to relieve the formation, it may not work. Thun was satisfied with Hagiri's performance. At least she was in it. After trying the flash technique several times to escape to no avail, she stopped doing those futile things. Looking at the man who became quiet again in front of him, Thun was suddenly very interested in a certain idea. If this magician who is known as the best at escaping is conscious and realizes his situation, what kind of evaluation will he make? But right now, there is no time to make fun of this man who has lost his consciousness. I guess he didn't understand it even after I said it. Moreover, the man who calmed down did not become rigid and unconscious like he did when he received Khan's first slash. After calming down, he was looking around, trying to understand his situation. Because the Hagyrus were so perfect, all existing things within the confines of their confinement were cut off from the outside world. Even the 8 powers are like ownerless things, releasing their original restraints and beginning to activate. But the change in the environment was not fatal. What was really fatal was the woman standing in front of him. Thun's movements were similar to Lin's. She was also observing the environment she was staying in for the first time. The 2 top magicians in the Lost Land are looking for some advantage that they can take advantage of in this pure environment. Chapter 1782 Confrontation. Can the 8 powers that have lost the control of the Lord of Power still be directly utilized by magicians? The answer to this question is no. Power, as well as the relationship between the Master of Divine Power and the magician, is actually like the relationship between electricity, transformers, and electrical appliances in a time-traveling hometown. Electrical appliances are not just plugged in and can be used. They need to be converted into the appropriate voltage by a transformer before they can operate normally. Otherwise, it will either malfunction or burn out the appliance. Usually the latter is more likely. The same is true for most magicians. None of them can use the energy that has not been sorted out by the Lord of Power. But this problem is not a problem for Fun. In Fun's active era, there was no such god as the Lord of Power. The magicians of that era were just as good at using magic, although the cost is that the difficulty of casting spells increases. At least it is not impossible to use magic. Therefore, the magic of that era had quite solid factional barriers. Magicians of different factions cannot use different systems of magic because the source of magic energy is different. The same problem is not difficult for Lin, who is unconscious. Since the Dream Tower era, you have been able to turn the energy of nightmares into bricks and build your own magic tower in your dreams piece by piece. In the era of sub-dimensional towers in the dimensional gap, the alien energy that can turn people into evil spirits was directly extracted and converted into 8 kinds of powers for use as an electrical appliance with a built-in transformer function. It is certainly open to electricity, but this alone is not enough to compete with Finn in terms of battery life, because the suspended matter and various energies in the spherical trapped dragon formation are limited. Apart from the ones they bring, they can only fight in this limited environment. It's like 2 boxers fighting at close range in an oxygen-free environment. This is not only a competition of lung capacity, but also a confrontation between two boxers' proficiency in various techniques in the extreme state. This is the situation of Lin and Fan. In an environment with limited external resources, all confrontations are based on each other's background. The existing magic system has long since ceased to exist due to the collapse of the environment. Now they not only have to fight, but also have to carve out their own path. No one can say clearly what the occasion for the war was. All I know is that at a certain moment, Lin and Fan moved together. At the beginning, there are 3 axes in succession: fog, cobweb, and fireball. Then counter each other's magic. The two people's means of fighting are not limited to direct attack magic, but also various environment-changing and trap-type magics. As for debuff magic, the two avoided using it without thinking. This kind of magic that must work on the human body may not even need countermeasures, and the body will directly resist. Fansai didn't want to waste time casting such useless magic, and someone who lost his main consciousness made the same choice. A pure magic duel. Even if the two of them use super compound magic skills to intensively attack each other, it is still a normal confrontation for them. It couldn't look any more relaxed. Neither looking ferocious nor full of murderous intent. Even if they can cast spells like gods, they may not be able to achieve faster casting speed. At the level of the two of them, although the use of complex magic cannot be regarded as an instinct, it is almost there. Perhaps the gods still have shortcomings compared to them. As for the ability to directly use rule-level power with just a few movements like a god, this statement and practice made Fan and someone, a magician, sneer at him. There is nothing wrong with rule-level power being the source of everything, but it does not mean that the destructive power of this thing is relatively high. It's like using an electric shock to hit a person, or using an electric-driven chainsaw to cut a person. Which one will cause more damage? This is the same question. When there is a specific goal, using targeted and special methods to deal with it is of course the best way. If you have nothing to do, you always use the power of rules and other sources to make an issue. What kind of lazy person must be to use it so brainlessly? It is conceivable that the gods are all lazy, but they have little money. After all, this crude method of use can solve 99% of the world's problems, and the remaining 1% can be solved by shaking the gods and fighting in groups. In this environment, a few gods will be like magicians, studying the magic of leveraging huge power at a small cost and using it as a boost. Even the gods who were born as masters mostly forget such skills and just follow the crowd. But judging from the current battle situation, Fan had to admit that there was a reason why he, like a god, didn't pay attention to precise operations and just rolled the power he had into a ball and threw it out. At their level, casting magic and breaking magic can all be done in one thought, rather than laboriously arranging the layout. It is better to directly output the most primitive power simply and crudely. With such a change of thought, the battle between the two people escalated from a simple exchange of magic to a close fist fight. Moreover, every punch and every kick must not follow ordinary boxing principles or follow the body's limits. Every killing move is accompanied by magic, attacking the opponent's blind spot from an unusual direction. If this were the case, the thing to be cracked would just change from magic to magic and fists, which needed to be cracked at the same time. But how could Fan cross a small stage? Isn't this kind of escalation like the most taboo tactic in war? It not only gives the enemy time to adapt, but also wastes one's own life force as it is wasted away bit by bit. The real layout is based on the countered magic. The scattered power is left in specific locations, forming nodes inside the trapped dragon array, gradually occupying the entire spherical space. As long as the layout is successful, and all the nodes are connected in an instant, a powerful magic can be formed. This suppressed big move will definitely teach the man in front of him a big lesson. The most important point is that this magic is difficult to counter in a hurry. It's like the strategic magic cast by the magician army cannot be disintegrated just because a little magician chants a counterspell. This layout is very difficult. Not only must it be stealthy, but it must also be accurately predicted where the magic you use will be counterattacked and cracked, so that you can plant mines in the right location. But Fan did it. Not only did she successfully lay out the plan secretly, but she also played with her opponent's movements in the palm of her hand. But this proud mood did not last long. Just before she was about to successfully activate the secret magic, Fan suddenly realized that the other party was actually doing the same thing as herself, and the layout progress was not much different. In other words, when you activate the secret magic and bombard the opponent, you will also become the target of the opponent using the same type of magic. It's hard to say who suffered more, but it would definitely not be easy if you received this direct magic blow. Therefore, The battle process has upgraded from casting magic and breaking magic to seizing the layout and disintegrating the layout. The battle situation has become more complicated. But from the overall perspective, the balance has not been broken. If there is any difference, it is that the environment inside the trapped dragon formation has become more chaotic and dangerous because of the power layout left by the two people who fought. The two men's actions not only increase the difficulty, but also find ways to detect their opponent's intentions early. The battle situation changes at any time. And sometimes, the power nodes you have deployed may become pawns used by the opponent, in order to prevent the other party from using it. I can only destroy it myself. Examples like this are not isolated cases, but occur one after another. It is precisely because the confrontation on the magical level is becoming more and more complex and faster. Many magics are not used at all, and may be destroyed just by chanting the first syllable. Therefore, in the battle scene, the gorgeous magic attacks turned into a simple fist fight. Can we say that this fight is not fatally dangerous just because of the straight punches or kicks between the two people fighting? If any third party tries to join this battle, they may be strangled by the invisible whirlpool on the battlefield in an instant. This is the reality of the battlefield inside the trapped dragon formation. Those elves who came to the twin towers of the gate to prepare for battle should praise the Hagairis for their tight blockade on the dragon trap formation, with no entry or exit allowed. If they can't get in, no matter how many people they send into the battle, they will only end up with no bones left. What is the first variable to break the deadlock? This starts with a third figure appearing in the trapped dragon formation. This does not mean that a third person appeared inside the trapped dragon formation. Instead, two more fist shadows and a human head appeared on Lin's body, attacking from an unexpected direction. According to normal circumstances, this unexpected blow can only be ended by a quick retreat or a hard attack. Even the magic attached to it has a high chance of being applied to the body without missing a beat, and it is impossible not to be injured. But Finn also seemed to have grown another version of himself. It was also her who steadily received this impossible blow. Then more and more fists, feet and figures appeared, each one connected to the original body, or connected to the subsequent figure. Everyone is like Siamese twins, catching each other and fighting each other. After a while, the entire space inside the trapped dragon array was filled with people. Moreover, these figures sometimes overlap each other, and Lin's figure appears on Finn's body, resisting another Finn's attack, or attacking the third former Demon King. The situation was so chaotic that it was no longer enough to watch the battle with two eyes. The reason why a fist and foot fight was so colorful was because both of them had activated the ultimate mode of flashing. Infinite parallel worlds and cells at different points in time had all joined the war on the main plane. There was only a spherical space with a diameter of 5 kilometers. But Lin and Finn were stunned into an endless battle. There are countless participants in the war. Lin and Finn are not limited to one place, but attack each other in parallel worlds in different planes and different time points. And the moment they were in contact, they left silhouettes in a certain world. This is why we see this strange scene of people connecting with each other. When the number of battles increases, especially when they come from parallel worlds with various possibilities, the outcome will naturally no longer maintain a balance of power, but will result in victory and defeat. The winner can kill the opponent with one punch, but the loser's defeat is only an instant, with no room for salvation. But the difference between victory and defeat is only one group. Compared with the number of battles and the number of worlds involved, the winner can only be determined by a drop in the ocean. Most of the battles were still evenly matched, with neither losing nor winning. Chapter 1783, Overpowering. What Hakakiri Khan was afraid of was that a certain magician's trump card was fiercely unfolding in the dragon trap formation. What's even scarier is that there is more than one person who can do it. Even Finn did the same thing, at least resisting Lin's attack. In fact, Finn's attainments in the flash technique are not as deep and extensive as Lin's. It can be said that there is a gap between the two, but the methods used on themselves are almost the same. Therefore, it is not difficult for the two of them to join the battle in the parallel world, or even take time off to join the battle in the parallel world. With today's people, it is not a big problem for them to reappear next to the micro-universe on the wind elemental plane and fight against that cosmic-level powerhouse in a flash. The only question is, what kind of enemy needs 5.67 billion of us to strike at the same time? No target has such a need, and Lin and Finn certainly can't eat enough to survive. Just find a hare on the roadside and eat like this. Killing a chicken with a bullseye is a small matter. But what really matters is the sequelae of this blow. The planar barrier that has been disrupted by the flashing technique and is filled with holes may lose its role of protecting and isolating each other. Once a plane collision is induced, there will only be mutual destruction, and there will be no happy fusion. This is the biggest risk of this ultimate move. It was originally done next to the micro-universe because that place was already a weak point in the barrier and had been reinforced using special techniques. Only then could a main plane be included in a subplane. It can be said that the unknown and powerful hand has become someone's guarantee for fooling around. But here in the abyss, everything is confined to the narrow space within the trapped dragon formation, and the risks and difficulties are completely transferred to Hagari, who set up this trapped lock formation. The annihilation of planes and planes has occurred more than once inside, but they have all been firmly sealed within this 5-kilometer diameter sphere. The only people who died were Lin and Finn in that plane. The impact has not expanded outward, but the impact on the trapped dragon formation is not small at all. It can be said that if it were not for the Wheel of Time as the host, and for the unreasonable wish-making power of the Sand of Time, the 2 Demon King qualified characters would risk everything to fight, and the void would have been shattered long ago. It also ruined the entire main plane universe. Don't think that the place where the abnormality occurs is insignificant, and insignificant compared to the entire universe. But a 1,000-mile embankment collapses in an anthill. Who can guarantee that the singularity created by 2 selfless magicians will not affect the entire universe? Judging from the examples of other parallel planes, it is not just that it will happen, but it will definitely happen. Just say that all the destruction is now maintained in the spherical space, and the power overflowed from those battles makes the Hagairis feel overwhelmed. If the situation were more serious, Hagiri would not dare to say that he would be able to survive it. One of the characteristics of Hagairis is that they are similar to gods, and can be classified into a multidimensional unity. No matter how many planes, dimensions, or parallel worlds we travel through, Hagiri is unified and interconnected. Their thinking is detached from it, and they are almost omniscient. However, due to the limitations of the physical body, that is, the sword body, the Hagairis did not really touch the realm of the gods, being able to satisfy the characteristics of the above 2. That's why Lin said that it is unrealistic. However, Hagiri, who possesses such characteristics, cannot be like the 2 people who are fighting against each other now. And he can't shake people in parallel worlds at every turn. If the only 2 parties fighting were Lin and Finn, then the Dragon Trap formation could trap them for millions of years, until the moment when the abyss was destroyed and the star ceased to exist. Even if the 2 of them recovered and were fine, Hagiri and the others didn't want to let them go. So Lin and Finn were helpless. But if the number of combatants is almost infinite, things are completely different. Under the guidance of the 5 worldly swords, the trapped dragon formation composed of tens of thousands of boxes was as fragile as an egg-shell. Fortunately, this trapped dragon array is really not like an egg-shell. It's okay externally, but not good internally. The Hagairis put 99% of their energy on the 2 people in the internal environment, and the remaining 1% was used to block people from the outside and prevent others from entering. Even so, when a detonated extraordinary magic ray penetrated the trapped dragon formation, passed over the sky above the magic formation city of Ishur, and exploded a mountain in the distance, the unstoppable situation finally evolved into more serious commotion. The protective strength of the magic circle city is not fixed. At the beginning of the design, Lin made reference to the achievements of the Great Sage's Tower era in the past to create a simple logical judgment mechanism. When targeted interference and destruction increase, the power of protection will also increase. Of course, this increase has its upper limit, which is mainly to maintain the magic stone energy pool placed in each house. If you want to override the operation, you can only manually release the limiter and no longer leave it to the program to make active judgments. However, this attack leaked from the trapped dragon formation directly stretched Ishur's magic formation protection to the full point that could be achieved under automatic control. Even so, Yue still frightened the demons living in Ishur. Humanity? As a race whose senses are not as sharp as those of demons, only a few people are aware of the power of this blow, and most people just feel a chill. Of course, the loopholes in the trapped dragon formation were repaired by the Hagairis as soon as possible. The reason why this attack was leaked was that Hagiri, who was guarding that point, couldn't bear it. He was directly beaten to ashes, shattering the myth that only Hagiri can destroy Hagiri. The death of a comrade did not have much impact on the Hagiri clan. In the past, because the sword wielders belonged to different camps, there were quite a few fights between Hakakiri and Hakakiri. However, they did not form any grudges because of this, let alone resent humans. For Hagiri, life and death are like separation and reunion between friends. Now that Hagiri was really exploded on the job, Everyone just tried to make up for the shortcomings as soon as possible and recomplete the trapped dragon formation. It may seem like an inhumane act, but in fact Higiri is not a human being. So there is certainly no psychological burden. Even the father generation Higiri, who followed Lin into the zero-dimensional world and split into a bunch of kin after returning to the main plane, were not regarded as their fathers by the new Higiri. We should all get along with each other as we should. Moreover, everyone knew how difficult this job was from the beginning. It was only after actually experiencing it that they were convinced that what they thought at the beginning was still too naive. To be able to maintain it until now without being detonated by a box cutter is simply because everyone cooperated well and performed exceptionally well. In this case, who can complain? The most important task for the Higiris now is to maintain the integrity of the trapped dragon formation and withstand the growing internal pressure. Otherwise, after everyone has finished playing, there will be no place to complain if they want to. If the entire universe disappeared, they wouldn't know where they would go. Finn is getting more and more angry, and Lin is still unscrupulous. The fight between the two is not just a confrontation, but more like a process of strengthening each other. From being unskilled at first, to being proficient now, and using various tricks to deal with it. The battle situation will only get worse. Of course, the Higiris are also constantly strengthening the trapped dragon formation, and even cooperate with the two people fighting inside to constantly upgrade the weak points, hoping to achieve a foolproof level. But how could such a thing be done? Don't look at the 10,000 boxes and the 5 worldly swords. They are already a fighting force that can travel sideways across the land and abyss. Previously, when they acted as 4 human SHLs, they were able to fight against the 7 Abyss Lords who invaded the Lost Lands. But they were still in a state where they had no intention of killing. The problem is that they seem to only have 2 people trapped in the dragon formation, counting the help from the diverse world. Higiri can responsibly say that numbers are meaningless at this time. Just like in mathematics, infinity is a concept that can be calculated, but it is not considered a number. Does it make sense to count how many people are locked in the trapped dragon formation? Those 2 guys who play until they fly can change that number at any time. And don't look at the leaked attack that destroyed a mountain. In fact, inside the trapped dragon formation, the pressure the Higiris endured was far greater than that. The power of the leaked blow was somewhat attenuated due to the sacrifice of a Hagakiri. Since the Higiris have already felt that they are beyond their capabilities, the best way is of course to continue shaking people. While the trapped dragon array was being repaired and evolved, Khan broke away and came to the elves who had been watching the show. The elves who came to the twin towers at the side door of the abyss were all strong men like the Scarlet Sword Saint Miriam. If these elves are placed outside, even if they can't destroy the country alone, the result will be similar. And the strong, of course, have their pride, although they were sent here by their respective world tree bosses. Except for the fast ones who met Finn, the former demon king, and were told, "You can figure it out yourself." The other elves didn't know why they were there. Came here. Really watching a show? The trapped dragon formation prohibits all internal elements from affecting the outside world. Of course, others cannot see what is happening inside. There are no monitors installed on Hagiri, and they don't even have the extra energy to vibrate the air and simulate the sounds of living beings talking. Of course, the elves couldn't hear the anxious shouts and screams of the Higiris in the internal forum. It can be said that the elf who arrived slowly had no idea what he was going to do except that he knew that he was sent here. This is disrespectful to these proud and strong men. Until the blow that broke through the trapped dragon formation flew out into the air. Maybe the attack didn't hit any of them, but at a certain level, just by witnessing it with your own eyes, you can somewhat understand the supreme power contained in it. You don't have to experience it yourself to be willing to admit the power of that attack. So the elves who came slowly had the same idea as the elves who came first, and knew what was going on. That is, can they intervene in a battle of this level? Although among their respective tribes, and even among the Homo sapiens in the Lost Land, they are considered strong men that are rare to see in 100 years. But it is not to the extent that the terrain can be changed at will. After thinking about it for a while, there is still hope for holding back a big move. But it is still not enough to flatten a mountain. What do we need to do? Although Miriam is blind, there are still many ways to get information from the outside world. Of course she knew when Khan came in front of her. Although she, as a sword master, does not agree that Higiri is a sword from the bottom of her heart. It does not hinder the communication between the two parties, especially when the situation in front of you seems to be getting out of control. The Khan did not delay and said directly, "I beg your 25 majesties to take action and set up a second line of defense outside the trapped dragon formation. If the people inside continue to make trouble, we are not sure that we can withstand it. Chapter 1784. The elves prepare for war. Although when asking for help, there is no need to put on a high profile. But what Hakakiri Khan said was anything but modest. In his mind, it was very simple. The objects of his conversation were the 25 immovable plants, and the elves in front of him were just messengers. Such an attitude would certainly not satisfy all the powerful elves. However, it was not their turn to express any dissatisfaction, and an inexplicable strong will suppress their minds. Although this kind of thing has become more common in the past 10 years or so, in earlier times, it might not have happened in hundreds of years. And this is from the perspective of the entire elf tribe. Not a single elf, but those who can come to the twin towers at the side door of the abyss are all masters of the elves. And they are no strangers to this feeling. This is always the prelude when our immobile majesties want to borrow someone's body to do something. What to do? Borrow it. Is it difficult to refuse? Isn't it clear that I am a tool person? Elves are not without rebellion. It's just that elves like that won't be able to achieve what they achieve today. And they won't be left in the tribe. The most common place to go is usually near the roots of the world tree, where it becomes fertilizer. Don't think that the hearts of plants can't be dark. In the Wood Elf tribe, everything is beautiful. It's not without reason that some elven kingdoms are mainly guests, and the Wood Elves are eager to travel. It can be said that if the world tree is not trapped within its own root system and shade, it can move freely. According to their code of conduct, it is not an exaggeration to classify them in the evil camp. Anyway, it's definitely not the kind of injustice that erupts like the Holy Mother at any time. These elves who have received the induction are all leaders among the powerful men of each tribe or kingdom. They all let go of their bodies, minds, and spirits, and closed and opened their eyes. In an instant, their pupils disappeared, leaving only the whites of their eyes. The atmosphere around him changed even more. Everyone who came here was not an ignorant young man. As soon as they saw this formation, they immediately lowered their arrogant heads. No matter how high your arrogance is, you still have to bow your head when facing your boss. If you don't lower your head may fall to the ground. It's just that they all have doubts in their hearts about how serious the matter is before their boss puts his consciousness into the elf's body. And I counted them secretly. But all 25 of them were here. Not one was missing. What surprised the elves even more was that when 25 of them became gods, the elder staffs guarded by their respective tribes or kingdoms appeared out of thin air in the hands of the 25 elves. The elder staff is an old branch of the world tree that has not undergone much carving, including the bark, and has different images. There are ones with big forks of antlers. There are also ones with a tree burl and a solitary branch. And there are also those with a long stick with 9 twists and turns. The common point is that the elder staff not only has the strongest atmosphere of the world tree, but is also the most important symbol of each tribe. It's not easy to get out, and not all elves are qualified to touch it. Thousands of years ago, taking out the elder staff would have meant attacking another world tree, because the elder staffs, as if I were here authority, can effectively suppress the power of other world trees. The wood elves underneath can do some burning and killing. For the elder staff that has been separated from the body, if it is destroyed, it will not have much impact on the body of the world tree. But it is very troublesome to recreate an elder staff. Thinking about the old branches of the same period, they were probably so thick that they could be hollowed out and used as tree houses. How could they be cut down and let the elves hold them in their hands? If the original elder staff is destroyed, wouldn't it be troublesome to get a second one? If you get a new branch casually, some young elves may be deceived. But if you can't suppress the hostile world tree during war, wouldn't it be fatal? So when this thing came out, it was almost like the Legion flag of the old era of cold weapons in the hometown of a certain time-traveling people. The soldiers pointed it where to hit without any hesitation. Seeing the elder staffs appearing, the arrogant elf warriors had to hold back their murmurs. The bosses of World Tree have the same kind of character. He can remain silent for hundreds of years, and let the elves let themselves go as long as they don't cross the red line. Once you lose your temper, if you move slowly, disaster may be imminent. After all, we are just plants, so we have no sense of time. 25 elves holding elder staffs came to the top of the twin towers at the side door of the abyss, and stood in a circle in front of the crown of thorns, which was full of cracks, but not completely disintegrated. That poor baby has only been used once, because the way the Hagairas separated it is a bit rough. It may not even be worth repairing in the future, so it can be considered to be refurbished directly. The 25 elves didn't care about this non-threatening threat. and they all held their sticks on the ground and recited prayers in the secret language of the elves. Elvish secret language is a special language that is closest to the essence of magic before human spells, and is not used daily. It is only used for the old-style magic that is now unavailable. After the Lord of Power came to power, the rules of the world changed, and the elves' ritual prayers to the world tree. These sounds are high or low, different from the general way of speaking or the magician's incantation, and are closer to the sound of bards singing poetry. Although there is no instrumental accompaniment, it feels like singing, which is very beautiful and addictive. However, the elves present were not in the mood to appreciate it, nor did they think it was a sacrificial ceremony within the clan. So they had to maintain or pretend to be pious. This is on the battlefield, or at least next to it. Moreover, everyone is not an ignorant elf. Of course, they all understand the content of the secret language, different from the usual ritual prayers that vigorously tout the world tree. The elven secret language being sung now is actually a short paragraph of the same words repeated over and over again, and the content is directly the real name of the world tree. It's different from knowing the devil's true name and being able to control the devil. The real name of world tree is purely because it is too difficult to pronounce and too long, so not many people are interested in knowing it. Even if he really knew it, he couldn't do anything to the world tree. As for what it means when translated into the common language of MIDI, it is not the real name of world tree, so no one cares about this kind of thing. The name that most people recognize is simply another one that is shorter and more common. If you really want to talk about it, the real name of world tree is more like the Buddhism of a certain time traveler's hometown. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to memorize any sutras or mantras. Reciting the 6 words, Namo Amidba, over and over again all the time can be counted. When used in front of you, it is the power to communicate with the world tree itself, connected to the elder staff in your hand. Although the elves present have not personally experienced this set of battles, they all know that when a certain wood elf brings an elder staff and attacks the other wood elf tribe, it connects with the power of the world tree to suppress the other world tree. Used for trees. The elf holding the elder staff not only has to devote himself wholeheartedly, but also dedicates himself and burns all the strength in the body to the elder staff. In this way, the disadvantage of invading world trees territory can be completely eliminated, but the process cannot be interrupted. However, based on the current situation, the elder staff did not extract the energy from the elf's body. After all, draining all the elves present would not help. The 25 elder staffs are connected to the magic tower where the tip of the staff is touching, and the required energy is supplied from the energy pool. The world tree does not directly use the 8 powers. On the contrary, the 8 powers are the output of the world tree. Just like the plants on the earth absorb carbon dioxide and emit oxygen, which is exactly the opposite of animals. Only this can maintain the balance between life consumption and output. Therefore, the supply of the magic tower energy pool must be converted. Fortunately, the core of the energy pool of the twin towers at the side door of the lost world is the seed of the world tree, and the 2 towers on the lost side and the abyss side are integrated. So in terms of the source of supply, the twin towers of gate can be regarded as having the same origin as the world tree. Not only does it make the intervention of world tree easier, the efficiency and difficulty of conversion are also much easier. It can be said that without this relationship, the world trees would not be able to perform well today. It was seen that the 25 elves used themselves as a bridge and the elder staff in their hands as the foundation. In the process of chanting the holy name of the world tree, the 8 powers output by the magic tower turned into substances and formed something like a vine. From the elder staff, the upper end extends toward the trapped dragon array in the sky. When the first vine is like a creeper, it climbs around the periphery of the spherical space of the trapped dragon formation and spreads upward along the surface of the sphere. At the same time, with every step forward, branches spread out in all directions. The remaining 24 vines were doing the same thing. If they encounter thin vines extending from other vines, they will either detour or push over them, and the 2 will still go their separate ways. After a while, all the vines covered the outer layer of the trapped dragon formation. Moreover, the part extending from the elder staff has the same growth characteristics as ordinary plants. The front end becomes longer and longer, and the rear end becomes thicker and thicker. The color also evolves from the original emerald green to dark brown, like a bud growing into an old branch. It didn't take long for a huge tree tumor to appear above the twin towers at the side door of the abyss. The roots are blended into one, and the original more than 20 root systems are no longer visible, and they are firmly rooted at the top of the magic tower. There are even roots running along the outer wall, and drilling down into the abyss. A newly built magic tower that had only been built for a few years suddenly had a sense of vicissitudes of time. Although the 25 elves holding elder staffs were not completely entangled in the tree tumors by the vines. But his hands were still fixed by the vines. And he couldn't break free easily. It was as if they themselves had turned into sculptures, maintaining a still and motionless posture, except for the slight rise and fall of the chest, which is maintaining the state of breathing. No other obvious animal characteristics can be seen, as if it has been assimilated into a plant. Don't think that there were only 25 elves who came to the twin towers at the side door of the abyss, representing their respective tribes or kingdoms, and became part of the tree burrow, while the rest of the elves were just relaxing nearby. They also have important jobs. The World Tree invaded the abyss. This unprecedented event swept through the magic circle city of E-City in an instant. Even if it was not the truth. Although the devil is used to protecting himself wisely, there are limits to things. Once you hit that bottom line, it won't be okay if you don't fight. So does what is happening at hand touch that line? The interesting part is here. No one dares to say there is no. And no one dares to say there is. The extra elves who come to report are to fill the temporary void in the power of the twin towers of Gate. They immediately noticed that the changes in the magic tower caused a commotion among the demons. And they understood their mission here. Chapter 1785 To fight, or not to fight. To put it bluntly, the twin towers of Gate are the objects that World Tree wants to protect to the death. And it is impossible to hand them over to the hands of demons or humans. The elves must carry out the will of World Tree. What's more, this is not an attack, but a strategic blackmail to scare the opponent. The elves who come here are not simple soldiers. On the battlefield, all of them are commander-in-chief and general-level talents. If you don't bring soldiers here, it's simply because the soldiers are too weak to die. If you bring soldiers, they are just roadblocks at best. So it's useless. Perhaps they have no way of knowing about things that are too high-end, and they are unable to solve them. But they understand the situation in front of them. The current situation is that the devil does not know what happened to the twin towers of the Gate. The only thing we know is that the tower owner is conducting magic experiments. And there is quite a lot of noise. However, as the strongest combat power and the masters of the magic tower, the Hagairis and the two tower owners have trapped themselves. The current magic tower seems to be undefended. The demons don't know this news yet. Although the World Tree bosses did not trap themselves until they were unable to move like the aforementioned few. But they are plants. So even if they are doing nothing, they cannot move. In short, the power of the twin towers to support the gate is limited, and they can only rely on the power of the set elves. As for the automatic defense of the twin towers of Gate, the elves know that it exists, but they don't know to what extent it can be achieved. Since you don't know the details, just pretend you haven't done it yet. Avoid when it comes in use. It will not reach the strength you need, but it will become a breakthrough point for the enemy. The three apprentices of the two tower owners are still there, but according to the practice of other magic towers, the power is in the hands of the tower owners, and the apprentices may not be able to do much, not to mention their own strength. It would be no problem to send a soldier from the tribe to challenge the three of them alone. Therefore, the elves did not include those three little dolls in their combat power. For the short-lived species Homo sapiens, for the long-lived species, even if they have 1 foot in the coffin, they are still too young to be young. Therefore, the elves must show a sense of presence and threat, but not too strong, which will give people a feeling of guilt. The demons compete with each other. If it's too much and not enough, if we give them clues, it might be another tower attack battle. The elves were still deeply impressed by the demon's massive attack on the tower last time. Although he did not personally participate in the battle, he was gathered by the World Trees and was waiting as a reserve team. If the situation deteriorates, it's up to them to save the situation. Even though the final results of the twin towers of the gate made even the arrogant elves look askance at them, these did not change Yggdrasil's views and actions. Anyway, as long as the twin towers of the gate are in danger, they have to prepare. It doesn't matter if it's not used. It can't be rushed. So how should we set up defenses for this scene? A group of elves glanced left and right, and they knew where they should be. The broken part of the crown of thorns became a temporary battlement, and the elves stood directly around the top of the magic tower. All the elves were in high spirits, holding their heads high and holding their holy bows facing outward. A pair of sharp eyes are like those of an eagle, with murderous intent patrolling the outside of the tower. They came prepared to fight, and they were among the strongest men in the tribe. Of course, the weapons and equipment they had on them could not be shabby, coupled with the aesthetics of the elves. This outfit is not only gorgeous, but also deadly. The magic tower does not occupy a large area. And even though there are not many elves coming, in fact, after surrounding it in a circle, there are still many elves who failed to stand up as guards. Of course, the elves who couldn't stand up were not idle either. They had to hide and serve as a reserve team. They couldn't all stand up to scare people, and they wouldn't be able to stand up anymore. You can't climb outside the tower or build a few temporary platforms. With so many people claiming the tower, is the magic tower fake? In addition to being always ready to fight, these hidden elves also need to communicate with their respective tribes. Those who can come will come, but those who cannot come will have to wait. Once the war begins, we must use the fastest speed to attract as many people as possible. Of course, pulling people is not random. There is only so much space on the top of the magic tower and inside the tower. If all the elf rapid troops were brought here, they would not even be able to stand. If you really have that kind of virtue, then there is no need to fight. Just let the devil kill and pick apart at the same time. Therefore, a considerable proportion of elves will directly seize strategic locations through the flash technique. Just like planning to attack certain fortresses or palaces on weekdays, key areas were occupied first, cutting off internal communication within the fortress. As long as the channels of communication and support are blocked, it's up to you how you want to handle it in the future. As for being surrounded or something, the elves are not worried at all. Ever since the world trees learned the flash technique, if the elf was seriously injured in the battle, he would be evacuated directly through flash. After healing with magic, throw it back to the front line and continue fighting. Therefore, no elf is afraid of falling into death, because there is really no such place. Even if you die in battle, guess where in Kwame land there are so many resurrection potions that you can't use them all. So you can eat or pour a can without feeling any pain? This is thanks to the fact that most of the elves go to war under the guise of banks. For the sake of the goddess of gold coins, the noble lords from all over the world, except for those whose brains are caught in the door, also have some respect. No big nobleman allows the elves to perform at this level. Opportunity. So the elf's trump card has not really been revealed yet. If people really knew that the elves can play this way in wars now, then no one should stop playing and just admit defeat. No one can afford this kind of troop deployment. Only the elves with the world tree behind them can do it. And what is the level of world tree? If you are so messy among the mortals, this is not bullying. Then what is bullying? But just because no one knew about it, the elves who were selected to become the rapid reaction force were holding back their energy, waiting for one day to fight in a big battle and show their prestige. There is a knife that cannot be pulled out, and there is accumulation of chi and stagnation in the chest. If it is stuffy for a long time, internal injuries will occur. Fortunately, what controls and supports all of this is the world tree, whose desires are completely different from humans. Conquering the world and killing all humans has no meaning for the world, since it is meaningless. Of course they will not take action. Otherwise the elves today will definitely become a great scourge to lost land. However, if the opponent is a demon, not to mention the distinction between good and evil camps, such an opponent also makes the elves have to be cautious, because everyone knows very well that over there in the lost land, human beings are just a piece of loose sand. If any kingdom or empire is really beaten up by the elves, it may feel like a rabbit is dead and a fox is sad. But I believe there will be more people applauding. In terms of the degree of loose sand in the abyss, demons are hundreds of times better than humans. But the level of provocation by the tower masters of the Twin Towers, who cannot stand the door, is even higher. In the previous game, the demon army gathered to attack the tower, but it was led by dozens of god-level demons. Regardless of whether there are any grievances or not, the debts owed and the grudges made in the past have all been temporarily suppressed, and the magic tower will be destroyed later. The boss has spoken. No one dares to disobey. Just like the Wood Elf tribe, thousands of years ago, when everyone met, they only had to fight for their lives. And it didn't count if one party didn't die. Aren't we all sitting together in harmony today, sharing the same hatred against outsiders? It's not that under the suppression of World Tree, the elves can only put their hatred at ease. It's that their long-lived species values kindness and despises hatred, unlike humans who are full of passion. After all, if you live a long time, who can really hold your hatred in your arms for hundreds of years? Thinking from the devil's point of view, although the devil did not succeed in the last battle, if it happened again, the scene would definitely be much bigger than the last time. After all, the demons must have understood that they have already been defeated once. If the situation is small this time, it will be in vain. No one fights to lose, and no one wants to win, and it is best to win the battle and survive. Then you can taste the fruits of victory. Facing the demon army, the elves were not afraid at all. It's not like the demons have never been defeated before. Even the big demons, and those powerful elves, who want to kill them alone have no chance. But going to the next level is not that simple. Don't look at a certain former demon king clamoring to kill gods like dogs. This is what she can only say. How many other people, and elves dare to say such words? If the news spreads, within 3 days, someone will come to teach you how to behave. Precisely because there are big bosses suppressing him. Even the most arrogant elf knows that this matter is not easy to handle. The main thing is to worry about provoking any abyss lord or abyss evil god, which will make life difficult for everyone. If you are able to stand up to these big guys, you are either screwing yourself, or you are staying at home and unable to go out. Although these thugs did not complain, it would be false to say that they were not worried. Besides, it doesn't matter if you lose the opponent. It's a bad thing if the opponent finds out the current emptiness of the magic tower and launches a massive attack. Therefore, the elves were all uneasy and ready to die at any time, and discussed the method of attack once the war started. Pure defense has never been a plan considered by the elves. Replacing defense with offense is the optimal solution. To put it simply, you need to dispel the demon's desire to attack. But you can't really hurt them. Whether it's crying and going home to find an adult, or the devil's eyes are red. No matter, it's desperate to get back the situation. Desperately trying to reveal the cards one by one. This is not the result the elves want. As the old saying goes, it's easy to start a fight, but it's not something you can decide unilaterally if you want to stop. The elves can only do their best to make adequate preparations, taking the fight as the premise and hoping for the result of not fighting. In short, you can't make the first move, and you can't show weakness. However, the information gap exists not only because the demons have insufficient information about the current situation of the Twin Gate Towers, but also because the elves have an unclear understanding of the demons. The devil of the radical faction had been dealt with once before by the Twin Towers of Gates. The Lord of the Abyss, and the evil god of the Abyss, who were killed at time were rarely resurrected now. Even those who have been resurrected are still in a weak state. Under this situation, the demons simply cannot accumulate enough power to target the magic tower. Besides, whether these radicals are still radicals today is still open to question. However, this does not mean that the demons who stay in each city are moderate or weak in character. There is only one reason why the devil does not betray, and that is that there is no flaw in the above. Anyway, they were right to see the situation of the magic tower, even if it was protected by the shield of the magic circle city. But this movement is not considered a flaw, and there are not enough benefits or incentives to attract them to attack in groups. At this stage, the devil's reaction is just to say some stupid words that no one can hear. They did not gather together to attack the tower as the elves thought. But if someone took the lead, things might be different. Chapter 1786 Rebellious Gathering. Are the demons trying to cause trouble? Think. Of course. The desire to cause trouble is almost a demonic instinct. And they are a group that is extremely obedient to their instincts and cannot hold back. The only reason to restrain their mood is whether they want to be happy or to die. The demons want to cause trouble, but they don't want to kill themselves to do it. And the death here is not that kind of descriptive word, but the real sense of losing one's life. In the abyss, it is impossible to hear the tender voice shouting, "I'm going to die! I'm going to die!" They are definitely like a big boss, exclaiming, "I'm going to die! I'm going to die!" The heartbreaking kind. It is precisely because of this restriction that the unique order of the abyss is formed. If they meet, they will fight. And the fight will mean the difference between life and death. Such a rough life does not belong to the abyss. The impulsive one was severely punished before, but he still hasn't recovered yet. After playing it safe, looking at the commotion in the magic tower, who wouldn't have the idea of causing trouble? But I can't be the one who takes the lead, and I'm encouraging other demons to take the lead. So regardless of the issue of whether to cause trouble or not, the demons are all holding back their evil. And a pair of, or multiple pairs of thief eyes are staring at other demons. Let's see who takes the lead first and what will happen. If you can get something good, everyone will rush in. If your teeth are chipped, everyone will stay away. As the evil god of the abyss, the big-eyed demon Melker, who often appears in each city and has the highest status and strength, he has naturally become the most concerned object of all the demons. But everyone knows Melker's position, which is the ironclad support of the master of the magic tower. Fortunately, everyone knew what the gods in the abyss were like. Otherwise everyone would have thought that Escher had become Melker's divine kingdom, and that the human tower master was just a puppet. Although Melker has always made it clear that he supports the owner of the magic tower unconditionally. Outsiders don't know what's behind this support, which makes an abyss evil god give so much. But after all, it's this time and that time. Hasn't there been such a loyal demon in the abyss? In conclusion, no. But from a certain period of time, it is everywhere. There are only two reasons for not betraying him. One is that he did not see the flaw, and the other is that the temptation is not big enough. So is the commotion in the magic tower this time enough to make this big-eyed demon move? In fact, everyone knows that it is probably not enough. But there is no loss in asking. This is not to lead a confrontation with the magic tower. It is just to test the waters. But surprisingly, the big-eyed demon who almost took Escher as his own could not be found. No one knows where this abyss evil god is gone, let alone why it disappeared at this moment. Compared to the former, the latter is what everyone is more concerned about. I don't know about other places, but the demons in East City felt that something was wrong from the moment the magician started making trouble. It is precisely because of this feeling that is not quite prophetic that the demons, who stay in E-Market and hope to gain profits from here, have different thoughts. They feel right. It's just that every devil who could say this sentence, one by one, ran away from Escher, including the much-anticipated Big Beholder, Ifan, the demon king who once ruled the Lost Land for an era. His actions were deliberately vilified and covered up by later generations. So not many people know the full picture of that era, even though they were in the Abyss. Not the Lost Land, which Abyss Lord or Abyss Evil God had not traveled through that era and witnessed what happened with their own eyes. This personal experience is more real than any hearsay. So even if the demons didn't care about the Demon King's early actions at first, after being deceived by several gods in a row, would they still dare not care? Naturally. We know what contribution the Outer God has made to that dark age that is hidden in history. As for why a few old gods were deceived in the past, there will still be other old gods in the back like moths to the flame, desperately trying to get infected with that uncontrollable power. This can only be boiled down to one word: greed. Aren't the demons greedy in this matter? Didn't they covet this power from the sky at the beginning? The answer is of course no. But the unbearable devils have a protective parent. If the Lost World and the Abyss each have a great will, then the former's attitude towards the gods of the Lost World is that of letting go, the latter's attitude towards the demons of the Abyss, even if they are not clinging to them, is that of a very controlling parent. What would normal parents do if they encounter human traffickers? Either kill the other party, or find a way to keep your children away and don't give the other party a chance. This was the biggest reason why the demons ignored Finn's acquisition of the title of Demon King in the past. And of course, it was also the reason why they stayed away from the Twin Towers of the Gate today, rather than being intimidated by the Demon King's strength. The demons want to stay away from big troubles that could shake their minds at any time. Those demons who sense the aura of the alien gods and immediately hid out of sight. Although they wanted to stay away from trouble. In fact, they had a wait-and-see mentality. This kind of approach of protecting yourself in advance and waiting and seeing before making a decision can almost be regarded as the devil's instinct. Although the Lord of the Abyss and the evil god of the Abyss have reached the extreme level among the demon group, it does not mean that they can walk sideways without any hindrance. They also have to be careful of plots from the same level. Although everyone didn't look at each other as if they were enemies, they weren't friendly either. To put it into practice, when a certain magician's experiment started to get out of control, these god-level demons all avoided it. But he didn't hide far away, but came to stay outside Escher, in the camp where the demon army once gathered. The previous battle between the demons and the tower ended with the complete victory of the magic tower. Except for one young man, all the other demons were spared, and they were all sent back to the Abyss to be reborn. However, after the battle, the Twin Towers of Gates did not use any pretext to settle accounts among the demon group, or make any kind of finishing move on the battlefield. The large camp outside Escher that provided the demon army with a hiding place remained. Doesn't the Twin Towers of Gate know the location of that camp? Not to mention the Tower Master knows it. The demons in East City know it. And humans also know it. As long as the news is not completely sealed, there is no ignorance. But everyone pretends not to know. From the perspective of the Twin Towers of the Gate, what if I knew it, and went to the trouble of clearing out the empty camp? There is no one to maintain this kind of thing. It either weathers and turns into ruins, or it is patronized by thieves and eventually becomes a scrap yard. At most, an empty camp was left. But it is undeniable that the reason why this camp was built was because of its geographical advantages. In addition to being hidden in a small mountain col, it is also just right away from the Twin Towers of the Gate and Escher. Not too far. Not too close. If there is any place that is best for observing the Magic Circle City and Magic Tower from a distance, the hilltop near the camp is the best observation point. The camp can be used for rest and hiding. Now the demons who ran out of Esher are hiding in this camp. And it's not just them. Demons from far and near who came due to the movement of the Magic Tower also gathered here. The most conspicuous among them is none other than the second and fifth son from the previous battle. The only survivor who escaped unscathed. The demon Prince Azad. Is betrayal a problem? Of course not in the eyes of the devil. Even after he deceived so many Abyss Lords and Abyss evil gods in one go. Other demons would only give a thumbs up and praise him. Those who were cheated want to take revenge. That is their business. But don't think that such an excuse can attract many helpers to jointly target this guy who tricked them. The idea that the victim is stupid is the mainstream among the demon community. And no one will denounce the perpetrator. However, other demons should be more wary of men with such scheming intentions. In other words, no demon who has reached such a high position will relax to other demons. Those who think that if they are strong can run unimpeded. They will be buried in the dirt early. Therefore, even though Azad did such a big thing and defeated more than half of Abyss's highest combat power in one go, the remaining half could not be considered sincerely convinced. Even if there were those who supported him becoming the Prince of the Abyss before. Their attitude now has changed to not opposing it. The reason why it is difficult to twist the Abyss into a rope is because of the trouble in handling these relationships. Some demons can be persuaded. And some demons must be conquered. But once those demons are truly conquered, the minds of those who could have been persuaded may change. It is impossible to do it just right. Because everyone is encouraging people to take the wrong path and go to extremes. Those who take the right path will only be cast aside. But if someone really takes that path, they will be despised and wary of everyone. So no matter what you do, there will always be people who are dissatisfied. This is the biggest reason why the Abyss is chaotic. And it is difficult for a demon king to unify the Abyss. Azad was in the game, but felt it the most deeply. After seeing this phenomenon, he also thought about it during this period. Appearing near the twin towers of the gate is purely a coincidence. Or fate. After the last battle, Azad was walking with the great demon Starry, who was treated as a mount. Azad happened to pass by nearby and noticed that a large number of demons were gathered. So he came to join in the fun. Who knew that eating melons would become the center of attention. Before this, he neither knew the changes in the twin towers of gate nor the reason why the demons gathered. Azad's biggest drawback has always been that he has not established power in the Abyss, like other Abyss Lords or Abyss evil gods. His idea is very simple. That is, as long as he can intimidate the leaders, the minions below will naturally be used by him. But demons are not a group that can easily succumb to others. Not to mention that the other party is just an elusive and strong man who doesn't appear often. The threat is not always on his forehead. Maybe it's a fluke. Maybe it's forgetfulness. Anyway, you have to hold the handle of the knife against your neck before you give in. At other times, you can be as rude as you can be. It fully demonstrates what it means to not shed tears until the coffin is seen. And the two-sided personality of the person whose tears stop immediately after the coffin is removed. Besides, Azad's goal is to become the Prince of the Abyss. So it's impossible not to deal with demons. Whenever he appears, it's hard to stay out of it. But after becoming the focus today, Azad inevitably thought about issues that he had never considered before. Is this game worth continuing? Chapter 1787 Abyss Walker. Although he was looked at by many demons, not all characters were qualified to come to Azad and say some acidic words. Demons don't have the problem of being accustomed to people. If they have a reason to take action, it is equivalent to putting their lives in the hands of others. If there is a gap in strength, then you have to prepare for the aftermath before saying these words. As for the demons watching outside the market, there were only a few who were qualified to talk to Azad. These few people would not easily run in front of Azad and directly hit their heads and bleed. Therefore, a strange phenomenon is formed in this gathering place. On a practical level, the most influential people are actually a group of demon lords. They have soldiers and generals, and they truly rely on the strength of their numbers to form their right to speak. Melker the big-eyed demon is not here. The other god-level demons mostly hide in the dark and do not stand in the open to become co-leaders or become targets. The only one who stands out is the half-demon who is outside the decision-making circle and whose status and strength are too high to be considered decent. In fact, even if Azad wanted to forcefully intervene in decision-making, other demons would use bloodline issues to exclude him. As for whether it will cause this person to resist, or even get violent and hurt others. Let's wait until it happens. Maybe if you give it a try, you'll have a chance to step on this guy. However, what surprised the demons was that Azad had no idea of seizing dominance or even joining them. He was like a spectator, wandering around on the back of the great demon Starry. Even if he takes the people-friendly route and has no contact with some insignificant soldiers, the whole person is like a ghost, wandering in this barracks where there are not many demons gathered, and his sense of existence is extremely low. Many times, the demons had to wait until they finished chatting before suddenly realizing that this person was lying not far away. Fortunately, no matter what they were talking about before, whether there was any offense to this person, Azad acted as if it had nothing to do with him, and did not express any opinions or even react at all. This phenomenon is very abnormal. Azad's patrol was not so bloody, but it was never quiet. The reason why the demons do not suspect that this person has the blood of the abyss is because his addiction to causing trouble is much greater than that of the demons. And if you can still live completely to this day, will your skills be reduced? But like a little transparent. Who has seen this before? In fact, what everyone doesn't know is that Azad's absent-minded state at this moment is not all fake. Just like the time when a certain magician thought that everything he saw was a dream created by his imagination. This sentence is not entirely correct. When it comes to the metaphysical level, fighting is no longer as simple as punching to the flesh and sword to the bone. Many times, many people don't even have a clear understanding of whether they have been tricked, let alone respond to it. I don't say that killing people is invisible because it is true that they are invisible. But killing is not necessarily the purpose. But many times, people disappear for no apparent reason. Did those superior beings do this on purpose? Of course not. It's just that the person who was hit was too weak to catch it. For a person who has lived in the abyss for more than 10 years, and has been constantly approaching the devil and striving for the position of Prince of the Abyss, the mark of the abyss on Azad is very profound. It's just that he himself is not aware of it. All this time, Azad felt that he was free and doing what he wanted to do. But in fact, this is just the person holding the line not exerting force. This time, use your strength quietly. There is no need to take people to a specific place and perform some kind of dream ritual. Azad was dazed just where he was, somewhere between dreaming and waking. If a time traveler were to see Azad's current situation, he would probably say that 3 souls and 7 souls took away 2 souls and 6 souls. However, the reality is not far from that statement. The only difference is that Azad didn't realize what was happening. And of course, he didn't resist. So he was tricked without knowing it. The person who interrupted his state was not a reckless demon, but a familiar face. Ezio Augustus, from the Estali Brotherhood of Midi, walked openly into this semi-abandoned military camp full of demons as a human being. The Twin Towers of Gate and he surely have been in the abyss for 2 or 3 years. During this period of time, the gate of the abyss sandwiched between the Twin Towers was accessible to humans, elves, and dwarves, but only restricted the passage of demons. Did the devil ever protest against such unfairness? Yes, but they have not seriously protested and wanted to fight for such rights. Because he sure didn't care what happened to the midi-sapiens who went out. Dead, missing, never coming back. No one cares. Therefore, although the door prohibits demons from searching for food in the lost land, it does not prohibit food from being delivered to the door. As long as you don't cause trouble in any city and enter the abyss, it will be the world of demons. In such an environment, there are still humans who can freely enter and exit the abyss and the easy market. It's not that there aren't demons who target these people, or under someone's protection. They can live a nourishing life in the abyss. It is the strength of these people themselves that can support their freedom. As time goes by, there are more and more people like this. If you want to enter the abyss from Ishur, you don't have to rely on your ability to fight. No matter how good he is at fighting, his tactics will be terrible when facing a huge crowd. In addition to having the ability to save one's life, what is more important is the ability to conceal and countertrack. The most important thing is to prevent the devil from finding him. Under such a premise, Ezio is the most high profile among those who have entered and exited the abyss from Ishur. At first glance, it sounds like being high profile can easily attract the attention of demons, and is undoubtedly a recipe for death. But what if this high profile is actually just part of a deception? Using that high profile to attract attention is bound to distract people even if they are not fully focused on it. Then even if there is a slight flaw in what you really want to do, it will be easily ignored, thus making the matter go smoothly. Ezio relied on this magical blinding technique to always escape from the eyes of the demons. Several times like this, although some unconvinced demons organized manpower to hunt him. A human who regarded the abyss as nothing. There were also many demons who admired his ability and became brothers. Ezio's reputation spread across the abyss. As a result of this reputation, many demons knew Ezio. In addition, his hands are dark enough. If ordinary demons come to challenge him, there is no chance of getting anything good from him. So he walked into this semi-abandoned camp openly. And no demon attacked him. Of course, the demons don't mind a group fight if someone takes the lead. Dismantle Ezio and eat it. But it can be imagined that it will not be easy to keep him. The fastest ones will probably not end well. In short, Ezio relied on that fragile intimidation to walk into the pile of demons and find Azad, a fellow who was also lost in the land. When two lost humans, a lost human and a lost half-demon collided, it was like a flash of light that could blind people's eyes. All the demons immediately moved their furtive gazes in other directions, without even noticing the corners of their eyes. Leave one. The most important thing is that the person behind him has darker hands, and no one wants to mess with him. Hey, Your Highness! Ezio greeted him lukewarmly. The next moment, he tried his best to deal with a human ball rolling towards him. Whip kicks, arm swings, shoulder and knee strikes, uppercuts and elbow strikes at close range, combined with headbutts and kicks. In just a few breaths, the two exchanged hundreds of moves. If Ezio couldn't catch his breath, he would die on the spot. And this situation will never be reversed. Ezio would not be surprised at all by such a warm greeting. Think about it. This person once served as our martial arts teacher in an elementary school. If it weren't for Marquis Balin and Sister Kaya, two half-hearted necromancer apprentices, who helped deal with the problems of amputated limbs, at least half of the children in the primary school would not have the chance to grow up. But when it comes to playing crazy and having a childlike temperament, this one has to be the one. Therefore, even though they had only attended a few classes and few people had died, the children in the primary school who had been taught by Azad had an indescribable feeling about the Demon Prince. It's just that everyone is getting older, becoming more social, more smoky, and less childish and innocent. So they are not used to dealing with Azad. Moreover, it is easy to touch the opponent's pain points and receive a lesson. Either his legs or hands will be lost, or his life will be lost. After that stage, there are only a few people left who can still get along with Azad. Ezio is the most desperate among these people. He still talks like he did when he was a child. And he is as hands-on as he is when he gets along, with no taboos. The biggest reason for being able to do this is that Ezio was able to withstand Azad's casual blow. The point? A casual hit. If the Demon Prince really gets serious, Ezio's body baptized with dragon's blood won't be enough to defeat him. Fortunately, the Demon Prince never took those children seriously. It's just that there were too many casual blows today, and Ezio couldn't stand it. Finally, before he could no longer resist and completely collapsed, Azad came back to his senses. The Demon Prince's eyes widened, as if he was surprised by the appearance of the person in front of him. Asked, "Why are you here? Didn't you come for me?" Ezio said dissatisfiedly while rubbing his sore arm. "Oh, yes, that seems to be the case." After realizing it, Azad recalled something as if his brain had just been connected. Just thinking about it like this made him feel that something was wrong with his situation. Although he is crazy in his behavior, it does not mean that he is really crazy. According to a certain magician, he lives on the stage as an audience. He doesn't care how the drama is performed on stage. But this does not mean that the audience is a fool. What would happen if you thought you were watching a show, but someone was holding a string behind you? Thinking of this, Azad felt something was wrong. It was Ezio's question that interrupted his thoughts. The big fat boy who grew up asked, "What do you want me to do? What's the situation in that tower? There's so much noise." Azad asked without thinking. This is also what many demons want to know. Perhaps no one dared to stare at the two of them, but they must have listened with their ears straightened. Ezio showed a look of disgust and said, "How could I possibly know what is going on with that old man who is getting more and more mature as he gets older? If I knew, I wouldn't be able to tell you. Look who you are hanging out with." Don't you think about returning to Lost Land? It would be better to live in Lost Land than here if you don't inherit the family business. Otherwise, how could there be so many demons trying to get into Lost Land? Chapter 1788 The Demon Prince's Movements. Wanting to persuade Azad to return to the Lost Land has always been something Ezio has always cared about. This is necessary for both public and private purposes. In terms of selfishness, Ezio certainly does not want the people he knows to fall into the abyss and associate with the devil. It's not that there is any feeling of shame. But when you see your friend fall, you always want to give him a hand. This is human nature. Just like compassion. On the public side, Azad's desire to become the Prince of the Abyss is not a secret among a certain group. When he actually does it, can he expect the demons to subside under Azad's rule? Judging from the nature of the Abyss demons, who were twisted into a rope, everyone can imagine what they will do next without guessing. It must be an invasion from all directions. And there will be no second option. This conclusion can be drawn from the most basic instinct of living things. The creatures in the Lost Land, including Homo sapiens, are not actually very aggressive as long as they maintain the most basic food and clothing. Whether it was a certain person who traveled through his hometown, the threat of northern nomads in the past dynasties, or the chaos in the world at the end of the dynasty, it was not all driven by careerists. Ultimately, the biggest reason is that most people don't have enough to eat. So they want to rob those who have something to eat. But demons have no problem with food and clothing. Their needs are simpler. To grow, they must plunder and devour. External objects other than yourself can become materials for your own growth. The problem of food and clothing has its upper limit. As long as you are full and holding on, people don't want to move very much. But there is no limit to the devil's plunder. As much as you come, you can eat. As much as you eat, you can grow as much as you want. There is no such thing as being full. The only thing that limits the devil is its ability to grab food. In the past, the demons focused most of their energy on each other. The barrier between the Lost Land and the Abyss makes it impossible for them to go south to thresh grass in the valleys in winter like the nomads in history that a certain time traveler remembers. Therefore, the devil can only attack his own people. Those who are able to hunt wild food obsessively are either strong enough and have found a way to sneak across. They are lucky enough and have been summoned by the guy who is looking for death on the human side. However, the devil's entrance into the land is not always a good thing for the devil. Some, upright, devils have been deceived by magicians with all kinds of twists and turns. And even the great will of the Abyss thinks that you are such a fool. So don't come back. It's not impossible. A more common situation is to be attacked by a group of humans. Not to mention that there are guardian lords who focus on killing visitors from other worlds. Every one of them will be killed. And no one will be spared. So from a practical point of view, in the past, when demons entered the enchanted land, it was like a wolf snatching away a child. It was very scary. But it had no personal relevance to most people. It's easy to use to scare children. But it's really not a big deal in the eyes of some powerful people. But what would happen if the Abyss demons were integrated? A normal ruler will naturally prevent his subordinates from getting involved. If you have that kind of energy, it wouldn't be a good idea to expand your territory overseas and establish your achievements. Do you have to stare at the people around you? Unless the surrounding area is invincible and desolate, the cost of conquest and rule is too high. It is much easier to spend the same energy and stare at the people around you than to conquer the outside world. In the absence of more incentives, pressure will inevitably change from outward to inward. I think I gave up Siberia and Hong Kong Island because in that era, who cared about how much oil was hidden underground and a barren land far away from the sky? In the agricultural era, only two things were valuable to rulers. One is population, and the other is food. Other than that, it's optional. But look at the situation in the Lost Lands and the Abyss. Are the demons lost in the Abyss a bitter and cold barren land? Is it a remote island infested with miasma? The flesh, blood, and bones of living creatures, and the souls of Homo sapiens are all excellent tonics for demons. In other words, the Lost Land is a piece of fat that cannot be fatter than the Abyss. Anyone who sees it will want to take a bite. Preferably one that can be carried in your pocket. So a qualified ruler of the Abyss, will he continue to let the demons fight internally? Or will he unite everyone and work hard towards the end? The answer to this question, as long as you are not an idiot, cannot tell that an unprecedented carnival will be staged inside the Abyss. And in the end the devil himself will kill all the devils. The result of this kind of wishful thinking will only appear in dreams. So anyone who knows Azad's status as Prince of the Abyss will hope that this person will not succeed. It seems that it has been 10 years, and there is no bad news about the relationship. But no one dares to really feel relieved. In fact, the best thing to do is to kill this ambitious man directly. The question is, who can do it? As far as Ezio knew, both the magician and the former demon king were capable of killing Azad. The premise is that this demon prince doesn't run away, just like a certain magician who is not ashamed of his title of the best at escaping. Azad will also not be sloppy when it's time to run. In short, The conclusion is that unless Azad's legs can be broken first, it will be extremely difficult to kill him. Therefore, Ezio could only persuade him when facing this insufferable demon prince. And with this advice, I still risked my own life, betting that this person wouldn't become angry, betting that other demons wouldn't take action, so that I could have a chance to finish my words. As for whether it would succeed or not, Ezio had never thought about such a problem. It's not that I don't have any thoughts in my heart. It's just that I have some understanding of this person's temperament. So it's hard to tell whether he will listen to the advice or not. This person is the one who always does things unexpectedly. If you want to pinch him, it is more likely that you will prick yourself with blood all over your hands. So what Ezio said was more of a complaint than a persuasion. After all, he didn't want to come here, but Azad called him here. Considering that I want to meet this person, I don't necessarily know his whereabouts. This time Azad took the initiative to spread the news, and Ezio didn't want to wait for other opportunities, so he had no choice but to come, even among the demons. It's just that Ezio didn't say these words in private, although the closest one was Starry, the great demon who had inexplicably survived to this day by the demon prince's side. There was no guard against other demons, either one or the other. The conversation between the two people could be heard clearly. After all, seeing in all directions and hearing in all directions are the basic skills for surviving in the abyss. Anyone who is not thorough in this aspect will be dead long ago. The demon who came here may know Azad's quirk of killing people casually, but they may not know the reason why he does this. So a human suddenly came out and not only withstood a wave of attacks, but also said these words in such a friendly tone. How panicked the demons who are listening must be. When I'm with you, I like to ignore you. When I saw the possibility of running away, I realized that I couldn't afford it. There is nothing worse than this for a human being, and demons are no exception. While the other abyss lords and abyss evil gods were hiding out of sight, only those demon lords were qualified to come out and say a few words to Azad. It's not that other demons can't speak, but they can't be beaten. If the previous situation was unknown, Azad, a half-demon who pursues the position of Prince of the Abyss, would be quite unpopular in the eyes of other demon lords. So when he might be persuaded to leave, as a member of the Abyss, how could he allow this half-demon to return to humans? There is no saying that if the devil has one more friend, he has one less enemy. For them, having one less enemy is certainly a good thing, but it doesn't necessarily mean having one more friend. So when they noticed Azad's movements were different, the demons couldn't sit still. A demon lord with considerable power and the aura of a leader suddenly appeared with a group of subordinates. I really don't know how they were hidden in the first place. Anyway, when they appeared, the two people talking were very surprised. The demon lord leading the team was a ramhorn demon, but his body was extremely powerful, not counting the pair of big, curved and thick horns. He stood as tall as two ordinary people. By the time it reaches the stage of a great demon, its body has long since broken away from the concept of a certain kind, and has become specialized in different directions according to the different resources it has devoured. There may be some basic characteristics left, but it's hard to tell which specific breed they belong to. The only thing that remains unchanged is that the strength of these big demons is real, and does not leak any water. Among demons, it's impossible to get ahead by bluffing people. Unless you can really scare people to death every time, then maybe you can find a new way. It's just that, such a demon is strong, and it doesn't need to bring a group of subordinates with it. Even if the leader comes by himself, Ezio doesn't think he has a chance of winning. It's true that he has fought against big demons, and even killed several of them. But there is still a difference between the Great Devil and the Great Devil. Ezio had killed big demons that hadn't yet gathered a crowd, but he had never touched a demon lord like this. So when meeting such a group of demons, Ezio was a little flustered. However, such a formation seems not qualified to deal with the person next to him. Ezio has a very deep understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of those around him. In addition to my own understanding, this understanding also has the advice of the old black dragon Augustus. In terms of knowledge, there are really not many people who are better than this black dragon, who has been traveling in the Lost Land for hundreds of years. And neither are the elves who are older than the dragon. Although the wood elves have a higher seniority, they have stayed in their respective tribes for a long time, and they do not have the experience of the old black dragons. Although Ezio's height did not touch Lin Yufan's level, the so-called understanding was only one-sided. But the saying in the old Haling's mouth, "You can't beat me even if I tie you up a few times," also gave him a certain understanding of these powerful people who were above him. According to the classification of the old black dragon, in his heyday, he could single-handedly fight a team. That is, Ezio of 10 people. When you reach the level of a squadron, that is, 100 people, it's a big deal. The feeling that the demon lord in front of him gave Ezio was almost at this level. Although he has never seen the old black dragon in its prime, he has seen other giant dragons in their prime, and can make some comparisons. The old black dragon's evaluation of Lin, Fun, and even the demon prince Azad in front of him, was that it would be useless even if there were many Ezios. At their level, quantity is no longer an issue. If they don't find the right method, even if they stand still and are hit, they won't be hurt at all. Therefore, the threat from the demon lord in front of him was nothing to Azad. With his back against this big tree, Ezio's safety is guaranteed. The only thing to worry about is that the demon prince left without even fighting. Inexplicably, Ezio felt that this situation was very likely to happen. Maybe it's time to consider running away. Chapter 1789 Intelligence. I don't know if this demon lord who suddenly appeared has a fearless spirit, or if he is just a weirdo who can grow up to where he is today despite being a young man. Alone, it walked close to Azad. He bent over, his eyes widening wider than anything else, looking down at the half-demon in front of him with a strong sense of oppression. Demons rarely pay attention to oral hygiene, and certainly don't care about breath problems. For them, just one mouth can kill a person, which is also an innate pressure. If you can maintain it, do your best to maintain it. Anyway, all the teeth are rotten. Just grow them again. There is no rule that a devil can only change its teeth once in a lifetime. In normal fights, one tooth would be broken and no one would get the dentures. Sometimes the one with one pointed tip and one missing one looks more powerful. However, the demon lord's posture made Ezio tremble with fear. It's okay if Azad doesn't take action. If he does, it won't be like losing all his teeth. It's very likely that his head will be sprayed out. But unusually, Azad didn't slap the big face that was close to him and smelling bad odor. You must know that the distance between the two sides is so close that you can really touch it without moving your steps. But Azad seemed to have no reaction and ignored the situation in front of him. Ezio was puzzled by this abnormal phenomenon. Azad was the person involved, so it was difficult to say anything. But I don't know whether the demon lord in front of me is really stunned or fake. It doesn't realize at all that it has entered the life and death situation several times. The demon lord said in Abyss language, Azad, if you still hope to become the prince of the Abyss, you can't forget the role you should play. You want to get information about the magic tower from this human. This is a good direction. It just seems like you can't do things thoroughly because of that friendship. So leave it to me. I promise to make everything clear about the size of the tower. Although Ezio is a human, Abyssal language is not very difficult to learn. I have been dealing with demons in the Abyss for the past 2 years. Although I hide my whereabouts a lot, I still have to face demons inevitably. There is a difference between speaking in the Abyss using the common tongue of Lost Earth and being among the tigers, with the sheep bleating to remind the tigers. So it's time to learn. There's nothing to discuss. Even if you don't speak fluently, you should at least be able to understand. No. The demon lord in front of him did not shy away from himself and made his intentions clear. Ezio understood, but he had to pretend not to understand, and couldn't give away any clues in his body language. Anyway, everyone is pretending to be stupid. As long as the demon lord does not attract the attention, it is his victory. Because now most of Ezio's thoughts are on that abnormal man. The demon lord's words were not only meant to be aggressive, but also meant to evade Azad. This is also what the big demons gathered here and staying in the decision-making circle have been doing. For a half-demon pursuing the ultimate high position in the Abyss, even though the opponent is strong enough, it is still a bit awkward for the natives of the Abyss. So everyone is convinced, but not so convinced. This is the mentality of most demons towards Azad. Ultimately, Azad did not forcefully capture all the demons, but instead formed a loose alliance. This is also a common way for demons to get along with each other. It is easy to get together and separate easily. And betrayal is not difficult. That kind of fateful friendship is not impossible. But it may change the next day. What the devils lack is not loyalty, but eternity. But Azad didn't respond. Unlike his moody and uncertain behavior in the past, he was always thinking about something. Although to outsiders, his performance was not much different from his previous trance. Azadly ignored the demon lord's words of gun and stick, and continued to chase Ezio and asked, "Do you really not know what that guy is doing? You only know that he is doing magic experiments." "What magic? Do you know?" "A certain time traveler was obsessed with returning home, except for the former demon king and his 2 apprentices. The others were not aware of his obsession. Therefore, Lin did not announce his stargazing plan to the outside world. He just used magic experiments to briefly outline what he wanted to do. The result is that even Ezio doesn't know what the magician is actually doing. Outsiders don't understand that position either. Besides, the owner of a magic tower forewarned in advance that he was going to conduct a magic experiment. This was already the most benevolent thing. How is it possible to report to outsiders in detail what you want to do? These people are not his boss, and they need approval from outsiders for what they want to do. The standard magic tower master's overbearing behavior is that he can do whatever he wants. If the magic experiment goes wrong and the people in the nearby magic tower are cheated, then everyone will have their teeth knocked out and blood swallowed. Who has the guts to protest to the tower owner? Dead people don't know how to protest. Isn't Lin Ba overbearing? For the settlers in Midi Shield City or Abyss City, the answer to this question depends on the level. To put it bluntly, the two tower owners are not overbearing. They just don't communicate with outsiders. To put it more deeply, this kind of arrogance that does not accept advice is not overbearing. So what can be considered overbearing? Of course, Ezio knew the character of a certain magician, and he didn't want to get too involved, so he didn't ask in detail before. Let's just say that based on his relationship with those sisters, even though things didn't come to bed, they still talked about everything. As long as he asked, there would be an answer. But he didn't ask. When the commotion in the magic tower became louder and the formations were displayed, Ezio found that he couldn't understand. I wanted to ask at this time, but I couldn't, because everyone in the magic tower was in a state of anxious busyness and did not bother to answer his doubts. On the one hand, it was also because Azad sent a message to him. Ezio worked neatly and did not dare to delay the Demon Prince's affairs. The place where he made the appointment was not an easy place to reach, so I didn't think about what happened in the magic tower. So I came to this devil's barracks. So for Azad's question, Ezio didn't want to answer it just to keep it secret, but because he really didn't have anything to answer. After thinking for a while, he said carefully, I really don't know what the old man did, but I know that the movement of the magic tower is not right. Several sisters moved to the side of the abyss, and Sister Fin came to sit on the abyss side. It is said that the Hagaris are getting ready, and the elves are starting to gather. As for the obvious intervention of the world tree, there is no mention of this matter. The tree tumor covering the sky above Ishur can be seen by anyone who is not blind. As for Azad's first reaction to Ezio's answer, he asked, Is he ready to attack the abyss? Waving his hand in front of him. Ezio quickly denied. How is that possible? You also know the old man's character. I will not offend others unless they offend me. Even if he is bitten by a dog. As long as the dog runs fast enough. He will. I don't have the habit of chasing dogs and biting them back. So, everything is okay? Azad muttered hesitantly. However, he was quickly rejected by Ezio. The only purebred human said, I think there is trouble. But in other places, it has absolutely nothing to do with the war with the abyss. Besides, he doesn't do anything that is useless. If he really attacks the abyss, what can he get? For the safety of mankind and the peace of lost land? If someone really used these two things to argue, he would definitely say that if humans die, there will be no security issues, and lost land will definitely maintain peace. That's what he would say. Azad agreed. Then he asked, Where are the elves? Could it be that World Tree is making some big moves? Force him to cooperate. Do you have any such news over there? Ezio spread his hands and said, If the elves don't have the support of World Tree, they can't do anything. As for World Tree, after the completion of the 9th power plan, I don't think they can still do anything. What? What are the benefits of planting a World Tree in the abyss? Maybe it's just that you can't see it. But it's not that there is no benefit. Azad rarely discussed seriously and expressed his thoughts. Although he was surprised by the seriousness of this madman, Ezio did not dare to speak out at this time, dragging his mental state back to the state of madness. Replied, I really can't see those things from my height, as long as no one tells me. From what I saw at the magic tower, the elves are preparing for defense, not offense. And the thing floating above Ishur, this strange thing, is not the World Tree. Do you think it's possible to expand in the abyss just by relying on the elves, the World Tree, and the magic tower? As long as human forces don't intervene. Their current situation is the limit, and it's impossible to do more, especially since the old man never planned to fighting an endless battle, Azad said. In other words, if he finds a quick solution, he will not rule out fighting this battle. You can explain it this way. Why don't I support the ability to solve the demon problem once and for all? But I don't think it is possible to do such a thing. And from the perspective of World Tree, they will not support such an action. If the Gate of the Abyss is promoted, the key is that they will only consider opening the 10th and 11th door instead of closing all the existing Abyss doors. Kill all the demons? Azad asked, looking back with an angry look. Ezio asked, You have been in the Abyss longer than me, so you should know the situation of demons better than I do. So do you think this kind of thing is possible? It's indeed impossible. Azad smiled. He added, So the problem is with himself. Then I have always had a very bad feeling. I should boldly ignore him and wait to watch the show. Is that so? In fact, this is one of the reasons why I came here. I think the trouble caused by that old man will probably need your help to clean up, Ezio said seriously. Having so little confidence in him and having so much confidence in me? Should I be happy? Azad looked at the fat boy he had seen since childhood with a strange expression on his face and asked, Do you think he is more dangerous than me? My opinion is the same as that of Yuzov. You can at most kill the people around you. Sisterfin can kill an entire country at will. But the one who is most likely to destroy the Lost Land or the Abyss is the old man. His evil is not a moral flaw, but the ability to achieve this result. Well, it's rare for me to agree with your opinion. That guy is indeed a bastard than me. Right. Azad rubbed his stubble-free chin. Chapter 1790 Asking for help. For a human and a half-demon to have such a nonchalant attitude. They just talk to themselves. The demon lord on the side said that he could accept it calmly. But that was definitely a lie. The reason why they didn't get angry before was because although the two of them talked in the common language of mystery, the content also involved some information about the magic tower. The demon lord looked stunned on the surface. But he couldn't really be stunned. Wouldn't it be stupid to not listen to free information just to save face? However, we cannot allow these two people to talk unscrupulously. Just put up with him for a few words. No problem. If you really treat yourself as a decoration and chat with him forever, that will be a big problem. So the demon lord couldn't bear it after hearing the key points. The key is that the human came to ask for help, although his tone didn't sound that urgent, and there was a bit of gloating about his misfortune. He was still here to ask for help. This is not false. Needing help means there is a problem at the magic tower. Moreover, humans are not looking for their own people, nor are they looking for elves. Oh, they are already looking for them. In short, finding reinforcements of Azad's level will prove that the problem is definitely not small. And because his tone was not so urgent, he might just be looking for someone to make preparations. But again, when a matter must take into account the combat power of a madman, then the matter cannot be solved by pulling a dog. So even if things are fine for the time being, he can still be troubled. And there will be an opportunity to take advantage of him. So the demon lord's idea was very simple. And he spoke directly without thinking about it. Still using the abyssal language with a strong sulfur smell. He said, Azad, isn't there a good opportunity for performance in front of you? If you want to become a member of the Abyss and the one who leads the demons, then taking this opportunity to win the magic tower will be your greatest contribution. Discussing merit and deeds. It is normal to be lost in the land, the Abyss. I want to eat shit. If you want something good, please grab it with your hands. If you are quick, you will get it. But if you are slow, you won't. Otherwise, grab it from other demons. If you are dark, you will get it. But if you are slow, you won't. The laws followed by the Abyss are different from those of the Lost Land. The words of the demon lord in front of him should be kept in mind. That is, the leader inspires people before the battle. Everyone fought hard and rushed forward desperately. But in the Abyss, this is used to fool people. Draw a cake and catch a dog. Whoever is fooled is stupid. And no one else will have sympathy. Azad has been in the Abyss for so long. And he is not stupid. This is something that cannot be ignored. But in the past, I could pretend to be crazy and act stupid. I would have attacked when I wanted to. And I would get angry when I didn't want to. There was no standard for how I behaved. And no one could say anything. Anyway, in the eyes of outsiders, he is just abnormal. But in front of him, Azad just felt a little irritated. He glanced at the demon lord with a strange look, which made Ezio's scalp numb and his tailbone tingling. Ezio had seen this look, and in his memory, it was always accompanied by bloodshed. This is because the person who confronts the demon prince is usually the old man who pretends to be young. So it is possible for him to survive as a bystander. If he were the target, Ezio would have run away by now. no matter whether you can run away or not. You must have an attitude for the sake of your life. Maybe being ugly sells well and pleases the devil prince, so he won't kill him. But the demon lord next to him became Azad's target, and Ezio began to think about whether to run or not. Azad's fight with that man. Although the two were equally at odds with each other, the surrounding environment and things suffered greatly. Just a little bit of fist, shadow, or kick can break something. If someone is standing aside and has no time to run, how can he still beg for help? So the unlucky ones are always the poor ones, who are affected by those two things and can't escape. Not only is it troublesome to clean up the garbage and restore the environment, but it is common for those children who did not run away to have their arms and legs broken. There was also a poor baby with half of his head missing. In the end, it was the hands of the former demon king and the fake Marquis Balan that saved the man. Fortunately, the characteristic of undead creatures is that they cannot grow, and the poor baby grew up smoothly. Otherwise, anyone who sees him, including himself, will feel that he is no longer a human being, but a stitched corpse. Although there are no sutures on the face, it is an exaggeration to be able to survive. Ezio will want to run, and there are bloody examples before. The reason why he doesn't want to run away is that maybe the demon lord is not strong enough and can't bear Azad's tossing for a long time. Then it will be over. And then the flowers and plants next to him will be saved. Right? Unfortunately, the demon lord didn't realize that he was already standing in the coffin with two legs and had to lie down. It used that big ugly face and showed a weird smile and said, "So, do you want to know what you should do, my prince?" It is the devil's habit to call people by their first names as long as they are equal, without adding titles. A title like the one used by the demon lord is simply disgusting. Not only was it disgusting, but it also took advantage of its words and pounced on it, with its arm length and disproportionately large hand. If Ezio was caught by it, he wouldn't be able to hold it in its entirety. Of course, Ezio, who was in the enemy's camp, couldn't be like a tree, standing bare and not paying attention to what was going on around him. Although the demon lord's strength is estimated to be higher than his own, if he really fights, he is not without the ability to fight back. It was like catching a chicken. Not only did he see the palm coming, but the moment his shoulders moved, he caught Ezio's attention. "I didn't leave early. I just didn't want to make a fuss and make people laugh." But when he saw the pillar-like fingers coming towards his face, no matter how slow he was, he should have an idea. Ezio didn't say anything. With one wrong foot and a slight exertion, Ezio's whole body flew backwards. You can't just run as far as you want. At least you can't let yourself retreat into the pile of demons and become a joke situation like just emerging from the tiger's claws and falling into the wolf pack again, originally trying to guard against a second blow in anger. Ezio was spattered with blood, because Azad also moved, using a speed that neither he nor the devil could keep up with. His forehead collapsed, and most of his head collapsed. This is Ezio's position, which is fine. Otherwise, if the flying skull hits him in the face, his own head may also spray out. The devil's head is not necessarily his Achilles heel, especially when you reach the stage of a great demon. You can no longer look at it with the understanding of ordinary creatures, with the head and body separated. You can still have fun on one side and dance on the other side. This is also a basic operation for the big devil. Therefore, it is necessary to rely on physical attacks to kill a big demon. Basically, the body must be broken into thousands of pieces. The advanced point is to crush the bones and spread ashes. Of course, the most effective thing is spiritual attack, which is to use divine power to kill demons. It is the best way to kill a demon from the fundamental level. Azad couldn't do this, and he didn't bother to do it. Whether the devil is dead or not has nothing to do with him. There was only one reason why he would take action. That is, the big guy in front of him was an eyesore, when the body that was taller than the two of them put together collapsed. Azad didn't care whether the other person was really dead or how he could survive. He took a few steps in the direction where Ezio bounced away and said, "Let's go back to your magic tower. See what that guy is doing. Are you really going back?" Ezio was startled. Every time you talk to this person, you have to be prepared for insanity. It's impossible to expect the other party to be obedient. Don't be ashamed and angry just because of a few words. You should be happy when your head is broken. If you really obey, this feeling will be magical. Of course, Azad doesn't know about other people's mental activities. Nor does he care. He used a friendly tone towards his friends, completely forgetting that he had just violently killed a demon with soldiers, and said, Even if you don't come to call me, I still have a feeling that I have to go there. Isn't this a bit unclear? So I called you to ask what is going on over there. After hearing what you said, I probably have a bottom line in my heart. Although he wanted to ask about the situation, he was still curious. And Ezio also knew that some things could not be discussed everywhere. I would say those things before, and it might sound like a sign of weakness to some people. But in fact, it more or less means showing off muscles. The tower in Midland took the initiative. The World Tree also moved, and the elves began to gather. If the demons want to cause trouble, they should first consider whether their wrists are strong enough to withstand being broken by others. If you can't stand it, just pretend to be cowardly, don't jump. It will save everyone trouble. The Demon Lord did not look at the Demon Lord and led his troops to rush to Escher. Instead, he encouraged Azad to serve as a flag soldier and lead the demons forward. In fact, whether everyone will rush is another matter. But the demons definitely hope that Azad will be the first to rush. However, Ezio knew how to speak. But the demon prince in front of him was a typical example. Say whatever you want. It will not pay for your life if you piss people off. So Ezio is really worried. If this guy really tells a fatal secret, he must be silenced. Looking around, Ezio confirmed that he did not have such ability. There are too many demons. And the demon team looking at their leader's death. All had red eyes, panting, and looked like they were going to fight desperately. Seeing this, Ezio couldn't help but take a few steps back. It is true that he is very confident in his own strength, but not to the extent of ignoring the number of enemies. When encountering a crowd of people, he would run first as a sign of respect, not to mention the current situation, where he is surrounded by demons. Although it's not too dense. If you were blocked a few times during the breakout and your pace was disrupted, you'd probably have to explain it here today. Although Ezio was very confident in his ability to sneak in and escape secretly, he was not like this, telling others where I was, and that I was going to run away. This is no different from reminding the other party to chase you. But comparing people to each other is annoying. The person next to him still looked indifferent, not caring whether the demons around him looked ferocious and wanted to eat him, as if they were just background panels or did not exist. Azad remained the same and said, "Let's go. I'm tired of playing in the abyss. See what happened to that guy's magic tower. If nothing happens, go back to the abyss. If you have a chance, try to hold him back. Send him on his way. That man is a disaster. Don't you think so?" The speechless Ezio wanted to nod in agreement. But among the demons, such a thing is really impossible. Chapter 1791 Ways to Conquer the Abyss. Ezio has been doing a lot of breaking out of sieges in recent years. After hanging around in the abyss for a long time, no matter how well you hide yourself, you can't prevent those demons from having a unique ability to smell your own human scent. At the beginning of the attack, what he was most afraid of was that the guy next to him was so fast that he could not even catch up with him. Otherwise, Azad's mount and the demonic flash talent of the great demon Starry are really very convenient skills for traveling and escaping. Once used, few demons can catch up. The threshold for the flash technique developed by a certain magician is too high, and not many people can learn it. Even that apprentice immediately raised his hands and surrendered when he saw the mathematical formula that was comparable to the secret of heaven. As for the devil not being able to catch up with Azad, can't he catch up with himself? When he returned the ring to the magician, he couldn't get immediate help even if he asked for help. Not to mention that the magician has tricked himself now, and is even less likely to help. So if I was left behind by Azad and had to fight my way out of the demon siege alone, that would be a headache, because I never thought about a situation from the beginning. That is, even Azad himself wanted to abandon the abyss. In Ezio's original plan for attending the appointment, as long as Azad still wanted to strive for the status of Prince of the Abyss, then he, a human being, would only have two endings. One is to be used as a sacrifice and eaten by the demons. The other is to be frightened by the power of the demon prince and leave safely on his own. Ezio was betting on the latter situation. As long as Azad doesn't catch him off guard, he can take advantage of him and talk his way out of this semi-abandoned camp. If you bet wrong, admit it. Anyway, when you enter the abyss, you are not gambling on your life. This time, I could see Azad and say a few words, as long as there was a chance to speak, regardless of whether Azad agreed or not. The sowing discord between him and the devil was successful. But following Azad out of the demon siege was something that he never even thought about at the beginning. And you don't have to do anything. The only thing you have to do is not to fall behind. The first two were like running bulls. ramming away at anything they encountered without slowing down. And after killing him, no demons came after him or surrounded him from other directions. Azad didn't slow down. He just sat on Starry's shoulder again and let the big demon that appeared in its true form run wildly. Surprisingly, Starry didn't move in a flash. She just ran, and her speed became slower and slower. Starry, who was originally in the form of a gorilla, also used her hands and feet, although her speed was not as fast as the big devil's flickering talent with a limited distance. It was not much worse. In the end, I didn't even use my hands. I just walked on 2 legs, and I felt like I wanted people to catch up. Now that the speed has slowed down, Ezio is not chasing so hard and can naturally speak. He looked thoughtfully at the way he came, not noticing that there was a demon hiding in the dark, ready to strike at any time. This was quite rare in his life as a fugitive. Ezio, who was a little flustered, couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to run? What if they catch up again? Charge again?" "Don't worry. I will." Ezio's show of weakness is not so much fear as it is a way of dealing with Azad. And it is the one with the highest survival rate. This guy is crazy, but he has no interest in bullying the weak. In other words, he is not interested in things that cannot be expected. What Azad loved most was to look at other people's expressions of disbelief, as if the world was falling apart. Other than that, it was all done casually and unintentionally, and the behavior of explanation occasionally occurs to Azad. Just like after a criminal has done something beautiful and self-righteous, he always likes to publicize and show off everywhere, for fear that others will not know his great achievements. So Azad also explained today, and he was lying on the shoulders of the advancing demon Starry. Starry's body shape is very similar to that of an orangutan, but she looks a bit stooped when walking on 2 legs, and in order to make Azad lie down more comfortably, the hunched posture became more prominent. The advantage is that the position of the shoulders is more stable. Azad, who was lying on top, turned over, looked at Ezio behind him, and said, "They won't catch up. The devil is so smart. How could he still chase after him knowing that the result would be death? That's not in line with their temperament. If that's the case, don't besiege them from the beginning. Killing so many demons in vain is really inconsistent with their shrewd nature." Ezio said disdainfully, "This is impossible." Azad refuted directly. Ezio was confused and asked, "Why?" The one who died was a demon lord. Those at the same level will want to annex the other party's power, and those who were originally under his command will want to rise to the top. They must make some statements in this death in order to win more. Then punishing the murderer is a very direct direction. If they cannot do this, they will choose to fight internally. Of course, the greater possibility is to have both. Fighting internally and externally is not wrong. This is what belongs to the chaotic nature of the devil. Are there really so many calculations? Ezio curled his lips and said. Azad smiled and said, "Not necessarily. Maybe at the first time, they just acted like that out of impulse. But after encountering resistance, they decisively gave up on things they couldn't do. Can we say that they are not smart? It doesn't seem to work. Compared with many humans, they clearly know that they are doing something wrong, but they have to make the mistake just because they started it. From this aspect, demons are much more rational than humans. But it is also possible that the first breath of impulsiveness was released, and he was no longer confused. He calculated that his tyranny could not bring any real benefits. Then retreating is a very reasonable choice." Ezio smacked his lips a few times, frowned and said, "Feeling a bit contradictory?" Azad was still smiling. "Devil. This contradiction in behavior is nothing. Even for people, the first reaction when encountering something is not necessarily consistent with the behavior after careful consideration. Some people criticize that the two are different because they mean what they say, and the immediate reaction at the moment is the real idea. But in fact, there are so many people who are so powerful. To use the saying of the guy in the magic tower, in this world, you only know after the fact. People account for the majority." Speaking of himself, even if he encounters a problem, even if he is capable of handling it, at the first moment, he will definitely take a step back and wait and see the situation. Only when he understands everything will he consider whether to take action or not. Take action. That's right. Speaking of the man from the magic tower, his temperament is not like that of an enigmatic magician. On the contrary, he is very easy to understand. Azad's assessment couldn't be more correct, and Ezio couldn't refute it. But what surprised Ezio the most was that this old brother was particularly talkative today, since he talked a lot and was in a good mood. Ezio inevitably wanted to ask some questions that he didn't dare to ask at first. Think about it, and consider your words. Later I realized that no matter what, it was an unknown territory, and I didn't know where it might become Azad's tipping point. Ezio simply gave up the useless struggle and asked directly, Azad, why do you want to return to the Lost Land? Don't you want to become the Prince of the Abyss? Didn't you persuade me to go back? Azad asked with a smile. I wouldn't believe it to my death that you, the old man, would listen to me. But Ezio didn't dare to express this idea, because this guy would really try to kill him to see if he believed it. Anyway, one of the key points of the conversation with Azad is not to get too drunk, because it can kill people. Azad didn't wait for Ezio to react. In fact, when he saw the fat boy he had watched grow up and made a surprised expression, his goal was almost achieved. He said with satisfaction, Do you know how to become the dominant one in the Abyss? Faced with such a confusing question, Ezio didn't think about it and said directly, with the strength of his fist, He defeated everyone, all the demons? That's what I thought at first. In the beginning, but now? Sitting up from the lying position, Azad said, The Abyss has already given the answer. Isn't it just relying on fists? Halfway through his words, Ezio seemed to realize something and stopped himself. You have thought of it too. Azad smiled brightly. There are only two ways to become a ruler in the Abyss. One is to become the evil god of the Abyss, depriving all believers of their individuality and enclosing them in their own kingdom of God. Their own will is the collective will. Otherwise, like the Lord of the Abyss, he stares at the demons under him and cannot jump. He beats whoever jumps until no one makes a sound. Violence alone is of no use. This is the same as MIDI. This is my experience after spending 10 years here. Violence alone is useless. So keep a close eye on it. Ezio quickly picked out the key points and understood what Azad said. But Ezio was also confused and asked, Since you already know how to conquer the Abyss, why don't you do it? Azad smiled and said nothing, then lay down again. Ezio understood immediately. Yes, you already know how to conquer it. So you can succeed as long as you follow the steps. So it's boring. Since it's not interesting, I won't do it. Nothing wrong. In terms of willfulness, this person is at the ancestor level. Even if his father comes forward, it won't work. Speaking of this, Ezio didn't know how to answer it. This old man has such a sinister temperament. Whenever he touches any nerve, his life may be lost. So it's a bad idea to talk when you have nothing to say. So just don't say anything. But just because Ezio had nothing to say, it didn't mean that Azad would remain silent. Talking to himself, and then forcing others to act as listeners is also one of his special skills. If you don't get a good feedback, you will lose your temper. At this time, it is a question of how many people will die, not whether they will die. That's why normal people would want to stay away from this madman instead of letting him hang around. But Azad did not look back, but looked up at the sky of the Abyss, where the clouds were as deep as ink, and said, And what if you really become the Prince of the Abyss? That is not the end. It is about continuing to do the things that make you the Prince of the Abyss. As long as you slack off for a moment, you will be pulled down by other demons. It is really boring to do the same thing all the time. I might as well go back and inherit the family business, and be a tyrant, playing different tricks every day. Ezio was speechless. Go back and inherit the family business? Do you dare to say that it would be a great injustice for this person to go back and become the Emperor of the Guana Empire? Chapter 1792 Ishur's Defense. Listening to Azad, who was lying on the big devil's shoulder in front of him, humming a tune, the corner of Ezio's mouth twitched, but he couldn't say anything. Although this guy seems to be able to communicate for the time being, who knows when he will have convulsions again? It is precisely this unstable personality that makes people want to stay away from him. It's a pity that Ezio wants to stop, but Azad doesn't. Along the way, all kinds of comments and complaints were still blurted out. It was not enough for others to cover their ears and not want to hear it, let alone no response. Although he could hear some secrets about the demons of the Abyss, Ezio was afraid that one of his unsatisfactory answers would irritate Azad again. As for the question of whether someone will be silenced if they know too much, that is secondary. What frustrates Ezio the most is that the great demon Starry seems to be following his footsteps. When he walked fast, Starry walked fast. When he walked slowly, the big devil's steps also slowed down. During the entire journey, Ezio had the feeling that even though he was following the big demon, he was like a defenseless little white rabbit being pushed behind by a fierce tiger. If you want to jump somewhere, I'm afraid it will be a tiger's claw to tear open the flesh. Let's not talk about Starry's strength. Being able to survive by Azad's side for so long is definitely not bad. But since they haven't played against each other before, Ezio can't comment. As for Azad, there is basically no blind spot. It is not an exaggeration to say that there are eyes behind the scenes. So Ezio didn't have much confidence in escaping from these two men, especially since there was no one else to use as bait to attract attention. Ezio could only carry the pressure alone. This journey is not long. After all, the original semi-abandoned camp was not far from the magic circle city of E-City. Besides, the so-called unfast speed of one person, one demon and half demons is still running. This distance only takes half a day to reach. This shows how close this camp is to E-City. As far as the army is concerned, it can take half a day to attack by surprise, which is no different than right under the nose. As a magic circle city, E-City is now in a semi-alert state. However, the protective barrier that was open almost maxed out the power output, and the barrier was still under tremendous pressure, and even began to affect humans and demons living in the city. In order to resist such pressure, most people and demons chose not to walk on the streets, but to hide in buildings. Escher's buildings themselves have built-in protection, and coupled with the city-level defensive magic array, the double protection greatly slowed down the abnormal pressure. E-City has no city walls. After all, a certain traveler grew up in an era when city walls lost their defensive role and could only be used as tourist attractions. Therefore, when he designed the city, he did not consider such facilities that would limit the development and growth of the city. There are certainly no downsides to this. It is different from the view that most people believe that the city's defense capabilities are reduced due to the lack of city walls. City defense, relying on the unreasonable attack power of the magic tower, can completely replace defense with offense. The real trouble is the control of entry and exit. And furthermore, the issue of tax collection. Tolls are still a large part of lost land taxes. The absence of city walls meant that E-City could be entered and exited freely from any direction, even though there are some rules behind the scenes. On the surface, Escher is a city with no restrictions. Doing so is of course very unfriendly to city managers. If it were placed in the Lost Land or other places in the Abyss. Not to mention the situation of Warcraft entering the city. Under the planning of a thoughtful person, a city could be transformed into a civ in just half a day. As time goes by, the residents may have to change it again, and it will be difficult for those in power to stop it. But Escher is a magic circle city. The principles of not killing and not moving buildings ensure that this city without walls can maintain maximum stability. It's just that there is no way to limit the number of people entering and exiting, and no city manager will be satisfied. What management sees as a flaw is, in the eyes of ordinary people, a good thing. At least for Ezio, Azad and Starry. They walked into the deserted street without any hindrance. The three of them were not surprised at all that the doors and windows in E-City were closed. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that they were going to the twin towers of gates, they might not have even gotten close, let alone entering Escher. You don't know if you haven't been here, but only after you have come will you deeply feel how terrible the pressure is to stay within the scope of Escher. The sky above Escher was completely covered by huge tree tumors. If the light source of the abyss did not come from the sun, I am afraid that the entire magic circle city would be shrouded in shadow, making it impossible to see the Five Fingers. Everyone is not worried that this tree burrow will suddenly fall down and crush the entire city and its residents into meat patties. Rather, it is the madness that occasionally leaks out of the tree tumors, which even demons who think they belong to the chaotic camp find it difficult to accept, because whenever they are eroded by this madness, crazy thoughts and impulses will emerge from their minds uncontrollably. Whether it's hurting yourself or others, seeing blood seems to be the only way to relieve this madness. What's even more frightening is that, regardless of whether they obey this impulse and realize it, they actually harm themselves or others. As long as it is a fantasy involving one's own physical harm, the pain will appear as it is. It was as if, under the influence of madness, he had the urge to bite off a piece of meat from his own arm. Even if such behavior is not actually performed, the bitten part in the fantasy will feel the pain of having a piece of flesh torn off. Apart from this impulse, what is more, the world in his eyes is collapsing towards collapse. Everything you see seems to be rendered with a layer of blood-filtered, dark-themed atmosphere. Moreover, even demons find it difficult to adapt to such changes. The idea that the way to torture a devil is to send it to heaven is actually a joke. The abyss of real pain is never the deepest, only deeper. Demons can't adapt. let alone humans who can't bear it. In order to avoid being eroded by such madness, the best way is to stay far away from Ishur, or else to hide in a house, and rely on double protection to slightly slow down the power of this madness. Under this pressure, Starina could only force herself to walk one step deeper and one step shallower. But it didn't want to hide, let alone stop, relying entirely on an unknown will. It gritted its teeth and followed Azad, who was walking on his own. Since the moving posture of the mount became quite weird, Azad simply jumped back to the ground and walked on his own feet. His posture and demeanor were quite relaxed, as if he was not under any pressure at all, and he was walking around leisurely. Ezio, who was following behind, was observing Azad's behavior, wanting to see if he was as calm as he appeared and was not affected by this power. Doing this is not because Ezio is comfortable with such an environment. He just wants to divert his attention and alleviate the pain on his body. In fact, he didn't know what the source of power was that supported him. He just walked. The journey across half of his city was very arduous, and Ezio didn't even know when he had finished walking. Anyway, when he raised his head, he had already seen the twin towers of gates located in the center of his city. The magic tower on the side of the abyss. The outer walls of the tower are covered with vines, which swell and shrink like the main blood vessels near the heart of a living thing, with a unique pulse. These vines gathered at the top of the tower and gathered into bundles, supporting the entire tree tumor. It's just that compared to the huge tree burls that almost cover the entire city, this support point is so thin that it can be ignored, which is why it gives people the feeling of the tree burls floating in the sky. The door of the magic tower is not covered by the vines covering the wall, but it is inevitable that there will be a few branches climbing up. The iron sheets and iron nails covering the door have long lost their metallic luster and appear dull, which gives the wooden door a somewhat ancient feel. The twin towers of gates do not prohibit anyone or demons from entering or exiting, but that does not mean that anyone or demons can freely visit the interior. If nothing happens, you can basically get in, but no one will get out, not even demons. So this closed wooden door is a warning. Anyone can push through and enter, but not everyone can come out alive. Azad only came once, and never came again after that, because he saw clearly what the magic tower was like under the control of that man. It was completely incomparable to the mansion in the holy city of Estali. If Azad was confident that he would run wild in a mansion in Estali, and then escape unscathed, the same confidence did not exist in this magic tower. Even during that visit, the tower owner did not activate any traps to deal with the demon prince. Ezio has been in and out many times. In fact, as long as he wants, he can treat the twin towers of gate as his home. For Halumi and Kaya, the two apprentices of the tower master, they are quite close to Ezio. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are siblings who are not related by blood. It's just that Ezio didn't like the male tower owner and was quite wary of the female one. The relationship between the two parties was only established through the old black dragon Augustus. Therefore, he could not truly integrate into the family of the two towers of gates, but remained outside. However, Ezio will not be subject to any restrictions or threats when it comes to entering the magic tower. Even if he wants to enter the confidential location on the 3rd floor, there will be no hindrance. According to a certain magician, even if all the secrets were shown to him, he would definitely not understand them. So just let him come in and out as he pleases. Although Ezio had determined a long time ago that he might never be able to defeat that magician in his life, but the feeling of wanting to kill him emerged from time to time. Starina entered the magic tower for the first time. In the past, I stayed outside and waited, not wanting to be put in danger. Anyway, it knew very well that the man it wanted to follow could not stay in the tower for a long time, and there was nothing it could do in the tower with him. So it was better to wait outside. But this time, they came as reinforcements and had to enter the magic tower. So Starina used the rare humanization magic to transform herself into a tall female form again, and followed Azad into the tower. A group of 3 people, after pushing open the door of the magic tower, received the attention of countless elves. There were a lot of people, and the details of their strength revealed by each one made Ezio's scalp numb. Chapter 1793 Current situation at the top of the tower. In terms of danger, regardless of the magic tower, the group of elves in front of them was far more powerful than the previous group of demons. This is the judgment made by Ezio. It's not that all elves are stronger than the demon lords we've seen before, but considering the influence of equipment bonus, the threat of elves is just higher than that of demons. After all, the complete set of Yggdrasil equipment is so luxurious that no one or demon can match it. However, Azad completely ignored the elves, who were on alert, and forming a faint military formation. He walked straight towards the stairs leading upstairs, arranging the elves' formations along the way, with no one blocking him. If Ezio came alone, given his status, he could safely walk up to the third floor and see what was happening now. Or he could take the lead and bring a few people into the tower. But now Azad took the lead and forced his way in. Fortunately, there was no conflict between the two parties, and Ezio could only follow behind, apologizing while moving forward. As he walked up to the second and third floors of the magic tower, Ezio became more and more frightened when he saw the elves gathered together. He knew that the elves had begun to gather, and thought it would be just like the bank gathering orders in the past, only on a larger scale, directly involving the 25 world trees. When a bank situation arises, a team of 10 people can usually solve the problem by issuing an order to assemble. In this case, of course, it is impossible for 10 elves to come from 10 different tribes. Sending them directly from the same tribe can avoid the trouble of running in and the issue of command authority. To reach the scale of a squadron or above, the assembled elves come from multiple tribes. So getting along is a small matter. But the ownership of command is a big deal. There is no unified command. Multiple orders, not to mention the chaos on the battlefield. Whether one's own people will coax them first is a question. Therefore, the elves are divided into 4 levels: soldiers, officers, and generals based on their strength and past leadership performance. They are also graded according to seniority. As long as there is a problem of multi-tribe alliance, the person with higher rank will serve as the temporary commander, and the seniority will be compared with that of the same rank. In order to easily identify each other, the armed elves' holy robes are marked with their respective classes and levels. Some special experiences also use special symbols, such as dragon slayers, demon slayers, sacred tree guards, etc. Assembling troops quickly like this, of course, it is impossible to lose everything every time you encounter a situation. Those strong men, with a rank above general, are rare. These elves are also the pillars of their respective tribes, except for the few people he had close personal relationships with. The few times Ezio met them were all related to magicians, and these general-level elves would appear. However, today in the twin towers of the gate, all I saw were elf generals with stars hanging on their shoulders, each one more senior than the last, and almost all of them have some special honorary experiences, including dragon slaying and demon slaying. The most special one Ezio saw was an old elf wearing an axe and sickle badge, under the command of Yggdrasil, which extremely hates bladed weapons. It is a rare thing to be allowed to carry a sword. The axe and sickle chapter represents a title that is both blasphemous and glorious, tree chopper, which means that the elf has attacked other world trees and succeeded. Judging from the fact that the wood elves have been restricted by the magic tower for nearly 1,000 years, the world trees no longer attack each other. An elf who can hold the title of tree chopper must be an antique who lived before the Dark Ages to this day. This shows that World Tree has sent all the treasures from the respective elven tribes to the twin towers of the gate. Moreover, the elves who came were all general-level elves, and there must be a large army gathering behind them. But they had not yet arrived at the twin towers of the gate. Even if it is delivered, it seems there is not enough space to arrange it. This kind of attention is enough to show how serious the problem that happened in the twin towers of gate is. All the way up to the 3rd floor, the expected other tower owner was not seen. Only 2 elf elders and a sword were seen. The 2 elders came from the World Tree Yggdrasil and Fastness respectively, and were under the command of the 2 ancient ones. They are still the leaders of their respective tribes, existing only under the World Tree. A sword with a Hakakiri handle, and an old acquaintance with Khan. Both Ezio and Azad are familiar with the important core of the twin towers of gates, the energy pool on the 3rd floor, so they didn't look around after coming up. It was true that the big demon Starry came up for the first time, but it only acted obediently and followed Azad. However, the eyes that glanced around were still in the eyes of these old fritters on the 3rd floor, in addition to everyone's good eyesight. One of the reasons is that Starry is too tall and conspicuous, but no one pointed it out. Azad did not go to the 2 elf elders. Elves of their status can be classified as friendly if they are friendly to humans, and don't push them to death when they meet. Don't expect the other person to be affable and able to have a peaceful conversation. So Azad went directly to Khan, with a little tip of her toes. She caught Khan in her hands with a flick of her hand. He asked directly, "What's going on at the top of the tower? Where is Finn?" Even though Azad was the holder of the demon sword Inzadu in the past, he still got along well with the Hagairis. One of the main reasons is that Haikiri cannot be destroyed by Azad, and can only be cut with Haikiri. When they feel confident, the Hagairas are one of the very few people who accept and don't care about Azad's madness. During the period when Azad stayed, Khan often chatted with the Demon Prince. So when faced with questions and trusting the other party's strength level, Khan said directly, "The situation at the top of the tower is very bad. Finn has entered the barrier to beat the crazy guy. Although there is a loser and a loser. Strictly speaking, it can be said that the situation is evenly matched. But this kind of balance will not last long. Can it be said that you came at the right time?" Smiling awkwardly, Azad said, "Uh-huh. What do you think I want to do? It just comes at the right time. It's not just to find a way to hold back. It's best to do it from behind. But no matter what you want to do, I don't recommend it. Because you can't even get close to the battlefield. So whether you are willing or not, you can only help those two people solve their problems. Or turn around and leave." Ha. There were two more embarrassing laughs. And Azad suddenly put his face close to Khan and asked, "Can't you really do it?" "Huh? It really can't be done," Khan explained. "The power exerted by the world trees is more of a cover-up. The one who really limits the two people inside is Haikiri except me. The fighting situation inside is constantly escalating. And with it, the barrier constructed by Agiri must also be upgraded accordingly. In my opinion, the two of them have already demonstrated their true abilities, realized more content, and used them in battle. As the defensive and restrictive side, we are chasing the progress of those two. Chasing very hard. If you want to let a person in, you have to interrupt the barrier's coverage and then reopen it. You don't have to consider whether the people inside will come out and wreak havoc in that very short period of time. It's just because we were a step too late that we were slower every step of the way. The upgrading progress of building the barrier was not as good as the two who destroyed it. The barrier will break sooner or later. But now the time of breaking may be advanced. If you have decided to commit suicide, take me and wipe your neck now. I promise to maintain the highest level of sharpness so that you die without pain. You can die in pain if you want. It depends on what you want." After blowing a whistle, Azad raised Khan in front of him and said, "Is the situation inside really that serious? Annihilation-level incidents have happened several times. If we don't hold on, will the abyss be finished? Or will the lost land be finished? But I think the most likely possibility is that the abyss and the lost land will be finished together. Who said we would just be stuck in the abyss on the door? What should I do? The more you say that, the more I want to go in and have a look." Azad was eager to give it a try. "Ask Yggdrasil if they agree. They are here to stop people like you." The two elders of the elf whose name was called acted as if they hadn't heard anything. They each watched the surveillance screens in different directions outside the magic tower, paying attention to the movements in the outside world. They know very well that there are many existences in this world, and they cannot be defeated by relying on a large number of people. They have to find the right method. The Demon Prince Azad obviously belongs to such a group. As for the way to capture him, no one has found it yet. So before your boss gives the order to kill you, just pretend you didn't see it. The attitude of the elf. In fact, he didn't care about the person and sword in the conversation. Azad didn't think it was a threat or a trouble. Khan was just reminding him of the obstacles he might encounter when he wanted to do so. Does Azad care? Of course he doesn't care. The elves are just a small problem. And so is the world tree. Plants are plants as long as they do not enter the confines of their root systems. You have the guts to pull your roots out of the soil and chase me. You idiot. The split parts are not enough. According to his previous habit, he must first break into the Haikiri barrier mentioned by Khan to see how far the vicious couple who were fighting vigorously had progressed. But Khan's warning was not ineffective. If he was talking about other people, no matter how fierce the battle was, it was just a battle. And what kind of damage could the aftermath cause? But if it was the man and woman who were fighting, the destruction of the world that Khan mentioned might very well actually be the destruction of the world. Azad loves to play. And if he is not even qualified to play, then he can just watch others destroy the whole world, including himself, which would be very infuriating. If you mess up the world yourself, that's no problem. If others mess with the world, that's a big problem. So this double-standard dog rarely chose to act cautiously. He lifted Khan onto his shoulders and operated the control panel of the energy room on the third floor of the twin towers of the gate with one hand. Although Azad didn't know the correct operation method, he had an idea. According to someone's words, it means operating boldly and restarting when the opportunity arises. There is nothing that cannot be learned or figured out. So Azad boldly fumbled around, trying to find the parts he could understand from all the operable places on the water mirror screen. At the same time, he asked about Khan and said, "What is the situation over there now? Tell me what you know." Just as Khan was about to answer, the alarm suddenly sounded loudly in the energy room on the 3rd floor, and sharp peaks appeared on the various monitoring data screens. Even the magic tower showed signs of trembling slightly. Although the building of the magic tower does not have an earthquake-resistant design, the construction materials are not ordinary stone or cement, but materials with magical properties. As long as the energy pool is operating normally, and the magic tower's defense function is activated, it will not even be shaken, let alone collapsed. But this magic tower is shaking. This only proves that what shakes the magic tower belongs to a more terrifying force. Chapter 1794, a method that is not a method. Azad just felt weird about this. Although he is usually crazy and has a volatile personality, his knowledge reserve can be regarded as a polymath. And he is not the kind of parallel importer who relies on his family's reputation. So he knew the details of the magic tower under his feet, and what it could do. Only in this way can we achieve the maximum provocation without being killed by the magician. Now, of course, people will be confused about the shaking of the magic tower. Eziel also knew that the magic tower could not be moved, so he was even more panicked by such shaking. He half bent his knees and lowered his body's center of gravity in a low posture, trying to maintain balance and flexibility to move at any time. If one of them is bad, even if you can't escape immediately, you still have to avoid being hit by heavy objects. On the other hand, the other two elves present seemed unusually calm. They remained motionless, and their moods were not affected in any way, and they continued to stare at the images they were monitoring. Such a performance shows that this is not the first time they have met, so they are so calm. Perhaps because Azad had doubts in his heart. The Khan held by Azad read such heart sounds. So it explained, "These are the two fighting, once again breaking through the barrier restrictions and affecting the outside world." "Is it serious?" Ezio asked. Probably another box cutter was exploded. It could also be 2 or 3, depending on the situation. Khan said with emotion. He added, "But don't worry. We can repair it very quickly, and the leak power will be weakened and will not affect the main plane." The weight of this sentence, "Only Hagari can deal with Hagari," is quite profound for a former holder. When holding the magic sword in Zadu or dealing with the Khan, Azad had more than once thought of using his evil hands to break the box. It just never worked out. Now that he heard that Hagiri was exploded due to the aftermath of the battle between the two, he made an emotional expression for perhaps the first time in his life. But compared to how those two people did it, Azad thought of another more serious problem and asked, "How long can you hold on?" "Oh," noticed, Khan praised. Except for Khan himself, the rest of Hagiri participated in the construction of the barrier. The total number of participants was more than 10,000. Calculating that a maximum of 3 Hagiri can be lost at one time. It may take more than 3,000 times to be broken through by 2 people in the battle before Hagiri will be completely lost. Strictly speaking, the loss of Hagiri is not frequent, and it seems that there is still plenty of time. This is not the case, because as long as the number of Hakakiri falls below a certain threshold, the remaining Hakakiri will not be able to build a barrier that can fully seal off the 2 people. And because the technology of the Hagaris is constantly improving, and the quality of the barrier is also improving, they can only vaguely predict the time of collapse. There are about 4 days left, counting the first 3 days. This barrier is only guaranteed to stop the fighting pair for 7 days. Every additional day after that will be favored by the goddess of luck. Of course the Hagaris don't believe in God, but that doesn't stop them from talking about God's name. What's more, Minnie doesn't have a goddess of luck, only a goddess of fate, although the business scope of the two overlaps. They are not consistent. Azad didn't need much accurate time. He just wanted a basis for judgment. So after listening to Khan's answer, he rarely went crazy about this matter. In fact, he had already seen some problems from the data he could understand. When it comes to mathematics, Azad is not good at it. But this is based on the standard of that couple. Excluding those two, even among the top group in the field of mathematics, no one is stronger than Azad. After all, in daily chats, a certain time traveler was completely defenseless against Azad in the field of mathematics. With 3 people able to sit down and discuss high-level mathematics, Azad can be said to be a long way ahead of the mathematicians in MIDI. The reason why Azad studied so carefully was because Azad's purpose was very simple, which was to find the flaw in the flash technique. Although he relies more on his wildness and intuition in battle, it doesn't mean that he has nothing to do outside of battle. However, he has made no achievements in cracking the flash technique, which does not prevent Azad's talent in the field of mathematics from allowing him to see something different today. Without turning his head, he said directly to the Khan on his shoulders, "Is there a way to notify your people? Tell them to narrow the scope of the encirclement." Since it was held in his hand, it was no surprise that Azad's thoughts would be spied on by Hagiri. Khan naturally knew what Azad was thinking, and asked in a confirming manner, "Do you think the scope is too large for them to play? And there are more variables that will become the basis for their growth. So we need to limit this scope. But have you ever thought about it? However, they are no longer limited to this 5-kilometer radius. They are not gods yet. It is an undeniable fact that everything in the Lost Land is in a dominant position. So it is still useful to do all this. The only question is whether you can do it." Azad considered him as a living creature and also as a human being. Position and responded. Khan did not dispute this view. In fact, when it comes to the stance of organic and inorganic creatures, Hagiri's views are different from those of humans. But this is only a first-time difference. The Hagiris are old-timers at following the good deeds. If you tilt your hips, you can understand what Azad wants to express. So Khan did not continue the discussion in depth, but asked, "How small should it be reduced?" "Shrink it as small as you can." Azad thought for a while and continued, "But I think you will reach a limit and there will be no progress. So you can shrink it to the limit of those 2 people. Being unable to move can be considered a success. But it is not enough to really stop him." The Khan didn't have time to think carefully about whether there was any other intention in this, and directly conveyed this request to other Haikiri. This kind of thing of reducing the volume of a sphere under pressure seems difficult. But in fact it is not that difficult, because the sphere barrier maintained by the Hagiris does not have a fixed method, but is constantly upgraded and changed in accordance with the 2 people fighting inside. Since the barrier itself is also in a state of upgrading and change, slightly narrowing the coverage area during each change will not affect the stability of the barrier. When we narrow down the scope, our first instinct is that the internal pressure will increase. But the scope of responsibility of each Hagiri has also become smaller. This means they are more focused and able to cope with pressure in a small area, over and over again. This behavior is not undesirable, even considering the goal of stopping the man. It was not a good idea to put all the hope in Fan really waking up the man while doing nothing himself. If Fan loses, is there a plan? Therefore, Hagiris must do something. Add a handful of firewood to the already blazing stove. Make the fire burn brighter, and produce results faster. Otherwise, before the results come out, the box guarantee world will be unable to bear it and collapse, which is also a failure for them. In comparison, the changes in World Tree are not as flexible as Hagiri. The tree vines that originally came from the 25 elder staffs of the World Tree looked like they were clinging to the surface of the Hagiri sphere barrier. In fact, it is not really attached to the surface, but still retains a slight distance. Now that Haikiri was about to shrink the area, Khan just informed the 2 elf elders who were also on the 3rd floor, but did not ask the tree tumors created by the World Tree to shrink accordingly. The best way is to grow the burl toward the inner space and increase its thickness. In this way, in addition to maintaining the illusion that the appearance remains unchanged, unsuspecting people or demons will not have too many random thoughts. You can also increase the resistance of the internal pressure to the outside by thickening it inward. The reason why it was not thickened outward before was because the Hagiris did not consider the intervention of the World Trees at the beginning. Therefore, when cooperating with them to construct this sphere barrier, the lower edge was too close to Ishur. When the vines of the World Tree add a layer of barrier outside the box guarantee boundary, the lower edge of this barrier is almost close to the top of the protective barrier of the magic circle city of East City. Although the twin towers of the gate are not protected by the city's magic circle, the height of the tower top is still below the barrier. Of course, the World Trees can thicken the rest, leaving only the lower part as is, to prevent the World Trees' vines from destroying Ishur's protective magic circle. But what happens to a sphere that has huge internal pressure? Is thick the rest of the sphere, and is only weak in one place. If you don't want the internal pressure to always be released in the direction of Ishur, World Tree cannot do this. So, thickening outwards has its drawbacks. But what we have to cooperate with the Hagiris today is to thicken it inward. And the Yggdrasils are not desperate yet. Don't think that the aftermath of the previous fights between Lin and Fan had no impact on the burst formed by the World Tree. In order to reduce the destructive power of the aftermath, the World Trees also paid a huge price. It's just that the price is far less than that of a single box cutter being destroyed. Therefore, the Hakiri barrier covered by tree burrs shrunk at an unimaginable speed where no one could see it. Although box cutting can only reduce the distance by a few microns, or even a few nanometers with each change. But I can't bear the speed of iteration. So fast that if anyone could see it, they would think that the spherical barrier was like a leaky balloon. Although all the dangers are borne by the Hagiris out of sight, it does not mean that people outside can live in peace. The Hagiris' big moves allowed the aftermath of the internal battle to leak out more frequently. Time and time again it shocked the elves gathered in the twin towers of the gate, as well as the humans and demons living in East City. Azad and Ezio also climbed to the top of the tower with the help of Khan, and felt the power like a natural disaster at close range, hitting their hearts. Ezio couldn't guess what Azad was thinking. All I know is that this mentally disturbed guy fell into a rare silence. Ezio only knew that his emotions had been ups and downs these past few days. Sometimes happy memories come to mind, making me feel extremely happy. Sometimes they are sad, and sometimes they are filled with unspeakable fear. The same thing is that no matter what kind of emotions they are, they seem to want to control themselves and vent them outwards. You can use your sword to slash the people around you, or you can strip yourself naked, stand on the edge of the tower, shout loudly, and then jump out. When Ezio realized that he was inevitably being tricked, he knew he had to do something. Otherwise, he will kill himself before solving the trouble caused by that man. It's just that, time doesn't wait for me. On the 7th day after Fen and Lin fought, a sudden change occurred in the world of the Abyss. Chapter 1795 Awakening. The Abyss is alive. This kind of understanding is extremely common among demons, even among humans. Reaching a certain level or above, they will also recognize this point of view. But the knowledge of these people or demons is not enough to truly understand the meaning of the phrase the Abyss is alive. In other words, they think that the so-called alive is an anthropomorphic description, not a statement. Until today, the earth collapsed, mountains and rivers shifted, and no place in the Abyss could maintain the most basic peace. Even in places that don't seem to have any disasters, the demons living there will feel the dizziness that shakes their minds. Wherever the heat source of the Abyss occurs, or where there are wind vents, that is, near bottomless caves, natural disaster-level tornadoes or spreading fires can occur. Emerging from the crypt, it seems endless. The most special thing is that the Abyss, which originally had no air currents and other climatic phenomena, actually blew strong winds from other realms, spread the scent of the demon lord to the territory of other lords, arousing the vigilance of all demons. For a moment, all the demons thought that the neighboring lords had declared war on them. Later they realized that it would be better if the demons just declared war among themselves. What is happening now is far more serious than war, because the whole world came alive. But the most terrifying thing happened over Esher. The foggy clouds that had been protecting the Abyss demons dispersed as soon as the foggy clouds dispersed, except for the 25 elves who were holding elder staffs and had become lumbered and unconscious. The rest of the elves disappeared. The tree knots entangled by the vines of the world tree are now more like losing water, drying up and peeling off, layer after layer. It turned into ashes and drifted away. When the outermost L is detached, you can see that the inside of the tree tumor is riddled with holes. This is because not only the outer L turned to ash, but the inside of the tree tumor was also devoured by an unknown force, leaving holes of different sizes. At the root of the tree tumor, the 25 elves holding elder staffs turned into old figures with declining vitality and blood. They had to support themselves on the elder staff to maintain their body's center of gravity and not fall down. Otherwise, no one would doubt that with their skinny appearance, they would fall to the ground and shatter like clay sculptures. Finally, the battlefield circled by Hagari reappeared in the sky above the twin towers at the side gate of the Abyss. The huge sphere with a radius of 5 kilometers is no longer visible. Instead, there is a narrow spherical space that can only accommodate one person sitting cross-legged. Tens of thousands of boxes are blooming with colorful streams of light, covering this spherical space so densely that no one can see the clues inside. However, the sky that was originally obscured by tree tumors was once again exposed to the eyes of everyone in Esher and the magic tower. The other elves were probably summoned back by the world tree using the flash technique. Such thoughts flashed through Ezio's mind. But his main focus now, like Azad and the great demon staring up beside him, is on the sky where there are no tree burl. But the stars are still blocked. The covering objects are too so huge that I don't know how to describe them. Living creatures? Ezio didn't know which part he was seeing. Or we should ask, Can the thing covering the sky be understood using the concepts of ordinary living things? At least Ezio felt like he was being spied on. But not from Azad beside him. And certainly not from his follower, the great demon. But from the sky. But the monster that covered the sky and the sun had no eyes. Or anything that looked like eyes. Ezio just felt like he was being stared at by something. The feeling was uncomfortable. But also fascinating. Who is looking at me? Ah. That thing is so beautiful. These were Ezio's last two thoughts before he lost his mind. After that, he seemed to be bewildered and immersed in the wonderful scene before him. Azad's performance was not as miserable as Ezio's. Although he was also attracted by the things in the sky. Azad was not obsessed. He just watched. No one knew what he was thinking. But there are also people with different manifestations present, or demons. When the great demon Starry faced the thing in the sky face to face, eye to eye, unreasonable fear occupied its entire heart. For a time, the whole world seemed to be full of malice, using various ways to torture and humiliate it. And the malice in the mind inevitably manifests itself in the body. Those invisible whippings will eventually leave real scars on the big demon that cannot be healed. You must know that this big demon is not seeing people in his original form, but using humanization magic to transform himself into a great beauty, which is quite rare even among humans. However, the white and rosy skin was now covered with crisscrossing scars by his own nails and the invisible force, and the flesh and blood were turned out. As his mind went crazy, his beautiful face became hideous and terrifying. Starry fell to the ground and rolled in pain, shouting with all her strength and heartbreakingly. In the end, it could no longer roll or scream. The whole person collapsed on the ground as if soaked in blood. Only the slight rise and fall of the chest and the inaudible breathing proved that Starry was still breathing. The great devil's plight is not unique either. That terrifying aura still swept away the minds of all E-City residents. Whether they are humans or demons, their bodies, minds, and souls are eroded by endless fear and harm. Even if you hide in the house, you will not be immune. Some were weaker, mentally immature, and had flaws that were too big to make up for. So they couldn't stand up to this aura for long. Despite the protective magic, I still scared myself to death. These weaklings either turned into pools of pus and blood, or turned into weird sarcomas, really turning this city in the abyss into AHL. Among them, the only one who maintains a normal mind is Haikiri Khan. It can also be said that it could have been classified as abnormal. But now it behaves the same as usual. It cares more about its fellow humans in the sky than the misfortunes of those around it. Maybe outsiders couldn't see it, but Khan knew that the two people wrapped in Haikiri were still fighting in that small space, traversing countless dimensions and traveling through infinite time. The small space with only room for one person sitting cross-legged turned into an endless and magnificent war. But it has to be said that Azad's proposal still makes sense. The original internal destructive power was upgraded and iterated so fast that even the Hagaris could not keep up. Once the progress of Haikiri seriously falls behind those two humans, when the barrier is broken, the world will be destroyed. Although the two people who are now compressed in space are still fighting each other, they still have countless parallel spaces to move around, and countless selves who can be used as helpers. But their iteration speed has dropped a lot. Although in order to achieve such a goal, the Hagiri clan faced considerable sacrifices. But I have to say that being useful is more important than anything else. Just compressing it to the current level, just like Azad's previous guess, it has reached the limit. The Hagaris are unable to further reduce the scope of the barrier, and the destructive power of internal iterations is also developing in the direction of breaking through the status quo. It can be said that I have the advantage now, but the time during which the advantage can be maintained is conceivably quite short. So if you want to completely stop the fighting between the two people, there is still one last step to make. It was a pity that before the Khan encouraged the Hagaris to work hard, the changes in the world disrupted their rhythm. The aura of the alien god greatly increased the power of a certain magician, and slightly increased the power of another magician who once held the title of Demon King. The power of the two fighting men suddenly increased, which was certainly not a good thing for Haikiri, who was guarding them, the barrier that they worked so hard to construct. And because the Hagaris sacrificed too much, past the threshold of collapse long ago, it won't be surprising when it breaks. But the second and third forces, in turn, helped the Hagaris suppress the internal destructive power, and it held up the spherical space where Lin and Fen were, and floated high into the sky. Even Khan couldn't tell how much power was acting on the ball that Lin and Fen were sitting on. But as more and more people intervened, the pressure on the abyss increased. And even the location of the twin towers of the gate changed from a large plain to a basin. The Khan felt increasingly confused, because it feels that the existence of this move is not only problematic in quantity, but also in quality cannot be taken lightly. The opportunity for Khan to discern the number of meddlers was when the aura emitted by the Hagyrus was dimmed due to absorption. The spiritual light that is sucked away flows to different places according to 13 paths. There are 12 coming from different directions in the sky, and 1 coming from the ground. Well, the location of the twin towers of the gate is no longer just a basin. It has begun to evolve towards the valley, and the surrounding mountains seem to be shrinking inwards, as if they were trying to block the connection between the twin towers of the gate and the sky. Unfortunately, the shrinkage speed was not fast enough, and the box-cut ball, which was too small for them, was also lifted to a quite high height, beyond the surrounding mountains. We entered the area that was originally covered in mist and clouds. If the mountain cannot be closed in time, it will continue to become shorter and return to its original state. But the power extending from the ground did not give up. It was still wrapped around the box-cut ball, as if it was being pulled down desperately. However, the gaps in the clouds in the sky are getting bigger and bigger. It didn't take long for it to reach the point where it was cloudless. The outer gods surrounding the abyss also exuded their power towards the ground without any care. Countless abyssal creatures fell under this wave of power. After realizing what level of confrontation this was, Khan was speechless. This is no longer the level for it to intervene. If it was still a part of that box-cut ball, it might have to fight with those unattainable beings now. Even if you lose, it's still an honor, because not everyone is qualified for this cross-level contact. The big demon Starry, who fell on the ground, had no signs of life. What was different from most demons in East City was that Starry still had her whole body. Ezio, who fell to his knees, was not dead, but scales grew on his skin, and a dragon-like horn grew forward and downward from the ear on the right side of his head. Ezio does not have dragon blood. He is just fertilized by dragon blood. But under the pressure of this supreme power, the power of the dragon penetrated into his core and transformed his body. Whether the mind is still intact, no one knows. The only 2 things that have not changed are Hakakiri Khan and the demon prince Azad, who stands silently. Chapter 1796 Bad Idea. Azad did not feel sorry for Starry's death. In his emotions, negative emotions such as regret and regret do not exist, let alone pity, sympathy and the like. There are only 2 things he cares about: fun and boring. Come if you have fun. Leave if you don't have fun. There is no other consideration in his world. Now a brand new world appeared before his eyes, and Azad's eyes lit up, even though he knows very well that now he is only qualified to watch, not to play with. But I couldn't stand the thumping of my heart that wanted to die, not to mention the strange thoughts running around in his mind, each one making him eager to try. Just like a hamster with a collecting habit, he insists on pocketing everything he sees and refuses to let go of anything. When he embraces more things, the whole world seems to open a new door, showing a different look in his eyes. That dazzling sight. Is it crazy? Azad would not describe the beauty in this way, but would describe it as unique and rare beauty, precisely because it is not available everywhere. It is precious, and because it is hard to obtain, it is worth pursuing. If viewed from this perspective, Azad's vulgarity is no different from that of the rest of the world. Greed, anger, and ignorance are all lacking. But today he can stand here intact, while others cannot, which is a huge difference for Hakiri other than Khan, as well as the 2 people fighting in the spherical space. This honor has a different connotation from the attention of those great beings. Azad's crooked idea was to compress the spherical space formed by the box cutter to the extreme, limiting the space for the 2 people to fight inside. It could not have no impact on Lin and Fun. When the internal space is compressed to the point where only one person can only shrink up, the battle between the 2 people will inevitably develop towards true infinity. Of course, there is another alternative path, which is the fusion of 2 people. It is so unfortunate that when the battle between the 2 develops into infinity in countless parallel worlds, fusion will inevitably become an option and be realized in some parallel realities. When the conditions become more restrictive, the options available will be narrowed, and there will no longer be an infinite variety. Then as conditions tighten, it is foreseeable that the final results will tend to the same direction. Beaten to death? According to Azad's opinion, it was impossible for that couple to make such a choice. Then the only option left is the question of who takes the lead. Who merged with whom? Who ate whom? No matter who the result is, it's not surprising. But it's also extra interesting. because Azad didn't dare to guarantee whether the result would be as he expected. There may be unexpected developments. As long as it is something new and unknown, it can bring enough fun. Azad valued this. Not that the outcome was as he expected. It seems it's not enough. We need another push. Inexplicably, Azad said this as he watched the changes in the sky. Khan didn't know whether it was because he was concerned, or because he was just watching the excitement, or because he had a long-term flattering attitude towards the holder. So he responded and asked, "How to push? Why push?" Gently tapping the Hakiri on his shoulder. Azad said, "Don't you think the situation between those two people is in a stalemate? This allows others to take advantage of it and play with them. What will happen if you push them again?" "Well, what happens?" Khan asked. Azad showed his first smile since the sudden change in the sky and said, "I don't know either. Don't you think this is interesting?" "How?" Khan asked. "The pressure is not enough. We have to shrink again," Azad said based on intuition. After all, the demon prince didn't completely know what was going on in the spherical space formed by the Hagiris. So he could only rely on guesswork and come up with some bad ideas. Speaking of which, this kind of behavior is really similar to that of a certain time traveler. Because he didn't know, and because of Azad's character that wanted the world to be in chaos. He gave Khan some advice. It's not like he doesn't know that the Hagiris have shrunk down enough. And if they get any smaller, they might even kill people. But this was Azad's instinctive purpose. He wanted to try to turn those two people into spiritual creatures who gave up their bodies to see if they could compete with those unattainable beings in the sky. What dissatisfied Azad the most was that he could only watch the game and could not play the game himself. But the reality told him that he was not qualified to enter the animal cage and have a hearty fight with other people on the field. As soon as you enter, you will be served. Since there is no way to appear in person, shouting from the sidelines can be regarded as a way of expressing your feelings. As for the content of the shouting, I understand everything. Anyway, I am not a coach and I am not responsible for the people on the field. Of course, I can only be happy as I please. This level of joking was revealed to Khan in an undisguised way. It asked directly, "Akiri, who is still surrounding those two people, has already done his best. How can he go any further now? Unless you have other better methods." "It's simple." Azad pointed around, circled around himself, and said, "There are so many ready-made flesh and blood. Wouldn't it be good to sacrifice them? Flesh and blood are filthy to many people. But for the box, well, for the two people who are fighting, this bit of filth is nothing. The most important thing is to find a way to survive. Does it matter whether it is filthy or not? If you are not afraid of letting Abyss take advantage." Khan muttered. The first time a time traveler entered the Abyss was in crisis because the will of the Abyss said too many feasts. A certain time traveler not only bit the fishhook in the feast, but also fed him to his full capacity. If he hadn't cut dozens of kilograms of flesh off his body and given up an incarnation, I'm afraid that some time traveler would have turned into a prince of the Abyss today. The same situation again? Using the arcane eye device of the magic tower, Khan took a look at Ishur's situation. The people or demons who were not dead were the few among the few. And most of them were in a state of sacrifices that could be immediately carried to the altar. They only needed someone to carry them to the table. But if Khan really dares to make such a decision, he believes that the moment a certain time traveler wakes up, he will be chased for thousands of miles by a completely demonized magician. That person said he was easygoing, but in fact, he was very casual. But when it comes to being stubborn, it is stubborn to the point of being inhumane. In short, Khan didn't want to challenge the man's temper even though he knew where the red line was. But it's still the same old problem. Khan's stance and way of thinking are different from humans. And they are even different from Azad, a freak among humans. So faced with this extremely bad idea, Khan didn't just take what Azad said and give it a just right twist. On the contrary, Khan thought seriously and exchanged opinions with the Hagiris, who had enough time to talk. It didn't take much time to come to a conclusion. Although with Hagiri's computing power, this might be the result of hundreds of millions of discussions. But the conclusion gave Khan a pang of sadness. The Hakakiri is sword-shaped and has a tough appearance. So of course, it cannot express emotions. And Azad is famous for being self-centered and letting the outside world fall apart. So of course, he doesn't care about other people's emotions. But at least now Khan is being carried by Azad. And the thoughts of one man and one sword are connected to some extent. Therefore, Khan's mood was inevitably known to Azad. Not by blabbering, It was impossible for Azad to show concern or sympathy for anyone or anything unless there was something behind it that interested him. Khan's current situation is like this. So when he heard Azad ask with concern, "What's wrong with you?" thanks to its hard sword-shaped appearance, it would have gotten goosebumps otherwise. But that disgusting feeling was far less than the sadness in my heart now. If you want to follow Azad's suggestion and put more pressure on the two men and women at war, but don't want to use the obviously poisonous bait left by the abyss, what else can you do at this time? The result discussed by the Hagaris was also to use the method of sacrifice, shrinking towards the center against all pressure. They just don't want to use the poisonous bait provided by the abyss, so they have no choice but to take it on their own. A certain time traveler has always believed that asking others to sacrifice is the same as killing people, but he could not deny that sacrifice was a virtue. Perhaps the discussion of life at the cost of the above outline is too heavy, so let's narrow the pattern a little. In a certain tradition that spans many hometowns, giving in, or being courteous, is also a virtue. These are essentially no different from the concept of sacrifice. They all give up some personal benefits that belong to themselves or can be easily obtained by themselves, in order to seek the overall benefit. To sum up, the word profit is always at the forefront. The difference lies in whose family the benefit belongs to. In Azad's request, relying solely on the power of Hakiri itself, they have reached the limit that cannot be crossed. If you want to surpass, you must have external force as a driving force. After eliminating those toxic options, the Hagaris decided to do it themselves without hesitation. It would be difficult for a human group to make such a decision, at least in Azad's deduction. This possibility was never thought of. But it just happened. Something that even a madman never thought about happened in reality. You can imagine how magical this thing is in the eyes of others. Of course Azad would not persuade him to say anything. His approach is very similar to that of a certain time traveler, always using dangling carrots to lure the donkey forward. Even if the donkey is not lured, it will be fine if a horse or a deer is lured. Just make do. The difference is that if a time traveler sees that no one is willing to bite the bait he throws, then forget it. But in Azad's case, he doesn't mind adding a whip to the carrot, since someone is willing to take the bait, even if the one who bites the bait is not a donkey or a mule, but a rare unicorn in the world. It doesn't matter to Azad, anyway, as long as someone can do what he wants to promote. However, he can also understand where Khan's sadness comes from, because after today, there will be only one Haikiri left in the Lost Land and the Abyss, and the other Haikiri will no longer exist. Or there is a possibility that the Haikiri who have formed the barrier now will transform into another form of existence after sacrificing themselves, continuing their unique life, regardless of the outcome. It can be said that the Hagiri clan is virtually extinct. Do you regret it? Just like in the past, when someone in the Hagiri clan dies, the other Hagaris will feel sad, but will not regret it. I am a passerby, and my destiny is over. Chapter 1797 Fusion. What will the Hagaris do regarding this issue? Azad could not see it, and of course Khan would not broadcast it live and report all the processes in detail to the curious demon prince. In fact, when the Hagaris took action, they could no longer maintain contact with the Khan. Being at the center of many powerful tug-of-wars is not a place that can be observed with the naked eye or any senses. Because first of all, we must have a way to shield the traces left by those powerful people and identify the insignificant footprints of small people among them. To be able to do that, Khan can do so much more. For example, directly identify the weak points and give a warning to those who intervene. Even if you can't kill the opponent, you still have to hurt him. Unfortunately, these are not possible. What the Hagaris have to do is not simply to sacrifice themselves in exchange for the barrier they built to shrink further inward. Too little of the sacrifice is ineffective. There are too many sacrifices. How can I still build a barrier with Hakiri? Even if half was sacrificed, the remaining half would not be enough to support the stability of the barrier. The right proportion for the sacrifice. First think about how to calculate this damn proportion. It can be said that when Hagiri decided to speed up progress at his own expense, he was not considering pure sacrifice. What the Hagaris have to do is to fuse, to integrate themselves into the two people fighting, and to stabilize their levels that have broken through infinity. If there's good news, it's that the Hagaris plan isn't the first time they've done it. The previous experience was when the Abyss demons attacked the Magic Tower. With the support of the Chiman Duinjia formation in the magic city of Ishur, the Hagaris merged into the red flower slime, transformed into the black gold Kuma, and killed them in one fell swoop. More than 50 god-level demons, It's just that the red flower slime is somewhere between virtuality and reality. It's actually just a branch of the twin towers of the gate. Once the red flower slime returns, the Hakakiri that has lost its main body will be liberated and restored to its original state. You will not be pulled back to the magic tower and become part of the tower. However, the situation of Lin and Fin is very different from that of red flower slime. Both of them are humans with physical entities and extremely strong vitality, impure humans. Because the red flower slime was unable to digest Hagiri. After it returned to the twin towers of the gate, the Hagiris were left in place and liberated. But can Lin and Fin not be able to digest Hagiri? At this point, no matter how confident the Hagiris are in themselves, they cannot guarantee that they will be able to escape unscathed after integrating into the bodies of those two people and stabilizing their chaotic state. The greatest possibility is that the two parties merge into one and become a new life form, or some form of symbiosis. Because in order to achieve what Hagiri wants to do, it is conceivable that the two sides must be deeply integrated to make it possible to use the external force of a third party to forcibly curb the current out-of-control situation. Even thinking in an extreme direction is to regain the original idea of a certain time traveler. That is to kill the key point that may be used to attract the attention of foreign gods. That is, Lin himself. And it requires a more extreme method than super compound magic to achieve this. Then after Hagiri merges with Lin, a gorgeous implosion should be able to achieve this requirement. But this also means that Hagiris truly sacrifice everything, at the cost of their lives. As long as circumstances permit, no one wants to go to the last step. But the action of integration is imperative. And it cannot be done by just squeezing it in. So it needs to be carefully planned. What made the black gold ball mill possible was actually derived from the Zhou Tian Xingdo formation of a certain time-traveling group. The rings are covered with star formations, and all kinds of changes are available, making the red flower slime extremely sublime. Chiman Duanjia is only an auxiliary in this, and it is also the key to communicating with the inside and outside of a city. A magic circle city. All in all, the effectiveness of the black gold ball mills by the Hagiris cannot be achieved by swarming with swarms of swarms. Putting star arrays on two humans? Of course it will work, but is there a better way to achieve greater effectiveness? After all, what the Hagiris have to do is different from the simple strengthening of Kurigane Kuma. It is necessary to stabilize the human nature of those two people, and then cut off the attention exerted on them by external gods. There are many ways to achieve the latter, and many of them are contradictory and cannot coexist. So Hagiris have to think carefully about which one to use. In the past, Lin served as the arbiter in the debates between Hagiri and others, the middleman who reconciled various opinions. And as a time traveler, because of his different insights, he can always shine with sparks that are different from those in the lost world. So the Hagiris rely heavily on him. But this time, Lin was the one who needed to be saved, and he couldn't do anything to Hagiri. Therefore, the Hagiris can only try to find the best option based on the known knowledge. In fact, if they didn't have this flash of inspiration ability, Hagiri wouldn't have seriously considered the advice given by the Demon Prince and implemented it. As long as your brain has not been stepped on by an elephant, you will know that there is something wrong with Azad's opinion, and the Haikiri people will foolishly believe it. In other words, the Hagiris themselves couldn't think of any better ideas. Just like the situation at hand, when there is no one person who can act as the central leader. Hagiri's opinions are quite divergent and unconstrained. All Hakiri are hammering here and there, and their opinions become more and more crooked and cannot be brought to a halt. Just like how they chatted. In the end, their decision was to use all available and non-conflicting methods, and choose the direction that could work the most. They directly treated those two as guinea pigs and made arrangements without restraint. Anyway, neither Lin nor Fin has any extra energy to care about them now. If there was a way to control it, he wouldn't let the Hagiris keep narrowing the surrounding area, making it difficult for him to stretch his arms and legs. As for the issue of whether it can be done or not, Hagiri can guarantee that there will be absolutely no problem. There are too many of them. If 10 can't be done, use 100. If 100 can't be done, use 1,000. It truly lives up to the saying, nothing is impossible, only unimaginable. But no one can guarantee whether the final result will be as expected. However, this small flaw does not hinder the Hagiris' determination to move forward. If a certain time traveler were to be described as a vehicle, the Hagiris would be like heavy trucks that cannot brake on their own. Even if it hits a wall, it will use full power to push the wall down and then run over it. Therefore, it is very important whether you hit the brakes while driving. Unfortunately, today's Haggis don't have anyone to put the brakes on. So they make quite a few outrageous decisions. For example, the Hagairas decided that since they didn't know how to solve the problem, they would just stick to the same old routine. It's just that the details need to be added a little more. It's up to God whether it will be useful or not. Black gold Kuma is actually a super standard thing that uses the Zhoutian star formation internally and the Chiman Duinjia externally, integrating the magic tower and the magic array city's foundation. But the number of Shikuri is over 10,000. After setting up the formation, what should I do if there are too many? The way to deal with the box cutters is very simple. Just stack them up. Arrays within arrays. Arrays within arrays. Small arrays combined into large arrays. The complexity increases. And the power is naturally not a problem. This is how the black gold ball mill is really made. Judging from the situation of Lin and Fen, the Zhoutian Starry formation alone is not enough. So the Hagairas plan to use various maps from a certain time traveler on the subdimensional tower, based on the meridians and acupuncture points of the human body. As long as they are not inconsistent with each other, you can use as much as you can. You must know that someone's subdimensional tower mainly contains the classics of the three religions from his hometown, including Chinese and foreign mysticism, philosophy, religion, etc., with pictures and texts. Even if those pieces of knowledge may conflict with each other, they are not incapable of coexistence as long as they are properly arranged. Just like that mathematical truth, a negative makes a positive. With the number of over 10,000 sash cutters and the repeated nodes, only one sash cutter can be laid. Then consider the principles of harmony between yin and yang and the generation and restraint of the five elements. With such cooperation, the essence of the subdimensional tower was used at once. However, the most exaggerated thing is that Hagiri did not intend to separate the two people who were almost fused together by them, but arranged them as a whole. The reason for making such a decision is that doing so does not violate the requirements of those two people. Under the premise of not destroying the world, Lin's request is to complete his stargazing operations and not attract the attention of the powerful forces outside the sky. If necessary, sacrifice yourself to protect the world. Fen's request was, first of all, a guarantor, and secondly, the man's thoughts. In short, no matter which one it is, there is no requirement that two people must survive the same. Therefore, the changes made by the Hagairas are within the acceptable range. If someone were still awake and saw Hagiri explaining words, he would definitely wonder if Hagiri and others were distant relatives of some demon, or had worked as lawyers. Otherwise, how could this kind of exploiting loopholes in words be done so skillfully? Since he couldn't speak, he certainly had no chance to object. So Hagiri did just that. Besides, rescue the people first, and the matter will be calmed down. How to make up for it in the future. And try to think of a solution. If there is no way to save the person, no matter how exaggerated things Hagiri and others do, no one will pursue them. Anyway, once the decision was made, the Hagairas moved extremely quickly. Previously, the reason why they could only maintain the space for a person to sit cross-legged was because they had not considered invading the human body. I just think about how to limit the space and resist the power escaping from it. People are not allowed to touch it. The reason why only one person's space is maintained instead of two people is because the battle between Lin and Fen has involved infinite overlapping spaces. Under the premise that the winner lives and the loser dies, the outcome of a two-person battle must be that only one person will survive. As for which one lives and which one dies, each parallel world has its own conclusion. No matter what, one person will live. This is why box cutters are so compressed to the extreme. Until the Hagairas change their concept and no longer regard intrusion into the human body as a prohibited matter, the space in which they can operate will be much larger. Things that were difficult to do before are now arranged as soon as possible. So progress will be rapid. And based on the current situation, there are still powerful players competing for the spherical space. The pressure they put on them invisibly became a boost to the Hagairas, accelerating the speed at which things were pushed forward. Because if these pressures are ignored, it is very likely that these powerful people will first crush the spherical space of the box, and then crush the two people inside to death. Or maybe he won't be crushed to death, but he will probably be able to escape the death penalty. But he will not be able to escape the crime of living. Under multiple pressures, the Hagairas began to cast the golden bodies with their participation. We must regain the will of the two of them. Chapter 1798 Meeting. What is this place? I don't know either, Lin said hesitantly. Well, an island of consciousness? Thun's last impression in reality was that Hagiri and others began to exert extreme pressure. The endless parallel main planes were no longer enough to accommodate her existence. So naturally, she was squeezed into a place that could still accommodate her, even if it was only part of it. And this unknown place connected to someone's consciousness has become the best channel for venting. Because of this, Fen's consciousness was also involved. But the moment Fen entered, everyone except her and Lin disappeared. So Fen didn't see that spectacle that could directly sentence someone to death. It means that if Jean Fen saw them, we don't know what he would see. There is a great possibility that what you see is not the same thing as a certain time traveler. As for asking which one is the real one, it's like trying to define moral standards with a bunch of lunatics. There is no point in doing so. Fen's purpose is to restore someone to sanity. That's why when she asked the first question and got the answer, she didn't punch the guy in the face like crazy like she did outside. It seems to be good to beat someone awake. And it's more exciting. Such thoughts passed away in a flash. And Fen immediately glanced at the person next to him. With just this glance, Lin felt an inexplicable chill from those clear, crystal-like eyes. The heavenly spirit was poured straight from the tailbone. And the skin all over the body tightened. And this wasn't just Fen's emotional look. It was actually aimed at himself. If he knew that the person in front of him had fought with him for more than 300 rounds in reality, Lin would certainly not be confused by such a look. But he doesn't know. Naturally, there is only innocence in my heart. However, Fen didn't intend to kill anyone with her eyes. After just one glance, she looked elsewhere and asked in confusion, "You can't escape from a place like this?" When asked, Fen certainly didn't wait around. All kinds of detection and exploration methods came out to roughly sweep this seemingly boundless world. The island is not very large, and there is only one palm tree in the middle. But the sea outside the island really has no boundaries. Is this an illusion brought about by this world? Or has he really reached such a place? Fen thought. When faced with the question, Lin did not evade the answer. Instead, he explained seriously, "I haven't found a way to escape yet. What is certain is that the flash technique cannot be used. But I don't want to leave yet. I want to make sure if I stay here." "Things. What do you want to be sure of?" asked Fen, whose eyes were no longer sharp. "As you can see, although this world has something to do with me, it is not that deep. The roots of this world do not come from me, but from those indescribable existences." "So?" Fen was still puzzled. "I'm thinking that maybe this can be an opportunity and a bridge for communication between the two parties. As long as I figure out how to understand their methods and then convey my meaning, the problem may be solved." After finishing speaking, Lin seemed to want to strengthen his statement and continued to explain. "Look, they are not evil in our sense. As long as we find the right way to induce them, such power can also be used by us." "Then, did you find it?" Fen asked. "Well, we still have a long way to go," someone said awkwardly. He added, "In fact, before you appeared, I made good progress. At least I broke free from their confusion. The next thing is to find a way to safely convey my wishes." "Well, there's no progress. That's understandable," Fen concluded. "If you want to understand it this way, that's no problem. I just think this matter can be viewed from a more optimistic perspective, rather than using a pessimistic perspective to undermine my confidence." Someone continued to be arrogant. "Okay, let's skip those optimistic and pessimistic questions and be more direct. Where do you plan to start?" Fen asked again, pointing around. He circled around. Lin said, "Although you can't see it now, they did appear and had conversations with me. The problem now is that what they said will be different according to my subjective consciousness. The same sentence can be interpreted into completely different meanings. So you have to find a way to truly understand what they are thinking and saying. You know, it's like finding the right radio channel to hear what's being broadcast." "Oh, you don't know what a radio is?" "Well, that's what it is." Because he used an inappropriate metaphor, Lin didn't know how to answer the question for a while. So he simply shut up. After thinking about it, he added, "You know this situation. They are not communicating with me, but to some extent, reflecting my inner thoughts." However, it was not that Fen didn't understand what Lin said. She even quickly thought of the crux and said, "Is there a possibility that what you heard is actually correct no matter how you interpret it? What you have to do is to firm up your ideas instead of letting them spread. Maybe they can understand this way. It's just..." Lin understood Fen's unfinished words and said, "It's just that they understand it, so they don't necessarily have to follow it." "That's right," Fen added. "And if you want to negotiate terms with someone, you must have a prerequisite. That is, both parties are equal. Even if the status is not completely equal, you should have enough bargaining chips to allow yourself to temporarily stand on an equal footing. Otherwise, why would anyone listen to you, let alone act on your request? With an unconfident tone, Lin said weakly. You also said that you want to negotiate terms with people. The person opposite is not a person, so you can't directly copy the impression. The outer gods are not like the gods of the lost land. They have different priesthoods and govern different areas to maintain the operation of the world. They do not belong to the lost lands or the abyss, and should not even have anything to do with mortal life. Outer gods do not require sacrifices, and will not trade with any living creatures. Those so-called sacrifices are not so much what they want, but rather what those who are evil in their name ask for from others in order to prove that they have power. Everything they do is based on some kind of instinctive reaction. It is other people's freedom to interpret it however they want. This is Lin's understanding of foreign gods. And this is what he said before. But is this understanding correct? In fact, he himself couldn't guarantee it. Regarding Fan's situation, she recalled her previous experience of contacting foreign gods, and she really couldn't look at it with the devil's trading spirit. So she ignored the statement she just made and asked, looking back, do you have any plans for a situation where they may not comply? With a helpless shrug, Lin said, before that, let's find a way to communicate normally. And I don't know why, but I think the problem is not just that. Any more questions? Fan asked doubtfully. I feel like there's one more piece of the puzzle that makes the whole thing complete. Why I'm here and what I can do here. You haven't figured out such a basic question yet? Fan said in astonishment. Actually, I never thought things would develop to this point, Lin said helplessly. Suddenly he remembered other questions and asked, by the way, how did you get in? What happened outside? Fan didn't know how to answer this question for a while. Or rather, where to answer. Finally, she said, super compound magic can't kill you. Well, it's all covered by insurance. So, am I still in my physical body in reality? Or have you tried to destroy it? Someone who looked away asked. I was beating you up. That was my last impression of reality. And then here I am, Fan said bluntly. I should say that I'm not surprised at all. Lin asked again. What are the actions of the Hakakiri people? Super compound magic can't move you. I asked them to use the trapping formation to restrict you and me. After that, I didn't care to pay attention to their actions. But the wall they built should not be easily broken by us. Exploded. Two people who have lost touch with reality are talking sarcastically. In other words, you don't know what's happening in reality. Someone summed up what Fan said. Other than the fact that she was beating herself up, the reality of the situation was unclear. The reason why Lin wanted to ask was because he felt that the clues obtained here were not enough to connect everything. In reality, there must be situations that you are not aware of, which affect this unknown world. If you want to understand everything, apart from waiting stupidly for the moment when the answer is revealed, you can only find a way to know what is happening outside. In this way, you can think about how to cooperate from the inside to solve the problem at hand. Therefore, the solution to the problem should be to find a way out first, rather than to figure out all the unknown world in front of us before going out. To paraphrase what my seniors at work said when I was in my hometown, when you encounter problems in practice, you should first solve the problem instead of studying the problem. Of course, studying a problem can help you understand the causes and consequences, find the correct solution, and ensure that you can avoid subsequent troubles. But how long will it take? Sometimes the cost of time is greater than anything else. In doing so, there is actually some element of gambling involved. Bet that the solution you find quickly will not deviate too much from the correct method. At least, he shouldn't dig the hole deeper and bury himself in it. So, do you want to bet on this? If I leave, is there still a way to enter this world where I can communicate with many foreign gods? In other words, simply even this world is imagined by oneself. Just like a psychotic patient with delusions, the false and the real have long been confused in one's own cognition. So how can you identify fake clues and find the right answer? However, the actual situation is exactly as someone imagined. Because he lacked too many key clues, he only had a one-sided understanding of the matter, which was still far from the truth. It is even further away from that height. Chapter 1799 The Ultimate Sublimation. In reality, the abyss. The moment Fan enters an unknown state of consciousness is the moment Hagiri begins to exert extreme pressure from the outside. When the capacity of the internal space of the box cutter has become smaller than the volume of a person, the whole situation will inevitably undergo deeper changes. If it were an ordinary creature, Doing this would undoubtedly result in death. It was like being entangled by a python, and finally being twisted into a tight ball of flesh by the restraining force. In this situation, even if you don't die, you have to lose half of your life. But Lin and Fan are not ordinary creatures. Both of them are already qualified to cross that threshold. They are just unwilling to cross it due to personal factors. But many times, the development of things does not depend on personal likes and dislikes. When the general trend pushes forward, no matter how unwilling you are, you will be pushed away by the rolling general trend. It's impossible to stop or even look back. But without Godhead and priesthood as the anchor of a multidimensional world, how could they maintain themselves in the process of spiritualization? The answer is that the Hagirus nonsense has filled this gap perfectly. But that doesn't mean that the Hagirus nonsense has made all this happen. Because even if Hagiri does nothing, just contributing himself can help those two people complete the transition to spiritualization. What the Hagirus did was just based on this, with some more strengthening results. It's the icing on the cake. But they themselves are more important in this matter than what they do. In response to that sentence, plans are far less fast than changes. Various decisions made by Hagiri during the discussion stage. At the moment, they rushed further inward under huge pressure. Although the plan was not abandoned, the intention took a 180-degree turn. It was already too late for Hagiri to change anything at this time. And they were already out of their control. As for what happened, just ask, what happens when a huge mass collapses toward a point? Answer, in terms of astronomy and physics, those that can maintain their own mass will become white dwarfs, or even neutron stars. If the collapse phenomenon does not stop and continues to develop into negative numbers, it will become a black hole. However, according to one of the many physical theories, a black hole absorbs enough mass. After crossing the critical point, it will change its own properties, swallow it back, and release its own mass. This creates a theoretical white hole. To use another more widely known phenomenon to describe it, it is the cosmic Big Bang. None of the participants could explain why this phenomenon happened around them. Just know that it happened. But considering the environment and various factors that occurred, it does not seem so surprising that such a result would occur. The first is the intervention of many powerful people. They didn't know why, but they each stretched out their tentacles, trying to fight for the box-cut ball. Their mixed power isolates the inner and outer world, allowing the Hagiri and Lin and Fan to actually be in an independent and closed space. Secondly, the Hagirus plan to merge into two bodies is a big goal. But how to integrate it? There are many details. The point is that what the Hagirus do is not to pour them into the human body randomly, and then move them to their predetermined positions. Instead, before pouring into the human body, their respective positions must be adjusted to meet the requirements of many formations. Then it shrinks inward and invades the human body. The two basic foundations for the positions of the Hagirus are, one is the Jotion star formation, and the other is the map of the meridians and acupuncture points of the human body. Both allow Hagiri to more or less establish a relationship, rather than fighting alone to invade the human body. And the combination of Hagiri and others is not a simple combination of 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. Every time they are combined, their power grows exponentially. It's as if they were originally a whole. But after being separated, they were severely weakened. Now they just get back that power. When the fully prepared Hagirus charged inward, they carried a huge momentum and moved forward against the internal and outward resistance. Speaking of which, they are not united to this extent, and they cannot rush into the space that has been compressed to the limit by them. Up until this point, there was actually nothing wrong with Hagiri's plan. Every step is arranged according to the plan and executed step by step. But in many things, pushing is like driving. The most troublesome part is not moving forward, but how to stop. To be clearer, how can we brake safely, instead of letting the car hit the wall to stop the vehicle? Generally speaking, braking requires about the same distance and time as accelerating. This situation of stopping whenever you want does not exist. Why is kinetic energy called kinetic energy? Because it can be regarded as a form of energy. As long as it is energy, it must follow the principle of conservation and can be converted. But it will not disappear out of thin air. This knowledge was put into the plans of the Hagirus. After they worked hard to break through the original obstacles, they successfully continued to compress inward. So will the kinetic energy they have accumulated be released just because they break through the obstacle? Or will the loss of resistance from the obstacle cause them to move forward with more force and rush forward without looking back? This is like the principle of drawing swords. At the moment when the knife is unsheathed, the resistance of the knife in the sheath will cause the unsheathed knife to be swung out faster. This technique combines the unexpected effect of changing from a knife to a knife, and the effect of enhanced power. In the same situation, when the Hagairas broke through the original obstacle, they did not encounter a situation that became more and more difficult as they compressed further inward, but instead encountered a smooth situation after overcoming the obstacle. They caught off guard. The Hagairas didn't have time to think about how to break, and they all rushed inside. And it's not just Hagari that rushes. All the materials swept by Hagari are also swept up and rushed in the same direction. Then came the collapse. An unexpected phenomenon that happened. All mass is concentrated towards that single point. If such a phenomenon occurred over the abyss, and no other external force intervened, then the Hagairas and Linhufen at the center would just become the raw materials for a nuclear fusion to explode a small sun. With their mass and energy, they can't do anything bigger. But their location is in the center surrounded by many powers, isolated from the outside world. To form a cosmic Big Bang, a large enough mass is required. This is a common perception. The question is, how much is big enough? Where is the threshold? What is the critical point for triggering? In fact, judging from the phenomena induced by Hagari, the focus is not on how much quality is involved, but on what kind of environment it occurs. In the Hongming state formed by being surrounded by many external gods, the only mass collapses towards a point, turning the rest into nothingness. This has actually formed the conditions for a big thunderbolt. If deduced according to normal circumstances, the miniature universe as Lin saw in the wind element plane should be born next. If this micro-universe is not restricted, it will collide with the main plane universe where the abyss is located. After that, they either merge with each other or destroy each other in a chain reaction. But this collapse phenomenon was not within the normal range from the beginning. After the Big Bang, what was ejected by the white hole phenomenon was not the cosmic dust that would become stars. It was matter containing the scattered Hagiri and 2 humans. These substances are not ownerless things that completely comply with physical rules, but have subjective will. The Hagairas did not forget their original intention just because they experienced this change. And this entire degree of change is nothing to them. Perhaps after some tossing, the Hagiri failed to maintain their original form, but after being resprayed, they still did not forget their responsibilities. The original plan was still being implemented, but in a purer and grander way. The Zhoutian Shingdo formation is the foundation and evolves into a real universe. The map of the meridians and acupuncture points of the human body is the foundation, so that the entire universe does not radiate outwards in a blur. There are also various formations, whether useful or not, or evolutions, or arrangements, all presented in this micro-universe. In other words, this new micro-universe does not expand in the form of a sphere, but forms the shape of a human body. It did not spread endlessly outwards, but began to evolve internally after forming the size of a human being. The reason for such a restriction is that the core of this humanoid micro-universe is the wish-making power that has been pursued by someone and has the power to make all wishes come true. It is also because of the wish-making power that the arrangements made by the Hagairas before the destruction can be reproduced after the big explosion. In fact, the mass plus energy possessed by Hagiri and the 2 humans is not enough to give birth to the power of wishing, even if it is only a tiny bit. But the Hagairas who threw themselves into it included 4 of the 5 earthly swords. Except that the Khan is not there. The Wheel of Years is inside. It's hard to say whether the Sand of Time in the Wheel of Time is one of the reasons for this series of unexpected changes. But this force cannot be ignored by anyone. And before and after the collapse, everything was broken up and reorganized. But this power remained. It's hard to say whether this is an extension or a rebirth. In any case, this new universe, which is not generated according to any physical model or mathematical rules, has evolved to this extent, and it is difficult not to give birth to wisdom. Looking at the position of the brain of this humanoid microcosm, the nebula is densely packed into a mess. But there is order in the chaos. You should know that the wisdom born from it must not be some simple-minded idiot. It's just right. Lin and Fen got out of their consciousness at the most appropriate time and returned to this changed reality. The composition of the humanoid micro-universe contains matter belonging to both of them. This homologous force quickly captured their consciousness and stuffed it into the new brain. In fact, if it weren't for the 2 of them, this nebula brain would definitely have its own will and become a new individual. But now there is no chance. This cosmic human SHL, which had never been seen before, became the possession of Lin Yufen's consciousness. But when he returned to reality, not only did he find that his original body was gone, but he had actually merged with the people around him into something they couldn't understand yet. When it comes to shock, probably no one is more shocked than the 2 of them. In such a situation, not to mention controlling this body, just maintaining one's own consciousness and preventing oneself from being overwhelmed by messages from the universe took up most of the efforts of the two of them after joining together. The more embarrassing part is the fusion of the two. The physical fusion is not a big deal, but even the returning consciousness shows signs of fusion, which is unbearable. Therefore, the two began their second round of struggle after their return. It's just that the goal is different from the previous time of waking someone up. This time, the goal is to seize the initiative, then find a way to kick the other person out. This also caused a new round of internal tossing in this newly reborn humanoid micro-universe. The mutual devouring or annihilation of galaxies and star clusters has become a new platform for struggle. However, this is not the time for the two of them to fight among themselves in peace. All the foreign gods who intervened, including Abyss, regarded this new universe as a piece of cake. The tentacles extended by each have increased their strength. Chapter 1800, Changes in the Sky. Standing in Azad's position, neither he nor the Haikiri Khan in his hand could clearly see what was happening to the man and woman and the other Haikiri people in the sky who had been involved in the turbulent flow of power. He could only watch with boredom. However, Azad was not completely without things to do. At least the fat boy next to him, who grew up, showed an extremely strong desire for aggression after he became inhuman and dragon-like. Ezio didn't even say hello, and directly launched a sneak attack at Azad. This has never happened before, at least in Azad's memory. He was the only one who took the initiative to attack others, and no one took the initiative to cause trouble for him, regardless of whether Ezio was conscious or not. If he dared to fight, Azad would of course fight back. Haikiri Khan waved it out smoothly. Of course, Khan could not let his sharpness cut open this child he had seen since childhood. But even if he makes himself as blunt as a stick, in Azad's hands, he can still beat Ezio until he screams. Even if Khan softens himself, it will only allow Azad to beat him instead of beating him. He can also beat Ezio to the same level as his grandson. So Khan has no plans to change his form anymore. Moreover, judging from the battle situation, although Ezio was beaten one-sidedly, he still stepped forward time and time again without giving up. What supported his repeated defeats was his abnormally resilient physique, which Azad could not handle for a while. This little trouble didn't bother Azad for long. In addition to the changes in the sky attracting his attention again, as Ezio was beaten and recovered again and again, his sanity seemed to be back, and he was no longer as crazy as before. Ezio's condition may also be due to the almost suffocating pressure from the sky, which makes it difficult for him to maintain his vain and arrogant posture. So he seems to have come to his senses and stopped taking action. Whether that is the case or not is not important. But Azad didn't pay attention to the boy's change. As long as he no longer rushes to fight, Azad just wants to know how far the drama in the sky has progressed. From the time the Hagiras started taking action to the time they achieved the cosmic body, it actually didn't take long for Lin and Fen to return to consciousness. In other words, not long passed at Azad's eyes. Because time between those two people is no longer meaningful. When you can only choose one of the two, peace of mind and peace of mind, different people will make different choices. Faced with internal rejection and external pressure, Lin and Fen quickly united their fronts and focused on dealing with the powerful forces who could easily tear them apart. Perhaps, being distracted is a reason for the two of them to compromise. No one wants to delve into the other's mind and focus on the threats outside. The opponent is an enemy that they may not be able to defeat even if they put all their efforts into it. There is no time left to care about other things. Therefore, the division of labor was carried out in an orderly manner, with Fen as the main one and Lin as the auxiliary. This is not to say that a certain time traveler is inferior to the former Demon King, but because Fen is better at fighting, however, both of them are equally unfamiliar with this body. If this body is an organic body in the biological sense, Fen, the original Lich, has to take the lead. In addition to quickly becoming familiar with it, he also has to find ways to squeeze the potential of this body. But this body is not an organism, and strictly speaking it does not fall into the category of Fen's knowledge. The foundation of the construction comes from Lin's knowledge field and the assistance of the Hagiras. At the moment, when Agiri's consciousness has completely fallen silent, Lin is responsible for exploring the potential of this cosmic body and adjusting it into the most suitable form for him. So in terms of physical dominance, Lin took a back seat and let Fen come forward to fight. The decision-making on the division of labor between the two people probably only took a blink of an eye. Lin began to receive this vast microcosm of information, and began to make adjustments according to Fen's needs. Our former demon king began to find out who his opponents were, and whether he knew any of them. No matter how bad it is, you should still know how many opponents you have to face. It is a bit too arbitrary to label the other party as an enemy. But that doesn't mean that these powerful people can be won over and become one's own. The wisdom possessed by the intervening alien gods is a completely different level of intelligence from humans and demons, and cannot be viewed with common sense. In short, this wonderful book, Sun Tzu's Art of War, can only be used as a foothold at this time, and is of no use. Even for fun. She can only be blind. Isn't Lin aware of this situation? Of course he knows. But if things must be done based on intuition, it is better to leave it to Finn, a woman with more experience, than to do it yourself. From all aspects, it is better to leave it to Finn. It could be said that he was shirking responsibility, or that he believed that he trusted his reason more than his intuition. Anyway, there is no guarantee that you can do better than Finn on your own. So it is better to focus on what you are good at. For example, let's straighten out the condition of this body first. The pure cosmic form definitely cannot be used for fighting. In fact, the two of them spent most of their energy just squeezing their consciousness into this small body with no sense of space. I can't do anything else. I can't move my hands or my feet. Is it because this body doesn't have such a function? Or because my willpower is not enough to do these things? I don't have time to investigate the reason in detail. Lin's first instinct was, of course, to start by transforming his body. Changing this body into its original organic form is definitely the worst thing to do. Although organic matter is the form that I am most familiar with, I have given up the advantages that I have worked hard to establish. It's like being dissatisfied with your handheld Gatling and running back to play with your matchlock. Besides, it's not because his original appearance can't deal with the enemy in front of him. So he seeks a breakthrough. What is it like to go back and want to commit suicide now? The foundation laid by the Hagaris was obvious, because those were things that Lin knew. But in the end, they turned into something that no one had ever imagined. So on this basis, it is not difficult for Lin to add or subtract anything. At least not without a clue. As for what it should become, there is a way to fight with these powerful powers, who come with malicious intentions. Someone honestly has no clue. Although Mr. Lin likes to complain about the lack of creativity in Haikiri, and his inability to think of any bright ideas. In fact, he himself is not much better. Being good at reading doesn't mean you're a genius. And getting perfect scores in science doesn't mean you'll be successful in the future. But if I can't write my homework, can I still copy it? Since we have to deal with these enemies in front of us, we should become the same or similar to them. This will at least put us on the same starting point. Otherwise, there is no point in fighting. If you want to overtake in a corner, you must first know where the track is. As for plagiarism and imitation, will it be superficial and fail to penetrate its core? It is said that the meal must be eaten one bite at a time, and the road must be walked step by step, without taking the first step. Who can really know how to take the second step? Someone has always believed that there is a real gap between himself and those geniuses and academic leaders. But stupid people also have stupid methods. A fool can still find something after all his considerations. Therefore, Lin didn't think there was anything wrong with what he was doing. He directly compared these powerful people who were interested in him, and extended their tentacles to transform his current indescribable body. The changes brought about by such actions are more intuitive to Azad, the third party. In the eyes of the demon prince, who was only an audience member, the change in the sky was that after the tree tumors transformed from the world tree were roughly peeled open by the outer gods, the seed-like things inside were lifted up by them, so that ordinary people could not reach them. The height of, however, he only had time to take a look. And the seed was entangled and covered by countless weird things between reality and reality. The reason why I say weird things is because even if you just glance at those things, you will give birth to countless crazy and fascinating thoughts. But Azad also knows that while he may find these things beautiful, others may not have the same emotions. In fact, Azad did not change under such baptism. Just because he can adapt to the endless stream of crazy ideas doesn't mean that he has such qualifications in the first place. It can only be said that his compatibility with those extraterrestrial beings is unexpectedly good. And everything he gets is as natural as what he originally had. Just like the scenes that he should not be able to see, he can now see them. The changes in the sky were originally surrounded by many great powers, and no one could see through the fog. But inexplicably, Azad's eyes were attracted to a small patch of extremely deep darkness. This doesn't mean a black spot suddenly appears in the sky. At that height and distance, no one should be able to see clearly. What's more, it's not just ordinary black. but a singular point that absorbs all surrounding matter, including light. In other words, based on the imaging mechanism of the human eyeball, that area does not exist. It will be filled in by the light refracted by the surrounding materials. The light may be distorted, but this is no longer within the range that the human eye can discern. But Azad saw it. Maybe he couldn't fully understand what happened there, but all the changes were clearly visible in his eyes. He even saw the tail of the hands left by the Hagyrus. Maybe most of it is incomprehensible, but there are still some parts that he can understand. Not to mention that Azad had access to information at someone's home in the holy city of Starry. Even the Hagyrus trump card was not the first time he had faced it, so Azad was not unfamiliar with the things in front of him. However, even his talent and vision could not keep up with his subsequent evolution. The singularity that was supposed to absorb everything turned into a strange human form. The proportions of the hands, feet and torso are very inconsistent, like a spider, and the length is very exaggerated. Although the anomalous humanoid was not wearing any clothes, it also had no male and female characteristics and no hair. Even the fingers and toes are not 5, but are in an unstable state like the entire body. Only 2 faces were very clear. One male face and one female face. One on the chest and one on the face. The male appearance is not handsome, with a round face, deep facial features, and quite an exotic look, which can be regarded as a distinctive feature. This is the feeling that a certain time traveler gave to the natives of Lost Land. However, the female face's eyes are slightly closed, seemingly open but not open. The tall bridge of the nose and the delicate red lips are like perfect marble sculptures. Anyone who sees this beautiful face will be fascinated by it unconsciously. Chapter 1801 Magic Duo. With 2 faces and 4 eyes. Look at the sky and the earth. This glance could not make those powerful people who stretched out their hands shrink back. Instead, they made them work harder, binding the people they touched more tightly, or planning to break them directly. The action visible on the surface is only one aspect. In invisible places, Lin and Fin can feel that energy is being extracted from the universe, or its constituent materials, or even higher-level things. But of course, the 2 of them couldn't just be passively beaten all the time. Although Lin didn't know what was lost. Even if it was dross, what was mine was still mine, and no one could take it away. The hamster character in his heart burst out at this moment. Although I gave up the interests in my hands without hesitation many times in the past, it was because I knew exactly what I was giving up. So I didn't hesitate. But this time I didn't know the situation at all, and I didn't know the meaning of what I had lost. In order to prevent myself from having any chance of regret later, I can only fight for now. Compared to Lin's secret struggle, Fin's actions were much rougher. Someone finally took out a little something from the hands of the great masters, but Fin squandered it all after changing hands, because he was not familiar with the fighting methods at this level. Fin still chose the method he was most familiar with to start. Magic. The opening of the mouth is super compound magic, and it is chanted simultaneously by the 2 mouths on the head and chest. And at this level, Fin doesn't just use various fireball techniques and ice arrow techniques to make up for it. Fin almost used all the offensive magic he knew, no matter high-end, low-end, simple or difficult. Moreover, the upper and lower mouths do not have their own thoughts. Spell resinging is a technique only used by Legion-level strategic magic. It can integrate the power of multiple magicians to create a result where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. However, if you want to achieve a perfectly integrated spell duet, it is not something that just anyone can do by gathering together. And not all magic can use this technique. That's why a well-trained team of magicians is needed. And the number of magics rated as strategic level is also limited. But when the 2 mouths belong to the same magician, or at least 2 magicians who are connected in spirit, the effect is astonishing. The reason why super compound magic is so powerful is certainly not because of the regular and intensive release of magic. In fact, it is the mutual superposition and structural destruction of magic, from which greater energy bursts out. However, the duet singing technique used by Fin does not recite the same mantra with the same pitch and speed. It's not like 2 mouths chanting their own words, integrating the power of 2 unrelated spells. It is not the kind of method where one person reads a paragraph, but a slightly staggered chanting method. 2 identical magics, 2 identical spells, with only a slight difference. Either one will take away the other, or they will interfere with each other and finish each other off. However, there was nothing wrong with Fin's chanting method, and the power to construct magic was also torn apart at an extremely close distance under the guidance of the spell. This is supposed to be a fatal interference behavior, and the magic is likely to backfire. or explode due to failed spell casting. However, the result is this dense and disordered superposition method, which turns the failure of magic into another form of success. If some time traveler noticed the movement here, they would probably be shocked by the magical splitting effect that is equivalent to nuclear fission. Supercompound magic is superimposed, and the spell is repeated. The destructive power ignores the physical limits of the main universe and explodes with incredible power. Come! The terrifying low temperature that tears apart space and divides invisible matter below absolute zero, inducing the annihilation of antimatter, and the astonishingly high temperature produced by particles being moved at speeds above the speed of light. No matter what kind of phenomenon it is beyond the physical rules of the main universe. Therefore, Finn's attack can be said to have shaken the foundation of the existence of the world. If it is allowed to rage and spread its scope, when a large enough area is affected to trigger a chain reaction, it is not impossible to blow up the entire main universe in one go. But this is not empty magic after all, but has a purpose. Surrounded by Lin Yufan, attention came from many powerful people. Their breath and their outstretched tentacles formed an airtight wall, and withstood the full power of magic. There is no dazzling light and shadow effect. And even all the reactions are not to the extent that the human body can perceive. It is not an exaggeration to say that all phenomena belong to the metaphysical realm, because this already involves the destruction of higher dimensions. And this destruction is by no means limited to the tentacles extended by the outer gods. Instead, it exploded into their bodies, causing damage at a higher level. And the pain could also be felt by the power of other gods. Even the surrounding network formed by them was shaken and shrank. Of course, in this encirclement network, part of the world where Lin Yufan's cosmic body is located has also been destroyed to the point of collapse. Finn saw this opportunity, and regardless of whether the world around her was riddled with holes, or whether she would be torn apart in such a world, she began to dance her arms, which were longer than her knees, and claw around. Everything looked like a chaotic and out-of-order operation. In fact, Finn didn't know what he would get. But she had to do it. You need to find out what is the gap between yourself and the opponent in front of you, and what this body, that is not a body, can do. These things need to be confirmed before we know how far we can achieve them. Strictly speaking, it is still in the trial stage. Test your enemies, but also test yourself. Finn didn't know how to describe the feeling she felt after moving her hands and feet. After all, this body is not an organic creature in the ordinary sense, and the so-called feelings are not reactions transmitted through nerves. But I can feel that every time my arms pass over certain positions, I will always gain something. It may be due to the growth of energy, or the cosmic matter that makes up the body has a few more star vortexes. So should I continue to devour other foreign gods to strengthen myself? Finn's idea flashed, and was immediately rejected. The reason is that all the things swallowed into the body are restless. What will happen if it continues to accumulate? Finn had no intention of trying. But why would other foreign gods try to eat him? Because do they have the means to digest the parts torn from themselves? These issues are obviously not the ones that need to be delved into now. And no matter which of the outer gods, there was no violent reaction to his actions of tearing them apart, like being frustrated, or impatient to make up for what has been lost. Maybe they do, but they're just not as obvious as human emotions. It's not that Finn has never been exposed to existences at this level, but every time he walks carefully on the edge, not letting himself go too deep. I'm afraid that once I sink too deep, I won't be able to get out. But it's impossible to fight without too much contact. Otherwise, how can we fight? It is even less possible to get rid of the other party's attention because of this, as long as the more painful the hit is, the more the other party will pay attention to you. And there is no possibility of the other way around. But it's not without some gratifying discoveries. Finn noticed that only a very small part of the parts that he interrupted or scattered turned into some kind of essence, filling in the damage caused to the world. Although this small amount of repairs can only be regarded as better than nothing, most of them were sucked back by those powerful people. The interesting thing is that the one who is sucked away is not necessarily the one who has been damaged, let alone whoever loses will be compensated. This means that the foreign gods who intervened did not play tricks on each other, and their actions were not considered subtle. I wonder if they will acquiesce to such a thing among themselves. Or are they also holding back their energy and looking for opportunities to retaliate? Finn has never had a clear understanding of the behavior patterns of alien gods. It has always been a respectful attitude. But in today's matter, she found a good solution without thinking too much. That is, no matter what these powerful forces reach out to, cut them all off. Hands come and go, and feet come and go. This was unimaginable before, but it's not impossible today, And there are good reasons to do so. This is just like dealing with the old gods in the past. In the early stage, I am not strong enough, and I have to be cautious in everything I do. You even have to do whatever it takes to achieve your goal and protect yourself at the same time, to ensure that you can kill the old god a second or third time. But when you have the ability to crush the old gods, you can just roll over everything in an upright manner. And there is nothing else to consider. Playing tricks and scheming at this time is a waste of time and effort. In the same way, someone's original purpose is just to avoid attracting the attention of these alien gods when observing the starry sky in the abyss, thereby hindering his stargazing behavior. Then whoever turns his attention over, slap him in the face, and pull back his stretched head. Whoever sticks his head out so easily will be in trouble. Wouldn't this also achieve the same effect? The decision was made. They no longer had any worries, and immediately used the second super compound magic chorus. This time, the magic was not shot out directly, but was introduced into his own body, which was based on the micro-universe. The chaotic energy should have violently torn apart everything in its path. However, under Fun's intentional control, the magical power was concealed during the early transmission stage. Every time a galaxy is connected to the body, the power increases. Moreover, the nature of magic will also change with the trend of the star formation. This is not a simple transformation from fire to water, or wood to thunder. It is the changes at the root of the world that allow the power released by magic to return to its chaotic nature. All of this is scattered in all directions through the entire surface of this human-shaped microcosm. In an instant, a ball of colorful light exploded over the abyss. And this is just part of an super complex magic duet. Part of the chaotic power accidentally complies with the rules of the Abyss Lord universe, so it can be observed with the naked eye. Compared to all the power, this was just a drop in the ocean. But the light also swept across the abyss within 100 miles. Except for the twin towers of the gate on the side of the abyss. The rest, including his city, the Magic Circle City, were all razed. In fact, if the twin towers with doors from both the abyss side and the maze side jointly stabilized the ninth abyss door, I am afraid that this semi-permanent passage would have been destroyed. The price paid in the abyss was not small, but the tentacles extended by the outer gods were cleared away. As the only witness, Ezio was so frightened that he fainted. He was dumbfounded, and Azad, who was smiling brightly, looked at the sky where the foggy clouds had disappeared and was filled with countless terrifying alien gods. Chapter 1802, Kill and Penetrate. A huge monster will give people a strong sense of oppression, especially when the monster is still baring its teeth and drooling at you. In this case, people who have not undergone certain training and adaptation may not even be able to act normally. Coupled with the influence of hormones and the fear of carnivores engraved in the bones, this is actually the so-called law way. There is not really any specific repressive force that can scare people to the point of being unable to move. This is a comprehensive result. But when this monster is so big that it fills the entire sky above the clouds. No. In fact, there is not just one head, but many heads to create such a scene. However, anyone who is not blind can see that although any monster only occupies part of the sky, that is not their entire true form. Only a part that is revealed. In fact, such a short distance has long exceeded the physical Roche limit. It stands to reason that only one of the two celestial bodies will remain. Although the Abyss Demon may not possess such knowledge, physical phenomena still exist. But there are more than two celestial bodies in the sky, and the Abyss shows no sign of wavering. The only explanation is that neither the Abyss nor the monsters in the sky fall within the category of ordinary celestial bodies. Fortunately, the two remaining living people within the protection of the twin towers of the gate, Ezio and Azad, looked at the sky, compared with crazy thoughts. The fact that they did not choose to commit suicide after witnessing the scene is enough to prove the strength of their hearts. Didn't look at the people around him, who were dead until not even half of them were left. In fact, there are 25 elves around, but they are all protected by the world tree after being transformed into wood. And judging from their haggard mummified appearance, even if they were revived, they probably wouldn't live long. Compared to them, Lin and Fin, who were at the center of the conflict, did not have so much fear. Although in the eyes of outsiders, the body size gap between the two sides is like a vast ocean and a drop of water. For those two people who can observe it from a higher dimensional perspective, the gap is not that big. According to a certain time traveler, it is a problem of the projection angle when entering a certain world. This does not mean that if you grab slices of those outer gods now, you will find that the material that makes up their bodies is as empty as bubbles. Judging from the remains of indescribable things that Lin had collected, All the characteristics that a living thing should have. If you want to check, the lump of flesh is all available. But as long as you want to check the results in other directions, you may draw contradictory conclusions. It is because of the fluid nature that it is difficult to thoroughly study things involving external gods. Simply put, without sufficient height, any research observation is just a glimpse into the behavior of a leopard. One-sided and incomplete. But as long as the height is high enough. Like Lin Infant's current situation, the originally difficult to understand parts are no longer difficult to understand. Then the foreign gods, who have always been kept at a distance by Finn, will no longer be able to only look up to, but cannot reach them as in the past. Perhaps based on the assessment of strength and weakness. Lin and Finn are still on the weak side in the eyes of the outside gods. But as long as you can see where the gap is, you can make up for it in other ways. Such as wisdom. Such as strategy. Besides, the number of enemies and ourselves is also very different. But the outer gods are not monolithic. So there is room for maneuver. Maybe as long as someone is seriously injured. It will be like a shark that is bleeding and unable to swim. Then the primary target of other sharks will be their own kin who are about to lose their lives. Instead of continuing to focus on the original prey. The difficulty of successfully hunting is something that most hunters will consider. Is it delicious or not? But for the enemy in front of him, Finn was not sure whether he could think like an apex predator. But being unsure doesn't mean that Finn won't dare to punch them. As long as you don't die immediately upon contact. Then as long as you fight until you can't move, there will definitely be a result. Whether it is victory or defeat. Life or death. Well, in fact, it was at this time that a certain time-traveling member, who was the deputy brain, discovered that the woman who was in the dominant position was such a reckless girl. She felt regretful about handing over the leadership to the other party. I hadn't discovered such a trait before because no opponent was qualified enough to make Finn take him seriously. Perhaps when she met her former subordinates, the people who betrayed her, Finn was just as serious. But the emotion behind seriousness is probably mostly anger. Unlike now, this is already a bit passionate. At least when a certain former demon king whistled and crashed into the pile of outer gods. A certain time traveler wished that this body had brakes. Otherwise, just like the brave gun Basta in the anime, you can separate the upper and lower sections. And then let this hot-headed woman crash into the monster pile by herself. Unfortunately, it can't be done. So someone simply closed off their external perception and focused on internal transformation. Anyway, I thought that understanding what was happening in the outside world would be helpful for what I wanted to do, which was to transform this microcosm. It turned out to be of little help. Instead, watching Finn rush into the body of an outer god and penetrate the maze-like inner world. After rushing out from the other side, a certain time traveler felt that maintaining external consciousness was really a test of his heart's endurance. So the best way is to let the people above go completely crazy. Just do what you can do. Anyway, judging from the current situation, there is no better way besides using force to break the situation. Now that all these foreign gods have been provoked, they will be punished. Of course, Finn ignored someone's voice. In other words, she has had no time to take care of those unnecessary thoughts since the beginning of the battle. Faced with these existences that I didn't dare to face in the past. Although I am no longer filled with all kinds of crazy thoughts. But compared with such mental disorder, it is by no means an easy task to understand all the truth with absolute reason. Finn long ago stopped giving anyone any help when calculating the inverse power equation. Because although her computing power can be said to be outstanding, it is still far behind Higiri, or the man himself who can ignore time. In order not to hold you back, don't become the shortcoming of others' buckets. Even if he wants to recite super compound magic, he can still do it without any effort, let alone daily work. But after a long time, Finn once again experienced the feeling of brain burning. Even if you are facing an alien god alone and want to truly identify the other person, you will be overwhelmed by the endless messages. The most terrifying thing is that the contents obtained from the stumps of the unnameable things in the past are messy and disordered. So they cannot be understood. But now I can understand the messy and disordered information. But I have to spend more energy to connect all the connections, so that I can understand it more thoroughly. Let a certain time traveler describe it. DDoS attacks alone are unbearable. Coupled with logic bombs, even supercomputers will crash. Finn didn't panic because she wasn't going to let herself be overwhelmed by such a huge amount of information. Although it is not an easy task to distinguish what is useful for your battle, and what is not, and then eliminate the latter. But if you want to use foreign gods as opponents, these things are indispensable. At least Finn recognized a rather tricky situation after he entered the body of one of the outer gods, and found that he seemed to have broken into a maze of flesh and blood. That is that all outer gods, or most of them, come from different sources. What this understanding means is that to deal with them, different targeted methods must be used. It is impossible to defeat all the invincible players in the world with one move. It is very possible that stabbing a knife can cause damage to one foreign god, but it will replenish the blood of the next foreign god. The reason why I think so is because Finn entered the body of an outer god and was trapped in that maze of flesh and blood. She did not follow the usual method of cracking the maze and then coming out to kill the alien god. Instead, he roughly performed a duet of super compound magic, directly imploding in the opponent's body. As long as the walls of the maze can't stop me, no matter how elaborate the maze is, it can't stop me from leaving in a straight line. This belief, which seemed to make sense but was actually nonsense, allowed Finn to inflict a penetrating wound in one breath and break away from the circle that was originally surrounded by the outer gods and the abyss. If the leader is another time traveler, I am afraid that when he is thinking about what this maze is made of and how to solve it, he will be trapped by what he is thinking about. Just like the dilemma he encountered in the realm of consciousness. It can be said that Finn, who is driven by emotion, is the best choice to take the lead as long as she has the ability to break the situation. But the best choice does not mean the right choice. Because when Finn looked back to confirm the damage she had done, she only saw an intact giant alien monster. Not only are there no wounds caused by himself, but the opponent's strength also seems to have improved step by step. It was much stronger than before he attacked. In fact, the strength of all the outer gods is increasing, and they are all approaching the endurance limit of the main universe. It was just the one who was attacked by himself who improved the most. Finn didn't think that the damage he dealt had any effect. It was just that the enemy recovered faster than expected. And what you see in front of you is far from their full strength. Even whether it is an ontology is still open to question. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is that Finn thought he had broken through the encirclement, and at the same time escaped from the surface of the abyss, and entered the scope of the universe. The goal is not the vast universe, but more huge alien monsters, constantly swimming towards the abyss. Far and near. Their numbers are numerous. More than tens of millions. Surrounded by the abyss are only the nearest ones. Not all of them. Looking at the boundless enemies, even Lin, who planned to concentrate on practicing internal skills, was alarmed. One body, two hearts, different ideas. Compared to Lin's despair, Finn laughed heartily. It would be better to say that happiness comes from extreme sorrow. But that Finn has found a way to break the situation. Chapter 1803. The will to fight is burning. The more enemies there are, the more trouble there is. Right? In fact, when the ability of the enemy and ourselves reaches the point where they can easily destroy everything, and even such actions can be repeated many times, it is unlikely that a fist-to-hand hand-to-hand combat will occur, and the war will be sublimated to another form. All participants in the war will restrain their own strength and perform various tricks in various ways before the red line. Whether it is despicable means or insidious schemes, everyone will lower their lower limit again and again, just to not cross that red line. On Earth, this form of war has its own name, the Cold War under nuclear deterrence. Although Finn knew about Lin's world before his time travel, he didn't go deep into it. After all, those things can only be obtained unilaterally from someone, without more supporting information. They are no different from a child's bedtime story or a bard's heroic epic, and are not worth taking seriously. But Finn would make a similar judgment about the situation at hand. And the reason is simple. Such a number of alien gods could have destroyed the world a long time ago. One more of them is not too much, and one of them less is not too much. So the reason why the world was not destroyed must be that they had already formed some kind of balance. In the most stable triangle, it is not easy to add a point and maintain balance. Different balance requirements will require different positions. It is simply impossible to achieve a comprehensive balance like the original triangle. But if there are billions of points, and you want to add one and maintain balance, will it be difficult? At first glance, it seems like a fantasy to be able to relate to billions of numbers one by one, calculate their relationship, and find a new balanced position. But this is not the case. When the number is large enough, no matter whether there are rules or not, as long as a balanced state can be achieved, there must be some blind spots in this group. That is to say, in a certain area, there may be more or less ones, but it does not affect the overall balance. As the number increases, such blind spots will increase accordingly. If you want to grasp the situation of the entire group, you have to find a way to find the key points that really affect the group. But if you just want to join, you can just find a place to squeeze in, and you can succeed. At this time, Careful calculation will fall into the trap and make simple problems complicated. This situation can be said to be a counterexample of a single move affects the whole body. And this is what makes things easier for fun. If it were like before, we would have to find a chance to survive in the slits from the abyss and the huge alien monsters we could see, even if there are a lot of outer gods. Finn's real idea is to kill all those bastards in the outer world, and then beat the abyss to death, when the number of enemies is at different levels. The original plan is of course impossible to implement. These are so densely packed that even if one is killed with one knife, how long will it take to kill them? This does not even consider the issue of whether it can be done one by one. You can't handle any of them in front of you. But you still want to kill them all? But we can't stop fighting. At least he must be able to prove that he can be on an equal footing with these great powers. Otherwise, why would they accept themselves instead of choosing to eat a sumptuous meal? How could a pack of wolves accept a sheep walking side by side with them? Therefore, killing the chicken to scare the monkey, and then fishing in troubled waters, is the most likely method to succeed. Then made this judgment based solely on intuition. As for which chicken to choose? Then there's no need to think too much, since you don't know anyone anyway, and anyone coming from all directions can be targeted. So just catch and kill whoever you want. Whether he can be killed or not is another matter. But he puts on the posture of a mad dog biting, and anyone in his right mind would want to avoid it. Thinking of this, Finn laughed happily. Although this body has no vocal cords, and the universe does not have the conditions to transmit sound, her laughter is still heard by everyone. Finn didn't care whether the meaning behind the laughter could be understood by those giant alien monsters. Without the spirit of, "The world revolves around me," there would be no need to fight the next battle at all. So at this time, Finn was like a car with the brakes removed and the accelerator locked. Either knock yourself into scrap metal, or rush forward endlessly on an infinite road that is only possible in theory. In her excitement, in order to move freely in the universe, she lifted her shoulders, and a pair of huge butterfly wings immediately appeared on her back. Don't ask how butterfly-shaped wings can function in the near vacuum of space. Finn didn't have this common sense, and she didn't rely on it to act now. The pair of butterfly wings are disproportionate to the thin body. As time goes by, there is a tendency to expand outward. It seems that with such a pair of wings, its area can be expanded to the same level as other alien monsters. The peculiar colors that render the outline of its butterfly wings almost blend into the background of the cosmic space, yet have distinct edges. Beyond this edge, you can see little bits of light flowing outwards. Some of them dissipated into space, and some of them stayed in place with difficulty, and merged with the stream of light that came out later, and finally formed the outward expansion part of the butterfly wings. Compared to this psychedelic scene, as the deputy brain, Lin Zheng was experiencing the same brain-burning feeling that Finn had felt before. A certain woman wanted to grow a pair of wings on a whim. If they were still organic organisms, whether they were Lin or Finn, they would be able to survive with magic transformation. But the current microcosmic body does not operate that way, and cannot be driven by methods recognized by organic organisms. It can be said that none of the magic known to Lin can work on this body. It runs another set of more complex rules, which may even challenge someone's knowledge of physics. Biological knowledge is directly invalidated without even thinking about it. The most difficult part is how to make this body exist in the main universe without destroying it. This is not to say that the relationship between the micro-universe and the main universe on which one is based is like matter meeting antimatter. There is no other way except to eliminate each other. But the relationship between the two is not a blood and water harmony. Although oil and water do not mix with each other, if you get a stick and stir, you can still make a mess. Rather than a lump of oil and a lump of water, the difference between the two is clear. Then it is necessary to change the outline of the microcosm to prevent it from being divided and become the prey of many external gods. It is also necessary to maintain the marginal balance between the two and not cause too much resistance or destruction. The effort Lin put in was not just as simple as burning his brains. At this time, all the knowledge that has been stored up and has not yet been fully integrated, regardless of whether it is useful or not, is turned out and verified to maintain the balance of the universe. Although mathematics and physics are the foundation of everything, supercomputing power alone is still not enough to explain everything. Philosophy, which has a vague space, comes out to fill this part. And this kind of part can't be achieved by relying on vagueness to make up the numbers. What is needed is a firm belief like Finn's to fix the unstable results. But this matter is too difficult for a Scientology believer who is accustomed to speaking with evidence. So Lin had to work harder and accumulate enough evidence to hypnotize himself into believing a certain fact. In the process, Lin suddenly had an enlightenment. This does not mean that he has entered some stage of sublimation of consciousness, but that he understands why the outer gods are so strange and unpredictable. Because I have made the mistake of looking at those high-dimensional existences from a low-dimensional human perspective. Perhaps the expression, "There are 1,000 Hamlets for 1,000 people," to describe literary works is a little inappropriate in this place. However, the unstable state of the outer gods allows the observer's subjectivity to dominate. But it cannot be explained correctly. This seemingly contradictory phenomenon actually stems from the arrogance of human perspectives. I thought that there was something right and unique in this world, and that what I saw was real. Even trying to get the truth from an objective perspective is not objective in itself. After realizing his mistake, Lin quickly abandoned his mentality and returned to the purest will. You know, although it wasn't done at the same time. Someone killed 3 of me. He can still maintain his humanity. But he is used to this attitude towards life. So he acts like his past self in daily life. If playing yourself becomes an obstacle, then just stop doing this. Abandoning I. The most primitive instinct drives the basic rules of the micro-universe. Even if these rules are completely different from the main universe. This microcosmic body is like a body that uses its arms. And like an arm that uses its fingers. It can undergo thousands of changes in just one thought. It's just that this idea can no longer be borne by an unintentional person. Before you can have thoughts, you must first have a heart before you can have thoughts. In other words, if there are no accidents, this microcosmic body with butterfly wings will also step into the ranks of outer gods. Everything operates according to the rules of the micro-universe. Just like what Lin and Fan thought were instinctive when they came into contact with foreign gods in the past. But this microcosmic body is one body with 2 hearts, and has the subjectivity of Fenner's extremely firm belief, which makes up for the thoughts that someone has given up. In fact, if it were another person, even if he was stronger than Fen, he might not be able to control this microcosmic body through Lin. However, the friendship between Lin and Fen made the original impossible possible, and all fantasies became reality. In the eyes of other foreign gods, this newly promoted person of the same level has unparalleled mobility. In any case, that burst of laughter was enough to prove the difference between Lin Ethan and other outer gods. In an instant, the pair of illusory butterfly wings solidified a bit. The extraordinary colors on it have also become more vivid, which not only attracts people's attention, but also confuses the mind. The continuously spreading light was now like poisonous scale powder, eroding everything in its path, visible or intangible. The only 2 results are assimilation or elimination. With such a change, let alone Fen entering the battle and achieving results. Even before she moved, the astral-level alien monsters that had gathered in the distance also changed their direction of travel and kept moving away. But this is no longer something that can be stopped if others don't want to fight. Driven by Fen's passion, she must complete her plan or be destroyed before then. There is no room for flexibility here. So after laughing, the woman who once again took the name of the Demon King ran headlong into the pile of outer gods. To create a clear sky for yourself. Chapter 1804 Battle. Fighting one against hundreds of millions was far easier than Fen imagined. Because most of the outer gods act based on instinct, without any strategy or tactics at all. In contrast, I can move flexibly and hit wherever I want. And when you touch it, you will go away. And you will never stay in the pile. Although no one was seriously killed. Judging from the results, those alien gods who were bitten by mosquitoes suffered far more losses than Lin Huffen's microcosm. It is no exaggeration to say that I am invincible. It's just that Fen's happiness is based on someone's pain. Fortunately, a certain time traveler had the foresight to put his subjective consciousness aside early and speak purely based on rules and instincts. Otherwise, he would have to scold his mother now. Because all outer gods are independent and unique individuals. No 2 are alike. Therefore, different alien gods have special targeted methods to deal with them. And none of them are the same or even similar. This means that every time he deals with a new enemy, Lin has to find its weakness in the short contact time and change his body to match the attack. What you need to do at the same time is to upgrade yourself after absorbing the enemy's advantages. For a man with unlimited computing power, Lin is still trapped in brain-burning activities of overloaded calculations. If we don't reach this level, there will be no victory for Fen. However, outer gods are not the only ones that are abnormal and unstable, and can be said to be in the form of Schrodinger's cat. There is also a construct that has a humanoid appearance even though it has a planet-level body shape. Their cases are pitted, like solid planets without the protection of an atmosphere, and are covered with traces of meteorite impacts or scratches. However, These are only the extent of skin trauma and do not affect their integrity. There are no obvious signs of breakage, let alone the asymmetry caused by damage. At least that's what Finn judged. And such enemies are not like those alien gods, who can only act on instinct. Just like themselves, they are intelligent and have clear courses of action, although their action patterns are also very direct. This is due to their strong strength, and they do not need too many feints to show off. But in terms of collective actions, it can be clearly seen that they cooperate with each other. That is, they have tactical thinking. But this kind of enemy is easier to fight. There's no reason. It's just that their strength is not as good as those alien gods, who only act on instinct. But it is still much stronger than the gods of the Lost Land, or the kings and evil gods of the Abyss. When encountering such an enemy, then strategy is very simple. The butterfly's wings flap forward, and at the same time, they are gathered into a cone shape, and are used as drills to greet the opponent's structure. Wear whatever you wear. There is no one enemy. The most important point is that the ability of this type of enemy to repair itself is obviously far inferior to those of larger alien monsters. Although there are roles such as medics, they can restore individuals that have not been completely destroyed. However, compared to Finn's destruction speed, the repair speed of these giant medical soldiers is far inferior. It can be said that compared with this huge number of enemies, the strength level of the microcosm where Lin and Finn live together is no different. But those who are stronger than them can use hit and run tactics and wisdom to manipulate the opponent into the palm of their hand. However, those individuals who also possess intelligence and thinking are not as strong as Lin and Finn and can only be beaten. This level of strength, coupled with the logic of thinking, actually surpasses most of the enemies in terms of overall strength. This is also the main reason why Finn is invincible. Of course, with such intensity of fighting, there is no way the main universe can remain intact. Everywhere Lin and Finn passed by was riddled with holes. The main reason why the main universe has not collapsed is because it has the resilience to persist. But it would not be surprising at all if the next blow triggers a chain reaction and leads to the destruction of the entire universe. Does Finn care about destroying the world? Of course not. The thing that someone tries to avoid seems to be a trivial matter in Finn's eyes. So what if it really happened? It's nothing more than death. If you are afraid of that thing happening, so you would rather stick to the red line, and then be surrounded and beaten to death by many outside gods. It seems that the ending is the same. The difference lies in the number of people buried with you. Since for myself, the outcome is the same. So why not choose an approach that follows your own heart? So Finn tried his best to fight back. The idea is to take a gamble. If you are lucky and make the right bet, it will be your turn to turn around. But if you are unlucky, it will just be the various dead ends that you have imagined before. In short, take this gamble and have a chance to survive. If you don't take this gamble, you will definitely die. So what is the most reasonable choice? I believe there is no need to discuss it. But Finn won't put all the burden on Lin. Although she was not idle during the battle, she was not so busy that she couldn't do anything. Finn's other plan is to secretly arrange a magic circle. A magic circle that uses the power of the main universe. Anyway, they are fighting on this huge stage. If it is demolished and loses its foothold, no one will be able to continue fighting unless they find another piece of land. Therefore, from the perspective of the people of heaven and earth who have traveled through many hometowns, harmony is the difference in strength between the enemy and ourselves. As long as you are not stupid and stop to fight with a certain person, even if no real results are achieved, this mad dog guerrilla warfare is enough to scare people away. This is not to mention that these alien monsters gathered here are also wary of each other. No one regards the monster next to them as a reliable comrade who can be trusted behind them. It's just that for some unknown reason, they don't kill each other. Naturally, the geographical advantage is about the big stage of the universe. So it is impossible not to strive for it. Even if he is beaten into a mess, he must find a way to turn this dilapidated space into his own advantage, so as to have a chance to persevere until the end. As for Tianshi, Finn can't see anything here that has anything to do with Tianshi. So decisively put down this part and concentrate on the battle in front of you. Finn's combat logic is very simple. Things that cannot be solved with the first thought can be postponed in order of importance. There are many things that need to be paid attention to in battle, and there are more problems that need to be solved. There is no time to calm down and slowly answer an unknown problem. The man who has this bad habit is the man who is not ashamed to run away. And he dared to be so distracted during the battle. Wasn't it because he was quite confident in escaping? So after confirming the advantage of the people and the situation, Finn began to plan for the right location. The formations she arranged were not derived from various large formations in someone's knowledge, but the magic that Finn was most familiar with. After all, in a battle of this level, the most powerful one is not necessarily better than the most familiar one. In this way, Finn used the universe as his canvas. Every time he reached a node on the spell model, he would leave a grain of scale powder on the butterfly wings that had basically stopped emitting light. The volume of this little thing compared to the parties in the war is like the volume of a normal person to an electron. Although normal people cannot see electrons, as long as the powerful beings present have the will, not to mention the scale powder, real electrons can also be seen. But it's not like they would notice such details at any time and make relevant associations. Such carelessness gave Finn a chance to do something. When she seemed to choose enemies in a haphazard manner, she wounded or maimed one enemy after another. The magic array that filled the main universe was also in the process of moving and was arranged smoothly. Finally, the cone that passed through the heart spreads out again into the wings of a butterfly. Fun, who returned to the main seat of the magic circle, held the head of a certain construct in one hand and pinched the suspected flesh and blood of an alien god with the other. Two things became the fuel to drive this magic circle. In this cosmic space without power, Finn has no way to use his own energy to communicate with the general trend of heaven and earth, thereby using the power of nature for his own use. At the level she is at now, this is no longer the case. However, if you want to use the magic circle to take advantage of the location of the universe, if you cannot provide all the required energy, you must at least provide part of it to leverage the universe itself. The simplest and most familiar method is to sacrifice. So Finn provided two high-quality sacrifices. There is no need to recite long spells, or use any gestures or props. With just one syllable from the original language, the scale powder leftovers scattered around the front, back, left, right, top, and bottom of the universe immediately expanded and connected to build a huge spell model. This is a single magic, not a super compound magic that has repeatedly accomplished extraordinary feats and its various applications. The size of the five-fingered fist formed by the magic fist technique is close to that of a star-level celestial body, and is much larger than a planet-level one. And those powers that could not escape during the process of clenching the fist were held in the palm one after another. And at the same time, all traces of their existence were erased. Just like how they ended up with no scraps left. No one knows if they will have a chance to come back after disappearing. The clenched fist alternates between empty and solid. Even if there is no medium to transmit the sound, it still makes a rumbling sound. It is obvious everywhere that this fist has unparalleled power. Of course, Finn couldn't be satisfied with squeezing a few bugs to death. In magic boxing, the key point is the clenched fist. It was like putting a glove on his glove that was so huge that it was disproportionate to him. And Finn struggled to punch forward. Wherever it passes, it will be destroyed. Such power was unimaginable before the war. However, such power was ultimately too much. Not to mention directly destroying those alien monsters. Even the main universe was on the verge of collapse from being in danger. In other words, collapse is a foregone conclusion. The entire process is irreversible and cannot be stopped. It's just a matter of when it will end. Quickly or slowly. Something that people in time travel have always avoided. That is, destroying the world. Finn not only did it, but he also did it very well. Is it because of the geographical location of the universe that the consciousness of the main universe is revived? Or maybe it was this bottomless battle that had forced the one who was already awake but still hiding to come forward. No matter which one it was, Lin and Finn were surprised to find that their microcosmic body stopped pumping their fists. The cosmic-level magic fist that originally carried the power of heaven and earth can only be like the opponent it wants to beat, unable to move forward or retreat. Chapter 1805 Temple of Stars. Finn's last impression of the battle was a huge vertical pupil opening above everyone. You must know that her wingspan is nearly 1/5 to 1/3 the size of these extraterrestrial alien monsters. And these monsters are even planet-level in size. Comparing the vertical pupils on everyone's head, it looks like a normal person looking at flies and mosquitoes. If I were still a human with both feet on the abyss now, I might not even have the ability to distinguish this eyeball, because the gap is too big. Then under the gaze of that eye, Finn came to a completely different place in a blink of an eye. The sky is set against the backdrop of the pitch-black universe, with densely packed stars. And the place where I stand is no more than a foot square. The peak of a solitary mountain. This aloof atmosphere should have given people a feeling of loneliness and desolation. If I were not sitting on a man. Lin was wearing a sky-blue Confucian robe, sitting cross-legged on the ground, with his hands on his knees, his back hunched, His head lowered. And he said nothing. Fun, who was wearing the Four Spirits costume, was sitting on the man's back, with his two long legs crossed behind the man's back, facing him in a different direction. In his hand was a pure gold tobacco pipe, burning high-grade tobacco leaves from the mountains in the south of Midi. The smoke curled up vertically, looking very strange. It stands to reason that at the altitude where I am, the wind is constant all year round, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. But there is no wind at all here, so that's not surprising. Looking down the mountain, I couldn't see how high the mountain was, because the thick clouds obscured the entire field of vision. No one could see through the scene behind the clouds. However, the scene that surprised Finn the most was that his position was not the only mountain above the clouds. At a glance, countless peaks stand above the clouds, neither higher nor lower than myself. There is also a vague image on each spire, which is not necessarily human-shaped, nor does it necessarily have a fixed appearance. The only thing that is the same is that there is only one shadow on each mountain peak, which means that there is only one person staying on it. The only place to myself is two people, well, one person and a chair. Anyway, the guy under his butt has not responded yet, so don't treat him like a human being. It would be nice to use him as a chair and sit on it with your buttocks. In short, ignoring the man's words, the scene in front of him was not unfamiliar to Finn. This is the Temple of Stars that she has seen and visited before. Every mountain peak is the throne of a god and belongs to only one god. The memory of the obsessed gods is preserved here as the final means of resurrection for the gods. To be more precise, it was a special temple dedicated to the gods of the old era that was destroyed in Finn's hands. It was also because of the destruction of such a place that Finn's past goal of killing the old gods became possible. Otherwise, just suppressing the beliefs of ordinary people may not really eliminate a god. There are always some hidden inheritances that are difficult to detect, which may continue the life of the old gods. But after the Temple of the Stars is destroyed, even if the secret inheritance is preserved, the divine power will be suppressed to the maximum extent, and the difficulty of resurrection will increase exponentially. When the new gods are achieved, there will be no room for the old gods to survive. Even if there are ordinary people willing to praise the name of the old gods, they will win the most terrifying backlash. In this world where gods really exist, if you believe in a god that does not exist or no longer exists, guess whose ears your prayers will reach? And how will those beings respond to these prayers? At that point, death is a luxury. No matter what. The scene in front of me was a place that I had already destroyed. After being resurrected after 1,000 years, Finn didn't want to study whether the new gods had built a temple of memory belonging to them. But the place I came to probably didn't belong to the old gods. And it didn't look like it belonged to the new gods, because there were too many peaks on the throne of gods. With Finn's eyesight, he could see no less than tens of thousands of things. Even if you add up the number of old gods and new gods, it's not such an exaggerated number. So Finn judged that this place should have nothing to do with the gods of the lost land. So who are those figures on the peak of the god's throne? Don't think about it. Your thoughts will only fix their image. But it does not mean that it is correct. Realizing that the sound came from the person under her buttocks, Finn said with a bit of surprise, "You're awake." In fact, her buttocks didn't move at all. I'm afraid it didn't take more than a few strokes before she was already merciful on her buttocks. "You should know. I can know what you are thinking now," Lynn said weakly. "So?" Lynn said, as if begging for mercy. "Excuse me. Please raise your buttocks. I'm so tired with my back hunched over like this." "Then your buttocks are big and heavy. And the pleasure is doubled, ah." "No. It's twice as painful." "Someone thought so." "You should know that I also know what you are thinking now." Then tilted his head and looked at someone with a pair of dead fish eyes. As if on purpose, there was a big exchange of raised legs in the air. If one were directly opposite the former Demon King, it would be quite eye-catching. But words under her S mean that all the weight is on someone. Suddenly someone's body sank. If he hadn't put his hands on his knees and pushed hard, Lynn would have been crushed on the spot. Then didn't think twice about ravaging someone. After all, I couldn't figure out whether I was torturing him or rewarding him. So after changing her legs, she stood up and asked, "Why did you say not to think about it?" With a light body, Lynn stood up with difficulty and lifted up his robe. Said, "Do you still remember where you saw me before? That lonely island in the ocean with only one palm tree. Is that you?" After the questioning, Lynn was not sure whether the woman he saw on the island was the person in front of him. But Finn did not deny it, but asked, "What happened to that island?" "That's where I thought I was going. So I appeared there." In other words, what you saw and heard was all what you thought it was. But that's not true. His eyes widened, and he made an expression of disbelief. Then looked at an idiot and said, if subjectivity can really affect everything, then your problem will be solved. You can do whatever you want. But that's not true. Lin wailed. Finn asked, why isn't that true? The question left one speechless. After hesitating for a moment, Lin seemed to force out a reason and said, because the evidence is not sufficient. Pop! With a sound. Then slapped himself on the forehead. He pointed helplessly around and said, what evidence do you want in a place like this? What do you hope to prove? Do you really think that 1 + 1 is equal to 2 is the same truth here? Being choked and speechless, Lin Nana said, how can 1 + 1 is equal to 2 not be the truth? So you get sidetracked by your own search for the right answer. In fact, there was no need for Finn to remind him. Lin himself also felt that he wanted to understand everything. This kind of personality only made him more confused. It's like asking whether what you see in the mirror is real. The answer to this question depends on the perspective from which you look at things. There is no single answer. From the perspective of the physical phenomenon of light refraction, how can the image reflected by the mirror be said to be false? That does exist. But a normal person's hand cannot reach into the mirror and pick up anything. So of course the image in the mirror is fake and unreal. It's already very clear when it comes to this. This has always been not a scientific question, but a philosophical question. It's just that I always think about things in that direction and think of myself as Sherlock Holmes. The question himself is not a great detective. Not even as good as the Death God elementary school student. Even playing games would be difficult without a guide. Therefore, after giving up the ego, the whole situation was under Finn's control. Not to say that it was like a duck in water, but that was pretty much it. Thinking of the previous battles, although Lin was devoted to controlling the body, he was not ignorant of the outside world. Although there is still a long way to go before Finn kills everyone who gets in her way. But it's not like he can only parry, but has no ability to fight back. The man who could not make any excuse for his behavior slumped his shoulders and said feebly, then what should we do now? Put your hands on your hips and face away from the mountain. Then Ying looked brave and loudly said, from now on, we will stay in the abyss to watch the stars. Don't bother us. Those who oppose it, stand up. Quiet. Everyone, including everyone, was dumbfounded and looked at the former Demon King's declaration speechlessly, turning back to face Lin's ugly face. Then pointed his thumb behind him and said proudly, look, the matter is settled. No one objects, because they are not human either, woo-woo. As soon as someone finished speaking, then pinched his cheek with one hand and lifted him up. The displeased former devil said, that's how you mess up, isn't it? Are you happy? Pouting his mouth, Lin said vaguely, oh, it stinks. Resist the urge to throw someone down the mountain and let him verify for himself what is under the clouds beyond the mountain. Then immediately let go of his hand and let Lin fall to the ground again. Then how do you think the matter here should be resolved? Then asked dissatisfied. Well, at times like this, a bigger boss should come forward. Didn't we see a big eye at the end? Someone just mentioned that in the world above the clouds and mist they were in, a dazzling light bloomed in a certain direction, like the rising sun. And in this round of sunshine, there is a vague figure. Someone stretched out his finger tremblingly and said with a ghostly expression, Madam, come and see God. There was another. Pop! And Finn directly slapped someone on the back of the head. He scolded, you are a bad boy. Subjectivity determines everything. At this time, it is even more important to control yourself from random thoughts. These were the thoughts that filled Finn's mind. In addition, there are various words to greet someone. There are languages from all races, and it can almost be compiled into a collection of swear words. The figure with the light on his back did not step out of the sunlight, nor did he make any gestures. Its majestic and majestic voice is like thunder, rumbling and vibrating, speaking a language that no one understands, and keep repeating. This time Lin did not continue to try to explain its content, but instead left the choice to Finn. However, the former Demon King squinted his eyes, and stared in the direction of the figure displeased. The whole person is ready to go. Chapter 1806 The Battle Resumes. Looking at Finn's expression of constipation and a little anger, it is conceivable that the content of the voice she understood was not a good thing. But Lin had no idea of exploring at all, because in such an environment, too much thought would lead to mistakes. So it's better not to think about it. I just said this with my mouth and thought this in my heart. But that weird hamster-type obsessive-compulsive disorder started to attack again. Whenever I visit a new place, I always want to see how many secrets the place hides, and how many things can be taken away as souvenirs. If you get one less item or see less, it seems to be your own loss. Of course, this kind of mentality of taking advantage is unacceptable. Someone has already restrained this desire well, under the beating of society. But that's the sentence. It's really not okay to do something criminal. But if you think about it, it's not illegal. Therefore, it is difficult for someone who is accustomed to obscene thoughts to control his thoughts. In other words, this spiritual victory method is the only spiritual haven for someone. In a deformed society that regards beatings as care, the uncontrollable thinking and the hidden instinct have always allowed someone to examine the world created by Finn from the corner of his eyes. And I won't let myself be like Grandma Lou when she entered the Grandview garden, looking around and exclaiming from beginning to end. Lynn actually learned some of the memories of the Temple of Stars from Finn's thoughts. Although it's not much. At least I have a certain concept. Looking at this strange cloud world, it is said that it is related to God. But in fact it is somewhat different from someone's established impression. But if you use words like immortal energy to describe it, it really looks like this is the cave of some powerful immortal cultivator. However, someone is still very restrained and does not add endless drama in his own mind. Who knows what changes his thoughts will bring to the world. Speaking of which, although the original dream world also had the characteristics of having all your wishes come true, it was not as deceptive as this one. Compared with the present world, the dream world is like a cartoon world where death will never happen, and a Cthulhu world where script killing may occur anytime and anywhere. The dangers are incomparable. In order to prevent himself from being in danger inexplicably, Lin put aside his unnecessary thoughts and seriously studied the world, especially the figures on the mountain peaks. Think about when you were on an isolated island. You also saw a lot of people. It's just that their appearance was very clear at that time. They were various types of destroyers. If that picture was sent back to his hometown, someone would not have to go to the court, but would probably be sent directly to the execution ground. But here, there is a person standing on every hill. However, the distance between these mountain peaks and myself seemed to be both close and far away. This extremely contradictory feeling is indeed someone's true feeling. Every mountain peak seems to be very close, as if you can just jump over it with a standing jump. But when you want to see clearly what the people above look like, even if you squint your eyes, it will still be hazy. Lin didn't struggle for too long with clearly seeing the figures on other mountain peaks. Who knew what would happen if he really saw the figures clearly? If this is a world built by one person, then the upper limit and weaknesses are limited by one's thinking logic. It's not that difficult to find the breaking point. If there are two ginsengs mixed together, it is very likely that it is not just at the level of 1 + 1 is equal to 2, but a more terrifying complementary enhancement. At that time, the idea of finding weaknesses will most likely become the basis for the enemy to strengthen, and it will become endless. Therefore, Lin's attention was still focused on the big shot who showed up later, and was clearly bigger than the other figures because of his own words, especially with the sun behind it. It is very dazzling. It is not that easy to see clearly. This can easily make people more curious about it, judging from the body shape. If the figures on other mountain peaks were at the same level as myself, they would still be in the category of human beings. Then the person with the light on his back is the height of Godzilla or a skyscraper. If he steps down, he can flatten himself. Is it someone who can take charge? Or is it a character who has the ability to be a father-in-law? In the martial arts world of my hometown in the old days, whoever is qualified to act as a mediator is not a famous figure in the martial arts world or an elder of the sect. There is no status at all. But you still need to have some real skills and a way to convince both parties involved. Only then can you come out to deliver justice. Otherwise, do you really think that some cat or dog will come out, call everyone to sit around, and slap the table, so that everyone can coexist peacefully and peacefully? I'm afraid that the place around that table will directly turn into a scene of fire. However, being big doesn't mean it's useful. Not to mention that in such a world, whether body size can be used as a criterion for evaluation is still open to question. So Lin wanted to distinguish the difference between this later character and the other people on the mountain. But the result was very disappointing. Lin didn't see anything. All human figures seemed to be covered with a filter with blurred shadows. Apart from the most basic size, even height, shortness, fatness and thinness cannot be discerned. As for using the alternative use of your own environment detection magic to make an assessment of your opponent's combat effectiveness, that's even more hopeless. Just like on the isolated island before. One's abilities seem to be blocked in this world and cannot be used. Environmental detection and flashing are the same situation. Fin was able to use all kinds of magic in the universe before. In addition to her experience thousands of years ago, she did not rely on the 8 powers to cast spells. One of the reasons was that someone was desperately squeezing the energy of the microcosm for her to squander. Without the selfless dedication of a certain tool person, I think the current situation of the person next to me should be similar to myself. Otherwise, from Lin's point of view, there was no reason for Fin to stay where he was instead of jumping over the sea of clouds to other mountains and beating up those figures. Even if they didn't provoke the former Demon King. Especially the powerful one who came out with the light on his back. It was like a flame that attracted moths to fly towards it. It was impossible for Fin not to want to hit it. Especially when he looked so angry that his teeth were itching with hatred. And his fists were about to make him bleed. Fin is no ordinary moth. More like a huge flying dragon. As for whether that flame is a candle or a ball of light caused by nuclear fusion phenomenon, I don't know. I thought this was a stage for everyone to talk nonsense. To see who could talk better and who was more shameless. Who would be the winner on this stage. But very suddenly, Lin slammed into Fin's body. This is not the kind of very sexy entrance situation. But like a trick trying to seize the body of the person. The whole person is bumped into it. The huge suction force not only caught Lin off guard, but also made him unable to resist. The two of them just merged into one. When he entered Fin's body, the familiar feeling came again. Of course, the so-called familiarity is not the tender feeling in the past, but the familiar feeling when killing people in the universe before entering this world. That's right. The combined two people once again transformed into that thin human form with long arms and legs. Like a bamboo pole. And those butterfly-like wings have a more beautiful color in the starry sky under this atmosphere than in the universe. Even with the flapping of butterfly wings, the clouds at the bottom of the mountain are stirring. Some of them were also caught in the airflow brought by the wings, as if they were trying to influence the power of heaven and earth. After the combination, the body size has also increased a lot. And it is still expanding. The peak of the mountain that was originally standing has become like a pointed cone. And the micro-universe humanoid can only stand on it on tiptoes. The figures on the other hills did not change at all. At this moment, they were all worthy of being looked down upon by Lin and Fin. But the two fused people had no intention of overlooking anyone, but stared at the guy with the backlight. However, this powerful person who appeared last, no matter how big Lin and Fin became, he was still one size bigger than him. Even the microcosms of Lin and Fin had grown to the point where even their toes covered several mountain peaks that didn't seem so close before. But comparing my body shape to that of a backlit person, I still look like a child meeting a black uncle who plays in the NBA. It means that although Lin can't see his own appearance, he can still see his hands and feet. Strictly speaking, he is a luminous person, like an incandescent lamp. It is very conspicuous. The person opposite was wearing a bright light, so he couldn't see clearly what he looked like or what color he was. He was just a mass of black. This contrast between black and white is really like my own metaphor. But what's going on? This kind of attitude of being ready to turn over the table and start a fight if they disagree with each other. Is this because Fin and the guy on the other side can't come to terms with each other? So he plans to decide the outcome with fists? It just doesn't matter what the occasion is. Can we fight without knowing anything about this place? The time, place, and people are favorable. When the geographical advantage is given to others, unless one's own strength is superior to that of the other party, it must be several times stronger to have a chance of winning. Then do you have several times the strength of the other party? The pessimistic mood did not last long. The complaint from another person quickly made Lin shut up. Blocking his emotional thinking again. Who said that my concentration is not good enough and I can only use this stupid method to be a competent tool person? It's really sad when you think about it. This is the last subjective thought someone has before becoming autistic. When one person is missing to pessimize the future, the growth rate of the microcosm will not be too different from that of the backlighter. But this is only a superficial change. In fact, Fin knows very well that once you fall into a state of comparison, there is no possibility of being superior to the other party. So she didn't seriously think about how to overcome it. The strength I am accumulating now is just to give myself the strength to fight. Fighting, winning or losing depends on fate. If you admit defeat, you really lose. The reason why Fin stood up to fight was for no other reason than that the guy on the other side had put forward completely different opinions than what he wanted. Stop being human and become one of them. Not for someone's desire to go home. Even she herself doesn't pursue this kind of eternity. So in order to make the other party face up to his request and comply with it, Finn only thought of one way, and that was to fight. The one who wins speaks. Chapter 1807 Matryoshka Universe. Don Quixote is not necessarily the only one who always likes to charge towards windmills to slay dragons. There is also another large species. In short, someone in an unintentional state certainly does not want to say anything to offend others. Otherwise, the unintentional state is likely to escalate into a lifeless state. But watching Finn control the microcosm, folding the butterfly's wings forward, and then constricting them into a pointed cone shape, Lin almost fell out of the toolman form and cursed loudly. Of course, he couldn't stop it in time. It wasn't a matter of time. But because of the woman's passionate impact, he couldn't give much control at all. So he could only rush forward with his head covered. It's just that this brave charge failed to produce a devastating victory. The reason lies in the distance that seems so far yet so close. As the charge path gets longer, the ratio between enemy and friend becomes weirder. The cone-shaped drill formed by the microcosm is like entering a shrinking tunnel. The farther forward, the bigger the enemy in front of you becomes. Fortunately, the distance between the two parties did not increase due to the shrinkage of Lin and Finn. They just watched each other, and the surrounding scenery keep getting larger. Is Finn worried? No. Of course not. The former demon king who is full of passion has no vocal cords in his body. This is not an environment in which sound can be transmitted. Otherwise, it would not be accompanied by roars to enhance the power of its charge. This doesn't even have to impact the enemy. Just using the sound can scare people to death. For someone to run this distance, it would never be possible to complete it. So Finn was fooled. The tip of the drill bit was pressed against the backlit person, without any obstruction, and it was revealed at the first touch. I thought it was another penetrating injury to the chest and back, and then I fell into the blinding light. But the actual situation is that one end is submerged into the other person's body, as if entering another world. No, this is not some new world. This is basically the Lost Lands and the Abyss, and even the main universe including the Earth. So, he just ran outside and is now back? Or is it that he was captured into a metaphysical world in the main universe, and then encountered the will of the main universe in this world? Flushing it into the body is equivalent to going home. Leave it here with the doll, and it's still the kind that can't be distinguished from the inside out. The reason why the two of them were able to recognize the scene in this universe at a glance was because someone was so good at the night sky that everyone was used to seeing it. The night sky was originally used as an auxiliary system to simulate the distribution of galaxies in the universe. It actually has three perspectives. One is the most primitive, with the origin of the absolute coordinates of the mysterious land, the distribution of the starry sky seen outward. One is to use the same celestial body distribution and adjust the origin coordinates to find a familiar starry sky. In that starry sky, you can see the 12 zodiac signs, 88 constellations, or 28 stars. These are all visible with the Earth as the origin of absolute coordinates. The third type does not set absolute coordinates, but simulates the universe in which you can walk. It's just that in that simulated star map, all stars or galaxies are simply replaced by light points, with a single tone. However, in the real universe before our eyes, no two luminous bodies are exactly the same. Whether it is a galaxy or a nebula, or even a single star has its own unique color and shape. If you look carefully, you can even see planets that are thinner than dust. I can quickly tell that this starry sky is the universe I am familiar with. On the one hand, it is also because my current perspective is similar to the night starry sky arranged by someone. Compared to the size of any celestial body, they themselves are incredibly large within it. The night starry sky was arranged by someone in order to facilitate recording and simulating the movement of celestial bodies. So of course, it cannot be set too large to hinder one's own observation and adjustment. But what about this universe? Compared with the galaxies and nebulae that we see in front of us, the microcosmic objects running wildly in the shape of a cone-shaped drill can be grasped with one hand and can be easily crushed and exploded. With their current size, you might not be able to see the Lost Lands, the Abyss, or even the Earth with a magnifying glass. Because of these three planets, one of them is not a planet. Compared to them, its size is smaller than dust. However, both of them knew very well that this was probably not the real universe they were familiar with. Because of their overwhelming power, it would be difficult to move even an inch in this place. But not far behind. It should be a near vacuum space in the universe. But Lin and Finn felt like they were moving in a viscous liquid, with each step having to withstand squeezes from all sides. Not only is it difficult to move forward, but it is equally difficult to move backward. And in terms of size, These ultra-miniature galaxies and nebulae that can be crushed with one palm are actually scattered with terrifying gravity fields. The cone-shaped drill formed by Lin and Finn not only has to move forward hard in this sticky space, but also resists the pull from various gravity fields. The straight line is no longer straight. It's hard to tell whether this suffocating and sticky feeling is the result of the overlapping of too many sources of gravity fields. But one thing is very clear. That is, the thread of the taper drill bit is infinitely close to zero in this place, where the speed cannot be increased. Our drill bit is not an electric drill, and cannot be turned. It's just relying on the person with the pointed cone to cause damage. So Finn simply untied his wings. The wings spread out like flowers, and spread out behind her like a butterfly. When you come to a new place, it is natural to understand your situation first before you can decide the next step. So Finn looked around for a loophole that could break the situation. You must know that when dealing with other giant alien monsters before, the same drill attack could be passed through in one go. Although there is also resistance in the bodies of those outer gods. There are even more bizarre scenes. Meet Maze, Lilliput, full of memory clips, and of course a strange universe. But there is no one like the one in front of me, who is trapped in it and unable to move. Of those that were smashed before, none of them collapsed at the first touch. What kind of scene has this former demon king never seen before? No matter how difficult the situation was, she had overcome it all on her own. In the early days of the great cause of killing gods, it was not all smooth sailing. So Finn let his already aggravated head cool down a bit and used some of his analytical skills. As a tool man, Lin, let alone being careless now, even if 3,000 troubles come online, then is sure to suppress him and make him behave obediently. Problems always go unchecked. And problems will be found even if there are no problems. And is this a place where anyone can make bold assumptions in their reasoning? Finn didn't realize the reason why someone cut off their emotions and faced the world with a careless mind. So she stepped into the trap of thinking without hesitation. And her biggest doubt now is the universe in front of her really not her own world? The form of microcosmic body is not new to use now. When I escaped from the abyss before, I used this form to kill. Also moving in the universe. It was extremely easy before, and I could do whatever I wanted. But now it's like his hands and feet are tied, and a weight several times his body weight has been added. Honestly, even if you don't move, just standing without getting squashed is already amazing. Such differences also made Finn think that this was not the world he was familiar with. But as her investigation and analysis progressed, she gained more and more information, and her original ideas became weaker and weaker, because the data of the two universes are exactly the same in all aspects. Even the decimal point after millions has not changed. In this case, if we insist on saying that the two universes before and after are exactly the same, it is better to directly determine that they are the same. So why do I feel so different before and after? The only difference Finn could think of was his body shape. When I first came out of the abyss, I was only approaching the size of a planet. But now, the size that can even grasp the galaxy with one hand is millions of times larger. Is it because of this difference in body shape that the current difficulty in moving is caused? So how do those small galaxies generate such a large gravitational field, pulling themselves from all directions? Two consecutive questions made Finn fall into deep doubts. He didn't even notice the changes happening around him. As for the unintentional tool man, what if he knew about it? The devil did not set any warning conditions. Of course, it is impossible to be so kind and take the initiative to raise the alarm. And that change was when Finn's attention was elsewhere. The microcosmic body that integrated the two people's consciousness was moved in the space of this unknown universe. The gravitational pull on various parts of the body should have different strengths depending on the position. This is why Finn finds it very difficult to move. But at the moment when he was unconsciously moved, the intensity of gravity on his body did not change at all. It was as if he was still in the same place, not moving even an inch. When Finn came back to her senses, even though she thought she was used to it, she was still surprised by the scene she saw in front of her. The universe is still the same universe. And the galaxies and nebulae are still the same. It doesn't move. It doesn't change. He just changed his position. But when those little lights formed the outline of a human face, the picture was extremely shocking. Because compared to that giant face, my current microcosmic body is just like the butterfly I saw in the past. The difference in size is another level of difference. But what shocked Finn was not just the giant face. I don't know why, but the galaxies and nebulae that make up the outline have not moved. But the so-called expression can actually be seen on that giant face. Fortunately, this expression is not too lively. You can just see that the eyes are moving and the mouth is talking. It's like a puppet's head. You can use the mechanism to make some opening and closing. But it is impossible to make it perform various actions, like a human face controlled by muscles. Even so, it's scary enough to look at such a scene. I wonder if it can fly out from other places when it is swallowed by this big face. It will still go to strange places and even be digested. Chapter 1808, Not Seeking Immortality. When an impossible face appears in a very special place, it is definitely a coincidence, and there is no other possibility. Although Finn wanted to use this reason to convince herself, she knew a pattern after seeing many mysterious events. The appearance of human faces is definitely not an accident. There must be some cause behind it. And usually, this cause is not very flattering. There may be a sad story behind it, but it is more likely to have a terrifying background. The face in front of him made up of stars in the sky. Although it did not bring any extra pressure, it gave Finn a feeling of invincibility. Yes, it's just that it can't be matched. Not that it can't be matched. Finn never gave up the idea of confrontation. The only difference was that it seemed possible to win, or that it seemed difficult to win. There is only one way to lose, and that is to die. After a person dies, he knows nothing. So Finn didn't even think about what would happen if he lost the battle, and he just let the flood flow to the sky. As for the giant face in front of him, Finn's first instinct was that he had no idea what to do. At least she didn't think that breaking up one or two nebulae would do much damage to this giant face. If a tool person was still awake, he would definitely describe it this way. He lost a fight with someone on the internet, and ended up smashing his own screen and keyboard, which was useless. However, if you put on this display, there will most likely be a conversation. Otherwise, there is no need to show off. Just punch directly. Just like the cosmic level magic boxing technique he used when he was killing people. The troublesome part then becomes that it's very nerve-wracking to talk to someone who doesn't speak human words. Just thinking about it, Finn subconsciously wanted to rub his temples. She has always loved using fists to hold conversations, as it is simple and hassle-free. But how can you not be troubled when you encounter a guy like this who can't be beaten with your fists? If it is a psychic opponent, such as a ghost, a formed curse, etc., how should we deal with it? Finn was thinking hard. Xin Ding. Don't consider my proposal again. A very sudden thought arose in Lin and Finn's thoughts at the same time. Not in any known language, but both knew the meaning. Lin, the consummate tool man, is unemotional and unresponsive to any choices or questions. However, Finn, who had already dealt with a certain existence once, was not as indifferent as someone else. Except for the eye-catching pair of butterfly wings. The microcosm's main body is very thin, and its appearance is so monotonous that only a slightly dazzling white light remains. The only exceptions are the two faces on the head and chest, but they don't actually have much vivid expressions. Needless to say, someone is in a careless state. Dinbin is also the kind of cold-faced beauty with no expression. However, even this cold and cool face frowned at the voice in his head, and replied with an irrelevant answer. Where is your true body? Come out, and let me beat you up. Pause. Of course, there was no sound in this place. But as soon as Finn spoke, she knew her thoughts were being conveyed. But on the other hand, she was also doubting why she could understand the other person's meaning. When we communicated before, we only had to guess what the other person might be thinking. Now I understand directly. Is there anything weird in it? Well, you have already gone through enough trouble. And even I have to be dragged down. Is it necessary to make such a big deal? My body is weak, and I cannot bear your torment like this. So? Finn asked in a higher tone. Now that you've qualified to be one of us, why can't we sit down in peace? If you continue fighting like this, you may not survive to the end. But I will definitely suffer. You didn't see that you didn't get a result. I'm already full of holes. So? Finn's tone was half a minute higher. Extremely sharp. Then you tell me what you want. The same conditions were raised a second time. The first time you asked me, you didn't even plan to answer and just called me. Even if you want others to guess, you have to give some clues. At this time, Finn got rid of all the random thoughts and speculations in his mind, and said seriously, I don't want what you want to give. It's that simple. Not only do I not want what you give, I don't want to pay the price. What extra price could I ask for? This is your own achievement, not a gift from anyone. Finn knew very well that the person who said he was qualified to join did not mean that he was really qualified to be a member of them. But it is the body that includes that man and nearly Manchikuri that possesses that qualification. Just by myself. Let alone qualifications. Whether I can stand here and talk to that person face to face is a question. But, is what I want now? Of course not. She doesn't like Agiri just because she doesn't want anyone to know what's on her mind. Whatever she can say, she will say it whenever someone asks. But if you don't want to say it, others can't say it even if they guess it. Otherwise there will be a violent storm. With such a personality, no matter how high his achievements were, looking at what he had lost, then would not be able to accept such a result. So regardless of whether the person in front of him has any extra requirements, it's no problem for Fun. Because of the cost she had already paid, she couldn't accept it, let alone anything else. Then didn't even need to say these words. Just make a disdainful expression, and the person opposite will know what she means. It's okay not to know. After making such an expression last time, this one immediately regrouped and came to kill him. I saw it again this time. Does that mean the second round will start again? Even if you didn't want it yourself. You didn't plan to ask another person what he wanted? Maybe he has a different opinion. Don't you ignore it? Of course Finn is unwilling to cross that threshold because of her own inner demons. Slaughtering the old gods and destroying natural faith. How much hatred does it take to drive a human being to embark on such a path? And finally succeed. Now that he wants her to become the kind of existence he hates. Finn seriously feels that it might be easier to convince himself to commit suicide. Even now. If the matter can be resolved and I am not dead, I will definitely find a way to get rid of this situation. Even if I haven't found a way to relieve it. I will never get lost in it because I am obsessed with this power. In fact, if the On gang was arbitrary, she believed no one would dare to say anything. Not to mention that she had learned from that man his thoughts on such things a long time ago. But the past is the past. And the current microcosm is above the gods of the lost world. Then believes that even if the Lord of Guardians is in front of him, he may not be able to defeat him with one blow. With such power, then couldn't guarantee whether that man could still maintain his original intention. So when faced with a question about another person, she gave up answering and said directly, I don't know his answer. You can find a way to ask it yourself. When Finn thought about it, if the man changed his mind and wanted to maintain his current appearance, she wouldn't resist. At most, the role of the talkative and unintentional person was replaced by her, and she changed from the leader to the background. So after finishing speaking, Finn calmed down his emotions, cleared his mind, and no longer had too many thoughts. The original intention was to allow another person's consciousness to take control and talk to the giant face in front of him. But I didn't expect that the person in front of me would do things extremely decisively. The huge opening of the mouth shot out a golden light, which even Finn couldn't avoid even if she realized she wanted to avoid it. Not to mention that the blow caught her off guard. This golden light did not cause any real damage, but instead caused a strong repulsive force to run rampant in the microcosm. From the beginning, the single point where the golden light hit spread outwards, eventually spreading to every corner of the body, including the butterfly wings. The entire process is fast and irreversible. In no time, the microcosmic body was split into two people. Then on the right has black hair and a black robe. And the robe is almost as long as two people. Even though there is no wind in the universe. The long hair and the sleeves and hem of the black robe still seem to be blowing in the wind. It looks very graceful and graceful. It's just that she is not as calm and free as her appearance. Finn had no idea that the microcosm would be dismantled. Moreover, his strength has almost fallen back to his original level. This can be regarded as being beaten back to his original shape, even though he has changed his clothes. Lin on the left has white hair and a white robe. The same robe and long hair are flowing. And he appears with a style that he has never seen before. Especially at this time. He has not yet emerged from his unintentional state. After letting go of the shackles of emotion. That face, although not handsome, had a bit more of an otherworldly quality. The closed eyes slowly opened. But the eyes only had whites and no pupils. Coupled with the white hair and white eyebrows. Lin is a little less human and more like a sculpture. But this appearance did not last long. A black pupil suddenly rolled out of the white of his eye, spinning around like a marble flicking around in the eye socket. Moreover, the two eyes rotate in different ways, which looks very weird. Finally, two black kernels were fixed in the center of the eyeball, and the eyes were focused and flashing spiritually. The emotion that someone put down brought him back again. Of course, Lin heard clearly the previous conversation between Finn and the master in front of him. It's just that he has no emotions. So of course, he won't react to any choices, let alone answer questions, even if someone asks him about him. Now that he was freed from that state, he naturally knew why he was separated. And it was appropriate to reply. It's just that the person has just woken up. And his words don't have to be polished that much. Lin replied directly. I don't seek immortality. I just seek to return home. A few numbers. Concise and concise. Lin's purpose has always been clear. Even if the environment and background change, it may not be able to shake his will. At most, there will be flexible changes in methods. In response to such an answer, the giant face did not show any surprise. The voice that struck their hearts was still calm and said, Don't you think that the strength you have shown before, whether it is immortality or returning home, is nothing but a trivial matter? Why give up? Is it possible that you have a better choice? Chapter 1809 The Danger of People's Hearts. I would rather be the head of a chicken than the queen of a cow. I don't have such a big heart and don't want to achieve such a big career. For me, there is no best choice. Only the choice that suits me best at the moment. Perhaps this moment. Another moment. This best fit will take different directions as time and environment change. However, I never thought of standing in such a place. As he gradually regained his sense of being a human being while speaking, Lin also began to talk a lot. At the same time, he looked at his surroundings with disdain. The universe is huge and the stars are beautiful. But the problem is that this is not what I want. Of course, I still think more of the various fairy tales written in my hometown. In order to seek immortality and transcendence, both the good and the bad guys are selfish. Men steal and women prostitute. Then he puts on a high-sounding halo, making it unclear whether he has become an immortal or a demon. Could it be that the difference between immortals and demons lies only in the differences between teachers and schools? Not the heart. The result is just jumping from small circles into big circles again and again, and then jumping from big circles into bigger circles. No matter how he dances, he is still like the monkey in the hands of Tathagata Buddha. Is this kind of development that is lost in means and forgets the original intention a good thing? No matter what others think, someone has no ambition, even if he is one of the rare time travelers in the world who can't even bring up a case. It doesn't mean that he can transform a fat man into Long Outyan. But have you ever thought about it? No matter whether what you are doing today is out of your original wish or not, since you have luck and help, and you have the talent to climb up, why not try to go to a higher place? Maybe a different scenery can change your mind, and those small wishes will become easily accessible and no longer require such dedicated efforts. Julian still doesn't give up lobbying. After hearing this, Lin just smiled, pointing to the giant face in the starry sky. He said, There is no unconditional love in the world. Even the most selfless mother's love, to put it more utilitarian, is just using what you give to your children today in exchange for your own care in the future when you are old. Maternal love is like this, let alone talking about other things. It's just that some people are more unlucky, and they are gone before they can harvest it. Behind every sentence of I am doing it for your own good, there must be benefits that can be obtained. Maybe it is mentally, perhaps physically. In a word, if you want to get me hooked on a piece of cake, please save it. In the era I experienced, PUA existed everywhere in society, from capital to bosses. Everyone wanted to be a master of it. I have long been immune to all poisons. What if you draw a manhunt banquet? It's more realistic to give it to people who can actually eat it. And don't just take out the big meal at every turn. I may not be able to afford the money. Even if I don't need money, I can take advantage of others and be soft-spoken. If this side takes advantage, I don't know which side will suffer the big loss. Maybe it won't be enough to spit out all the food by then, but I will have to dig out my heart and lungs. I've seen too many of these tricks. So don't do it again. As the saying goes, a long illness makes a good doctor. Someone who thinks he is invulnerable to all kinds of poisons is wary of all the good intentions that come to his door. Sugar-coated poison, sugar-coated bombs, so many deadly things wrapped in honey, making people fall into the trap without realizing it. Besides, I have used similar tricks many times to force others to follow the path I have chosen for them. But at any rate, he gives out real benefits every time, so that those who are tricked by him do not suffer a loss. Even if something seems to be a free-for-all, someone will please you in many ways without giving any real effort. But no one has the means to come up with a similar idea. And I can come up with it myself. Isn't such wisdom worthless at all? Therefore, Lin did not dare to say that there must be some kind of malice behind the persuasion of the giant face in front of him. But there must be something unexplained, and these unsaid things are still very important. If they are criticized in this regard afterwards, The other party can also excuse themselves by saying that they never asked. So it's understandable that asking the right questions is more important than finding the right answers. And there is another point that Lynn is worried about. That means jumping from the original small circle into the large circle dominated by the giant face in front of you. Do you have to adapt to new rules, face new enemies, and find new allies? Some people get stuck in their comfort zones. And it's not without reason. Perhaps having the courage to jump out of your comfort zone and having the strength to open up new areas is a very progressive behavior in the eyes of outsiders. But playing the game of capitalism without discussing opportunity costs is just being a hooligan. Not to mention that no one ever seriously discusses what happened to those who failed, regardless of whether it is ancient or modern, Chinese or foreign. People always report good news, but not bad news. But those who only see the advantages and not the disadvantages deserve to be treated like leaks. If you are a young man who is just starting out and has nothing but physical strength and blood and sweat, you will not be able to resist the routine. However, the combined age of a certain time traveler before and after time travel is over 70, which is worthy of being called an old thief in his hometown. If you want an old thief like Hulong, you can't just say, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Look at those American comic book superheroes. The more selfless they are, the more miserable they are. Being selfless to the extreme means turning yourself into a lone star of evil. Although there is also a saying in my hometown that, if you are poor, you can be alone. And if you are prosperous, you can help the world. But what does it mean to be prosperous? It is said in the Book of Rights, cultivate oneself, harmonize one's family, govern the country, and bring peace to the world. To put it simply, do things step by step. If you don't lay a good foundation, you will want to fly. If this guy doesn't work hard, who should work hard? Lin doesn't think of himself as a great man, nor does he think that the whole world rests on his shoulders. The sentence I remember most clearly is also one that big bosses love to say, the earth will continue to rotate regardless of who is away from it. It's interesting to say. When these big bosses want to PA people, they use one set of words. When they want to criticize people, they use another set of words. However, these two sets of statements are contradictory to each other, but they come from the same person. Is this a double standard or a schizophrenia? So if you say 1,000 or 10,000, I am just not interested in that giant face's proposal. At this time, don't say, if you don't take it from heaven, you will suffer the consequences. Don't pick up things along the way is also a traditional good virtue. So whether to pick it up or not to pick it up is a big question. However, it can also be seen that many principles are passed down from our ancestors and are not something new in the new era. Someone who considers himself an old thief doesn't want to jump into a trap without knowing anything about the situation. Perhaps this is what someone really thinks. It's not that he is really not interested in such power. The giant face sighed helplessly. No way to discuss it. Lin still smiled and said, I can make you humble. Use language we can understand. And speak truths we can understand. After doing so much, I don't believe there is no dirty tricks behind it. I can't avoid such things. Jean, this is the best choice for me. When the seeds of doubt are sown, no matter how much truth you tell, there is no way to stop the seeds from sprouting and growing. Moreover, no matter whether the intentions behind it are good or evil, there is no such thing as a free lunch. This is the wise saying that really needs to be remembered. Someone thought, in this case, why did you achieve such results today? All this is not in vain. How can it be that my work is in vain? You see, I have the power to say no to anyone, including you. You must use the same level of wisdom to talk to me. Is this the treatment that ordinary humans can get? Is this enough? Lin nodded and said, that's enough. Everything else is fine as usual. Speaking of which, it only takes half a foot for a person to stand and half a foot for a person to lie down. A meal is just a bowl of rice and a few dishes. How can it be so big? The huge appetite devours the world. Then let it be business as usual. The final word. Before Lin could figure out what the person in front of him meant, his whole world suddenly turned upside down. With his current sense of balance, he was still stunned by this sudden change. The scenery in his eyes was distorted and deformed in various ways, and the fast-moving stars drew linear trajectories in someone's eyes. What's worse is his own body. The huge force is pulling in all directions, stretching and contracting, making people very uncomfortable. There was also a suction force that I didn't know where it came from, sucking hard against my chest. Of all the pulling forces, the suction on the chest is the strongest. It treats someone like a piece of meat. ignoring the existence of bones and joints, as if sucking the person into a pipe, and speeding away to a certain place. The last thing his eyes saw was that the lich next to him was treated the same as himself. Judging from the way she gritted her teeth, she was probably cursing. I don't know whether to scold myself or the person opposite me. Someone thought irresponsibly. But he said smugly that he had the right to say no. Not even a chapter had passed before I was slapped in the face. They didn't even ask. So they punished themselves severely. By the way, this book should be finished. They were all treated to death like this. So, the book is finished. The person who was just thinking this suddenly brightened up. What you see is not a dark space dotted with colorful galaxies, but a familiar water mirror screen. Half of the Shuijing screen was filled with numbers and charts. The other half is a starry sky scenery again. But it keeps shrinking, as if the lens for observing the starry sky is rushing forward quickly. Lin blinked and rolled his neck slightly. He tried to grab his hands again and looked down. Then he checked his arms and patted his belly and chest. Well, both feet too. Move a little. The reaction is normal. Then he looked at the situation around him. On the left-hand side is the conspicuous huge astronomical telescope, facing the misty clouds of the abyss, using the power of arcane eyes to observe and record the starry sky belonging to the abyss. I don't know why, but it seems like the telescope is functioning normally. This is a good thing. Someone looked in another direction, but it was a certain cold face, looking at him with a bit of surprise and confusion. However, in addition to Fun, there are also a group of elves, a human, a big demon and a half-demon on the top of the twin towers at the side door of the abyss. Chapter 1810 Abnormality. Looking left and right, someone was a little confused about the current situation. He simply got down from the seat in front of the eyepiece of the astronomical telescope and walked towards the crowd. Lin noticed that the expressions of a group of people were actually divided into three types. Most of all, there was a hint of confusion in the calmness. This was the expression shared by the elves headed by the Scarlet Sword Saint Miriam. There is also a great demon in human form, Starina. There is no need to think too much about the situation of that big demon. He is just Azad's follower. Just ignore it as a background board. But Lin clearly remembered that before he prepared to start the Abyss stargazing operation, although he invited the elves and the World Tree to prepare, he only allowed 3 elder-level elves to stay on the 3rd floor of the Magic Tower. The other elves are on standby. Anyway, the World Trees are also very skilled in using the flash technique. Support or anything else is no problem. Whenever necessary, transporting an army of millions of elves in an instant is just a matter of thought. Of course, whether the hastily sent troops have combat effectiveness is a question on another level. But now the elves appear directly on the top of the tower. Originally, they formed a circle around the astronomical telescope. Just after someone came to his senses, the elves came together on their own initiative. In total, there were 27 or 8 people crowded at the top of the tower. There is another expression between Finn and Ezio, who doesn't know why he appears here. The latter did not receive the invitation. The task Lin had assigned to the Brotherhood before was to stay in Shield City on the Lost Land side, or stay in the house in East City on the Abyss side. Anyway, just don't get close to the Magic Tower if you have nothing to do. Who knew these guys would actually reach the top of the tower? The expressions of these two people were surprised. Although it was not exaggerated, it was obvious that they felt unfamiliar with the environment they were in. Lin didn't know where this feeling came from, but both Finn and Ezio looked cautious and confused. Ezio even ran to the edge of the tower and looked out over the Crown of Thorns device. Both of them were confirming the environment. The Crown of Thorns still looks the same, but it no longer has the aura of Hakiri. You must know that all Hakiri have the same magic circle as the ring set designed by Lin, which can be used to locate the flash spell. For this reason, Lin's ability to sense positioning had to undergo a revision and upgrade. Otherwise, there are tens of thousands of sensing points around you all the time reminding you to pay attention, which is like placing hundreds of alarm clocks beside the bed while sleeping, and they all go off at the same time. It is easy to suffer from mental breakdown. But now those auras belonging to Akiri have almost disappeared. At least not at all on the Crown of Thorns, and can't even be sensed elsewhere. You must know that even if Agiri ran into the sub-dimensional tower in a dimensional gap, it would not make anyone feel such a complete isolation. There were too many things that he couldn't figure out, so Lin didn't dwell on it for too long. As for the third expression, it is the incomprehensible expression of the Demon Prince Azad. It can be said that if you want to interpret this guy's micro-expressions, you can probably drive all the psychiatrists crazy and look like Harley Quinn in Batman. So Lin didn't intend to delve into what the man was thinking behind his charming expression that was half smiling but not smiling. Although Lin didn't completely understand this person's knowledge, he also knew that he shouldn't take it too seriously and could only use it as a reference. Even if you ask him, you may not get the correct answer. So Lin quickly turned his attention away from Azad. Now was not the time to waste time dealing with this guy. For the first time, Lin did not ask the people close to him. Instead, he walked towards the group of elves and asked, "Why are you all on the top of the tower?" He didn't notice it until he got closer. As soon as he got closer, Lin was startled when he saw the elf holding the elder staff in Ishui. He is not a novice who knows nothing about the ecology of the elven tribe. Others may never see something like the elder staff once in their lifetime. But Lin Lian has been to the heart of the tree, which is the absolute weakness. How could he not know about an artifact-level item like the elder staff? He went out with the elder staff, and all 25 of them were present. It is estimated that the elves were invading the kingdom of God and preparing to kill the gods. So he couldn't help but be surprised. However, someone asked a question. The blade maiden of the ancient world tree Yggdrasil, and also a representative of other elves. The blood sword Saint Miriam was about to answer, but a strange color flashed across her face in an instant. Although this weird expression was caught by someone, Miriam immediately returned to normal and said, "Because Mischiefin suddenly ran to the top of the tower, and we also came up with the help of His Majesty's strength. This means that Your Majesty's knowledge of the matter here has been made. In order to avoid serious situations, all the elders were sent here to make preparations." At first glance, the reason sounds very reasonable. After all, the world trees know what someone plans to do and how dangerous it will be if the worst happens. Therefore, if there is any trouble, it is a reasonable option for Yggdrasil to invest the strongest combat power first. This was also due to the actions of the elves, that only saw them following up to the top of the tower. The rest happened after Lin and Finn were sealed in the space constructed by the Hagairas. So they didn't think there was anything wrong with this reason. But when Azad and Ezio also heard this answer, their expressions were not so calm. Not to mention Azad's condition. Ezio had a strange expression, filled with reflections and lack of confidence. Now it was okay for Lin not to ask. He ignored Azad, who said few truths, and asked Ezio directly, "Hey, boy, how did you show up here? Did you come together or separately? I didn't want you to stay here. Are you on standby in Shield City?" He was bombarded with several questions. But Ezio, a stupid boy, was not stumped. In the past, he relied on his strong skin and toughness to fight with a certain magician in various ways. He only used the lower 3 moves and all other destructive tricks. The constant stream of questions is just a trivial matter. But that was him in normal times. But today's Ezio didn't have such decisive reactions and acumen. He was hemming and hawing, unable to say even a single sentence. He looked like he was racking his brains to organize what he wanted to say. But the confusion of memory not only caused some trouble for Ezio's thinking, but also caused actual pain. The throbbing migraine made him scratch his head sadly and scratch his messy brown hair. Just as Ezio slapped his head sadly, his face suddenly changed in an astonishing way, and something hard like scales rose up from the inside of his skin. But this is not a permanent change, but a wave-like propulsive change with the opposite direction of the beating. When it passes through the eyes, the white part of the eyes will turn black, and the original pupils will turn into red vertical pupils, completely devoid of human appearance. However, after the wave passes, the skin will return to normal. With the slapping of palms, such changes spread round after round. Lin had never seen such an abnormal phenomenon before. Even if he had seen other examples, it happened to Ezio, and it happened in front of his eyes. How could he not ignore it at all? Lin hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Boy, what's wrong with you?" At the same time, 2 hands grabbed Ezio's shoulders, and all the data on his body were immediately detected by Lin, who had the true biography of the original Lich, Ezio Augustus, a human who drank the blood of a black dragon as a baby. Generally speaking, dragon blood is impatient and cannot be drunk directly. It must be processed and mixed into a potion for use, or it must be absorbed by soaking or bathing. It's just that this method will lose most of the essence. Therefore, capable people use quantity to ensure that users can receive sufficient improvement. However, as the most special period of infancy in a person's life, drinking dragon's blood directly has the opportunity to obtain great benefits. That is to integrate the blood of the dragon clan into oneself and transcend the human identity. It can be said that from a certain perspective, Ezio has become an extraordinary person. Or someone with such qualifications. All the exercises and training he did were just to lure out the power in his blood. How could such an excellent experimental rat escape Finn's clutches? As a man who often interacted with each other, Lin also knew what kind of situation Ezio was in. Because of this, Lin was horrified by Ezio's current situation. It's like being teleported using a flash technique without any protection, causing the teleported object to be corroded by alien energy and tend to turn into an evil spirit. It's just that Ezio's alienation was suppressed by his dragon blood. The two have a tendency to merge. So the situation is very strange. The only thing to be thankful for is that at least he has not lost his normal sanity. But he is just not feeling well as a whole. Ezio was not able to wear clothing such as the elf holy robe. But he also had no chance of being teleported by the flash spell. So it should not be the alien energy erosion that Lin is familiar with. Did he turn into a demon because he had been active in the abyss for too long? Or, Lin looked at the eyepiece of the astronomical telescope. What happened before was not a dream. However, those influences are not non-existent. But they have been eliminated for some reason. But not completely. Is that so? Without more clues, Lin could not make a more accurate inference. He didn't dare to do anything to Ezio rashly, for fear that he would mess up something. After all, body modification is not someone's specialty. After that, we will see if Finn is interested in taking action. However, Lin immediately shifted the focus to Azad and asked, "Do you know what the situation is?" Only then did Lin notice that Hakakiri Khan was actually being held by Azad. He lightly clasped his shoulders with the Khan in his hand. Azad said with his usual casual attitude, "What happened? By the way, I want to go back to the Lost Land. Can I just go through that door?" Regarding the sudden change of topic, Lin replied angrily, "I hope the defense measures of the magic tower can kill you directly. But you are a human. And even if you have demon blood, you are not completely a demon. So you can enter and exit freely. But if you want to bring Starry with you, that's impossible. It will definitely trigger the defense mechanism. But what is the condition of this brat? Did you come together?" Azad pretended to be stupid and said, "What's going on? Does anyone care?" Chapter 18:11 It's over. Lin was stunned when Azad asked him this question. Indeed, not many people would care about what happened to that kid. Even though Ezio seems to have a wide range of people, he is good with everyone. In fact, some of this bastard's actions make everyone love and hate him, especially the women with whom he had romantic relationships, and the men of these women. If he is unlucky, I am afraid that more people will watch the show and take advantage of it than stand up to help him. Anyway, as long as people are not tortured to death, they can do whatever they want. And everyone is happy to see it. And while someone was talking to Azad, he saw Finn walking forward. With a direct forward push, Ezio fell forward on the ground, with his butt raised to the sky. Then came a round of inhumane treatment. Note, Finn's profession is Lich, the ultimate system of necromancer. The people she can treat well. She knows everything. In the past, we had been helpless against this evil phenomenon of alien energy erosion for a long time. How could we not research a rescue or cracking method for such a long time? Basically, as long as the illness is not terminal, it can still be cured. But it is impossible to return to the original state. The best Finn can do is to let the healed person live well as a human being and coexist with the power of the secret source. With Ezio's own foundation, it is not difficult to be the best. But the process is a bit of a struggle. After all, those in Finn's hands were usually unconscious corpses. So don't think that this original Lich will be so gentle. The elves turned a deaf ear to the silly boy's screams. And the elves also tacitly avoided him, especially seeing that nothing major happened. The elves holding the elder staff were immediately captured by their respective world trees. Miriam was left alone to watch the play. However, Lin didn't care about the trivial matters around him, and his attention was still on the demon prince. After all, this guy has the ability to overturn his situation, so it's not too much to be distracted. "So, nothing happened?" Lin asked. Azad played a riddle and said, "If it looks like nothing happened, then nothing happened. Then why did you become the Prince of the Abyss and want to return to the Lost Land?" Lin gave up asking about things related to him, and instead asked about the person in front of him, curling his lips in disdain. Azad said with dissatisfaction, "It's boring. I won't want it. There are so many reasons." Well, no one can stop the Imperial Prince's willfulness and psychotic attribute. Lin was a little frustrated. When this guy doesn't cooperate, There's really nothing you can do against him. Glancing at the Hakiri in the demon prince's hand, Lin asked angrily. Khan! Where are the other Hakiri? Why do I only see you? Khan is still the same Khan. His appearance has not changed. His abilities have not changed. And his ability to talk a lot has not changed. But it replied, How do you know my real name? And there are no other Hakakiri. I am the only Hakakiri. You also called me that. Forget it. Lin was surprised and said, How is it possible? The wheel of time? The wind and thunder? The mountains and rivers moving? The rotation of yin and yang? Even if you don't mention the 5 swords of the world, you have more than 10,000 Hakakiri. Enough to form a human SH. Are they all missing? The Khan said with some dissatisfaction. Ask the person next to you yourself. In her time, Hakiri was completely destroyed. And I was the only one left. How could there be more than 10,000? And what are the 5 swords in the world? I am Hagakiri. The only Hagakiri in the world. And no one has mentioned the name of Khan for a long time. Len was confused. He stretched out his hand in Azad's direction, flexed his palm, and motioned for something to be brought. At the same time, he said, What about Inzadu? Wasn't it sealed in the underground palace by your past holders? That was before the Dark Ages. You wouldn't say that it was destroyed in the war 1,000 years ago. Right? Azad had no attachment to the Hakiri in his hand. So he threw it out and let someone find a way to catch it. How do you know about Inzadu? No one has mentioned it for thousands of years. You are almost right. There is such an underground palace. In the past, I linked up many security holders to besiege Inzadu. Master. But it was cut off in that battle. And the underground palace is just a remains of the battlefield. Not even a tomb. There will be no remains of the broken box. The Khan whose hands were changed spoke in an inexplicable tone. But it can sense the surface memory of the holder. And Len can think about other box-cutting situations at this time. These contents were read by Khan without missing a beat. Even it itself said in astonishment. Your brain was caught in the door. How could there be more than 10,000 Hakakiri? When we came to Dimiti, there weren't that many. After Khan finished speaking, he stopped using magic to vibrate the air and make sounds. But Lin, who was holding it, could feel that the sword was still very excited and chattering about inexplicable things. The memory had been tampered with. This was Lin's first thought. So Lin is even more confused about the current situation. From the time he entered that incredible fantasy to the time he returned to reality, there seemed to be a big piece missing in the middle. At least compared to the reality before I started my abyss stargazing operation. Many things were specious. Lin looked at Fen and Ezio who had finished. And the latter stood up in embarrassment. His face was swollen like a pig's head. Just because of Fen's previous slap therapy. He had to eat more than 10 Big Mouths. Ezio was feeling groggy now. And he couldn't figure out whether he was knocked unconscious or whether the influence of the evil god transformation was still there. So Len didn't pay attention to this kid anymore, but looked at Fen, who should have the same memory as him. But now, he was not sure whether what he saw was the person in front of him. Len was even doubting whether those things were true. Well, do you still have any memories from before? Len asked cautiously. It's a pity that Fen is not the roundworm in the stomach of this time traveler. She just asked in a cold voice. What memory? It's, well, that one. Len Lian talked vaguely. Not only did he not know how to describe it, he also didn't know whether it was good or bad to say those things. If that's all true, it's not your own fantasy. If you're talking about the time when I beat you up, that's true. And I still remember it. If you're talking about the time when we joined forces and beat them up, then pointed at the sky above his head, his expression unchanged. That's true. I remember it very clearly. If it was about that big face, and then he was rejected by you, I also remember that. But so what if we remember? Even if we want to trouble him, the way he looks now is can't do it. Fen didn't even ask if he was going to merge again. That stupid thing. As long as that memory is true, Lin will know how disgusted this person is with such behavior. It was because he had no choice but to use that form to beat people up. As long as someone of that level doesn't come to provoke him again, Fen will never want to take the initiative to cause trouble. The hatred between them is not as great as it was thousands of years ago, when Fendu regarded killing gods as his lifelong ambition. And a certain group of time travelers just wanted to go around. How could they get together to fight again? Not to mention the size difference. The other person separated him from Fen with one thought, and then with another thought. He changed the world into something that even he couldn't understand. This gap is really too big. Now that the other party has sent him back with good hands and feet, the matter has come to an end. If there are any evil moths in the future, then the soldiers will come to block them, and the water will come to cover them. If they cannot be stopped, they will fall down. If they cannot be covered, they will be washed away. That's it. After thinking about it, Lin didn't want to continue to dwell on those levels that he didn't know how to evaluate. Anyway, as long as the stargazing operation on the Abyss side could proceed smoothly, nothing else mattered. If he still takes the initiative to look for trouble, then he really has to live up to the saying that his head was caught in the door. But even though he looked relaxed, he couldn't really relax. Azad took advantage of this opportunity to stick up and said, "You can control the magic tower. Turn off the defense on the MIDI side first, and I will take Starry back to the MIDI. Then you can open it again." Just fine. Lin has never revealed whether there are switches for various functions of the magic tower. But even if such a thing exists, it cannot be done, allowing a demon to pass through the gate of the Abyss guarded by the twin towers of the gate. Regardless of whether Lin had previously made an agreement with the two empires to prohibit such behavior, such an action would make the lost humans think. I mean, if you let a demon pass by secretly, no one will notice you. Just say this. Don't take it seriously. Escher and Dunscher have so many eyes. How can they hide them all? Not to mention whether Azad himself would poke him out. This person is not someone who is good at keeping secrets. He is a real professional in poking holes. Seeing that the man in front of him looked constipated, Azad didn't say anything harsh, and just asked again, "If you can't let me go, then are you in charge of the food here? I'm here to kill or bury you. Are you sure you dare to stay?" I don't have the courage to tease this person too much. And besides, the situation in the magic tower is different from the home in the holy city of Estali. So Lin seemed to be giving up on himself and said, "Don't think so much. I'll just send you back. It's impossible to let you go through the gate of the Abyss. But if I use the flash technique to send you away, it's no better than if you go through the gate and walk on two legs." Azad made an exaggerated expression of joy at Lin's concession. It has a cute look at the corners of its eyes, and a charming expression. People who don't know it will feel excited when they see it. And people who know it will want to punch him. Pushing away the approaching face, Lin asked, "When are you leaving? Where do you want to go?" Azad really didn't seem to want to stay in the Abyss for a moment. While waving to Starry, he took out a gold watch from his arms. After confirming the time, he said to Lin, "At this time, my chief father should be holding a court meeting. Even if he is not in charge. I don't know which chief brother is in charge, but he should be there. I haven't seen anyone in 10 years. So send me back. The meeting hall of the palace." It sounds like a passage about a loving father and a filial son, which is very heartwarming. But who is this guy? The Empire's walking scourge, the Demon Prince, and the Scourge of the Abyss. A series of negative names show how unwelcome this person is. If he were sent directly into an important meeting of the Empire, a bunch of old people and guys with congenital physical infirmities would probably be frightened to death on the spot. Especially since he brought a demon with him. Lin glanced in Starry's direction. This one still maintains a human form, and with her tall body proportions that are several heads taller than an ordinary person, she gives people an infinite sense of oppression. Well, good. At least this one didn't use his original form. Although Azad alone could scare many people into having heart attacks, Starry's use of her body could save her from some criticism. So Lin said to Finn, "I will send Azad home." The former Demon King had no intention of staying around. He lifted up Ezio, who was still confused, with one hand and said, "I'll handle this guy." The elf Miriam, who had been keeping quiet, asked at this time, "You too? What about us?" Putting a hand on Azad's shoulder, Starry followed behind the Demon Prince and held her hand. Lin looked at the elves and was stunned for a moment before saying, "It should be okay here. The crisis is over. You can go back and help me say thank you to His Majesty the World Tree. If you encounter such an opponent, the World Tree will be of no use. So it is better to let the elves leave." Someone thought so. Chapter 18:12 Various Doubts. Autumn. 753 years in the Aramaic calendar. More than half a year has passed since the first day of stargazing operations in the Abyss. During this time, Lin also learned about what was happening in other places through various channels. Whether it's a lost land or an abyss, it still has its own splendor when someone doesn't participate. But if there is anything related to the twin towers of gates and the outer gods, there is nothing. For the stargazing operation in the twin towers at the side gate of the Abyss, Except for the tower owner giving a warning beforehand and activating Escher's protective magic circle. There were no other conditions. Everyone should live their lives as they should. There was even a rumor among the demon community that a certain tower owner was either too sensitive and would scare him out of his wits at the slightest problem. He was just doing this on purpose to make it inconvenient for everyone to travel. Escher's protective magic circle is activated, although everyone can still move around normally. However, many people still followed the advice in the tower owner's announcement and stayed in their respective houses. This is of course a moderate harm to Escher, which mainly focuses on cross-border trade. No matter how tense the predicted crisis was, nothing happened in the end. For those who are worried about the world being in chaos, not making a fuss is simply unjustifiable. But it's just a bit of a fuss. It's not like there have been demons who have tried to use public resentment to surround the magic tower and demand an explanation from the tower owner. The tower owner did give them an explanation, so that they would have a fate where they would not have to worry about where their ashes would be buried. The scene was clean, and it didn't look like a place where a tragic murder had just occurred. As for the lost world, except for the tragic situation of Ezio, the members of the Brotherhood were slightly dissatisfied. The rest of the forces were calm, as if nothing had happened. In fact, nothing happened. But the biggest problem lies with Ezio. The boy, whose memory was a little confused, said some nonsense that was obviously not consistent with reality. For example, the abyss came to life. E's city was leveled. The foggy clouds in the abyss dispersed, and countless terrifying monsters fell from the sky. Although those monsters did not land on the ground, the damage they caused was not compromised at all. However, Ezio not only spoke confusingly, but also had many inconsistencies. If you really ask in detail, even he himself can't tell the reason. These situations make it difficult to judge whether he really saw it, or whether it was a terrifying hallucination caused by the influence of evil deity. Although you can find another person to confirm it. The guy's previous words all highlighted that he was indeed hiding something. But considering that the person had already left, Lin didn't want to find a lunatic, so he simply gave up on this path. But if everything Ezio said was false, then where did his symptoms come from? All kinds of mysteries only puzzle everyone. Even if Lin personally took action and acted on the soul and memory, there was no way to straighten things out. What's more, the more Lin takes action, the more confused Ezio's memory becomes. Curing Ezio is more important than figuring things out. So Lin didn't dig into Ezio's memories. On the one hand, there is also a backup insurance plan, so there is no need to use forceful methods that will hurt Ezio. And this insurance plan is to let Hikiri, who has the gift of mind reading, take action. However, Hikiri, who was always invincible, felt like he had been hit by a brick wall this time. Not only was it impossible to sort out Ezio's chaotic memories, it even got stuck in it itself. As a talkative person, Hikiri was afraid of losing his sense of existence, so he gradually became silent in his daily life. This kind of thing that goes against nature seems strange no matter how you look at it. But this is only in the eyes of outsiders. Lin, who was very familiar with Khan, saw another level of problem. That is, Khan's computing power has also become weaker, and the flexibility of his sword's blade is not as flexible as before. Regarding Khan's situation, Lin felt as if the computer system was secretly occupied by a considerable proportion of resources by Bawang software, causing computer performance to decline. Although it is not as cruel as the virus and directly crashes the system, it is not far off. Khan is a Hagari after all, and he has evolved many times through someone's knowledge. No matter how weak it is, it will never be reduced to the level of mortal iron. Although Lin wanted to help, he was powerless. Although a computer system is used as a metaphor for Khan's situation, it does not mean that similar methods can be used to solve it. All changes in Hikiri come from their own wishes, and others only provide opinions. There is no operating interface on the Khan, so outsiders can interfere with them. So Lin could only helplessly watch the only remaining Hikiri sink, hoping that one day Khan would be able to come out on his own. Although saying this sounds like describing a lovelorn girl or boy, this is really the only thing Lin can do, just stare. As for the huge number of missing Hagiris, who only exist in Lin Heffen's memories, where have they gone? The two of them have a guess about this problem. That is, it is in their bodies. I still remember that slender microcosm with butterfly wings. Not only Lin and Fen were the only two people in it, but the Hagiris were also integrated into it as part of the composition. But when the microcosmic body was forcibly separated, only Lin and Fen were separated, without Shikiri. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, neither Lin nor Fen could pursue it now. Another piece of evidence for this speculation is that both Lin and Fen realized that the condition of their bodies was different from before. Lin's demonic body and Fenner's body, that was carefully carved from DNA, were both familiar to both of them. But after recovering from the microcosmic body state, it has been strengthened to varying degrees, and has become very strange. Originally I just thought that this was the legacy of the microcosm. After all, wherever you walk, you leave traces. Although the Great One restored many things to their original state, there were still some things that were not done properly. Take Ezio's situation for example. But if asked whether his own strengthening is really related to Akiri, neither Lin nor Fen can provide more evidence to prove this speculation. It can only be explained by saying that two coincidences come together and cannot be considered a coincidence. At least Khan has not made a strong request to separate the Akiri on the two men, not mentioning the question of whether it can be done or not. No one dares to give a definite answer as to whether this is really the case. Apart from Khan and Ezio. Another minor thing related to Lin was that the red flower slime also disappeared. In other words, the term missing is not accurate. But since that incident, the red flower slime has not appeared again. Instead, a tea tree sapling grew on the third-floor exterior wall of the Twin Towers at the side entrance of Midi. Confirmed from the aroma and leaf shape. A certain tea that has been longing for in time has finally appeared in Lost Land. The moment he realized it, someone almost burst into tears. And then almost burst into tears again. Because Fen actually wanted to uproot that sapling. The reason is that if the outer wall of the magic tower is invaded by demonized plants, it will easily collapse and cause various damages. Therefore, we must solve the problem in advance before the disaster expands. Even if someone made various protests, Fen would only agree to transplant the sapling to another place. In short, it could not stay in the magic tower. But such an idea cannot be realized. This sapling is not a seed that flew from somewhere, was buried in the wall, and then sprouted and grew. This sapling is related to the core object of the energy pool in the Twin Towers at the side entrance of the Lost World, which is the seed of the World Tree. However, this tea tree sapling is not the World Tree, and it does not even have the wisdom and spirituality of the World Tree. But it's no ordinary plant either. It is a very special kind of magic between the World Tree and the demonized plant, which relies on the power conveyed by the magic tower. To put it bluntly, this sapling is part of the magic tower. It is still uncertain how far the sapling will grow, whether it can be divided into branches, and whether the leaves that will grow out can be used to make tea. However, this half-year has not been completely fruitless. The biggest thing is that the number of stars observed from the abyss has been recorded by the twin gate towers on the side of the abyss to a sufficient extent for comparison and positioning. But Lin did the comparison work on the twin towers of the gate on the side of the puzzle. Although the two towers on both sides of the gate of the abyss are two towers in one, with resources on both sides being exchanged, they are still partially isolated from each other. The two of them also had a tacit understanding to keep some more dangerous experiments and things on the side of the abyss. In contrast, the Midi side is for experiments that are relatively safe, or tedious calculations like comparing data that require a lot of time. Anyway, no matter how many demons die, it will not make the two tower masters feel distressed, compared with observing and recording. The time spent comparing the star maps of the universe was much shorter than the two people imagined. After all, compared with the situation more than 20 years ago, today's computing power has not only improved greatly, but also has a relatively complete range of calculations and formulas, so the speed is much faster. So Lin quickly found what seemed to be the Earth from the starry sky in the abyss, to be precise, the location of the solar system in the Milky Way. However, in order to perform triangulation, it is necessary to find the location of the maze from the abyss, and from the maze to the location of the abyss. It is necessary to confirm the distance and situation between the two before it is possible to further improve the calculation accuracy of the Earth's position. To put it another way, if you cannot use this set of cosmic star map algorithms to calculate the parameters of the flash technique from the Enigma to the abyss, or the abyss to the Enigma, then don't think about returning to Earth. Just go to bed as soon as possible. Fortunately, this worst-case scenario did not happen, and the search for each other between the Lost Land and the abyss progressed quite quickly. It even made Lin aware of something special about the location of the abyss. Simply put, the abyss lies within the event horizon of a black hole. It stands to reason that such a location cannot be observed, and the flow rate of time will be different from other places. But those are just theories, compared with the facts happening around him. Lin has to argue that the theory he knows is correct, is what he sees with his eyes, hears with his ears, and feels all false? In short, with the opportunity of actual observation, Lin's theoretical knowledge in this area quickly enriched his knowledge about what is the phenomenon in a black hole, and he corrected some deficiencies in past knowledge and theories. Chapter 1813 Cosmic Teleportation Experiment. Don't talk about how it is possible for stars to exist in black holes, and question whether they will be crushed by the strong gravity. Lin had suspected before that Abyss was not an ordinary solid planet at all, but a member of the astral-level outer gods, judging from various evidence and Ezio's testimony afterwards. This suspicion is very likely to be true. In addition to the Abyss itself, there are also demons attached to it, plus those huge alien monsters floating outside the Abyss. If these things were not subject to any restrictions, they would have wreaked havoc throughout the universe. It is precisely because they are sealed in the black hole that the universe can maintain peace. In other words, only in an environment like a black hole can they maintain their particularity of being at the edge of the rules of the universe. If you think about it this way, you can understand that the environment where the Abyss is located is indeed necessary. Furthermore, the position of the Abyss must be defined as being in a huge gravity field, so that we can reasonably calculate the cosmic star map data that is consistent with the observations from MIDI. Otherwise, Lin would have to wonder whether the Lost World and the Abyss were in two different universes. Without the influence of the gravity field, the starry sky in the Abyss would be completely different. As for the event horizon of a black hole, it only limits what can be seen from the outside, but does not limit what can be seen from the inside. In any case, light waves can only go in and out of black holes, so it is natural that there is such a difference. From the above clues, Lin finally determined that the Abyss was indeed located within the range of a certain black hole observed by MIDI, instead of continuing to look for other locations where the Abyss might exist. In order to confirm such inferences and solve these seemingly trivial problems in the data, but in fact they are not easy at all, Lin needs a helpful helper, and only Finn can be responsible for this person. The purpose of Hagiri is only to assist calculations, but what kind of formulas should be used, and how to do those calculations are not what Hagiri is good at. So Lin didn't have too much trouble calculating the star chart after losing almost all his Sakiri. However, this former demon king is not willing to report to the Twin Towers on the side of the Abyss on time every day, just like an office worker for the sake of others. Therefore, Lin could only send it to the door himself and conduct these calculation homework and discussions on the side of MIDI. The third reason for conducting relative research and calculations on MIDI is because Lin plans to use MIDI as his starting point if there is a chance to return to Earth. Otherwise, if the starting point is placed within the black hole, the calculation of parameters will require more considerations. In order not to increase your workload, it is the best choice to do all this in a mysterious place. The reason why someone jumped repeatedly between the Lost Land and the Abyss without any hindrance. Lin discovered that it was affected by the 9 eternal gates of the Abyss. The flash technique ignores the distance between the two stars and the gravitational field of the black hole through a parameter that was originally thought to be fixed, but is actually related to the folding of space. But if you want to rely on flashing to move between stars, this fixed parameter must change. Its complexity involves the interference of the gravitational field, which can make someone want to die. There is no doubt that the black hole where the Abyss is located has become the biggest trouble, and it should be avoided if possible. The most important consideration is whether this path may become a two-way channel. Lin could not only wanted to go back for himself, but of course he also wanted to take a wife back with him, as well as 2 disciples. After all, they are the closest people around me, and it is impossible to let them go. The first time the problem was challenged, the whole family was brought along. Is this because he is afraid that he will go to H.L. and the whole family will not be able to report in neatly? So there must be some exploration. Wait until it is safe to arrange follow-up people. Since there is such an idea, it is obvious that one endpoint of this passage should be placed in the Lost Land or the Abyss. After all, the Lost Land is dominated by the human race. Although there are individuals with great power, there are also ambitious people like noble lords. But compared to the national strength of his hometown, it is hard to say who is stronger or weaker between the two. Before we talk about nuclear bombing, the outcome of the two sides lies in the hands of the operators, and it depends on whose wisdom and espionage capabilities gain the upper hand. Earth's technological strength is not really ahead of the magic of Lost Earth. If a few mythical gods were released into the Earth, even if they were weak gods, they would still be able to withstand nuclear bombs and cause large-scale destruction. The uniqueness of the multidimensional world of gods cannot be solved by purely physical equivalents. Even if a god can be destroyed in a short period of time, He will come back with his memory to take revenge. Nuclear bombs cannot completely kill the god. However, this kind of invasion is unlikely to happen. The gods of Midi are just the gods of Midi, and cannot leave this land. Not to mention going to the earth. Just entering the abyss can reduce their strength by 30% and become the devil's plaything. This is why someone who wants to return home doesn't want to cross that threshold. In comparison, if one end of the passage is placed in the abyss, what is the difference between that and luring a wolf into the house? Even demons who have reached the level of the Abyss Lord or the Abyss Evil God are like the vanguard of invaders. But there is no restriction that their strength will decline after leaving the abyss. Not to mention demons below the level of gods. Lost Land can also rely on various gods to stop it. What does the earth depend on? Vatican or Lunghu Mountain? Shaolin Temple? Guns and ammunition are useful at this time. But demons are not all reckless. If a few demons come and use their extraordinary power to seduce the top government officials, who have weak moral integrity, then the earth will be in chaos. Although I am not returning home in fine clothes, I can't go back with disaster. As for the statement that the research and experimental sites do not need to be in the same place, well, if someone goes from the twin towers of the gate on the abyss side to the one on the Lost Land side in the blink of an eye, does he need to separate the two places to add extra trouble to himself? The related work did not take much time. In any case, these data are already designed to be used. All we have to do now is to run through all the processes step by step and calculate the final result. If there are discrepancies or errors in the calculation data of the Lost Lands and the Abyss, then you need to reconsider whether there is any lack of careful consideration. Speaking of which, this is also a major benefit of observing the starry sky from two places, with data from different benchmark points for comparison. It can be said to be clear at a glance whether your calculations are correct or wrong. No one needs to remind you of this. If the data on both sides is inconsistent, you should know that there is a problem. In the past half a year, one problem after another has been solved, and today is the time to verify the results. In order to verify, Linyu specially went from the twin towers of the gate on the abyss side to the top of the tower on the midland side. The magic tower under the moonlight does not seem lonely at all, because there are circles of magic circle city buildings on the outside. Like a city that never sleeps. Powerful magic street lights illuminate the streets and alleys, and the hustle and bustle of nightlife inevitably reaches the magic tower. Although the sound insulation effect of the magic tower is good enough, even if the sky is falling apart outside, it will not disturb the people living inside. But a group of people are now concentrated at the top of the tower, and it's hard not to be disturbed. Faced with this situation, Lin flicked his fingers, and the protective soundproof barrier extended upward from the outer wall of the tower edge, blocking outside noise. This is because I had the experience of stargazing on the top of Midiside Tower in the middle of the night before, and was disturbed by the noise in Shield City. So I reset this magical barrier. Just take it out now. A group of people would gather because the calculation results of the cosmic star map were released in the afternoon. Someone can't wait to experiment with Blink. But since it was close to dinner time, everyone else was busy, and there were still some preparations to be done. Therefore, the time of the experiment was changed to the evening, and the people in the two towers put down their daily work and gathered at the top of the twin towers on the side of Midi. The so-called preparation is actually to make special reinforcements on the inherent barrier at the top of the magic tower. In a place like this, any kind of magic tower will be specially set up, just so that magicians can conduct magic experiments with peace of mind without worrying about how much damage will be caused when the experiments get out of control. Of course, the degree of protection of this kind of barrier has an upper limit. What Lin set up on the twin towers of the gate was of course a top-notch design that he had tried his best to create. It's just that the original design has a wider range of applications. Lin's preparation today is to make this protective barrier specifically improve its protective effectiveness. After making all preparations, on this full moon night, Lin walked into the magic circle that formed the barrier and opened it under the witness of others. The astronomical telescope on the side of the land is also a part of the barrier, like a roof, forming the top of the barrier. What Lin wants to do is certainly not to allow himself to perform interstellar-level ultra-long-distance teleportation. Instead, it goes the other way and grabs things from the calculated destination. Using flash to catch objects is a skill that even Finn doesn't know how to do. It can be regarded as someone's unique skill. The reason why image recording magic props such as the arcane eye are not transmitted is because after ultra-long distance transmission, the connection with the object will be lost and the images recorded by the arcane eye cannot be obtained. At this time, even if you use the same parameters to catch objects using the flash spell, It will fail, and the arcane eye cannot be teleported back. Why is this happening? I can't figure out the reason. It can only be said that when the distance is measured in light years, the difficulty of using the flash technique increases geometrically. Therefore, this confirmation method was abandoned by Lin a long time ago. What we need to do now is to abandon the practice of using magic items to confirm the destination, and instead grab objects directly from the destination. Use the captured things to determine where the flash technique is located. Although flash grabbing and flash teleportation use the same parameters, there are still differences in techniques between the two. Otherwise, with Lin's ability, how could he not be able to do the same thing? It's just that although Lin can do such a thing, it is really the first time that he can grab it from an ultra-long distance, because his previous method was to flash close to the target. Once the target object enters his field of vision, he can grab it. Lin couldn't guarantee what he would catch in the end by bringing people directly to him who were thousands of miles apart, be it complete or incomplete. There are quite a few situations where half an apple is left after fishing it out, and these are all operations when the target is not in sight. So everyone held their breath and waited for someone to do something, for fear of catching something that shouldn't be fished out. The protective magic circle will then come into play. Chapter 1814 Eternal Return. The Flash Technique, a magic developed by the technology side of time travel, is completely different from ordinary magic that requires various rituals to promote. Various fool-like magics are programmed and can be activated when someone has a thought. It is precisely because of this convenience that those who deal with him feel troubled. Especially the demon prince Azad, who feels this the most. If he hadn't had the flash technique by his side, this magician would have died at his hands more than 1,000 times. However, there are also shortcomings. That is, whether the magic is activated or not. It can only be judged from the results. There were no signs, no light and shadow effects. So when everyone held their breath and watched nervously, someone in the barrier crossed his hands on his chest and remained silent for a long time, until everyone couldn't hold their breath anymore and took a few big breaths. Halloumi, who has the most energetic personality, asked slightly impatiently, "Teacher, have you done it?" "I did it," Lin replied seriously. But I didn't see anything," Halloumi said hesitantly. "You read that right. It's just nothing." Lin was still serious. "So, does this mean failure?" Halloumi, who was an apprentice, said cautiously, although the magician in front of him is not like others. He beats and scolds his apprentice at every turn. But when he failed and was ridiculed by sarcastic words, he would also be upset for a few days. So everyone still carefully takes care of his little mood. However, Lin was not furious. Rather, he felt relaxed and let out a long breath. I don't know if this relaxation is because the experiment failed as expected, so the time to return to my hometown was postponed, or because I was extremely disappointed and relaxed. Reluctantly, he lowered his hands. Lin looked at his palm, squeezed it, and once again made sure it was empty. Then asked it this time, "The capture failed?" Without replying directly, Lin flicked his fingers on each hand, and instantly a stone the size of a fingernail and a small ball of flame appeared in front of him. The next moment, the flame suddenly exploded and melted away the small piece of stone. This was because Lin was wearing the ant sky robe for protection, blocking the flames and heat waves and preventing someone from getting roasted. However, the magic circle as a protective barrier was shaken by the impact. This amount of heat exploded violently, but dissipated very quickly. After a wave of impact, there was no follow-up, and everything in the magic barrier returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Lin explained at this time, "I just took a small part from the moon and the sun to prove that there is no problem with the grabbing action of the flash technique at the astronomical level. Then there is no way to grab from a target at a very long distance. When it comes to anything, I tend to think that there is really nothing to catch, rather than that the spell failed." Blink spell failed? Lin has never thought about this possibility until now. Unless the target is moving at an extremely fast speed, the flash technique may miss the target. It was as if I had wanted to make the arcane eye into a magic prop similar to an artificial satellite in the past, and place it in a nearer synchronous orbit. But there was a collision with the Guardian Lord's carriage tour, causing the arcane eye to fall from the sky. At that time, because the speed was too fast and the grasping reaction of the flash technique could not keep up with the speed of the moving object, it was frequently missed. The speed is too fast. Someone suddenly thought of a problem. Although there are no excellent absolute coordinates in space that can be used as a reference, the same standards can still be used to calculate the moving speed of certain stars in space. According to estimates, the solar system is moving at a speed of between 220 and 250 kilometers per second, which is faster than the original attempt to capture the arcane eye that fell from the atmosphere. The teleportation or capture of the flash technique is an act directed at a static target, although a dynamic target can be regarded as static in a very short period of time. If it is so fast that it is still moving in the very short period of time when the flash spell is activated, then it is normal to catch it. So, is this the reason why I failed to capture the super long distance flash technique this time? Even if it really locates the Earth, the fleeting Earth has already moved away from the original positioning point. In the past, when I moved around randomly in the maze, and jumped repeatedly between the maze and the abyss, the flash technique never happened once. This is because the starting point and destination are based on the same reference. This means that in the flash technique, some parameter values that were originally thought to be fixed actually need to be changed depending on the situation. Thinking of this, someone had to let out a long sigh. I thought that finding the Earth would be the end, but I didn't expect that it would be another starting point. But saying that finding the Earth is the end is actually a bit of a boast. Whether it's really found or faked, I don't know yet. Seeing the dull atmosphere and someone's sad face, then couldn't help but tease someone. Have you ever regretted not finding a way to go home when you were like that? Although the words were a bit vague, Lin could understand what this person was referring to. It's nothing more than the power of the microcosm, let alone finding the location of the Earth. It's not a big problem to go home directly. Lin could only shake his head and said, "The sentence I hated most before was that everyone below the saint is an ant. If you don't understand what a saint is, just think of it as a god. The reason why I hate it is that this sentence talks about a narrow fact. What about the gods? They stand out from the living creatures and should be part of them. How can you use such a condescending view to despise your past self?" But now I feel that this sentence is really true, because after reaching that level, you will be out of touch with the original level. Not only the difference in ability, but also the vision, ideas, and exposure to everything. In other words, it's hard to say what kind of Earth I will find in that form. It's very likely that my hometown will no longer be my hometown by then. Lin, who has reached that level, does not dare to say how transparent he is, but he has also been exposed to the rules, ideas, and mentality of that level. In the name of equality, I hate the mentality of being superior, but in fact, I have not seriously thought about it. When the gap is so big that it is impossible to bridge, how can there be equality? Chimpanzees, which are said to be the closest to humans, can be trained to have the intelligence of a 10-year-old child. So should humans give chimpanzees the same rights and obligations as humans? This isn't some War for the Planet of the Apes movie. Humans keep cats and dogs and take care of them as their own children. So are these cats and dogs equivalent to humans? No matter how lovingly they say to chimpanzees or cats and dogs, humans are just expressing their compassion from a higher level. The inconsistency in abilities between the two sides is the biggest original sin. With various technologies, even if chimpanzees can be trained to use firearms to kill people, is there any way to train chimpanzees to design firearms and design more advanced weapons? In the same way, standing at such a height and seeing different scenery, Lin couldn't imagine what he would do when he returned to Earth in that form. There is no need to think about whether you can return to the Earth you know. Moreover, anyone who is in the second grade must have a bit of anger in his character. If I really uphold my true intention and return to the Earth in that form, I am afraid that there will be a bloody storm. At least half of the Earth's population will be lost. Therefore, Lin was intuitively opposed to returning home in that way. Even if you just find a way, who knows what way you will find. Just when someone looked depressed and was in trouble, Kaya, who had been quiet and silent, spoke. This older girl with brown skin and black hair has grown out, and she has the air of an intellectual beauty. Her reticence is more like a sign of caution. What was brought up at this time was indeed just right. Kaya said, "Teacher, didn't Leonardo go back?" Kaya's reminder reminded Finn of the young apprentice, who came from the same place as the magician in front of him. This reminded her of another thing, and she said, "I remember that the little apprentice brought a ring back with him. Can that ring be located?" "Ah, Leonardo da Vinci." Someone added the guy's full historical name, although it was unclear whether it was actually the same person. However, when he gave the opportunity of Dragon of the Void to that fellow countryman, Lin was not without concern about the follow-up. So he replied, "I don't know if it's because it's too far away, so I can't sense the ring. Besides, I can't be sure whether Leonardo has really gone back, whether he went back to a place I know. and whether he is in the same time period as we are now. No matter what the situation is, it cannot be confirmed. For that kid, I have nothing but blessings. Nothing more can be done. If Leonardo was really the one who traveled through the land, then the era he lived in was 500 to 600 years different from his own. If I really could go back as I wished, the time difference alone would make me depressed to death. You can only live backward. Who can live forward? So, there's no chance for the little apprentice? Finn said sadly. The reason why he is so concerned about Leonardo's affairs is of course, because the portrait that boy drew for fun, which has the same composition as the Mona Lisa's smile, is a rare item that the former Demon King is interested in. Otherwise, if we haven't seen each other for a long time, then would have put it in the back of our mind and forgotten everything. Although the original Lich's memory is not as short as a goldfish's 3 minutes. Unimportant people and things can easily be thrown into the depths of her memory. Although Lin was helpless, he could not say anything to refute Finn's emotion. Then what do you do now? Although the former Demon King seemed to be gloating about his misfortune, Lin couldn't be angry at all. Looking at Finn, who was wearing a royal blue silk cheongsam. Behind her on her right is her own apprentice, the Marquis de Balin, who is covered in black gauze. Behind him on the left are 2 older, overage girls, Kaya and Halumi. Maybe Kaya and Halumi suffered hardships with a certain magician when they were growing up. But then they enjoyed life with Finn. With the support of beauty-loving nature, various maintenance techniques and conditioning research are indispensable. Therefore, when they break through the age of 40, there are not many traces left by the years. Although they cannot be compared with those pink girls in their 20s and 80s, following the common phenomenon of turning into aunties at 40. Kaya and Halumi's appearance does not show their age. Behind the apprentices stood Stone, the former commander of the guards of the Dark Legion, as a guard, and Ezio, who was receiving treatment and came to join in the fun. Both of them were wearing home clothes. Not too flashy. To use someone's words, they looked like humans and dogs. The gray cat Hardy was lying on the astronomical telescope watching the excitement. As a member of the Demon Cat clan, it has become a non-staff member of the family, and has never thought of leaving here and going to other places. Lin unconsciously walked to the edge of the top of the magic tower and looked down. Under the moonlight, the tea tree saplings growing sideways on the wall slowly swayed their green branches and leaves as if absorbing the moonlight. After looking at the new saplings for a while, Lin looked at the sky again. Under the strong full moon, the stars were much dimmer. However, the brightest ones were not drowned by the moonlight, and still showed themselves firmly. These things all seem to imply that someone's mission in the Lost Lands is not yet over. To use a Buddhist saying, it means that the worldly fate is not over yet. What else can we do? Find ways to improve the accuracy of positioning. And what we have never considered before. How to carry out ultra-long distance teleportation. Now it seems that it cannot be solved directly by using the flash technique. We have to find out a safe method will do. So, you're not leaving? Finn asked. You can't get away. Okay. Unless you can't think about it. You have to challenge whether your horoscope is strong enough, someone said openly, with a hint of showing off. However, this complaint-like reply was replaced by everyone's uncontrollable smiles. Of course, there are a few animals that don't smile, or can't even see a smile. But that didn't stop Finn's always cold face, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, occupying Lin's entire field of vision.